Good morning, cricket fans. Phil G here at the lovely Santarém Cricket Ground for the European Cricket Network. It is day number 3 of the ECS Portugal Challenger Division, and the action starts right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet, and Victorinox.
So welcome once again everybody to the lovely Santarém Cricket Ground. The ground is looking an absolute picture. There's a little bit of dew from overnight, but that is drying up as we speak, and there's not a cloud in the sky. That's the really good news from the weather here. It's day 3. We've had a fantastic weekend of Challenger Division action in this ECS. I hope you've enjoyed it. I've absolutely enjoyed my time here so far. It's been terrific cricket as well. So we're getting on to day 3, and the first match this morning is going to be the Team Tigers taking on the Brothers 11. This is a really important match of both teams. All matches are important because there's only 30 group games to go through in this division. So why don't we get over to Stefan Gooch, who's got the captains in the centre for that all-important coin toss.
Brothers 11 to call. Heads is the call. It is heads. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Good game. Brothers 11 have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Thank you, Stefan. So there you have it. The Brothers 11, they win the toss and they're going to have a bat first. And that's not a bad idea. Conditions are beautiful this morning, as I said earlier. Not a cloud in the sky. It's a great morning. It's a slightly cool morning as well, but it's going to warm up today quite nicely, maybe pushing into the 20s. We'll see. The important thing is there's going to be no weather like we had on Saturday. Big match coming up though, important match for Team Tigers, who are languishing on the bottom of the standings. They need a big win here to make sure they notify the rest of the teams in this Challenger Division that they're to be taken seriously. They need to push themselves up into the top 4 position, because remember, come finals day, we're only 4 teams are going to go through, and that's it. So, bottom 2 teams will not make it. Big game coming. The Brothers coming off a loss last night against the Werewolves. Surprised everybody that came down to almost the last ball. 1 run decided the victory. So they got a bit to prove today as well. Let's see what's going to happen. It's time to send this match over to my co-commentator, Tina Goff, who is in the commentary position. Tina, your first match this morning. Welcome to the ground, and let's have a good one. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Phil, and welcome everyone to this glorious day. As Phil was saying, look at the sun and look at that view. What a beautiful pitch we have here in Santarém, and I'm so happy to be here. My first stint here in Portugal and my first time alongside Phil G as well. So it's the G sister and brother, Tina G, Phil G in the house this morning, taking you through the action. And yeah, starting 1 of 5 games we have lined up for you today. Starting with Team Tigers Portugal against the Brothers 11. Big game for both of these sides actually. They've both had at least 1 win, but as Phil was saying, it's only the top 4 that go through, so every game, every point is really important here. And as I was saying, it's the first time I'm in the box here with Phil, so I don't want to delay it any longer because I want Phil to talk us through what happened yesterday morning. Phil, what a great day to be here.
Good morning, Tina. And yes, it is a fantastic day to be here. Thank you for that introduction. Let's have a look at the match summaries from yesterday. So we started with match number 6. The Brothers and the Coimbra Knights went head-to-head. Brothers had a pretty good win there yesterday over the Coimbra Knights. Were a bit disappointing in that first game. Friendship CC then went up against the Team Tigers Portugal, and Friendship CC just too strong for the Team Tigers. They just couldn't get up there, and 15 runs was the eventual margin, and that pretty much was definitely typified the difference between those 2 teams. Pretty good batting effort there from Friendship CC. Mr. Rahman leading the way with a good 47 runs there. In the third match of the day, we started with, well, blink and you miss it. We'll try that one more time. No, it was up there. It was definitely the Coimbra Knights who played in that match against Lisbon Supergiants. I'm sure the graph will come in a minute. Coimbra Knights batted so well, 137 on the board. Lisbon Supergiants went down for the 3rd time in this tournament, only amassed 111 runs. There it is there, 79 from Dawud Mohammed, his first 50 on the European Cricket Network. Massive congratulations to him for that. Skippering the team, wicket keeping, and led the way with the bat. And in response, Supergiants just fell short. Ashok Kumar banger, he got amongst the runs, couldn't get enough unfortunately. Match number 9, Werewolves and the Brothers. What a game this was. Decided in the last ball by just 1 run. A cracker of a game. Didn't know which way it was going to go. The pendulum was swinging. Mohammed Tabush, hats off to him for his 2 overs at the death there. He bowled so well, and unfortunately for the brothers, they couldn't find that extra run to push it to a golden ball. And then we finished with Friendship CC and Lisbon Supergiants, and Lisbon Supergiants notched up their first win of the tournament by 9 wickets. Ashok Kumar Banga again there with a 50, did very well indeed. That was a great day, a great weekend of T10 cricket, and I hope you all enjoyed that. And Tina, I'd like to think we're going to have a similar day today. There's a couple of really good, tasty matches on the menu, and I'm looking forward to the action today.
Yeah, me too. And well, congratulations on going through those those summaries, because that was quite a struggle there to get them all in time. But look, as we look at the teams for this morning, 1 of 5 games, and how do you think this one's going to go, Phil? I mean, both these teams had a bit of a up and down start so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that. They both played 3 games. Team Tigers, as I said in the intro, they need to get a win here. They're on the bottom of the standings, and they're coming up against the brothers, who came off a surprising loss last night in the second last game of the day. Have a look through the team there. They're going to need a lot. Team Tigers need a lot from Omar Farouk. He's batting really well, bowling well. Azam Johnny, he'll be at the top of the order as well. So they're going to look to those two to really power through to make up some big runs. Shurav Biswas, he was busy yesterday. He put down a couple of catches, but he took a couple as well. He just seemed to be everywhere the ball was. He was a bit of a ball magnet. Well, Supercomputer looked at this one, Tina, and says, you know what, I reckon the brothers got this one. That's a pretty comfortable margin, 41 to 59. Maybe not truly reflective. We'll see. And the action starts right now. Here we go. Oh, big shout first up. Going to be over the stumps, I think. Maybe just pitching outside the line. And, yeah, as Tina said, and as I alluded to as well, it's a glorious day for cricket. Yeah, I think it's going over the top. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that left arm round action, I like it as a left arm round bowler myself. But, yeah, that one hit him high up on the thigh.
Yeah.
Be a harsh call first up. Good call there by the umpire.
Yeah, very good call. So, here we go. Team Tigers looking for a win. Brothers looking to get amongst it here. So good shout around the ground. The players are on their toes here. It's a lovely morning for cricket. It's a Monday morning. I have to keep reminding myself it's a Monday morning. Parveen Nanglu, he's at the striker's end, and he had a day out. Well, he had 2 days out, absolutely striking the ball beautifully over the weekend, and he'll be looking to start his week on a big score here today. That's been crunched down through mid-wicket. That's going to run away. It's going to beat the fielder there. One thing I'll say about this ground, and I've said it all weekend, despite the weather we've had over the last couple of weeks here, this ground is lightning quick, and it's just going to get quicker. Yeah,
you can see that the strip is on a bit of a crest of a hill, which means anything either side is just going to run away, and especially off the bat of Nanglu, we've seen so far in the tournament how hard he can hit a ball, and he's picked up where he's left off in the previous games there.
Yeah, Mahmoud Wakar needs to be careful here. He got a little bit expensive over the weekend. Let's see how we can do this morning. Oh, around the corner, straight through the player. That's going to go for 4. Oh boy, I think that's nutmegged him as well. That's just a bit of a wake-up call on a Monday morning for a fielder. Have a look at this one again.
Yeah, straight through the legs.
Oh, that's the one where you don't want to make eye contact with the bowler, nor your captain. And you just say, guys, the coffee hasn't really kicked in yet. Just give me a moment. I'll be with you shortly.
I think that was jib on there. It's never an easy position when you're kind of backward square. The ball comes flying at you. I think he thought that was actually going to come quicker than it did. It wasn't quite off the middle, but
yeah,
enough to go through the legs.
Swing and a miss. Just beaten for pace there, I think. Good line and length that across the right-hander. And it's good to see that keeper gloves that, and there's a bit of protection there. Just it's third man, but he's sort of almost like a deep slip, really. Short third man, deep slip. Any way you want to cut it, it's a good position to put a player in. One thing I say, Team Tigers, they bowled with this kind of attack a couple of days ago. I think it was on Saturday, and they didn't have anybody in a third man position, and they lost so many runs through that area. And it took them a few deliveries to realise, well, if we're going to bowl like this, we probably should put the field there. Shot. Bowler's a bit filthy with himself for bowling that one short. You can see he was remonstrating with himself, and that's been put away. That is just bread and butter stuff for Nanglu.
He's got no one else really to blame but himself, does the bowler here, because he's really not found his lines so far, and that was already the third 4 of the over, and that's the end of the over as well. It takes brothers to 12 off it, and not the best start there from Mamadou Khan, just not quite found his lines yet.
Absolutely, yeah. So let's have a look at some of the stats we've had so far. We've had 10 matches. Well, technically we've had only 9 matches played, as match number 1 on Saturday was a band without a ball being bowled. But have a look at those numbers. Almost 2,000 runs, over 100 maximos now, and the run rate at 10.9. That's come down a little bit from yesterday, and that probably shows that the competition is pretty fierce for me. I think 110 is a bit of a pass score. I think if you're going to come in and bat first and get under that, you're asking for trouble. And the fall rate at 8.1, the maximum rate 6.0. That seems a bit low, but it is what it is. And I'm sure we'll see those numbers change as the Challenger Series goes on. I'm sure when we get to the Premier Division, these numbers will be highly accelerated. Second over starts. It's flicked nicely. Bit of a chase on here. And the ball is going to win. That was just such a delicate touch.
Yeah, you can see how quick that outfield is. It was just, as you said, Phil, just almost poked off his pads. It was a nice ball, actually, and it was played away nicely, but suddenly the ball was just flying away to the boundary, despite the fielder giving chase there.
Tell you what, it's shots like that, and when you see the ball go across the ground like that, it makes you want to come out of retirement. No effort, literally zero effort, just a glance. Lovely strike.
We love the zero effort shots, don't we?
Absolutely love that. Monjor it is who's got the duty with the second over. See what he can do here. Needs to come back and respond from that lovely glance for 4. And just a soft hand stabs it down on the offside. Chance to say hello to the chat. I can see everybody cramming into the chat this morning, saying hello to myself and Tina. Hello to everybody in there. Dave B, Johnny He. Barbary Corsair has given me a bit of a shout out as well. Thank you. Helix, you're in the chat. And of course, Rob Thompson tuning from New Zealand. Hello to everybody. No matter where you're watching the world, wonderful to have your company. Just resetting again. Oh, short. Nangley misses out on that one. It was short and it was quick, and he wasn't awake to that one to try to put it over the cover region. Almost took that one to the cleaners. If you had connected with that one, would have been a good night. Again, just a push. Man at point just keeps the ball in front of him. Just a slight little fumble, but no run.
It's got quite a skiddy little action, does Monjor. By the time he releases it, somewhere kind of 45-degree angle with his arm, but it makes it quite skiddy and difficult to get away. So that one's actually a bit slower, but too wide for the umpire's liking, just creeping the wrong side of that wide line.
Yeah, he wasn't just flirting with the line, he was definitely trying to take it out on a date. That has gone way too wide. Bit of room there, hits it straight to the player at point, no chance for a run. So Nangalu just not looking like his usual fluent self that we saw on the weekend. Just struggling to find the gaps here. Good bowling, good field placement. As I said at the top, very important game here for Team Tigers. Oh, big shout, and the slow finger is raised. Indeed. I think the replay will concur the umpire's decision on that one. What are your thoughts right from the get-go? Let's have a look at this one. What do you think, Tina?
Yeah, it's difficult when you go down onto your knee. Yeah, it looks like it's going to go middle and leg.
Middle and leg.
Yeah.
I agree. And that is disappointing for Nangalu. And he was a little bit disappointed. He paused. He asked the umpire if he was sure. That never works. At no time in the history of cricket has that ever worked. And Pardeep Nangalu, big wicket for Team Tigers. Big wicket, that one. And he marches off the ground and makes way for the next batter to come in and try and do something. Yep. That is cannoning, as you say, into middle and leg.
Yeah, it was just not the right shot selection. It was fuller and it was straighter. So trying to kind of slog sweep that was just not the right way to go for Nangalu. As we take a look at the standings and how important this game is. We're still early on in the tournament, really, but look how tight it is and how important those points are, and of course those bonus points as well.
Oh, big time. Yep. Interesting to note that the 4 teams, or teams 3, 4, 5 and 6, only 1 point separating them, and obviously the net run rate keeping them all apart. But as Tanya says, yes, that bonus point. Need to play for the bonus point. And that's the great thing about the bonus point introduction, is it gives teams, even though they're maybe on a hiding to nothing, it gives them something to think about and something to work for, even if the game's gone. So, success at the end of the second. Boy, that was a bit wide and a bit brash. How are they going to call this?
It's definitely going to be something from the umpire. Yeah, I think probably going to be a no ball. It actually pitches off the pitch lengthways, which you don't see happen too often.
Don't. And no ball is the call. So, free hit to start the third. Umpire turns around and just lets everyone know. I think that's Miguel who's umpiring. And we give Miguel Stoneman a shout out. It's his first day series umpiring gig here this morning. So congratulations to Miguel. He did some umpiring duties during the night series, and it's great to see him down here today for the day series.
Yeah, been upgraded from the night shift to the day shift.
That's exactly what's happened.
He's changed his night vision goggles to his sunglasses, needed today as well in these beautiful conditions.
Here we go. Here comes the free hit. Let's see if this can be capitalised. Harsh Kumar facing. Oh, he's pushed it wide. So we're going to have to reset and try that one again.
It's not been the best of starts for Gibbon here. A couple of overs ago, well, the first over, it's only been 2 overs. He let it through his legs on the 45, and now he's been given the ball, and he's going to be hoping for third time lucky here. But it's still the free hit.
Yeah, let's see if he can get it into the right zone on the pitch. Well, third time's a charm, and he does deliver a good ball. Bit of away movement there as well, good delivery, and that free hit turns into a free miss.
Yeah, that's the line I think he was trying to find the whole time. He gets lovely away swing, actually.
Does.
That kind of action where he swings his hips after he's followed through, which means it just tails away from the batter. It was a big old swing there.
Ooh, just in at the body. Batter's taken that one. He's just gone off to grab a bit of breath, I think. That's hit him in a soft spot on the torso, I think. And we'll just pause for a second while he, oh yeah, just up into the rib cage, I think. And that is going to leave a mark. He's just gone off to the side just to catch his breath. Umpire Bucks Stoneman there is just keeping an eye on him, make sure he's all right. He might get a drink of water or maybe just needs to catch his breath. Yeah, he's taken that one in the rib cage, I think.
Yeah, I think that even if he has a thigh pad on, that's going to be a bit higher, and you can see he's getting up slightly gingy. It was actually quite a good ball, vicious ball there from Gibbon, who now seems to have found his line. And yeah, that one right in the midriff. Oof. Straight away, he tries to brave it out, but realises, nope, that one definitely hurt.
Yeah, I felt that one from here. That was that's awkward. You're right though, it was a good delivery, a really tough delivery to play, and unfortunately he didn't get any bat on that. And that's he's going to wear that one. Hopefully he's all right, sucking in the big breaths. And it'd be interesting to see how the bowler responds now. Whether he's going to try and bowl a similar delivery or maybe just go gentle on him. It's Monday morning. I'd like to think he'll just maybe just a nice gentle medium pacer in the channel, maybe outside off. I'm not too sure. I'm not sure how I would play it if I was bowling. Anyway, we reset again. Hopefully he's okay, but he will have something to show his friends and family later today. Chases a wide one. Good ball to follow up. Harsh Kumar, who got a good 50 over the weekend, and they'll be looking for Harsh Kumar to take over the lead of the batting now that Nangulu is back in the pavilion. So brothers looking to build here.
Father-son umpire team, is that right, Phil?
That is right, yes, yes.
Don't have that too often.
No, it's a rarity for sure. That's leg side wide. Yeah, good eyes there, Tina. Yeah, Bucks at mid-wicket. Sorry, mid-wicket. At square leg. Be interested how to umpire at mid-wicket. and standing umpire Miguel Stoneman there in the centre of your screen. So yes, father and son. We had them umpiring together during the night series last month, and now they're doing during the day series here. The father and son combination. They do a good job too, the Men in Black.
We like to keep it in the family here. We've had husband and wife. We've had Mida and Steph.
Yes,
umpiring
that's right.
together, father and son. Have we had brothers? Maybe. Have we had brothers?
I don't think.
If any brothers who are umpires want to get in touch, give you a gig.
Give us a call. 1-800 ECN umpires. Give us a call. 2 more to come in the power play. 21 for 1 the score. Naju bowling. Good delivery. Harsh Kumar has taken one on the body this over. Just happy to see out this over and grab a breath and get down to the non-striker's end. I wouldn't be surprised.
It's been a great recovery as well from Naidu after that filthy no ball to start off, and then big old wide, but the next few have been right on the money. He seems to have found his rhythm now.
Yeah, I think every bowler gets a couple of looseners, and he's had his. And been given a wide. Miguel sees that one and says, no, that's my line, not yours. And we'll try that last ball the over one more time. 22 for 1 in the power play.
I don't mind that though. If you're kind of swinging away from the batter and you're just keeping it towards that line, it's an almost unhittable kind of line to bowl.
Yeah.
If you give away a few wides, I think that's okay.
Oh, played nicely into the covers, straight to the fielder, and they will scamper through for a single. So Harsh Kumar, he won't necessarily get the break of the brew that he was looking for, because he's going to face the start of the 4th. So 23 for 1 in the power play, 3 overs gone in this first innings.
Yeah, you can see the last 2 overs have really gone Team Tiger's way to the bowling team, just the 6 and the 5 coming off it. And as you said, Phil, if you get over to about that 110 mark, at least get into triple figures, and then you've got a semi-competitive total, but obviously the big batter of Nanglu back in the shed already, so it needs one of these top order batters to really step up and guide this innings for the brothers.
Totally agree. They need someone to stay there. And when I saw Kumar take that body blow, I thought, oh, well, between Kumar and Nanglu, they're the 2 batters who I see the inform batters of the brothers. Obviously, Verinder Singh will be coming in probably next. So they need someone, as you say, to stand tall here and guide the innings over the next 7 overs. Let's see how they go. It's been hit, probably not exactly where it was supposed to go, but it's been mishit just down towards the mid-off area. And a funny old throwback, and I think the batter's having a few words and the bowler's and the fielder's having a few words as well. Yep. That's no one's looking where they're running. That's why the batters were having words. They were saying, no, I had right of way. I'm the striker. I bet that's exactly what Kumar was saying to his opposition number. Saying, I got right of way, I'm on strike.
I recommend not having that discussion in the middle of the pitch while the ball is still live, but hey, that's me.
I don't think you're alone on that that viewpoint, Tina, not one bit. Yeah, they did almost start to have a bit of a remonstration there, didn't they? That was a bit of a bizarre moment there. 25 for 1, 2 balls into the 4th. Just a reminder that the brothers 11, they won the toss and want to have a bat first. And so far, it's been a little bit tough going. The Team Tigers have been bowling pretty well, I'd have to say. And just a glance around the corner off the pads. This time there's a bit of protection there. Backward square leg runs around and fields that one.
Tell you what, Phil, the boundaries have really dried up. First ball of the 2nd over. That's the last time we had a boundary. So we've had 4 4s so far, but since then, most of the runs have come through wides.
Wow. Yeah. Gee, you're absolutely right. Yeah, first over, 3 boundaries in the first over.
Yep.
It's been crunched. It's gone out to mid wicket, and deep mid wicket's going to come off the boundary to collect that one, just a single. So yeah, the brothers just struggling a bit here. Maybe Kumar still, well, I'm sure he's still feeling that body blow he took in the previous over. And as far as his counterpart's concerned, I don't think he's seen too much of the ball so far. Mandeep Singh. He'll get his chance though. Oh, just a good ball. Just a good ball into that channel. Tantalising for the batter to cover drive that, and he misses completely.
I like this bowling pairing of Khan and Naidu, because you've got the left arm round kind of cutting in, and then the right arm over cutting away, and the batters don't really know if they're coming and going at the moment. Not really getting much bat on ball at all, and that's why the boundaries and the runs have really dried up.
Edged, and that's going to fly away for a much needed boundary. As you say, Tina, boundaries really drying up. The runs drying up as well. If you're getting runs just off wides, then you've definitely got a problem here in a T10 game, and that is a much needed boundary.
Yeah, a bit of the reverse commentator's curse there. Said the runs dried up. Next one flies to the boundary. Still not exactly a convincing stroke. It does get the brothers into the 30s. They're 31 for 1 off 4. That expected score just over 100. They'd expect or hope to get more towards 110, 120, but they need to put their foot on the gas a bit as we look at the worm as well. And yeah, it's just a bit flatlined. That wicket, the big wicket of Nanglu, really kind of put the brakes on this innings so far.
It really tells the tale, that, doesn't it? That peaking at obviously the first over, but then just going in the wrong direction right now. Needs to be heading upwards in these middle overs. as we're about to start the 5th. So I want you to continue. And winds up and goes to put that one out of the park. Crunch into the, well, almost into the dugout for a big Maximo. First Maximo of the morning. What a lovely strike that was.
Mandeep Singh has not faced too many balls. It's actually only his 3rd ball. He's kind of said, well, put me on strike, I'll do it. And yeah, 1 ball and it's been deposited straight into the dugouts. Big 6, first one of the game.
Yeah, great shot that. He had a good innings yesterday. Got 32 off almost nothing yesterday. Really got amongst the big hits. And there he goes again. This one's straighter. And that is going to just go to the sidle scaffolding for back-to-back 6s there. It's now the acceleration continues. And sometimes I get the feeling that we are mic'd up to the middle of the pitch because they've done exactly what we've asked them to do, Tina, and they've obliged. What a good strike that was.
I'm glad someone's listening to us. And it's Mandeep Singh who is, after his, yeah, he said 32 off just 14 deliveries.
Yeah.
He's finally getting in on the action here.
He's mishit that one down the ground, and that's going to just bobble along for the long on to come along and pick up. So just one there. But yeah, Mandeep Singh looking like he's been given the job of the pitch hitter. And maybe Harsh Kumar wants to anchor one end until he gets his breath back after the body blow. But he's looking all right now. Let's have a look. Pulls that one around the corner. That is going to go straight to the fielder. Protection out there, square. He's got the sunglasses on because he's staring directly into the sun in that position while it's still a bit low in the sky. Always a bit awkward on that side of the ground in the morning. That's Biswas. Took a couple of good outfield catches yesterday as well. Crunch. That's going to go down the ground. There is protection again there at the long on position. Almost overthrows there, but not to be. Score is now picked up nicely. It's gone along to 46-1. One more to come in the 5th.
This has been a positive over for the brothers. 14-15 coming off it. It's more of a sign of intent that we've seen in the first 5, and there's another massive sign of intent. I think that is what's going to go, yep, all the way. This time it's Harsh Kumar. He's seen Mandeep Singh hit 2 big 6s at the start of the over, and he finishes off with another one of himself. And it's like they've almost realised that 6s are an option here. After not hitting any in the first 4, they've suddenly gone 3 in 6.
I reckon they have. So not only have they listened to us, but they've obliged by picking up the Maximo rate as well. That is some sensational striking there, and that's a very expensive over. So thank you for joining us here in the Commentary Cube. Phil G here with, of course, Tina Goff. And Tina, this has been a great start to your time here on this Monday morning. Beautiful conditions here at Santarem as well. How are you finding it so far?
Oh, it's been amazing, and I'm glad I brought the sunny weather with me because I
yeah.
know you had a few storms. I know there's been a few laptops going flying, and I come and it's suddenly sunny. So I'm not saying it's all down to me, but I'm also not saying
You're
that.
not saying that, are you? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, interesting game coming up here. This is turning out to be an absolute cracker. Oh, there we go. And as I speak, stumps akimbo. And can you believe it? Mandeep Singh, who was looking dangerous in that previous over, he's come undone. And the bowler from Team Tigers, he's actually signalling for a get around. He was literally had the arms waving, going, come on, get around us. Unfortunately, the Team Tigers didn't oblige. That's a big wicket. Big wicket indeed. Oh, I can't believe it. Is that Omar Farouk who's come on to bowl? Looks like it is. He's had a successful weekend with the ball and with the bat. Mandeep Singh, he's done for the morning. 16 off 7, lit up the ground in that previous over with a couple of big hits, but he's done now.
Just as we were saying that the brothers were really getting up ahead of steam, that previous over actually went magical. 21 runs off it, and we thought
21 all up. Wow.
Yeah, this is the time. But then Omar Farouk comes in and says, nope, I'm just going to get a wicket first ball. Enough of this nonsense.
Yeah, Omar Farouk, I think when we first saw him bowl on day number 1, he came on and he got 2 wickets in his first over, just turned the game upside down for Team Tigers. Nicely played. Just a bit of respectfully played onto the leg side for a single. So Singh is off the mark. The tall, imposing figure of that's Parminder Singh gets Harsh Kumar back on strike. Oh, leg side. Not much you can do about that, and that's going to run away, and it's going to run all the way for a Minimo 5 wides. Oh, that's disappointing for the Team Tigers. After getting a wicket, Omar Farouk coming on to bowl, gets a wicket, and then, yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, it's a big kind of shrug there from the keeper, Rupan Das, saying to his bowler, I'm not sure what you want me to do about that, because he didn't have any time to get his gloves anywhere near that. He could have maybe thrown himself at it, but when it's kind of hidden behind the batter, there's not much you can do as a keeper there.
So true, yeah. Stifle shadow. Oh, good effort there in the field to get a hand on that one. Doesn't let him get it past. Good work. He keeps it to single. If it had gotten past him, I don't think it would have gone to the boundary, but probably saved one or two. Have a look at this. Stretches out. I couldn't stretch like that in a dream, but that was very good work from the fielder there. 59 for 2, halfway through the 6th. Oh, crunch. Wow. You said it, Tina. Yeah. Wow. Just absolutely laced that one all the way along the ground. Smash through the covers 4. That looked good. That sounded good.
That's what you get as well. If you're a tall batter, you're not always going to have this kind of delicate footwork, but just, it's kind of my tactic as well. Just swing your arms at it. You got long arms. Just get anything near the ball and it just gets crunched through the covers. Lovely shot there from Singh.
Oh, that was Yorker length, outside off, and cannot get anything on that one. Yeah, Parminder Singh, he's a batter who comes in and he looks absolutely on when he walks in. He swings the blade well, but he hasn't converted that into a big score. And I remember him in the night series last year. Maybe picked up a couple of 20s, but couldn't go on with it. And so far this weekend, well, the weekend just gone, he's batted a few times, and I think he's struggled to get into double digits. So that's the over done. Farouk had a successful over, albeit there was a minimo in there as well, and obviously that crunched the boundary before, but he's backed up the last 2 deliveries really well. So a good over from Farouk all up, I'd have to say. So 63 for 2 after 6. You can see the Harsh Kumar still out there on 20, and Parminder Singh, who's only just joined him, with 5. Mandeep Singh looked promising, looked threatening, 16 runs there from 7, and Nanglu at the top there. He went after hitting 3 boundaries in the first over. So scene is set for the next 4 overs for the brothers to accelerate here. And remember, they won the toss and wanted to have a bat first, and that's what they've got so far. Oh, just a little bit shorter, sits up. It does go up in the air. It was a miss hit, but it's landed nowhere. And actually, it's even stopped as well. So no real momentum there, for forward momentum, just all up and down. And into a space where there was nobody within probably about 20 metres where that landed. Regulation mid-wicket would have had it, but mid-wicket's on the boundary. Oh, good delivery that.
There's a big appeal there, because I think they might thought that either it hit a bit of pad first. It definitely came off a fair chunk of the bat, as we see this again. Yeah, I think, well, maybe was that
it's worth a shout.
Pad onto bat?
Yeah, it's
definitely.
definitely.
Have a look at this side angle.
This'll help.
Yeah, there's maybe a bit of, there was definitely a bit of both.
Back leg as well.
Interesting one. It definitely came off the bat in the end because it went through into the covers, but the big appeal was because there was maybe a bit of pad on that before. Certainly the keeper and the bowler are interested. Yeah, so difficult to tell, despite those brilliant slow-mos from 2 circles, but it's a big appeal. Nothing given by the umpire. It was just a 1 in the end, an exciting 1.
Very exciting one. Very exciting. Biswas, this angle he's coming in on, bowls from quite wide. Then he comes in at the last minute. Now that's hit a bit closer. How about that? And umpire concurs that is going to cannon into the stumps. So Biswas gets a breakthrough here. This is a big wicket. Harsh Kumar is done. Have a look at this one again. What do you think, Tina?
Yeah, that one fell out, and yeah,
yeah,
the bowler Shuvra falls to his knees. I don't think much pleading is needed there because that looked pretty dead on from our angle here.
Yep, as I'm sure the chat will light up and say, plum pudding with some plum sauce. That was pretty much done. Harsh Kumar, he goes off. He's held his bat for 6 and a bit overs. He's also wearing a bit of a... well, Nanglu's having a conversation with him. Now, what are they having a chat about? Well, it's not really team spirit, but there you go. I'm sure they're talking about something else. Anyway, plum in front, and umpire puts up the finger and says, you are indeed correct. So, new ball starts, and that's been crunched. How about that for a response? into the banner, 4 runs, and that's George Barty, but we call him George.
So good. They only had to give him one name, and that was a lovely shot. A bit of a risky shot, actually, having just seen his teammate trapped right in front. He kind of goes for the same trick, but this time he gets a bit of bat on it, and that just rolls away for 4. Great start for George, and the brothers will be wanting a few more of those. You look at that win predictor, it's almost 50-50 now.
Yeah. Flights that one and gets taken out to the boundary again on the leg side. Fielder decides to throw it very hard back to the wicket keeper, and that is going to conclude the... was there one more to come? No, I'm jumping the gun there. One more to come. Successful over so far from Biswas. Have a look at this. Fielder decides he wants to throw that one quite hard. Even the wicketkeeper saying, we didn't need to do that. Well, that one has been elevated, and that is going to go into the next world. That has going to, well, it's going to come down, actually not that far, but that went high and handsome. Maximo to finish the over. Lovely strike from Parminder Singh.
Yeah, Parminder using all his height there, kind of just levers underneath it and just strong arm jabs it. And just a bit of brute force there to get up another 6 to end the 7th, 77 for 3. And so we take a look at our calendar. What are you most looking forward to this year, Phil?
Well, at the risk of being obvious and talking about Czechia, I'm looking forward to I'm looking forward to getting to Malmo and Romania, and of course England, Hornchurch. They're probably in the first half of the year. They're the 3 I'm looking forward to, big time. What about yourself? What do you like there?
Oh, well, I'm going to be in England for both of those, so maybe that's too obvious as well. But yeah, Jersey will be good. Jersey's coming up. I'm not actually at that one, unfortunately. Well, I say unfortunately. I think I'm playing myself for Germany, so duty calls. But Jersey should be a fun one. I think that's men's and women's as well.
Yeah.
I love any of these tournaments that have a mixture of men's and women's. I know we have women's coming up later this week or next week. Later in the tournament. Yeah, time flies. Right. Portugal making their debut on the network as well, the women's team. So really looking forward to that.
That's going to be exciting. Yeah, a bit of a charge there. Just the 1 run straight to the fielder. Yeah, that's right. The Portugal women going up against Norway. Yep, that's going to be exciting. ECI action and then T20I action, and that's after the Premier Division final, which will be at the end of next week. So that's something to look forward to on that weekend. Crunch down the ground. Player's going to get around and cut that one off. Wasn't really hit, wasn't middled.
And it's the men's internationals, it's also Portugal against Norway, and they're going to be interlocked as well, so it'll be quite a fun kind of day to watch the men's and women's go head to head.
That's gone up in the air, and it's going to come down into the hands of Biswas, who, funny enough, he took 2 catches in that same position over the weekend. It's obviously his favourite place to take catches, because he dropped 2 catches when he was at mid-wicket. So he likes it down there at long on, and that's a good catch. Well-judged catch. In the air for a long time, under it, watches it all the way, and thank you very much. And doesn't seem to be too affected by the sun or the wind, and that's another wicket down.
Lovely catch. He took, as the ball was in mid-air, he took a little look back to make sure he wasn't close to that boundary rope, and it's not easy here with the kind of slope tailing away from the top of the pitch. But he got under it really nicely to take that wicket. It's the 4th wicket down for the brothers, 79 for 4.
Just been mis-hit out towards deep mid-wicket there. Couple of field squares. They will get through for a couple. That's good running. So yeah, that was George Barty, renamed as George. He doesn't get to bother the scorers too much after that, and Farouk gets another breakthrough as well. He's that bowler who comes on and he does pick up a wicket when it's needed for his team. That's what he's done over the last couple of days. So now we've got Parminder Singh, and he's joined by another Singh. So just conversation here between the umpire and the batter. Seeing what that's about. No, square leg running back to his position. And here we go again. Shouts of catch, catch, catch. And it's not caught. It is, I think, tipped. No, it's tipped onto the ground for 4 runs.
They might want to have a look at that one.
I think we should. I felt it was a Maximo. What did you think?
I think it was maybe dropped straight onto the rope. The way that the ball It's hard to tell. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think it's hit straight onto the rope. We definitely saw the rope pop up from here.
I thought that popped up too. Now, I think they've called over.
Yeah, the way that just dies looks like it's gone through the hands, burst through the hands, and I think that looks like it lands on the rope to me.
Yep, I agree. Now let's just keep an eye on the umpires here. But yeah, I think that's good eyes there, Tina. I think you've caught that one well, and I think the player might have known. Well, the player probably didn't know because he was looking the wrong way.
The player definitely didn't catch it well.
No, he definitely didn't catch it well. The shouts of catch, 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 and not. Just watching square leg umpire. I think he's going to get the instruction to overturn.
It's the way you can always tell that the rope kind of jumps up.
No.
But I think they maybe are double checking. Someone's been given something in their ear to say maybe take a look at that, but
yep.
They're ready for the start of the 9th. It usually happens in the 9th. This one happened in the 8.5.
This is like a preview of the 9th.
Exactly.
Give it a little bit of drama. Okay. Looks like we're playing on here. So I think that looks like the 4 is going to stand. Maybe the replay was inconclusive for tournament ref. So we continue and we start the 9th. Swing and a miss. That's Khan who's come on to bowl here. See what he can do. Ruhan Khan. His first chance with the ball. And it does all happen in the 9th. And so the brothers have got 2 overs to try to accelerate up to close to 110, 115 possibly. Parminder Singh's still out there, and we know he can strike the ball very well. Let's see if he can get amongst the runs here. It sounds good when he hits it.
Yeah.
That's a great crunch. That's a good shot. Cuts it up really high. They might even have a look at the height there as well.
Yeah, signalled as a 6 by the fielder out there. We don't have the best of views as it kind of tails away. Signalled on field as well, and just a bit too much width on offer there from Ruhan Khan, who's got quite a lot of pace about him. But the quicker it lands on the pitch, the quicker it goes to the boundary. That one was signalled straight away there by Foyez, who's out there on the boundary. Big 6. 6 needed runs for the brothers as well.
Definitely. It's a good response. Parminder Singh looking back to the umpire saying, was that a wide? Not even close. Only because he missed it, they have to ask the umpire, what do you think? And maybe sometimes the batter should have a look at their footwork as well. Anyway, it is a good dot ball, good response from Khan to come back after that crunching 6. He does have a bit of pace there, and you're absolutely right.
He's only 19 years old, and he's got lovely kind of slingy action. That one just tails the wrong side of the wide line.
Yeah, that one was the wide, absolutely. Yeah, with that pace, it's someone like Parminder Singh, if he swings hard at this, even gets an edge, it will fly for 6. Boundary's only 50 metres, and believe me, when you get that kind of pace with a thick edge, it is going to fly away. And third man is up inside the circle too. We can't get bat on ball. This is what I was talking about Parminder Singh. He has struggled to go on to make a big score, and sometimes his shot selection just leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, the ball kind of chased him a bit there. He had to, in the end, he tried to pull it, almost took evasive action to make sure he wasn't hit like we saw earlier in the innings. In the end, it flies through to the keeper.
Ooh, that's a short ball, but he has connected with that one. That is gone from Maximo. He gets onto the hook shot really quickly, sees the short ball, ducked the head a bit, but he got so much of the blade on that one. Yeah, connected nicely. Big 6.
I think that was the wrong choice there from Ruhan Khan. Maybe just his young 19 years showing it was a great bounce at the ball before, but
yeah,
if you try and repeat the same trick, the batter just needs to get a little bit of bat on it like he did there, and it's going to go all the way with that pace. I'd like to see him pitch this one up a bit. Here we go.
It's better. Shouts oohs and ahs as the fielder comes off the boundary. Field that one, just the single. Parminder Singh will hold the strike as we go into the 10th, 99 for 4 after 9. Anyway, you cut it, that's a run rate of 11. So 110 on the cards here, possibly. And they'd be wanting to get maybe a bit more than that. And at the top of the day, we talked about a pass score being about 110. Have a look at the bowlers there. Omar Farouk, well, 2 for 19 from his 2. Well done to him. That's wicket there to Biswas as well. And Monjour chipped in with 1. However, he went for 27 off his 2. A little bit expensive. So, final over coming up. Brothers, what score can they get on the board here against Team Tigers?
Yeah, I think that, well, expected score, the big old Nelson, but they definitely want to get above that 110. We saw that as more or less par, but it's Gibbon who's going to bowl the final over. His first over only went for 5. So if TTP repeat that trick, they'll be more than happy to keep them under that 110 par-ish score.
Yeah, totally agree. Let's have a look. Last over starting. Oh, Parminder Singh's got all of that. That is out of the ground. Big hit. That's, there it is. Rolling away into camera shot there. That's a big strike. Put the kitchen sink behind that one and elevated it beautifully.
Just the first ball, Gibbon Naidu's already gone for more runs than he went for in his first over. That's the way the cookie crumbles, especially as a bowler in T10.
That's exactly how it works. And that will bring up the 100, 105 for 4. Still 5 more balls to come. Trying to capitalise on the par score of 110. Get beyond that possibly. Here we go. Goes offside now, and that is another Maximo. What a big strike that was.
Oh, into the puddle. Deary me.
The land in. Oh, we still got that puddle out there. It's taken a long time for that puddle to dry up. It has gotten smaller though over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I reckon by the end of the week it might be gone, but you can see that splash. It goes 1, 2, splash. Oh dear.
Oh no.
I hope he's got his Wellington boots on.
It's funny you say that because Miguel Stoneman, who's umpiring today, he had the duties out there. He had his Wellingtons on, and he was skipping through the water chasing the ball yesterday. It was like a little 3-year-old. It was amazing. Hope he doesn't mind me saying that. Good shot through the covers. Bit of work here for the fielder.
Oh.
Cannot get anything behind that. This over is blowing out of proportions for Team Tigers now. Oh boy, brothers capitalising.
It was a really nice stroke. He hit it hard. It's difficult there if you're kind of running sideways, probably to your weaker side there as well if you're a right-hander. He didn't really look too convincing. Head-on hands moment there for Naidu as he goes for 3 boundaries in a row. 6-6-4 so far. 3 balls left.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's fair play to the fielder who had a lot of work to get around, and not just to get to the ball, but also try and get something behind it. Tough over this for Team Tigers to watch. That's better in the block hole. Just push down the ground for 1. Oh, they're thinking 2. Parminder wanted to get back on strike, but he's raced to 43. Wow, blink and you miss it. Just as when I was saying he's struggling to capitalise and get a big score, this is probably one of the best scores he's had that I've seen him play on the European Cricket Network. So well done to him. And 2 balls to go. 116 on the board.
See, he's really trying to open up that offside. He's standing well outside leg stump. See where he tries to hit this one.
He goes, punches it through the point area. That is going to run away. There is nobody back there. Nobody back there behind point.
Look at the body language now of Team Tigers. Everyone kind of head on hands, hands on hips. Not at the same time, they haven't got 4 hands, but there's a lot of kind of suddenly one baddish over and the energy's been sapped out of them, and it hasn't been the best over, to be honest, from Gibbon. You can see that all the batters want to do is kind of hit it through the offside, and they've just given them width every time. Not bowled to their field at all.
Last ball of the innings coming up now. Gets a really thick edge on that one. That's also going to fly away from Maximo. Well, what a final over that was. That was absolutely crunch city. That's gone magical. I think that we had 5 off his first over, so that's 27 off the final over, and that could be the difference between these two teams. 126 for 4. The brothers will be pretty happy with that score, I reckon.
100%, and we were saying at the start of the 10th over, Team Tigers would have wanted to keep the brothers under 110. As it was, couldn't even keep them under 120, 126. That final over, magical 27. And to be fair, it was the right call to throw it back to Gibbon. He only went for 5, as you said, the first over, but a lot more leaking off that final over. And yeah, what a bit of momentum that is now for the brothers going into their bowling innings.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Let's have a look at the highlights, and you'll see the first over was Nanglu hitting 3 boundaries around the ground with consummate ease. Leg side is his preferred area. Middled it, didn't try to go too hard, didn't try to go too high, and then he was come undone at the start of the second, caught leg before. He wasn't sure he was leg before. He actually went for a bit of a wander off to the side, maybe trying to deflect the umpire from giving an LB, but it was plumb. And then Unfortunately for Harsh Kumar, he took one on the body. That hurt. That softened him up a little bit. And yeah, I felt that from here. I think you did too, Tina. That was a bit nasty.
Yeah, absolutely. But fair play to him. He still stuck around. His strike rate wasn't really that high, but he stuck around for 21. We were wondering when Pardeep got out who would step up to score the runs. And as it was the two Singhs in the middle, Mandeep and Parminder, who hit some big shots, especially Parminder. He went 5 sixes in the end.
5 in the end. Wow. Yeah. We were impressed with Mandeep. Just couldn't stick around there, unfortunately. He hit a couple of massive shots, sort of coming on the back of that good brisk 30 odd from yesterday. Then he came undone, had his stumps rearranged by Omar Farouk, who came on and got a breakthrough straight away. And, well, things started looking a bit funny for the brothers here. But then Parminder Singh stood up, and well done to him. Just when I was mentioning that he hadn't really put together a really good score. Another LB. Hard to do anything apart from give that one out. And that's indeed how umpire Miguel Stoneman saw it. And, yeah, Parminder Singh continued on his merry way. And as you say, Tina, 5 sixes. Nangalu and Harsh Kumar having a bit of conversation about, mate, go and get yourself a glass of water and we'll have a chat later about things. I'm sure that's what the conversation was. Parminder Singh in the meantime said, don't worry about that, guys, I got this. And some good lusty hitting down the ground, lofting with consummate ease. That one. This is the catch by Biswas. Watch this. Bang. Well judged catch that, wasn't it? Really good catch.
Yeah, that was the end of George, who just stuck around, got 6 runs, just the one boundary, and then it was Gotra Singh. Nice little cameo from him as well, finishing on 16 not out, 1 6, 2 4s to his name, and it just needed someone to stick around as Parminder Singh was hitting it to all corners. And as we were saying, that big magical 27 runs off that final 10th over, including one that went splash to the Ducks, meant that the brothers really got up to a really competitive total.
That is a competitive total, I completely agree. They're going to feel very happy about that. They didn't need Verinder Singh to come out and bat, so that says something as well. They were very confident with the players who went out there. That's a good score for them for this match number 11 on Monday morning here. And Team Tigers, well, I'm sure they're going to have a conversation in the dugout that's going to be all about what happened in the last over and how are we going to chase this, what's going to be the battle plan. They're going to have to get their collective heads together and talk about that one as we have a look at that lovely shot of the ground. That is a beautiful looking ground. A couple of the officials out there just checking out the surface. Tournament referee Stephen Gooch as well. And yeah, what a wonderful morning of cricket that's been so far. It's up to the Team Tigers now to come together and see if they can chase it. Not sure what's going to happen there. Let's have a look at the batting card. Let's look at the story from the Brothers 11 point of view as they put together that really good score. And I think that, it's not just above par, I think it's a really competitive score. Team Tigers are going to have a lot to do there. You can see there, Pardeep Nangal at the top there. Basically, that was 3 boundaries, 3 fours, and that was him done, LBW. Harsh Kumar, he stayed out there for a little while, got 21. But the story for me was Mandeep Singh and Parminder Singh, that partnership they put together and really accelerated the run rate. Parminder Singh, 43 not out, well done to him. For the bowlers, well, they used 6 bowlers, wickets to Omar Farouk. He got a couple there, including a good partnership breaking couple of wickets. Monjor chipped in with a wicket and Biswas with one as well. And that's not a bad looking bowling card. However, that final over, oh, I tell you what, if Nadu could have that over again, he'd take it again. For sure. So the mid-match summary looks like this. 126 for 4. Parminder Singh, 43 not out. And Harsh Kumar, he got 21. They're big contributors there. Gotra Singh also with a 16. His first game for the brothers today as well. So good to see him get amongst the runs. Omar Farouk, 2 for 19, pick of the bowlers. So 127 runs is the target. Team Tigers, there's a conversation going on right now in their dugout about how they're going to go about that. And we're going to find out pretty shortly. This is the European Cricket Series, Portugal Challenger Division, day number 3, match 11. I'm Phil G, alongside with Tina Goff, and we're going to be back here in about 5 or 6 minutes time to introduce you to the run chase. Team Tigers need 127 off 10. Join us then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to everybody here at the lovely Centre and Cricket Ground. Phil G here in the commentary igloo, and we're getting ready for a big run chase coming your way. Team Tigers got a lot to do, a lot on their plate, and let's see what happens here now in this match number 11 at the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. 126 runs were scored in that first innings, so 7 overs or less. And that's for a bonus point for the batting team. If the fielding team can restrict the Team Tigers to 88 or less, they pick up a bonus point. And we love the bonus point equation. We love the bonus point situation in our European Cricket Series. I hope you do as well. That can really separate the teams quite nicely at the end and gives the team something extra to play for as well, of course. So, all to play for here. I think that was a really good innings. Both Tina and I were talking towards the end of that first innings about what a good score that was on the board. And that is an imposing score for Team Tigers Portugal. I think Team Tigers are really up against it. They need a really good power play. They need to have a very positive and very, very aggressive mindset during the power play. It's going to be so important for them to get off to a good start here. Brothers 11, on the other hand, it's going to be all on them to put the brakes on right from the get-go and to try their best to secure a win here for them. They're currently sitting second on the standings behind the Werewolves, and if they can get a win here, they will go top of the table, and that will be really important for them. Team Tigers, they're languishing in 6th place. However, I say languishing, might be a bit of a harsh word to use, because there are 3 teams on 6 points, and the Team Tigers are on 5 points. So 4 teams there vying for 2 places in the top 4, and the top 4 is all important. So we're moments away from starting the run chase here. 127 runs for the win. Need to go right from the very start, do the Team Tigers. It's going to be all on them. Opening batters are out there. Let's see what they can do. We're about to start. Umpire gives the all clear. Here we go with the run chase. Good shot. There is protection there at deep point on the boundary. But it's a lovely shot nonetheless. Looking for the other player out there on the boundary as the left-hander comes on and takes strike. So for the right-hander, there was a deep point and there was a deep third man. The third man on the boundary, he's very square. And now they're just moving around for the left-hander. Just noticing where they're keeping deep square on the leg side for the left-hander, so that deep point for the right-hander becomes deep backward square leg for the left-hander. And there's another person going out to deep point protection. So protection square on both sides of the wicket for that's Monjour, who's opening the batting. Bardawaj has got the duty with the ball. Just getting set. Here we go. Just slightly mishit, almost chips it up there. Just got a little feeling that was a slight little mishit. Almost could have dollied it up in the air. We saw a few dolly catches yesterday and over the weekend, which was rather interesting, watching the batters changing their mind mid-stroke and ending up just flicking the ball in the air. Bardawaj just strolling in. Very deceptive is Bardawaj. He canters in just ever so gently, and then it's all in the action at the end there, and just beaten for pace there. And unfortunately for Monjour, he misses that one completely, as a Monjour. Bardawaj in again. And this one's been lifted nicely, and that is going to carry the boundary line for a big Maximo. So, account gets open with a big 6 over the deep mid-wicket area. Straightish deep mid-wicket, almost over that long on area, but a good strike nonetheless. Saw it early. It was on a decent length to be swatted, and the batter had no problem obliging. Good strike. Team Tigers off and running now. 7 for no loss in the first. Still need 120 runs. Need a lot of runs. That run rate at 12.85. Keep your eye on that. Just flicked around the corner just for a single. trick for Team Tigers here is don't get bogged down with the dot balls. Need to keep that scoreboard ticking. Find the ones, maybe try and sneak some twos, and the bad ball has got to be put away. And they can find themselves getting closer and closer. Need to get it to the 10th. Need to be competitive all the way through. But as I said, keep your eye on that required run rate per over. It's now just under 13. And that's a wide ball. It's going to help the cause. Bardwaj just infringing there. Rupan Das, who's no slouch with the bat, with the opening duties with Azam Manjur. And that's just been hit with soft hands. Easy single there. Singles everywhere around the ground, and they're happy to oblige. And that's 10 off the first over. A cautious start for Team Tigers, but a lovely shot down the ground for 6 from the bat of Manjur. And Bardwaj, well, he's 10 off his first over. 61 matches since the Golden Ball, and I'm hoping beyond hope that Tina Goff has brought with her Golden Ball luck to the ground today. That would be nice. That would be awesome. And we'll see what happens throughout the rest of this tournament. This Challenger division, how it's unfolding, we may get a Golden Ball. Obviously, if we do, and I know the chat will know exactly what I'm going to say here, if we do get that, I'll be happy. Of course I will be. And maybe you'll be happy as well, get a chance to call a Golden Ball. But we're not going to dwell on Golden Balls. We're going to talk about what's needed and wanted right here by Team Tigers Portugal. 117 from 54. That run rate, exactly 13 per over required. So a lot to do for the batters. They're going to need a couple of magical overs just to push that run rate into their favour and try to lessen the need for the last couple of overs. Last thing you want to do is needing 20 runs thereabouts off the last over. Makes stuff difficult. Nice cut shot. Well fielded. Gets a bit of body behind that one. Loses it for a second, but keeps it just down to 1. And yeah, we should talk about that last over we had in the previous innings. How about that? 27 off the last over. Now that could end up being the difference between winning and losing in this game. That was a massive over. Parminder Singh really getting amongst it there. And he really made the Tigers pay for a little bit of wayward bowling. And Gurmal Singh at the other end, he got chipped in with a couple of boundaries as well. So 27 off over number 10 for the Brothers 11. In about half an hour's time, we'll be able to tell you whether that was the difference between the two teams or not. But that's something to keep in mind. Just a slight delay here. The umpire's having a chat with the skipper. I think maybe they're just having a look around the ground, seeing if there's a problem with the field. I think they're just negotiating the fielders. Someone there's got an injury. That's the problem over there. Yep, that was there it is. There's a fielder who actually took the ball there. That is, oh, that's Bardwaj. So he's done himself a bit of a mischief. He's moving very awkwardly there. Or maybe they were just talking about, if he's got an injury, can we sub him off? I think maybe that's what the skipper was asking the umpire. Keep an eye on that. He swings it round the corner. Just dribbles along the ground. Have a look at this one again. Spins him right round. Just comes off the arm of Nangalu. It's a wide ball. Yeah, I think it's what I think. Bardwaj, when he fielded that first ball of the over, he's obviously taken it on maybe on the ankle. It's going to really sting. It's been punched towards point, straight to point, but they take a single. It didn't fly out there. And keep that scoreboard ticking over, which is absolutely vital. Yeah, just keeping an eye on Bardwaj out there. I think he's taken the ball somewhere on the body, on the leg. And the skipper had walked over to the umpire and said, look, if he's got an injury, can we sub him off? And maybe Bardwaj is saying, look, just give me a second, because he's going to need to come back and bowl another over. And I can see him just trying to limber up and move around at the moment. So 13 without loss in the second. That's been smacked out towards point. Boundary rider has to come around, do a bit of work there, and does so well. And they get a couple for their trouble. So Manjur, he's on 8. Dus No, it hasn't gone there. There it is. Camera was following it towards the boundary line, but nope, it was cut off before it got to the boundary line. Nangalu asking why the ball didn't come to me. That was a bit of a funny old throw from the boundary line, but they couldn't keep it to 1. It was 2, 15 without loss. Well, that's going to testing Bardwaj, and he's down. Yep, he's definitely got a problem with that right ankle. Definitely got a problem. He charged in to try and stop that one, and he's gone down to the ground. He's hopping around. Oh, he's hopping around like a frog in a sock. And he's not happy at all. I think he's gonna hobble off, and the third man's gonna come on. He's looking in all sorts of trouble. Did I say third man? I meant 12th man. Third man's a position on the boundary, Phil. You silly boy. Yeah, I hope he's okay, because he did go down pretty quickly there, and he is one of their strike bowlers. You open the bowling, and he'll be needed by the brothers, so let's hope he gets a bit of quick treatment, and he's back on again, quick smart, and 12th man has come on to replace him. So we continue now. And that has gone straight into the breadbasket of the fielder there at square leg, and he makes no mistake. Has a look at the fingers and says, ouch, but that catch has been held. Well done there. Good bowling. Harsh Kumar picks up a wicket, and that is Dilbag Singh who takes a good catch. Dilbag Singh took a terrific catch yesterday. You might remember the one-handed screamer that he took at backward point yesterday. That's the same player there. Safe pair of hands. He takes another catch. Nanglu gives a pat on the back to the Team Tigers player and says, sorry, mate, your morning here is done. But he's hit it straight into the breadbasket, Rupan Das, of Dilbag Singh, who makes no mistake. So he goes for 5. First wicket falls at 15, and Team Tigers already in a little bit of trouble right now. Looking to hit out and hit over in the power play. If it had gone over the top of the player, it would have bounced away nicely for a good boundary, but just could not get the elevation. Just a slight miss hit. And Harsh Kumar picks up a wicket. Harsh Kumar, who took a body blow from a delivery that cannoned into his ribs on his left-hand side while he was batting, and took the wind out of him. It's a shorter ball. Now, where's that gone? Now, how about that, folks? How often do you see the wicketkeeper tackling a batter? And it's on for young and old. That's entertaining. The ball has gone into the visor, and it's stuck there. Watch this. It's in his visor. I hope he hasn't been hit in the face there too hard. I hope that hasn't hurt him. And then Nanglu goes for the tackle. He's got him in a headlock. It's the World Wrestling Federation all over again. And he's tried to wrestle the ball out and try to appeal for a catch. Look at this. He's literally trying to pull it out of his helmet. And he's saying, come on, umpire, I'm going for a catch. Oh, that's going to make the clip show for sure. And they're just double checking with the batter, making sure he's okay. And Nanglu was doing it in all jest and all comedy, just gives a pat on the shoulder, make sure he's okay. So he's worn that one. It's gone inside the grill, and it's lodged inside the grill. Just hoping he hasn't taken that too hard on the cheek or in the face. Have a look at that. The ball is inside the grill. That's astonishing. And of course, wicketkeeper Nanglu with his brother's 11 cap well and truly on, trying to go for the catch, which is a very funny way of describing that particular moment. But there you go. This is the European Cricket Network. Welcome. If it's your first time watching, that's what you're going to be in for. Moments like that. So the score is 15 for 1. Bardwaj has he disappeared off some treatment. He's back on again. Let's hope his ankle's okay. He took a bit of a blow in that over, but he's back on to bowl. That's the beauty of the magic spray. Shouts to catch it. No chance to catch that one, because that is what we call a Maximo. That's a lovely strike around the corner for 6 runs. Score goes up to 21 for 1. That's a good shot, that one from Monjour. Gets it past the outstretched hands there. That looks like it's Parminder Singh patrolling the boundary out there. Couldn't get down to that one. And it just went across the boundary line, pretty low to the ground, but a 6 nonetheless. And Bardwaj, he's still hobbling. He's still looking like he's a bit sore, so maybe that magic spray, it was applied, but I think he just probably needed a little extra time just on his on a seat somewhere just to let it do its work. That's been crunched through the point region now for 4 runs. Good shot that. Fielder just couldn't quite get his hands on that one. So expensive over this one. Bardwaj has gone for 6 and 4. 25 for 1. And Team Tigers, they need this. We're still inside the power play, and they need this. They need these next 4 deliveries to find the boundary somehow, get that run rate pushing up. They are chasing another 102 runs of 46 balls for a win here. Just push with gentle hands, backward a point. Nice easy single, that one. Get that scoreboard ticking over. Monjo is looking like he's the pitch hitter. He's on 19 from 8. Atua has only just joined him. That's the skipper, Asif Atua. And they need a big innings from Atua. He's struggled over the weekend to get runs on the board. Don't think he got into double digits at any time. So if the brothers can get, if the Team Tigers can get some runs out of their skipper today in this match, that'll help them on their way. Bardwaj, gentle stroll in. And just played back. Bardwaj hopping around. Like I said earlier, he's hopping around like a frog in a sock. He's just looking a little bit worse for wear. I hope it's not a sustained injury he's got there. Maybe he needs to get a bit more treatment, but he's looking like he's genuinely struggling. Down leg side, goes for the swipe. The wide's been indicated, so there'll be a wide plus something a bit extra possibly on that one. .26 for 1. Look at Bardwaj. Oh, he's looking really worse for wear there. Rejoined by Tina Goff at an interesting time now. Team Tigers, they just start to accelerate, but Bardwaj is looking like he's just come back from the wars.
Yeah, he's still hobbling along a bit. That one goes high up in the air. Should be taken and is. So come back in and there you go, Phil. There's a wicket for you.
Thank you very much, Tina. That's really good timing. And Bardwaj gets a hug for his trouble. And on the boundary line, the catch has been taken and he poses for a rock star photo. Cannot believe it, hit straight down his throat. Look at this, and catch taken. There's the rope. There's my star shape. And their brother's very happy about that one. They've got rid of a big wicket. Bardwaj gets a hug for his trouble, and he's got a sore ankle as well. So it's all happening out there today. And what a morning this is. Team Tigers lose a wicket, unfortunately for them, and it is big hitting Monjor who has to go.
He has to drag himself off the pitch. He knows, I mean, a metre further or a metre shorter and you would have been safe there. As it was a nice takeout there. Made sure he was inside the rope, gave it the old starfish, and yeah, it's a big wicket there.
He was very happy, wasn't he? Brings Omar Farouk to the crease. Now Omar Farouk, he's played a couple of good innings over the weekend as well. Picked up a 40 not out, I think, in the first game that the Team Tigers played, and really helped them along quite nicely. So they're going to need something from him like that, and then some, because this score is still looking a long way away for them to try to pick up the points.
And you'd start talking about that bonus point now. Target 127, but 89 is the magical number to get themselves on the board at all. Again, we don't want to labour the point as well. There's some labouring going on there. And the bowler, Bardwaj, who's really in the wars here, limps his way to the end of the over.
I wouldn't be surprised. If I was a skipper, I'd want to send him off for more treatment, because he's going to be a liability in the field. He's going to be problematic. Have a look at the apartment block skyscraper complex there. Over of 21 and 27. That 27 in the 10th over. That's going to be telling in the final summary of this game, I'm pretty sure. And Team Tigers just struggling to build a big over here. That over was probably is the best one they've had, but they need a lot more of those if they're going to get close to that 127, 128 for the win. Another 100 runs needed off 7 overs. Yeah,
I was just going to say, labouring the point a bit, but that final over, how important was that? It's magical, almost went supersonic, and that took the score from around 100 to more towards 130, and psychologically that was a big blow as well, wasn't it?
That was a massive blow, and I think you described it at the time, Tina. You could genuinely see the fielder's shoulders slumped. There was no more talk. In those last couple of shots to the boundary, nobody was even going for it. They were just watching it. The body language was horrific, and I thought, oh, Team Tigers, you can't lose the momentum now. And maybe that's exactly what's happened. We'll find out. We'll see. 7 overs to go. What can the batters produce now? Skipper Artur and Omar Farouk has a lot on their shoulders. That's straight up in the air, but it's going to go behind for, well, not quite a backsimo, but it has gone for a backward 4. Umpire Stomey indicates that came off the bat. Have you noticed, Bucks, when the ball comes off the bat, just to let the scorers know, he does this motion here.
Doggy paddle.
It's like a yeah, it is. It's a doggy paddle motion. And I've always wanted to ask him, how does that mean comes off the bat? It's like maybe he's saying that's runs as opposed to buys. I've never had a chance to ask him. It's always just a curious thing. Anyway, something to tease people about. That's been hit in along the ground, down the ground. It's just going to be one. They're looking for a second. No, possibly could have been a second there. The throw was wild, but they keep it to 1. It was more the threat of the run out that kept them grounded, the batters. So just one there. 33 for 2. Getting towards the middle of the 4th over. The power play was done and dusted. 94 from 40 required. That run rate required up now to 14. And that's going to climb with every dot ball now. This is the thing, at this point of the game, even right now, like now it's just jumped up to 14.46. And a couple more dot balls, suddenly you're staring at 15 runs required per over. And that scoreboard pressure on the batters becomes a bit too much, and it does hit a breaking point. Need to be aware of that. Farouk now gets off the mark. Nice shot out towards the backward square leg area. And that takes us up to 34 for 2. Farouk off the mark, as I say. Artur, he's on 5. They've only been there for a couple of minutes each, so they need to put together a good partnership. Currently, Supercomputer likes the brothers to take the win here. 79% chance to 21. Struck down the ground, but again, they're picking out the fielders here pretty easily. That goes directly to Verinder Singh. Verinder Singh, who picked up a wicket yesterday, and he obliged one of my requests. He turned around and gave me the Punjab salute and gave me a little heart shape. So thank you to him for brightening up my day with that. Good competitor and a good character. That's gone straight up in the air. Shouts to catch it, and it's going to fall just short of the fielder running in from deep mid-wicket. Had to make a lot of ground for that. Regulation mid-wicket would have probably not moved a muscle and would have had Farouk done cold. In the end, deep mid-wicket runs in, and unfortunately for that play running in, couldn't quite see who it was. Didn't get a chance to take that one. Have a look at the run rate graph there. You can have a look at the blue line of the brothers, which dipped in the early overs, and over 5 onwards, just slowly made its way along. That's when Parminder Singh and Mandeep Singh were having their way with the bowlers, and they pushed it really nicely towards the end there. Look at that final over where the run rate got right up to that 12.6 mark. Really, really good final over there. 27 off it. We'll talk about that quite a bit because we think that that's going to be the difference between the two teams. And right now, the run rate isn't good. It's not good at all. It's only around about 9 and over. 36, yep, 36 for 2 after 4. Run rate needs to pick up. Need 91 more from 36. Run rate required now over 15. Got to do something these middle overs. It's gone over the top, so that's a good start. That's going to run away to boundary for 4. Nicely placed. Saw the gap there. There was protection square on the boundary, and that has been hit nicely to the side. Just double checking the replay. Make sure it wasn't a Maximo. I think it was. And the ball has come back. I think also make sure that ball didn't go into another one of those puddles. One thing you don't want to play with is a drenched grizzly. It doesn't do the bat any good. We continue. It's been hit really hard along the ground to the boundary. This time square on the leg side for another 4. So back-to-back 4s. That's going to help the cause. I didn't mean to rhyme that, but apparently it did. There you go. Team Tigers now 83 needed from 34. Brings that run rate required back down under 15, and that's exactly what it needed. Oh. Oh, big appeals there. Everyone's confident. And then the eerie silence follows after it's turned down. There's an appeal for the catch, and umpire is not convinced that came off anything. And then the batter is appealing for maybe a short ball, for maybe a no ball. Have a look at this again. Well, you have to ask, yeah, that maybe there's an argument there for maybe it came off the back of the bat. That's interesting. In the end, it's a dot in the book. So the batter makes a bit of room, tries to swipe it fine down the leg side. It's fumbled, and just the one run. 45 for 2 now. A couple more to come in the 5th, and Team Tigers just struggling to get runs on the board. They need a couple more boundaries. Started the over well with a couple of 4s, but they really need to get a couple of maximos. They need to find that boundary rope. That's been carved nicely, but there is protection there. It's just going to be a single. Protection out there on the point boundary comes in, keeps it to 1. Omar Farouk, he's 11 from 8. Ator, he's got 7 from 6. He's struggling a bit here to get bat on ball and to find the boundaries. Omar Farouk, he's the man for me. And he's put everything behind that one. Oh, and it is taken beautifully. Verinder Singh with a terrific catch, and he's happy. He knows how important that is. That is awesome stuff. That's my man Verinder Singh with a great catch on the boundary line. It could have gone through him for 6. It was a good, powerful strike from Omar Farouk. Watch this again. It was a good hit and taken nicely. Holds it. And he's going to have a bit of a get around from the brothers' teammates here. He comes in all the way from the boundary to accept their congratulations on a good catch. Well, that is, for me, that could almost be the time we start looking for the car keys, because that is a big body blow. Omar Farouk, I said it just before then, he is the linchpin. He's the important one for Team Tigers, and now he's gone. He's done. Verinder Singh holds onto a hot chance. A great outfield catch. He'll be very happy about that. It was a serious moment too, and he didn't turn around and give the Punjab salute. He was just happy that he caught it. So 46 for 3. It brings Udin on into bat, and well, that was the end of the over. So he's at the non-striker's end, and Ator, skipper, a lot on your shoulders there, sir. Oh, and he hits it uppishly. He's just not seeing the ball well at the moment. Team Tigers, it looks like they're going to run out of juice here. Bit concerned for them now. There's still another, well, 4 overs and 5 deliveries to try to get the runs, but that seems like a mountain too steep at the moment. 80 from 29, run rate required at 16.55. Ooh, it might be too steep. I think the brothers are definitely in the box seat right now. Udin can only just push that out for a single. So Team Tigers maybe, well, if they're going to go for the win, it's going to have to happen in this over and the next. It's that's pretty much the ball game right there. And Ator swings and misses. Put everything behind that one. You could feel the whoosh of air right down here in the commentary igloo as he swung on that one. Here we go again. Well, he connects with that one. There's shouts of catch. It does bobble along. And a nice throw back to the bowler's end there by the outfielder. I think that's Dilbag Singh patrolling the deep mid wicket out there. He's already got a catch, and he's got the job in probably the hottest part of the ground at deep mid wicket. So Udin now. Oh, swing and a miss. It was quicker, it was shorter, and that blade swung around the corner after the keeper already had the ball in his mitts. Just completely mistimed that one. Last ball of the 6th. It's short, and this time he's connected with that one beautifully. That has gone for a maximo. That's a good strike. So that may provide a little bit of momentum for the Team Tigers. The thing is, though, they are running out of deliveries to get these runs. And so the occasional 6 here and there is not good enough. They need to put a few back-to-back. They need a couple of magical overs to really put the hands in the air. The run rate required is now 18 per over. 72 required from 24. 6 overs gone, 55 for 3 on the board. And we're into the middle order. And you just get the feeling that this is going to be a bridge too far. If they can prove me wrong, I'll be the first one to say well done. But at the moment, it's looking a little bit tough. Asivator, the skipper, he's got 9. He's been there for 9 deliveries. He needs to get that run rate of his, the strike rate of his, up into the 200s. Oh, I just mishit, almost straight back to the bowler. Almost a caught and bowled there. Just not hitting the ball sweetly at the moment there, the Team Tigers players, and really struggling. Have a look at this. Almost chips it straight back. And I've seen over the weekend a couple of these little dolly chances of batters changing their mind literally mid-shot and dolling it up in the air. Well, that's better. Although it is into the hands of the player there. Is that Dilbag Singh again with another catch? Udin has come undone at deep mid-wicket. And that is trouble with a capital T. Tina, that could almost be the ball game right there.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of got hold of it. You can see he was flying through the air, but flew straight into the hands of the fielder there. Nice, safe grab. Celebrations all round, and yeah, this innings kind of just petering out a bit. I wanted to bring something up because we did have a couple of questions on the chat about why the bowler could come back on to bowl after being off the pitch injured. Because it was an external injury and he was off the field for less than 8 minutes, that's why he could come back on to bowl. So it's one of those quirks of cricket rules and regulations and laws. So it's all above board. I'm sure the match officials are all over that one as well.
Fantastic. There you go, folks. Tina is all over that. So, yeah, good answer too. Thank you for that. That's a wide call. Hand on hip there. Oh, when you see a bowler with his hands on his hips, you know he's not happy. Satnam Singh just wondering what he's done wrong there. It's pretty straightforward what you've done wrong. And this one strays on to leg stump, and that has been collected and dispatched, and that has gone a long way for a big Maximo. So there's still life in the game if they can get a few more of those in a row. That is picked up very nicely indeed. Wow, really put a fair bit behind that one. Gave it the good old-fashioned hoik. Hossain is the new batter, so maybe he's going to breathe some more life into this game.
Well, they need someone to go big here, and yeah, well, at least if they get that bonus point, 89 runs, you'd think that was well within their grasp. But look at that, the win predictor has them at just a measly 5%. So if they could at least walk away with 1 point, they'd say that was maybe just a win within a loss.
I agree, yes.
Bit of a conflab here going on.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what the discussion there is. It's maybe the lunch venue. I'm not sure. Possible. I'm not sure because I feel well. Obviously, computer suggests that they're in control, the brothers. So maybe the conflab is look. We've got them 4 down. We can't afford to give them a sniff. We need to get a good win here. Net run rate's all important as well. So let's keep the bowling tight. That's all it has to be. Let's just keep this going. Well, you need 64 from 21 at 18.28. If you're the bowling team, you're definitely in control. Now, that has gone... Oh, catch spilled. Now, that was interesting. I was watching the batter there because after he hit the shot, he immediately hit his bat into the ground in disappointment. And where we're standing, I'm a little sort of blindsided by the side of the tent to see that was going to go to the fielder. But you see there, just lands in front, doesn't manage to effect a catch there. And that's Dilbag Singh again, who seems to be in every single shot to the leg side. He seems to be the fielder who's got the job.
Yeah, he did well to kind of, I think he shinned it in the end, but
yeah.
For the brothers, it's all about just stopping the boundaries. They don't really need wickets at this point. We might have another one here, actually.
And that is in the hands. Oh, so he's got that one. I'm telling you, that man there, he is the ball magnet for today. And he's taken another catch. And gets congratulations from Verinder Singh, who comes over and says, well done. Another catch to Dilbag Singh. And he seems to be the one who's dominating the fielding at the moment. And you know what? You can't blame the Team Tigers for having to hit out. They need to hit out. And unfortunately, that was mishit straight up in the air and not enough forward momentum.
Interesting little celebration there. So I'm not sure what that meant, but Satnam Singh, the bowler, and another safe catch out there in the outfield. It's almost an action replay. So we see the replay here. He has this kind of interesting technique. He has his hands right in front of him, right in front of his eyes. It's a good way to catch, and I mean, whatever he's doing, it's working. So another wicket falls back to live.
Well, that's coming down towards the scaffolding. And it's the knot. It hasn't gone that far. Verinder Singh takes his second catch in this match. So he looks, well, I can't tell if they're really happy or not because he's walking away from the camera. But his reaction to throw the ball back and to pace himself back. So wickets falling now as the Team Tigers get a little bit, get very desperate with these strikes, and they're coming undone. The brothers bowling just a bit too good, and the fielding just a bit too solid.
Yeah, and that's really the marker of a solid team, as if they take their catches. If all 3 or 4 of those chances went down, it might be a completely different game. As it is, Zahid Hassan has to go for a golden duck, not troubling the scorers. You know, when wickets fall in quick succession, the scorers are more troubled than usual.
It's so true. I'm picturing the people in the scoring home now just frantically typing on their keyboards. And that's going to put us in for a possible hat trick, or was that the end of the over? Oh, it's the end of the over.
Still three wickets off it, just the 9 runs, including a 6. So
3 for 9 off that over. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for match 12 coming your way after this. The Coimbra Knights are here to take on the Werewolves Cricket Club. A big clash this one. Coimbra Knights with only 1 win and 1 no result and 1 loss. Looking for get back into the winner's circle here. That's gone up in the air as well. Hat's been taken off, and it's gone over the head of the fielder running backwards. Very tough chance, that one. You always know it's serious when the fielder rips off the cap. But that's a sign for me. That's just a sign of, I'm going to get this, but no chance.
I think it was in the Western Shield we were talking about that. Like, why are you wearing a cap in the first place if you're going to rip it off at the exact moment you'd think it'd be the most important to have it on? But I suppose it's to be able to crane your neck a bit more. I'm not sure.
I always thought it was for the, for the photograph, maybe.
Exactly.
The action shot, make sure we can see who it is.
Hair's
that kind
flowing.
of thing. The hair flying in the breeze. Wow.
Yeah, not bad figures there from Singh.
Yeah, Satnam Singh 4 for 19. Note of that. And unfortunately, he'll miss out on chance of getting a hat-trick because he got 2 wickets the last 2 balls of his second over. So that hat-trick goes well. But he got 3 in that over, didn't he? 3 in that over, 3 for 9. That's pretty good.
Right, between us, Phil, we're going to have to remember he's on a hat-trick for the next time he comes on to bowl.
For the old wraparound hat-trick, yes. Oh, that's been hooked beautifully. I reckon he's got all of that, and he has indeed. Hits the property fence as well, and that is a big strike. And then the umpire, after signaling 6, suggests to the bowler that maybe if you don't run right down the middle of the pitch, I can see what's happening. There's a good lad. Thank you for that. That is a lovely strike. Maybe a bit, too little, too late.
Yes, George that's come on to bowl here. Only gone for 8 off his 3, but as you said, Phil, it's be some minor miracle, but miracles do happen.
Oh, Hossain getting amongst it here. And, Verinder shelled one. Oh, no.
Well, he gets nowhere near it in the end, as he's looking right into the sun.
You had a good view of that rather than me.
He doesn't have the benefit of a cap, so I thought it was going to go for 6. In the end, he doesn't see anything. The ball drops, plugs, doesn't even go to the rope, but that's why the batters are still trying to run. He just picks the ball up after it lands almost on his toes.
That's astonishing.
Oh,
that's a grubber. Oh, desperate shouts of no, yes, 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 no, no. I couldn't tell who was saying what there, but in the end, it's a dot ball. There we go. Yeah, keeper was a bit unsighted there for a second. Lost it, but there it is. Yeah, Verinder, I saw his body language. You had a better look at it than I did, but I saw his body language in the replay where he was just shying from the sun, sort of, almost Dracula style.
he needs the cap that his teammate chucked on the floor a minute ago.
That's it. Nice shot out there. The boundary rider's going to pick that one up and keep it just to the single. Oh, throw is pretty wide though. And Nanglu has to dump the glove, get ready to throw. Then the stumps, not necessary. That is 8 overs gone, 74 on the board, 6 wickets down. Well, it's 15 off 12 for the bonus point now, and surely Team Tigers, that'll be the message to these batters, aim for that bonus point. The win is probably out of our range.
Yeah, absolutely, and as long as they come out of this game with a point, they take that as a little moral victory.
Yeah. Well, in the standings, Team Tigers are sitting at the bottom on 5 points. So that will put them up to equal third, because there are 3 teams on 6 points above them.
Yep.
So that will be a small little win for them, albeit the fact that those teams are going to be playing throughout the day, and that will change pretty quickly.
That's why the bonus point is so important as well. You think, it's not 1 point's not going to make much difference if you can get a big 4 points for a big win. But how many times have we seen it at the end of any kind of ECS that those bonus points really do rack up? 3 bonus points is the same as the win if you've got 10 games.
Absolutely, yeah, so true. So we start the 9th. That has been sent up in the air, not the direction it was supposed to go. It just bobbles up onto the onto the leg side. Sorry, onto the offside. It was going for the big hoik over backward square leg, and it just bobbled along. So a single there. 75 for 6. Keep your eye on that bonus point equation. 14 off 11. I think, as Tina and I are suggesting, the win is a bridge too far, but the bonus point is not. Harsh Kumar trying to make sure that discussion doesn't keep going. Shouts to catch it. Caught and bowled opportunity, and a good catch taken indeed. Harsh Kumar gets reward for effort there. Gets his second wicket, and that is another body blow to the Team Tigers.
Yeah, did well there to scamper back, did Harsh Kumar. I think does he give the ball a little kiss here as he makes the celebration?
Oh, I think he...
Yeah. Little bit of affection there. I mean, did you see in the IPL that they're allowing saliva back on the ball? And I guess kissing the ball is kind of...
They're allowing that now?
Yeah, they're allowing it again.
I didn't know that.
Which, I don't know. I don't think I need to share spit with anyone. Not without consent, anyway.
I was going to say, if too many players are doing that, then, that takes us down a different conversation. It was the whole thing about saliva off the ball. Was that pre-COVID or was that during COVID?
I think it was during COVID.
I think it might have been as well, yeah. And
then
I can understand that.
You could put a bit of sweat on, and then we had the crazy COVID times where it was after every over you had to dunk the ball in disinfectant. It's like a fever dream, Phil. But
oh man.
But yeah, I read it recently that you can put saliva back on the ball now in the IPL. So
wow. Well, there you go.
They'll be kissing the ball left, right, and centre now.
I'll have to watch those IPL highlights a bit closer these days. That's interesting. Okay, we continue now. Biswas is on strike. He swings it up in the air. Chance for a catch. It's, well, didn't really want the catch, the player running in there. I don't think there's any excuse apart from the fact that just didn't want the catch. Just had to take about 3 more steps and could have caught that. Watch this where it comes down.
Yeah, both the keeper and the fielder saying catch, 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 and he was like,
he just ambled in.
I just don't want to interrupt my nice Monday morning stroll.
I'm just minding my own business here on the boundary line. You want me to catch something? And well, there were shouts to catch again, but that went along the ground. So it's all getting a bit animated out there with the brothers in the field. They're all over this game.
12 off 8 needed now, and I mean it's a bit of a weird one here from Team Tigers. They must know the bonus point equation. I suppose they've only got 3 wickets left, but a couple of boundaries. Easier said than done, of course, standing here in the commentary box, but
yeah, true.
They've got to get that point on the board.
Well, there's 2 balls to go on this over, and then the 10th over to be bowled, so plenty of opportunity, as you say. 8 balls. Harsh Kumar's got 2 for 8. And Biswas, well, he's just got 1. That skied shot that nobody wanted to catch. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, goes for a ramp, tries to get in position, and he was completely out of position there. Tried to get a little bit funky here in the dying stages of this game, and that's a shot probably better left to professionals.
I suppose the keeper takes evasive action. You've got a helmet on, mate, come on. You've got this kind of, it's almost a backstop position. Might have stopped it, but I suppose there's no one at fine leg, so it would have gone away, but you just need to get a bat on ball at this point.
Yeah.
Well.
Wow. You're right in what you said. However, there was no bat on ball on that one. Bat on stump, so it did hit something wooden. And stumps akimbo, bails everywhere. And that is another wicket down here in the dying stage of this game. And that bonus point suddenly is starting to look a long way away as well for Team Tigers.
Yeah, and I mean, it's quite a turnaround here from Brothers. At the halfway stage of their innings, we were saying, oh, well, they need to at least get to 100. They did that and then some, and then they've really impressed in the field, to be honest. Both the bowling, but also the catching. Not a single, well, there's been a few half chances, a few non-contested chances, but the ones that have gone to hand have been taken.
I was going to say, Varinder's effort down here in the last over was a little bit of a moment of reflection to sort of say, well, was that a chance? Of course it was a chance. He just denied it and said, no, I don't think I want to get that. Have a look at the bowling display there. And this typifies exactly what you're saying there. I mean, look at that. Harsh Kumar, 3 for 8 of his 2 overs, and some very good economy rates there as well. I think the brothers have bowled really well in this game. Not too many wides, and I gotta say, I agree with you on the outfielding. It's been, apart from a couple of moments, it's been exceptionally good. Dilbag Singh, I think he's taken 3 catches. Anyway, we start the 10th. Here we go. Shouts to catch it, and out of position, staring into the sun.
We've cursed them, Phil.
We've done the commentator's curse on Dilbag Singh. Oh, when he's taken it just on the, maybe on the finger or the thumb there, he's holding his hand. And he's got a grimace on his face as he says, ouch. Watch how this comes down.
Yeah, he's looking up into the sun. I think his sunglasses go flying. He kept his cap on. Maybe that's why he didn't catch it. He should have ripped his cap off.
Get the cap off, man. What are you doing? That's a funny old shot. That's also gone up in the air. Bowler hands on head. Can't believe it. Just after we give the fielders a rev up, suddenly they're dropping. Oh, what's going on? Have a look at this one. Edge. And it's backpedaling. And in the end, nowhere near that one. Mandeep Singh completely out of position.
Well, they've 10 needed off 4. We need a boundary, really. They haven't had one in a long while. When was the last boundary? It certainly wasn't in the previous over. It's not going to be in that one either.
Not that delivery, no. Just hits the pad, cannons away. So that's going to be indicated as leg buys indeed.
Yeah, it's been 12 balls now without a boundary, 2 wickets, and just a handful of singles.
12 balls,
yeah.
Wow.
And that's what's really killed the momentum of even trying to get that bonus point. It looked like if the bonus point would have at least been in the bag, but now it's looking even like it's going to be a 4-0 here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, swing and a miss. Just to put the icing on the cake of that sentence there, Tina, you're absolutely right. Now it's going to be 9 off 2, and that bonus point is looking a long way away now. And I think the wickets that have fallen, they've fallen because they've gone for big hits that have just been mishit in the last couple of overs. And this game is petering out now.
Ooh.
Evasive action taken by the man there at point. Leaves the ball for the boundary rider who cannot get to it, and that's 4 runs.
That's more like 110-metre hurdles, that was, than anything on the cricket pitch. And then he throws his hands up in the air as if anyone else was to blame apart from himself.
Sometimes the body language of the fielders is quite astonishing. He literally said, well, that's not my fault, that's someone else's.
Oscar-worthy acting, this is. It's the same when the batters kind of, the LBW appeals, they're like, what, me? Couldn't possibly have hit my pad. What are you talking about?
How is that? I wasn't even there. What are you talking about? Me? Last ball of the match coming up. And this is a big win here for the Brothers 11. Winds up, goes smack. It goes straight up in the air. And it's going to fall into the hands. And the catch is taken. So a wicket on the last ball there. No bonus point for Team Tigers. And the Brothers are going to be very happy getting a 4-pointer.
Yeah, and that's a big one for the run rates as well. It's nicely taken there by the man with the gloves, because it's a 42-run victory in the end, and they got 9 wickets, did the Brothers. So Team Tigers finished 84 for 9. So it's going to be a big swing, both negatively and positively for both of these teams, and big win for the Brothers. They'll be really pleased to get on the board so early in day 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that puts them now on 12 points on the standings, and that leapfrogs them over the Werewolves at the top of the standings ladder, and a healthy bump to the net run rate, as you say, Tina. So handshakes and thumbs up all around. Let's have a look at the quick look at the dashboard for match number 12. Coimbra Knights in action against the Werewolves Cricket Club. So Werewolves get a chance to leapfrog again over the Brothers at the top of the table if they can overcome the Coimbra Knights, who had a good win yesterday, also had a loss as well. So there's a bit to do for both these teams. I'm looking forward to that one. Bit of a fan of the Coimbra Knights. I know them pretty well. Obviously, they host the night series, and led by Dawud Mohammed, who had a terrific day yesterday with the bat. And I can't wait for that one. Looking good. Good lineups there. A couple of new names into the Werewolves Cricket Club to note. Sanamdeep Singh and Parvinder Singh. We know Parvinder Singh. He's into the squad as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big game. Werewolves, of course, 3-0, but as we take a look back at the highlights, and the Team Tigers never really got going, did their innings. There was a couple of lusty blows here and there, but it's just the wickets kept on falling, and that was because of the terrific catching from the Brothers. Yeah, totally. And there's the man I was talking about there, Dilbag Singh. That's I think that's the first of his 3 catches I think he might have taken in the outfield there. That was the curious moment there. The ball that lodges into the grill, and Nanglu is saying, I'm trying to complete a catch here. What are you doing? I'm trying to get that. Literally, that's what he said to the umpire. I'm trying to complete the catch. And the umpire said, hey, you let me complete the catch. And I think the batter was okay. Didn't take it on the face too hard, so he was okay. Another good catch. There's the starfish celebration, as you called it, Tina. Very happy there. Bardwaj, the injured Bardwaj, who came back to bowl after getting a little bit of treatment. But you're right, there was a few highlights, but unfortunately few and far between for Team Tigers. And, well, the Brothers, they were very happy to be picking up wickets. A lot of celebration and well-held catches.
And there you go. There's one of the sixes that went out of the ground, but few and far between. The run rate never really threatened the total that was required. And another good catch there. Dualbag Singh in the close to the boundary there. It's funny old celebrations here as well. They've got some unique celebrations, haven't they, the brothers?
Yeah, clearly loving their time out there. And yeah, there was just the 5 sixes in the innings for the Team Tigers, and that was one of them there. But that's really what made the difference. And of those 9 wickets, 8 of them were catches. There's probably about 3 or 4 that were half chances as well. They could have had 12 catches, Phil.
Possibly, yeah. That's exactly right. Although we'd be scratching heads and saying, hang on a second, how did that happen? Yeah, but really good work in the field. Verinder Singh, that was his second catch. We'll probably see a replay of the third almost catch, which turned out to be his denial of wanting to take a catch. That's a nice shot. That went hit the property boundary fence there. Lovely strike that one to that part of the ground. This is the one that Verinder wasn't interested with. He ran in and just said, no. Oh no, that was the caught and bowled. Sorry, that was Harsh Kumar taking the very good caught and bowled. He picked up a couple of wickets, very economical as well. So he bounced back from his injury during his batting stint. And this is around about the time when the Team Tigers were completely in all sorts of trouble. Well, that stumps Akimbo, and that was Biswas, who didn't bother the scorers too much, and had a conversation saying, your turn, you go and do it. I've had my fun. And there's the brothers having a celebration.
Yeah, and it was just a celebratory mood all round for the brothers, and it was capped off with that final wicket on the last delivery, and didn't quite get them all out. There was 9 down, but they'll be more than happy with their performance, and especially taking home all 4 points. And it's the big old bagel for the Team Tigers, who'll be left kind of licking their wounds and seeing where they go from here.
You're right. Team Tigers will think, well, you know, we really made a bit of a hash of that. Not only just getting knocked for 27 in the last over when we were bowling, but also just couldn't put it together. They'll get a chance. They'll be back for match 14 later today. They take on the Coimbra Knights later this afternoon, but that is still a fair way away, and they might fancy their chances against Coimbra Knights. We'll see. In the meantime, let's have a look at the batting card and be reminded of how this all sort of came apart for the Team Tigers, as they just struggled to get someone out there who could command the run chase, someone out there who could lead from the front. And you see there a few starts there. Well, Monjour, he did pretty well, 19 from 9, but when he went out, you sort of felt that, unless the skipper stands up here or Omar Farouk can get onto a heater, they're going to be in all sorts of trouble, and that's pretty much how it went. Only 5 wides there as well, so really good bowling from the brothers to keep it nice and tight. 84 for 9, just no batter really standing out there in that batting card, and that's what they missed.
Yeah, there's only one batter that stayed in for more than 11 balls, and when there's no one anchoring, then you've got really no chance of getting anywhere near that big total. And when the bowling is like this, Harsh Kumar 3 wickets for just 8 runs, and then Satnam Singh as well, 4 wickets for 19. Those two getting 7 wickets between them and giving away, just 27 runs. And when you've got those two bowling, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, totally agree. Have a look at the fuller wickets as well. It's regular fuller wickets, no partnerships really to speak of there. Best partnership was probably 20 runs for the 3rd wicket. Just not enough.
Yep.
Needed so much more than that. So in the final wash-up, it's a 42-run victory to the brothers, and they go top of the table with all 4 points. Team Tigers, they're going to stay on the bottom of the standings on 5 points. They'll get a chance later on this afternoon when they take on the Coimbra Knights. But that is match number 11, done and dusted in the bag. It's been a fun match especially if you're a fan of the Brothers 11, and we are 13 minutes away from the start of match number 12. The Coimbra Knights take on the Werewolves Cricket Club. Werewolves looking to get back on top of the ladder. Coimbra Knights looking to climb out of that equal 3rd place to try to claim 3rd place on their own in their rightful position there. Let's see what they can do. They've had the big long drive down. It's about a 3-hour drive for the Coimbra Knights, so they're going to be raring to go and have a chat with them. So myself and Tina will be back here in about probably 8 minutes time to introduce you to that game. Looking forward to that. Hope you are as well. This is the European Cricket Series here in Portugal, Challenger Division. It is day 3, match 12 coming your way. Phil G and Tina Goff will be back with you in a moment. Cheerio till then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, and welcome back to ECS Portugal, the Challenger Division 2025. We're into match 12. We do have a slight delay on the cards. We're expected to start just 5 minutes later than our scheduled time, so it will be 11:05 local time, 12:05 European time. So bear with us. We do have the toss news. The Werewolves CC, they've won the toss and elected to bat. It's a big game for both teams. Werewolves CC, of course, they are completely unbeaten so far, having won all 3 of their games. Some tight games in there as well. They beat Friendship CC by 4 runs, beat Team Tigers Portugal by 7 wickets, and then that 1-run victory against Brothers in Game 9 yesterday evening. Coimbra Knights, their first game was abandoned against Friendship CC. Then they came out and lost Game 6 to Brothers by 27 runs. But came back firing in Game 8, beating the Lisbon Supergiants by 26 runs. So a big game for both teams here as we look at the lineups as well. Sanamdeep Singh, Parvinder Singh, they both come in for the Werewolves. They'll be useful with both bat and ball. For the Coimbra Knights, 2 new additions for them, Harry Singh and Asan Memon coming in for them. It'll be Dawood Mohammed, the captain, who will take the gloves as well for the Coimbra Knights. As I said, there's just a slight delay, so we will leave you just with the fantasy dashboard, and we will also, well, you know, since we're here in Santarém, why not let's show you some of the sights that this beautiful town has to offer. We don't get to see much of it as we're here out on the pitch here, so we'll run the video, show you a bit of the local sights as we just wait 5 minutes or so until the game gets going. But in the meantime, take a look at Santarém and its beauty.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to Santarem, where after a slight delay we are good to go in what is now already, time flies, this is match 12 of the Challenger division, and it sees the Coimbra Knights face up against the Werewolves CC. And it's a really intriguing fixture as we look at the win predictor. Werewolves CC, unsurprisingly, almost 2/3 favourites after their 3 wins so far in this division. Coimbra Knights, they've had a bit of everything. They've had an abandoned game, a lost game, and then they won game 8 yesterday afternoon to get their Challenger division up and running. It's had a slight delay to proceedings, but we're all ready to go now. Can't wait to get in to the action. It's the Werewolf CC. They won the toss. They decided to have a bat in their kind of all black and grey uniform, almost reminiscent of the All Blacks. I'm assuming it's a werewolf on the front of their shirt. And it's going to be the Coimbra Knights to start off with ball in hand, and it's Falak Zeb who'll bowl the first ball right on the money straight away, with Singh and Tabish out there for the Werewolves. As I said, they've had a brilliant tournament so far. 3 wins from their 3 games. Probably the most comprehensive of which was in game 5 when they beat Team Tigers Portugal by 7 wickets. Their other 2 games actually have been sneaky little wins, one by 4 runs, and then Brothers yesterday they beat by just the 1 run. It doesn't matter how you get those points, they've got a few points on the board already. Meanwhile, the Coimbra Knights, they'll want to go 2 wins in 2 after that win against LSG, the Lisbon Super Giants, yesterday afternoon. But this is a good start here from Falak Zeb with ball in hand. Just as I say that, it's been levered over covers, splish splash into the puddle. Get your Wellington boots on, because Tabish has just hoisted that one up and over the covers. A bit of width on offer, but he just stood and delivered as we see that big old splash. We're hoping by the end of the week that splash will get smaller and smaller as the sun beats down on us here in Portugal. What a shot that was to get this Werewolves innings up and running. Scamper through for a quick single. The bat goes flying, as does the batter. He ends up in a bit of a horizontal Superman pose. It's as good a time as any. Phil G, let's please talk me through this one, because that was quite a dive.
What on earth has happened there? I've just come into that and had a look, and bats on the ground, players on the ground, and the wicketkeeper standing up saying, "What was that?" Something just flicked me on the way past. That was quite an astonishing moment here. Have a look at this. Scampers through. And, he's just dropped the bat and it's hit the leg of the keeper. That's what's happened there. Dawud Mohammed didn't infringe.
Zeb is bowling quite a nice line here, as that one just poked away for a single.
Yeah, Zeb often opens the bowling for Coimbra Knights, and usually starts pretty tight. He hasn't had a bowl with a lot of success, hasn't picked up many wickets over the weekend, but pretty economical, I think.
Well, he featured in the night series as well, didn't he? Picked up a few wickets there, so we know he's got form, not only on the network, but this year on the network, as that takes us to the end of the first over. The final one is just a scamper through. Almost takes the keeper's head off. He's got his glasses on, he hasn't got a helmet on. He tried to go with his foot, ends up going past his shoulder somehow, but as it is, 10 runs coming off the first over for the Werewolves. As we have a look at this tour of Portugal, we're only just getting going, Phil. We're in the Challenger series, but then we've got the Premier division coming up, and then some really tasty looking internationals, ECIs, both men's and women's, between Portugal and Norway, and then some T20s as well. So much to look forward to.
Oh, this is a big couple of weeks here in Portugal, and the Santarem ground is looking absolutely sensational to take on all that action. It's going to be fantastic here on the European Cricket Network.
Taranpreet Singh comes in, and a slight look to the square leg umpire, and it will be called no ball on the field. As we often see bowlers coming in fresh. It's a bit of wind swirling around here, and that first one out the hand just doesn't quite come out right. And you'll have to re-bowl that one. Not only that, though, will be a free hit. Tabish has already found the rope once with that brilliant kind of uppercut over the covers, and he'll have a free hit here. He kind of repeats the trick. That one is a bit more of a shovel, but the result is the same. That's a Maximo all the way over the covers, 6 runs.
That really, look at this. He goes out a little bit to the offside, then leans into it, and calling it a shovel shot was a really good call, Tina. That is, well, he's got elevation and power behind that one. He's a quite, I wouldn't say he's a tall lad, but he stands pretty tall. He's a skinny build, but those long arms, he can reach quite a long way. And he got a couple of 50s on the weekend, so we know he can bat. He's a bit of a talent. Let's see what he can do here.
That's a bit more of a conventional shot. It does go straight to the fielder, but they set off quickly enough for the single. It's a good piece of communication there between the two batters. It's pretty much hit and run, especially in this T10 format. And if you go straight away, you can slide your bat in and still take evasive action at the same time.
See the hand going to their head there saying, please, please, not me. Even though he's wearing a crash helmet, but still, no one wants to get hit.
That's nice lines there from Taran Preet, just probing away outside off stump. Doesn't matter what format of the game, that's always going to be a decent enough line.
Yeah, the Werewolves looking for their 4th win on the trot here. They batted pretty well throughout the tournament, put on some pretty good scores. So let's see what they can do here, opening the batting.
That one probably would have been a wide. As it is, it's going to go all the way to the rope. 4 runs. I think that came off almost the Q end of the bat. If we take a look at this on the replay, definitely would have been a wide.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, kind of just a bit of an edge, and he gives it the old helicopter afterwards, but a bit more style than substance there, because I don't think that's quite where he expected it to go, but a 1 bounce 4, he'll take that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's thinking in that still shot right there. He's going, well, I'll have that then.
Yeah,
okay.
Let's pretend like I meant that. We see what you're doing there, Gurpreet. That's a bit more of a conventional shot, and that is crunched hard and flat. I thought initially it was going along the ground, but it was just hit so hard, like a missile that went straight over deep square leg. There was a fielder out there who wasn't actually looking as the ball was coming with his bucket hat on there, but yeah, just a lovely pull shot. The fielder probably, even if he was paying attention, Gurjinder Singh out there probably wouldn't have done much about it.
I don't think so either. That was a lovely strike, right out of the meat of the bat, that one too. Werewolves off to a bit of a flyer here in this game, and we've still got 1 more to come in the over, I think. Yes, we do. And this over in danger going magical.
18 off it, 1 ball to come. Singh on strike. Goes for the slower ball, attempted slower ball. There's a chase on here for the fielders. It will be cut off. Amritpal Singh out there doing the fielding. They do scamper through for 2. That's the end of the over. 30 runs in total for the Werewolves. Just the 2 overs gone, and the over does go out actually magical with that 2. 20 runs coming off it. This has been quite a good start here for the Werewolves. You can see the win predictor had them about 63% at the start of the innings, and it's not shifted much, but I'm sure the Werewolves will be quite happy with this start so far, having not lost a wicket as well.
Exactly right too, yeah. I mean, Coimbra Knights, they've driven a long way. It takes them about 3.5 hours to get to Santarem from Coimbra, and to go for 30 in the first 2 overs. Oof.
This looks like it's Falak Zeb back on his 2nd and final over. It's not a bad line. I always say, like, if you just target a bit of a fuller ball at the pads of the batter, often they kind of want to shovel it across to leg side, but if you just get that ball to chase them, there's actually not too many options as a batter unless you bring out one of those extravagant flicks, which don't often pay off. Meanwhile, give a bit of width and it gets hit hard through the covers. Tabish, he's definitely got a middle on that bat. He's found it once or twice already. Not too much footwork to speak of apart from clearing that front leg, but he gets enough of it. There's actually no one out on the offside boundary. Of course, we're still in the power play, so limited in what you can do in the field, but it's a lovely shot through the covers, 4 runs. Slower ball there by Zeb. Good response, actually. A bit of fancy footwork there I think Harry Singh probably could have bent his back and maybe used his hands, but, you know, we like a bit of footwork. Puts his left boot out, and I suppose if you're going to pay for some Nike shoes, you might as well use them to stop the cricket ball. That's just been squeezed away to the fielder. It's a good over so far from Zeb. There was that big crunching four, but as Vinny always says, if you can restrict the batting side to even just 2 boundaries per over, you'd say that's probably a tick in the box for the bowling side.
Yeah, Zeb needs to finish here with a couple of good deliveries. Can't afford to let this one get away from him. 6 off the over. That's a pretty good return.
And not only 6, but also a wicket. And that's a brilliant catch there, kind of in this fly slip 45 position that's so well loved across ECN. And it was a big swing at the bat by Mohammad Tabish, but he found that edge, as he has done a few times already, to the boundary, but this time he only found the grateful hands of, I think, Gamma Singh there at the fly slip position. And a brilliant catch that was, wasn't it, Phil?
Oh, a really good catch that. Moving, hands in the air, takes it a high above his head. That's a really important wicket because Mohammad Tabish, when he gets going, he can really be a problem. On day number 1, he got 66 and then a score of 53, and he gets it in quick time. As you see him trotting off there in the middle of your screen. Shoulders slightly slumped. He was starting to look pretty good. I mean, he's put away a 4 and a couple of 6s. His offside game is really sharp, but that one has caught him unawares. That's a great catch and really good reward for effort there for Felix Zeb. Thought he's bowled pretty well this morning, and well done. Wicket for the Coimbra Knights. That'll give him a bit of a spring in their heels for the rest of this game. Hopefully, still one more to come in the power play.
And you made that catch look pretty easy, but it's difficult when it's flying at you on that 45 as Akash Sood comes in, the left-hander. And as is often the case, left-handers wreak havoc with the lines of the bowlers, and that one will have to be re-bowled by Zeb. Doesn't quite get out of his spell yet. Done well so far. 1 for 17 off his 1.5 overs, but he'll want to finish strong now. 1 ball left.
Cricket is a game of stats. You show me a stat for how many times the left-hander coming in gets a leg side wide. Ooh. Oh.
He found his line that time though, did Zeb, and he finishes his excellent spell with a dot ball, and that over went for just 7 runs, 4 of which came from that boundary on the second ball, and then he also got that big wicket in there. So he finishes 1 for 17 off his 2. The Werewolves 37 for 1 at the end of the power play, 3 overs down.
Yeah, Zeb's over was a terrific one for sure. No wonder he had a big smile on his face at the end of that over. Yeah, have a look at the power play there, 37, 20 off that second over. And that's where things got a little bit away. Tabish was starting to free the shoulders, and he was fine in the middle of the bat, hit a couple of 6s, and it was starting to look a little bit problematic for the Coimbra Knights, but well done to Zeb. Former skipper, occasionally will be the captain for the Coimbra Knights, and for this series it looks like it's Dawood Mohammed behind the stumps. He's got the duty with the big C next to his name. He is the captain, and well, a bit of work to do now. Werewolves 37 for 1, good power play. Now the Coimbra Knights need to buckle down and try to tighten up this game.
And it will be in a big appeal at the start of the 4th over, which is being bowled by Ravinder Singh. Comes straight into the action, right arm around, but I mean, not too much going for that one. If you're right arm around, you basically just don't appeal. Unless it hits him on the toe in front of middle stump, just don't bother using your voice at all. So that one's not going to be a dot ball, but yeah, a bit of a cheeky appeal there. Of course, anything pitching outside leg, don't even bother.
Yeah, Danny Hudacek once told me, you get me a protractor, a ruler and a pencil, and I'll show you how that's not hitting the stumps. And I agree with 100%. But that, however, that's out. That is a cracking wicket. So reward there for the bowler, persistence. The around the wicket does get the job done. Have a look at this one again. Oh, ramp tickles it straight to the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, that's the end of Gurpreet Singh, and I'd be a bit annoyed if I were him. I don't think he really had to go for the ramp shot here. He's been hitting it very nicely in front of square. Suddenly gets tempted by that big gaping hole at fine leg, but he just manages to get a little feather through to the captain and keeper, Dawood Mohammed, who gratefully takes that catch. And after a promising start, the Werewolves, well, they've lost 2 wickets in the last 5 balls. They're now 37 for 2 halfway through the 4th.
It's wickets like that that remind me that I'm not a massive fan of the ramp shot. It just, especially I guess at this level, is the batter's not getting enough of himself behind the ball.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing happens. Oh,
Well bowled.
boy. Yes. Took the words out of my mouth. Well bowled. What a good first delivery that is. Have a look.
Yeah, that's a beauty. And I mean, of course, if you're going right arm around, you're never likely to get the LBW appeals, but what you do get is this like cutting across the right-hander, and that was a perfect example of it there. And kind of again, he just cramps up the batter. They run through for one. It's Rajbir Singh who has joined Akash Sood out there in the middle, so it's the right-hand, left-hand combination. It's the left-handed Sood who's now on strike. 1 ball left of the 4th, and look at that. It swung the wind predictor right into the hands of Coimbra Knights, now favourites for 53%, and that shows you just how important wickets can be, especially early on in a batting innings. Both the openers now back in the shed, 2 new batters at the crease. That one's hit hard through the covers, and I think it's going to be chased, but it's not going to be cut off. And that's a nice shot from Akash Sood to finish the 4th over. He gets his first runs of the game, and that takes his Werewolves to 42 for 2 off 4 overs. And that was kind of cut away off middle stump almost.
He really did take that from middle, didn't he? Ravinder Singh can feel a bit hard done by there. It was a terrific over. It was 1 for 1 after 5 deliveries, and just that last ball going to the boundary for 4. Run rate now 10.5 per over, and you can see that the impact of those 2 wickets has brought things down a bit. Big important wicket of Tabish there in the 3rd over, and then the wicket in the 4th as well. So interesting point of the game, and as you say, Tandy, yeah, the percentages switched very quickly just in the last 7 or 8 deliveries. 42 for 2 after 4. Nicely poised this game now.
And we were saying before the game how important this is for both teams as well. Different kind of side of the table at the moment as Gurjinder Singh comes in to bowl, and it's up in the air. It should be taken, and it's not going to be taken. It's Asan Memon who was underneath it. It looked like he wanted to delegate to someone else. He really was not interested in taking that. At the last minute he realised, oh, no, this is mine. Half-heartedly gets his hands somewhere near it in the end. You can see on the replay here, he realises as he's the closest of the 3, does actually get his hands to it, but not enough to take the catch, and it's double punishment here as that one is hit away over point. It's going to go all the way as well. That's a big 6 for Rajbir Singh, and how often do we see that, Phil? 1 dropped opportunity, next ball, double punishment, gone for 6.
Oh yeah, that is real punishment, real salt in the wound. That brings up the 50 as well with that Maximo. But yeah, looking at Memo, I'm thinking, what are you doing? Do you want it?
He was just, oh, hello. There's a bit of a slip from one of the Werewolves. Is down on all 4 legs. He's got up. It's Akash Sood at the non-striker's end. He goes, oh, 1, 2. He would have been out.
Whoa.
The shy at the stumps from, must have been Gurjinder Singh, the bowler. And Akash Sood ended up on all 4s pleading to the cricket gods that he wouldn't be run out. As it was, the ball flew past the stumps. A dramatic dot. Followed up with another dot.
It was an interesting moment that when he went down all 4s, it was the bowler went down as well, and I was thinking everyone's going down like 10 pins here. What's that about? Just a little bit slick underfoot maybe from the overnight dew, but yeah, batters need to watch out for that.
Oh, and that's out. At first I thought they were appealing, but in fact it was just an inside edge onto the stumps. Bit unfortunate there actually for Rajbir Singh. It was just a lack of footwork, which meant that he just swung his bat at it, hit the bottom edge, and then just flew onto the stumps. As we take a look at that on replay, yeah, just hits his toe. He looks back down the pitch as if to say, what is going on with my luck? He's not having much of it, but you know, his feet were kind of all over the place there, and that's why he fell victim. And that's the next wicket down for the Werewolves. 50 for 3, 1 ball left of the 5th.
Yeah, he chased the ball so wide there. He's probably thinking, what were the chances that if I take it so wide, it's going to chop on? Well, there you go. You've made it happen. He probably couldn't replicate that if he tried. That was just, it's For a batter, it must be one of the worst things to have a chop on. It really must be. I don't think I ever did it in my career, which was not that long, but I don't think I ever chopped on. I don't know how it feels, but it can't be pleasant.
It's definitely not one of the ways you want to go out, because you think, oh, I've hit the ball, I've done the hard work, and then, no, I'm out anyway. And that's the end of the 5th over. 50 for 3, the Werewolves. So it's a bit of a stuttering kind of first half of the innings after they got off to a tremendous start in the first 2 overs, but they've been pulled back here very well by the Coimbra Knights as you join us here in the commentary box. And it's a glorious day. I mean, it's clouded over a bit as we say hi to everyone on the stream, and I think we need a team name. We've got Maximina for me and Vinny, maybe the G team, Tina G, Phil G. Join us in the chat if you have suggestions, any questions. You know, team names for me and Phil will be on all week as well together. So I think by the end of the week, we need to have a proper team name. What do you reckon?
The Super Gs.
The Super Gs, I like that.
Super Gs. I don't know. Help us out, chat. That's a really good idea, Tina. Chat, help us out. What could be our dream team name? Because we need to come up with something catchy, because we'll be doing a lot of work together this year, I'm sure of it. Hope you're enjoying today's action too, by the way.
Yeah, thank you for joining us in the chat. It's lovely to have you with us, as always. And yeah, pleased to say that the sun is shining. It's clouded over a bit. You might be able to hear some of the wind on the commentary. But from what I've heard you had over the weekend, Phil, this is just worlds apart. Your poor laptop has gone to a better place, as this one has gone into a better place, if that is the hands of the Coimbra Knights fielder. And that is Falak Zeb, actually, who's a real gun player. And he's not going to drop those. And yeah, we were talking about Phil's laptop going to a better place, but it's Akash Sood who's going to have to go back to the dugout, as he just finds the grateful hands of Akash Zeb, who does really well actually to run in from the boundary. He's still on the move, taking that catch, makes it look easy. He tries to throw the ball to the umpire and drops it. So he does the hard work and then makes sure that we know we're all human.
Oh, Falak Zeb, yeah. The celebration, I think, got into his head there a little bit.
If he posts that on social media, he's going to cut before that. He's just going to make sure the lovely catch is on there and then nothing else happens.
That's it, exactly. Yep. Maybe it was in two minds, whether to throw the ball up in the air or to throw it back to the umpire. I'm not sure there. Here it comes. Yep, just got stuck in the hand there. And he's a safe pair of hands, this Falak Zeb. During the night series, when he wasn't playing, he was patrolling the boundary line as our boundary rider.
Back to live as it's Gaganpreet Singh who joins Gurpreet Guri out there in the middle. And it's actually, meanwhile, Ravinder Singh, who's into his second over, and he's already got 2 wickets. Picked up the early wicket of Gurpreet Singh, and now he's picked up that other wicket of Akash Sood. 2 wickets for just 7 runs so far of his 8 deliveries. Well, make that 13 runs, because that's gone all the way. There is a deep point out there, but it's gone all the way over his head into the shrubbery as Gurpreet Guri just throws his hands at that one, gets enough on it. Despite the shouts of catch from Ravinder, no chance there for Taranpreet Singh on the boundary.
You note there that it did go into the shrubbery, and we just wait for an appearance of the Knights who say knee. Anyone might get that reference, we'll see. Ooh, good ball, that one. Did you see Dave B in the chat's got a suggestion for our name? He went with, where is it? Phil T. He always calls me Filthy, so
okay.
maybe Phil T. We'll keep that in mind, Dave. Thank you for that. Thomas Martinez, the Phil Tins. In reference to the Tin Tins.
Well bowled. Meanwhile, Ravinder Singh, he's putting in a great little spell so far. 2 wickets and just 13 runs. Couple ball left.
Ashvi Ramdutt saying, who's the new commentator? Sound like Rhino in the box.
Is that me or you?
That's got to be it has to be a reference to me. No,
I hope so.
it's Phil G and Tina Goffey on the commentary in case you missed it. It's and it is, you're also watching the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division in case you missed that as well. It's day 3 and it is a lovely day for cricket out there. And we're having a great time. I hope you are as well.
Yeah, I think the Coimbra Knights, they're having a great time at the moment as well, as the Werewolves, they're 58 for 4 off 6 overs, so 4 overs left. The batter not happy with that decision there, but maybe he should have just got some bat on it. And you can see why the Werewolves in a touch of bother here. All 4 of their top 4 batters back in the hut. No one going more than 20, and really need a bit of a fight back here now, don't they, Phil?
They really do. They need someone to stand up here in the middle order. There's still 4 overs to go. Every opportunity to pile on the runs here. Coimbra Knights, they've got their backs up. They're chirping away. They're pretty happy in the field. They're holding catches and saving boundaries. And the bowling is pretty good as well. Oh, no, batter's down. And, well, this is going to be interesting to see whether...
Well, they haven't appealed.
They haven't appealed?
Yeah. Well, I haven't heard an appeal.
I didn't hear an appeal either.
He's definitely out of his ground. You can see he slips. Yeah. He did well not to... Oh, he's walking off the pitch, actually.
Yeah, I think there's a discussion.
Oh, come on, guys.
I think there's a discussion there.
It's the captain is, of course, the wicket keeper.
He is. Keep an eye on him. Because
I mean, he kind of half goes for the run, but then he does well not to do his ACL or dislocate his knee. You can see he does go to run, completely slips over.
That's unfortunate.
I don't think you need to give that out. I mean, you give it out.
Yeah,
I don't think I don't think the Knights need to do that. But he was out by the letter of the law. He walks off. Maybe he's hurt himself, so he's happy to kind of...
Maybe he's happy to get a bit of treatment, possibly.
Yeah, he looks like he's maybe grazed his hand on the way down. As we take a look, he kind of goes for the run, and then his front foot just slips away from him. It will be a wicket.
Will indeed. Goes in the book as wicket as run out.
What do you make of that one, Phil?
No, I'm with you on that one, Tina. I think could say that if I was the skipper, what I would say, you can see there, he goes down really quite badly. Hope he's okay. That's the key thing. Hopefully he's all right. I think if that had been me, ifs and buts, but I know what I would have done, and I agree with you 100%, Tina. And that is a catch. Well, that's well taken. That's definitely a legit wicket there, and that is a really good catch there in the just in the inner circle there. So Asan Memon does get to hold on to one after not taking one previously, and that is another wicket that goes down, and things falling apart now for the Werewolves. And
that's already 5 wickets down. It's been 4 of them have come in the last kind of less than 2 overs, and 3 have come in the last 3 balls. That's Gurjinder Singh. I mean, he affected the run out. Obviously, it won't go down as his wicket, but that one definitely will. He's 2 for 8 off his 9 deliveries so far, as that one just got hit up in the air. Didn't even really make it out of the ring, as Asan Memon was the one that took the catch. Brings in Sanamdeep Singh, another left-hander, to the crease. But the Werewolves in a big spot of bother here. 58 for 6 halfway through the 7th. Look at that, Coimbra Knights now over 70% win predictor in their favour. But, you know, we've seen a lot of runs scored earlier in the day in the latter part of the innings, and the Werewolves will hope for something similar to at least get up to that magical triple-digit score. Something to defend.
Yeah, there's a lot to play for here in the next few overs.
That one is going to roll away. It's a big chase on for Asan Memon, and the ball wins that chase. That goes to the boundary, a much needed boundary actually. There's only been 1 in the previous 2 overs. It wasn't quite off the middle of the bat, as we see here. It's a bit of a strange grip going on there from the batter, but whatever he did, it worked. Went to the rope, doesn't matter how they get there. That's 4 to the name of the left-handed Sanamdeep Singh. 2 balls left of the 7th. Gurjinder Singh 2 for 12 so far. Trying to go for 2 here, but they'll only get the 1, and maybe they need to learn here. Gurpreet Guri, he saw his teammate hit the deck, Gaganpreet Singh. He had to watch as his bails were whipped off as he was on all 4s. But he does get sent back here. Probably the right decision in the end. Just a 1 taken.
Yeah, I think that was the right call as well. It was a bit of a wild throw from the bowler back to the wicketkeeper, but something closer over the bows could have had him in a bit of trouble. As it is, he still stays there. And 1 ball to come in the 7th. 63 on the board.
The slower ball comes out. It kind of beats Gurpreet Guri. All ends up. He plays about 3 shots before the ball's even arrived at him. As we see on the replay, the slower ball, especially on this pitch, still a bit of moisture around, just absolutely dies a death. 63 for 6 off 7 as we take a look at the calendar. It feels like we've had so much cricket already. We've only done, well, about 4 series so far. Look at all that coming up. And it's great to see the Meltle Shield and Western Shield in the diary as well. I'm so excited for that. It'll be Western Shield Part 2, of course, after we had the Western Shield last month as well. And what a festival that was. And I'm sure it's going to come back bigger and better later in the year.
You must have loved the Western Shield. That was a spectacle for everyone. But you were there at the ground. You really must have just eaten that up and thought, what have I stumbled into here? How good is this?
It was definitely a kind of pinch yourself moment as Ross Taylor under the lights trying to fend off just vicious deliveries from the Asian 11. He must have thought, what's he got himself into as well. As we start up the 8th over. Actually start with a dot ball, which has kind of been symptomatic of the Werewolves' innings the last couple of overs. Just really ground to a bit of a halt here, but it has been well bowled as well from the Cornborough Knights as Gamma Singh comes in for his first bowl of the game. That one is going to find the rope. It's Harry Singh there giving the chase, but the Grizzly rolls its way to the boundary, and that's a much needed boundary for the Werewolves. Takes them to 67. Still need a few more on the board to get up to a semi-competitive total. But yeah, the Western Shield was just incredible. Pinch yourself kind of moments. You have BBL players out there. And from all accounts, everyone had an amazing time as this one also goes through, actually for buys in the end. It's a tough one to take there for Dawood Mohammed. Couldn't really get much on that to stop it going through for 4. But yeah, we had Kevin O'Brien hitting some bombs, and I mean the World 11 was full of, despite the fact that they ended at bottom of the table, they had Big Bash winners. They had Ross Taylor, who has done a thing or two in world cricket, so it was an unbelievable tournament, and the weather held as well, which made it.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, yeah. That
given what we've had since in Spain. That's another action replay again. It's Harry Singh giving chase again. The Grizzly wins the battle, and this is a nice little spell for the Werewolves. Actually, it's 3 boundaries in a row. Of course, one of them came through buys, but suddenly 12 off the last 3 balls, and they're into the 70s.
Yeah, Sanandeep Singh's making the best of his opportunity here. He's coming to the side today for the first time for the Werewolves, and he's getting amongst it, and he's proving a bit of a thorn in the side of the Coimbra Knights.
That was a nice hit, but that will be cut off by Falak Zeb, the gun fielder out there. But this is a nice little cameo from Sanamdeep Singh. Left hand, right hand, I think is always a good combination as well, just to open up different areas of the pitch.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now Guru's on strike, and I've got to tell you, he has been striking at around about 250 so far in this tournament. He is a big hitting fella, picked up a 35 off 9 deliveries on the weekend. And that doesn't really show the kind of the aggression he is, but he still gets one away there. Oh, wow. How's that gotten through?
The bucket hat, I think it's Tejpreet Singh down there. I think the bucket hat needs to go if it's going to lead to that kind of fielding. It was just a half-hearted hand, and you can see what his captain makes of that. The double teapot comes out. You don't need a body language expert to know what the captain thought of that one. As it was actually a big over for the Werewolves. Takes them up to 80 for 6. You'd still say they're behind the curve. You can see those wickets coming at regular intervals. Means that there's a little flicker going up on after that over, which went for 17. A bit of fight in the Werewolves, but 2 overs left, and they'll definitely want to get at least to that 100 mark. Just from a psychological point of view, as well, as Gaurav Singh bowls the 9th over. It's up in the air, and he might be straight into the wickets, and he is. That's his first ball of the game. It's taking him no time at all to get himself into the scorebook. 1 ball, 1 wicket, thank you very much, he says, and that's the end of Sanamdeep Singh. He has to go. We're a not bad 14 off 8, given that runs have been hard to come by for the Werewolves. Nice little cameo from him, but it's ended from Gaurav Singh, who bowls the ball and ends up taking the catch.
Yeah, Sanamdeep Singh had a pretty good over last over, didn't he? Really got into the runs, found the boundary on several occasions. And as you say, Tina, good cameo. Would have probably liked to stick around and make it a bit more of a cameo than that, because there's still a few deliveries to go. And just on a personal note, if that was me coming at a bowl and I got a wicket with my first ball, I'd probably retire at that point. Just for purely selfish reasons, just take the accolades and walk off. But we can't do that here. You still got 5 more balls to go, but that's good to get a wicket with your first ball. It really gives you a little spring in your step.
Well, it can only get worse, can it? I mean, unless he gets another wicket now. Which he almost did. That would have been great for the commentary, just to prove us wrong. As it was, though, it went over the head of Gurjinder Singh there, who has not had the best time of it. The bucket hat, I mean, you could do not much about that apart from just pretend like he was trying to field that ball, but it went about 5 meters over his head. But this has been a great start actually from Gaurav Singh, but he's ruined his figures already. He got the wicket, and now comes back with a 4. It was an edge. Some lovely footwork there by the umpire. It was an edge, but it's a 4 in the book. And Ram Haritwal, who's out there now, the 9th batter, he won't mind how the runs come. The Werewolves just need them in any shape or form. Well, meanwhile, that's a much better shot. That will count just as much as the edge, but that shot was probably about 100 times better.
That was a lot better, wasn't it? A lot more confident there. Bit more out of the meat of the bat there. Skipper Haritwal goes bang and picks himself up another boundary. That was a much better regulation shot. That it's pretty vacant out there. You'd expect maybe a boundary rider at that point. And I think right now they're talking about getting someone on the boundary line. Yep, and after the ball has run, they're going to close the gate by putting a fielder out there. Let's see what happens now.
The big ball-sized hole in the barn. Well, that's actually quite a nice comeback there from Gaurav Singh. Bit of a bumper. He doesn't have too much pace about him, but that was a well-directed short ball. Just zips past the shoulder of Ram Haritwal, who tried to repeat the trick, tried to give himself, again, space to leg side, but almost widened himself in the process.
I think he was going to put it exactly in that spot.
It's currently the Ram against the Werewolves, and Ram just gets himself off strike with a single. It's 89, just 1 ball left of the 9th. That 100 is still on. Well, in fact, the expected score has the Werewolves bang on 100. I think they'd take that at this point, especially being 7 wickets down. But Gurpreet Guri, we know he can hit a long ball. He's basically got a free hit here, final ball of the 9th.
Yep, let's see what he can do.
Well, he didn't do much apart from miss the ball, and Gaurav Singh says thank you very much. Well bowled actually, top of off stump. It's never a bad line to bowl in cricket, and despite giving him the big wind up, Gurpreet Guri, he just plays all around that one. And Gaurav Singh, he puts in a nice little cameo actually. You see on the replay, top of off stump, beautiful, and Guri played about 10 metres too high above that one.
He did a bit, didn't he? There was so much daylight between bat and ball. Completely misjudged the bounce there, and he is done and dusted. So we don't see the big 250 strike rate Gurpreet Guri. We see a different one who cannot really get amongst the boundaries there. And that's going to be, I think, about the end of the 9th. 89 for 8 after 9. And just a little point to note is that the Werewolves, in a couple of their wins, they defended scores of 107 and 102. So if they can get themselves into triple digits, they're every chance to defend this against the Coimbra Knights batting lineup. It all depends on that man, Dawud Mohammed, behind the stumps. If he can get onto a heater, you never know.
This one's up in the air, should be taken, and is taken by Gaurav Singh. Bit of a dive there for the cameras. I'm not sure how much of that was after the fact, but he holds on to it. There's Gamma Singh, who's come in to bowl the final over, and just like with, in fact, the 7th over and the 9th over, it starts with a wicket. And he does well to hold on to that one. His cap goes flying. Not sure he knew too much about it, but the Werewolves innings is really kind of petering out here. Just the 1 wicket left, 89 for 9. And it's Gowinder Singh who's still out there, but he hasn't faced a ball yet. That's 2 wickets in a row. Ram Haritwal, he hit a couple of nice 4s for his 9 off 5 deliveries. As we go back to live, the Werewolves will just take every run they can get now. And a bit of fancy footwork, I would call it fancy, there to take the Werewolves at least into the 90s. Gowinder Singh has joined Parvinder Singh out there. 4 balls left of this innings, only 1 wicket left. Will they make it to the 10 overs? Chance. And I think it's been taken. The celebrations are muted, but it looks like the batters are going off the pitch.
Yep.
There wasn't too much celebration going on, but maybe it was just a job well done kind of situation. Take a look at this on replay. It kind of disappears down the hill from our side here in the commentary box. But it was a lovely catch, actually. Did really well to get his hands down low. Did Gajinder Singh, and after the bucket hat, I mean, there's a few of them out there with the bucket hats, but Gajinder Saw a few fly past him, but he did well to get his hands down to that one. And in fact, the Werewolves then will not make it till the end of the 10th over. They finish 90 all out.
Yeah, that is that's a bit of a statement of authority from the Coimbra Knights to bowl out the Werewolves completely in the 10th. So they're going to feel very good about that one. And that muted celebration for that last wicket, maybe it's because they weren't sure if he held her. The player, he's beyond the curve of the ground, and maybe a few of the players, they're a bit unsighted. He took it quite low, and maybe they're waiting for him to do the celebration throw in there or something like that. I'm not sure. But that was quite a bizarre moment. Anyway, we're going to run the video replay. Let's have a look and see how this all unfolded. And it started with Mohammad Tabish right at the top there, getting amongst it, placing the ball quite nicely. This shot at the stumps was almost on. A massive dive there, losing the bat. Everything was going on there. But Tabish, he was playing his offside game, which he always does, especially over the weekend. He was a very strong offside game and elevated a couple of shots for 6. This one, though, went leg side. That was his counterpart who bashed that one out of the ground, absolutely caned it. A few players went over a couple of times. Bowler there goes down onto the ground. The batters were going down a few times as well. This was a lovely good cover drive. Very square shot, that one. And pat on the back for his effort for that shot as well. Obviously his counterpart like that. And then, wow, that was a great catch. Almost out of nowhere, Falak Zeb strikes a good catch, plucked out of the sky. Mohammad Tabish goes for 20, looking a little bit dejected.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a roller coaster innings there for the Werewolves. Let's not forget, they were 30 for no loss off just 2 overs. And then every single over after that one had a wicket. And that's really where the momentum was halted for the Werewolves. And that's why they even left 3 balls out there. Everything was kind of going to the hands. And if it wasn't going to the rope, it was going into the hands of the fielders. 10 wickets taken, and the Werewolves definitely below par, 90. That one was a bit unlucky. Chopping on is never a nice way to go, and you can see he had to drag himself off, because one of the few times the Werewolves actually made contact with the bat ends up still hitting the stumps.
Exactly, and he took it from quite wide on the crease as well, which is why when he's walking off he was blaming the bat. Falak Zeb took a good catch, couldn't quite juggle it back to the umpire, had a moment of, I hope the camera's cut away from me before I did that little weird business. And you're right, the revolving door of the Werewolf batters was happening every single over, and that's probably why that their score is well below 100. This was the slip over. I think, Tina, you and I are on the same page on this one, and probably not a run out that we want to see too often, but it's part of the game. We understand that. At the same time, I think if I was in the position of the captain, I probably would have withdrawn the appeal, but that's entirely up to the captain. We don't make that decision for them.
Yeah, and I mean, the Coimbra Knights knew what kind of game they were coming up against. Werewolves, 3 wins from 3, so they didn't really want to give an inch, let alone a mile. And as it was then, the Werewolves, despite a bit of a kick towards the end, they just really lacked boundaries. In fact, it was only 5 sixes in the whole innings and only about 10 fours, and that's really the story of the game. And a lot of those fours were actually gifted through a few bits of questionable fielding, but the Coimbra Knights did also take the catches when it mattered, and that's really why the innings petered out towards the end. There was 4 wickets that fell in the 9th and 10th. 3 balls still left out there that the Werewolves might rue, but as you said, Phil, they've also defended 2 low totals, so they're definitely not out of this one.
Oh, I totally agree. And I think that's something that the Werewolves keep in the back of their mind, the fact that they do have a pretty good bowling attack. They've got a pretty strong fielding unit as well, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this all plans out. Good catch there, tumbling backwards, taken there, the hat flies off, pat on the back for his troubles. That was the 9th wicket to fall, and we're going to see here in a moment probably the 10th wicket to fall. It was a big edge and taken down low. And I think maybe the muted celebration was only because the Santarem cricket ground has got a slight little curve to it. And when you get a player on the other side of the ground, it's very hard to see low to the ground on something like that where the catch was taken. I can tell you now from where we're standing, to the naked eye, we couldn't see that. We had to look at the replay to see that catch was taken. Just one of those things. So there you go. Coimbra Knights, they've done pretty well to bowl out the Werewolves inside of the 10 overs. And like I said, I think that they'll be pretty chuffed about that. That will be a cause for like a minor celebration, but only half the job has been done. And that's the other thing that Coimbra Knights will be saying. Look, fellas, we have done well with the field. We've done well with the bowling. We now need to do even better with the batting. So why don't we get out there and see what we can do and chase down this total. It's not a massive total, nonetheless. It's still a total that's got to be chased. The Werewolves, well, they're going to be turning to their bowling attack in their field and saying, come on boys, we've defended low totals. We've defended 102 and we've defended 107. Albeit though, they defended 102 yesterday, only to the tune of 1 run. So it's been close matches when the score has been quite low. The batting card flashed up on the screen there, you saw it really quickly. It's not looking great for the Werewolves. Mohammad Tabish there with 20. Looked dangerous, couldn't stick around. And Gurpreet Guri, he got 10 from 8. 14 to Sanabdeep Singh, had a bit of a cameo there with a couple of boundaries, 7 extras in there, only 2 wides. Very good disciplined bowling from the Coimbra Knights, so well done to them. The score of 90, all out, 9 overs and 3 deliveries, so halfway through the 10th it came undone. Let's have a look at the bowling card now. So the bowlers, as you expect, pretty good. Apart from Taranpreet Singh, poor old Taranpreet, he bowled the second over and he got knocked for 20 off that over. And that was probably the only, it's the only blemish in that whole bowling card. Look at that. Wickets to all the rest of the bowlers. Falak Zeb picks up 1 and 2 each for the rest of the bowlers. Ravinder Singh, Gajinder Singh, Gama Singh and Gurav Singh all picking up a couple of wickets. Well done to them. And the fall of wickets after the stand of 36, the opening stand, regular drops of wickets. And Tina pointed out just before that after that power play was done, you had wickets falling every single over. And that's why the Coimbra Knights are chasing a score of only 91 for the win. It's all for them to chase down. 90 is on the board from the Werewolves. Is that going to be enough? Can they defend? Well, they've defended a score of 102. Let's see if they can defend a score of 91. 90 for a tie for a golden ball. I shouldn't be talking about golden ball. It's too early to talk about that. Let's talk about the win instead. Coimbra Knights need to come out and get 91 off their 10 overs. This is Phil G in the composition alongside Tina Goff, and we're going to be back here in about 6 or 7 minutes time for the run chase. Don't go too far. This is going to be an exciting low-scoring thriller. Please join us for that very shortly. Phil G for the European Cricket Network here in Santarém Cricket Ground for the ECS Portugal Challenger Division. And I'll see you soon. Don't go too far.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to ECS Portugal Challenger 2025. We're into match 12. I can't believe it's been 11 completed games already. Of course, we had that first game abandoned due to the weather, but the weather doesn't seem like it will be a problem here. Meanwhile, the Werewolves, they find themselves with a bit of a problem at the moment. They just have 90 runs on the board to defend. against the Coimbra Knights. And in fact, they left 3 balls out there, which is a bit criminal when you're playing just this 10 over format. They were bowled all out for those 90 runs. Of course, Werewolves came into this game more or less favourites, having won all 3 of their games so far. The Coimbra Knights, meanwhile, of course, they're an established side here in Portugal. They've got a point to prove, and they'll want to take all 4 points here today. And if they want to do that, they'll have to chase down the total in 7 overs, which we've seen it done, 90 runs. It's not too tough a task compared to some of the totals we've seen chased down in the past here on the European Cricket Network. The Werewolves, meanwhile, they'll want to avoid a 4-0 defeat, as we saw this morning from the brothers. In fact, the Coimbra Knights will start, in fact, with a head start. They'll have 5 runs on the board because the Werewolves were not ready in time this morning to start off their batting innings. So the uphill task for the Werewolves has become even more steep now, as they've gifted 5 runs to the Knights without even having lifted a finger, and that's why the win predictor has the Knights up in the 70s with that target of 91. Run rate required just a touch under 9, which you'd say, well, nowadays that's definitely a 20 over run rate, even a 50 over run rate maybe, but stranger things have happened. And as Phil was mentioning in the first innings as well, the Werewolves built themselves a little reputation of defending small totals. They did so against Friendship CC in game 3. It's a big appeal here for LBW, and it's given, and that's exactly what the Werewolves need. It's Mohammed Dawood, the big wicket of the captain. Now, something else that Phil G mentioned earlier, he said, captain, the wicketkeeper, he's going to be key to this run chase, and well, he's not going to contribute too much in the end as he has to go. And what a start this is for the Werewolves, exactly what they needed. Mohammed Dawood goes for a 3-ball duck, doesn't contribute at all to the score, although of course 5 for 1 is the actual score after those 5 penalty runs. That's a really good start from the Werewolves. We see that on the replay. It's just straightening up, I think, a slight shape on that ball. It was almost a celeb repeal from Rajbir Singh. He knew that one looked good. That's the first wicket to fall for the Coimbra Knights. Ravinder Singh is the new batter. That's really well bowled as well. Just lovely shape on the ball from Rajbir Singh. And a round of applause from his teammates, and also a round of applause from Phil G here in the box. That was a lovely ball, wasn't it?
That was a terrific delivery to the new batter who comes out, and to put that one past him. Bit of extra bounce on that one. Did have to put extra pepper on it. Just delivered it piping hot straight past the gloves and the bat. Good first up delivery. Oh, Werewolves looking pretty good here in the first over, despite that 5-run penalty being applied. Yeah, I got to give applause where it's due. That was a cracking first delivery.
Just a bit of width on offer, and too much width actually from Rajbir Singh. Ravinder Singh just throws his bat out at it. It's a bit of a freebie when it's so wide. Would have been actually a wide ball, but instead Ravinder just gives it the old helicopter. Hits it behind backward point for 4 runs, and the Coimbra Knights, they're already 11 runs to the good. Of course, that early wicket won't have helped them, but when you're chasing a low total like this, all you need to do is kind of keep the momentum of the run chase just to eat away at that total. And that's why they're still up at 69%. That's another big appeal, and it's been given.
Oh boy.
In fact, Ravinder Singh didn't want to leave the crease, and it was only when the finger of the umpire went up that he accepted his fate. And what an opening over this is from Rajbir Singh. The Werewolves only 90 on the board, but they've got 2 wickets. Coimbra Knights 11 for 2 at the end of the first.
Yeah, Coimbra Knights they got to be careful here because they don't bat deep. Watching them over the last year and a bit, Coimbra Knights don't have a reputation of being batting long down the order here, so they need to be a bit cautious here. They need a couple of their players now in the top order to hold it together. They can't afford to lose another wicket, or else that middle order will be exposed. and it's just minutes away from even like the lower middle order getting exposed. I know I'm talking about a number of wickets fallen there, but it can happen so fast. Coimbra Knights need to hold it together here. They're not chasing a big total. 62 matches since the Golden Ball. And Tina, I've been saying it all weekend. I'm kind of relying on you to bring some of that magic into this tournament, maybe to help me get to that point where I can commentate the first Golden Ball. Please don't let it happen tomorrow. You know I'm off tomorrow.
That would be awful. I mean, I got my golden hair, but I want to get you a golden ball. I had one, my very first one in Malta.
Yep.
Earlier in the year.
Yep.
62 is far too many for my liking.
Yeah,
I'm sure for your liking. Have you ever had one?
Never.
Oh God.
I know.
I feel it.
The chat will be awash with hashtags of let's get Phil a GB and this sort of stuff any minute now. I need to not go on about it. It'll happen when it happens, and I'm just going to have to accept that.
Yeah, you can't. These kind of things you can't manifest. They happen or they don't.
Yeah, that's it exactly.
They sometimes happen when you least expect them. I mean, targeting a chase of 90. Stranger things have happened, and these 2 early wickets for the Werewolves will definitely give them a bit of hope to cling on to.
Well, we've had 2 games already in this Challenge Division decided by 1 run, which has been as close as you like. Another shout there. He's going to run over a leg by. Yeah, 2 games decided by just 1 run. Werewolves featured in one of those games. And both times I've had Vinny send me very cheeky messages on the chat just to let me know that you'll get there, Phil, you'll get there. Not now, though. It's like that meme of Aragorn from Lord of the Rings where he says, a day may come when men will fall, but it's not this day. Same for me. There will be a day comes when GB is there. It's not this day. Oh, no. Almost hit it up and could have taken the catch there as I was talking over it. And that is Mohammad Tabish who puts it down.
We had the perfect view of that, didn't we, Phil? We're going right down the barrel. And as you said, he almost kind of tipped it up over the bar to himself. Probably should have taken it. It was Mohammad Tabish there who kind of shaking his fingers now and making sure they're all attached. That would have been a really big wicket. 3 wickets down in the second over would have been quite something.
Yeah.
As it was. Taranpreet Singh lives to fight another day. You've got 2 fresh batters in the crease. I mean, Gaurav Singh actually opened the batting, but you saw mostly the carnage unfold at the other end during the first over. It's Akash Sood bowling this second over. Just a couple of 4 singles from it so far. Of course, the Werewolves don't have too many runs to play with. 5 penalty runs on top of that meant that they were really defending 85 rather than 90. As this one goes high up in the air, it's another big chance. It's Tabish under it again, and this time he makes no mistake. Instead of tipping it up in the air, he catches it and then launches it into orbit. And that's a big, big wicket. Gaurav Singh, he has to depart. And we were saying 3rd wicket in the second over, and there it is.
Oh, that is big trouble for the Coimbra Knights now. This top order is looking incredibly brittle. Maybe they do have a glass jaw because, as you say, Tina, that is the 3rd wicket. 2 overs, not even 2 overs completed. And Mohammad Tabish, he does make up for his blue from the early part of this over, and he flings the ball skyward, and he's ecstatic. Gaurav Singh, he was a spectator in that first over, wasn't he? And now, when it was his turn, he couldn't take the opportunity. Trouble. Alarm bells are ringing.
That was a good catch. It was probably actually a harder catch for Mohammad Tabish. He had a long time to think about it, a long time as the ball was in the air to think about that one he just dropped a few minutes ago. But a good comeback from him. Well bowled so far from Akash Sood. He's given away just a handful of singles and picked up that all-important wicket. The 3rd to fall for the Coimbra Knights. There's still, well, I was going to say there's still 1 ball left, but that is in fact the end of the over. So the Coimbra Knights 16 for 3, but if we take away those penalty runs, they're actually 11 for 3. As we take a look at the standings and see why this game is so important. The 2 teams playing at the moment, next door neighbours on the standings. If the Coimbra Knights take 3 points here, or even 4, they would leapfrog their rivals into 2nd place. But at the moment, they're looking at just getting anything on the board, despite chasing just those 90 runs, as we said, or 91 to win. But this has been a really good performance so far. It's been only 2 overs for the Werewolves, but they've done exactly what they needed to do. As you said, Phil, they've kind of got a bit of a reputation now of a defending team. They can defend small totals. They clearly back themselves with ball in hand to restrict their opponents to low scores.
Absolutely. And, you know, Coimbra Knights, maybe they're their own worst enemy here because they had every opportunity to get stuck into this. Important power play for Coimbra Knights here, but it's kind of been blown out of proportion. Oh, the filthy leg side wide to start proceedings there.
It's Singh who's come in to bowl. You'll have to redo that one.
Yeah, you sort of feel that if the Coimbra Knights had gone, maybe lose a wicket, get 30 runs in the power play, needing only 91 for a win, that would have set them up. But ifs and buts, because that hasn't happened.
Another wide here. It's Gowinder Singh, number 18 on his back. He's had 2 bites of the cherry so far. Both have just fallen away down leg side. And these are just free runs that the Werewolves really can't afford to give away. As you said, Phil, the Coimbra Knights don't have the strongest of batting orders, so one way that they can win this game is by getting runs gifted to them. So they've already had 5 gifted to them and 2 at the start of this 3rd over. That's a better line there from Gowinder Singh.
Respectfully played back by the batter there, just saying, I don't want a piece of that. I'm just happy to block it out. Got to wonder, though, where the run's are going to come from. Maybe Taranjeet Singh at the other end. I'm not sure where they're going to come from, but they need to find someone who can stick around through the whole innings and build. Probably has to make a 50, to be honest, one of these batters. Unless, of course, the extras make 50.
I was going to say that the extras are putting in a good shift so far.
They are. They're definitely top score, that's for sure, already here in the 3rd over. 72 from 47 needed. The run rate required is just a tick over 9. But Coimbra Knights, like I said, I really do feel that they don't bat too deep, and they need someone to stand up here.
And you'd say almost that this game is more important for, if you can place any importance on it, for the Knights than the Werewolves. The Werewolves already have 3 wins in the bag from their 3 games. The Knights also, they had that very first game of the whole Challenger division abandoned against Friendship CC, so they missed out on the opportunity to get more points in that one. And they also lost that game 6 to the Brothers, so they'll want to get more points on the board, and that will help. That's a 4 off the bat of Gurjinder Singh. Need a few more of those, but we know how quickly these games can swing as well, especially when you're chasing a low total. Just one maybe magical over, and that's almost a quarter of the runs right there.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's what the Coimbra Knights really have to hope on here.
Yeah, good shot there from Gurjinder Singh. Saw it really quickly. He's not a tall fella, so any ball that's slightly short, he needs to get onto straight away. And if it's too short, he might be in with the chance of a no ball being called and a free hit, because he's not particularly tall. He's probably about the same height as me, so I'm not having to go on him for his shortness, but that may work in his favour with the tall bowlers coming in.
Well, that's a lovely shot, actually. That's just picked off his toes. It's not going to go all the way. It's a run chase there. And Gurpreet Singh will do the fielding, but they do scamper through for 2. Gurjinder Singh, he looks like quite a stylish batter. He hasn't got bat on ball every time, but when he has hit it, it's gone quite nicely to the boundary, and he's found the middle of the bat. He'll need to find it a few more times. We see that run rate. It was never very high to begin with, but it is creeping up. It's now at the 9 runs mark. The slower ball comes out there from Gurwinder Singh.
Attempted a run there, turned away from his counterpart at the non-striker's end, who just put the old stop hand up and said, I'm not running. You stay there, my friend. Look at this. Oh, we might see it on the next replay. Just put the hand up straight away and just said, nope, you stay there. You're doing a good job. Taranpreet Singh. He needs to get amongst the rungs, Taranpreet Singh, because he gave up 20 runs when he bowled in that lone over, the 2nd over of the previous innings. Oh, another filthy leg side wide. Oh, it's gotten away from everybody. Oh, no. So that is a pressure relieving bit of extras there, Tina. That is, well, the Coimbra Knights will take that every day, all day.
Yeah, and it was tough there for Deepak Kumar behind the stumps. I think he kind of saw it, but then he completely took his eye off it. He almost gave up and said, well, that's not my fault. I think he probably could have done a bit more to try and get at least his feet in the way. He's got those big old pads on. But he decides, well, I wasn't the one that bowled it, so the bowler can take the 5 wides.
Yep.
Bit of filthy cricket all round, as it was, though. The Coimbra Knights, they're a 1/3 of the way to the total. In terms of the strike rate, they're right on it, on the run rate. And that's definitely going to help as well. That's cut away really nicely from Gurjinder Singh through the backward point region. And that's a proper cricket shot after we had a bit of filth the ball before. That one was nicely played there by Singh for 4 runs.
It was. He was in complete command of that between 2 fielders. And a moment to pause and reflect for a couple of the fielders out there. They sort of had their hands to their chins watching that go. Let's have a look at the skyscraper situation. That's the over of 20 runs I was talking about there, the second over from Taranjit Singh. So he needs to repay his team by getting some runs on the board. But that last over went for 19. That was a massive help to the cause for the Coimbra Knights. Whether it was Minimo wides or whether it was a couple of boundaries been hit, get the runs any way you can. 34 on the board, that's not a bad power play. So that's what I was talking about before. If they get 30-something in the power play, which looks like they weren't going to get it, but thanks to that third over, they did. So, yep, things are, well, the odds have switched over and the Coimbra Knights still looking good. 62% to 38% according to the ECS supercomputer.
And it's Tabish now, who's been in on the action. He's dropped one, he's caught one. Now he's got a ball in hand. So Gowinder Singh, previous over, went for 18 runs, so more than half of the total from that one over. And it's a strangled appeal there from Tabish. Take a look at that on replay. Maybe he got a bit of bat on that. Was definitely not one of the most vociferous of appeals. You can kind of tell the way the bowler goes up and the keeper. That one was a bit half-hearted. Taranjit Singh on strike.
The speed of the shake of the head from the umpire also.
Well, half-hearted appeal, but that was definitely hit off the middle. I think it was a bit of friendly fire there against his own foot. And yeah, Taranjit Singh hasn't quite got going here, as we see on the replay. Doing himself an injury is not going to help. But he's
that doesn't tickle. Not one bit.
Shake it off, Taranjit. Your team needs you. He's just 2 off 4 deliveries, but he's still out there. In fact, for the Coimbra Knights, it's a bit of a waiting game at the moment. If they stay out there, the runs will come, especially off the bat of Gowinder Singh, who I quite like the look of. He uses his wrists well, and as you said, he's not the tallest, but he moves around in the crease and just flicks that one away. You see on replays, exposing all 3 stumps, but if you get your bat on it, it doesn't make a difference. Just gets a single on that one.
He's looking comfortable, looking very comfortable indeed. I agree with you 100% there. Looking very comfortable and can play leg side offside. He seems to have a good game about him, and Coimbra Knights need him to keep that going.
The bouncer comes out and it's gone up in the air. It's going to be a big run chase, and what a catch that is.
No way.
That is an outstanding catch.
Oh my goodness, how has he done that?
Big hugs there. I think that was it Parvinder Singh out there. It's hard to tell on the far side of the field, but there was 2 fielders going out towards it, and it was the tumbling fielder there. I think it was Parvinder Singh, who runs for a good 50 metres and runs probably another 20 metres after he takes the catch. What a catch that was, Phil.
He had no right to make the ground to that catch, let alone even hold it. That is a terrific outfield catch. Absolutely no right to hold that. The sky shot, as soon as it went up in the air, I thought, oh, he's going to be caught here. But then when I saw the distance between the 2 fielders, I thought, oh, no, it's going to fall safe. And you called it beautifully, Tina. He's gotten to that. He's absolutely run his heart out to catch that just to the left of screen. Oh, what a good shot there. Thank you very much, 2 circles. Caught that beautifully, as well as that great catch. Wow. That could be turning things around.
Followed up with a dot as well, and what an over this is so far from Mohammad Tabish, but he has Parvinder Singh to thank for that wicket, because you can't underestimate how much ground he had to cover there, and you could see how quick he was moving by the fact that once he caught the ball, he still went a good 10 paces just to stop his momentum. That's what you call taking one for the team, just tumbling away, made sure the ball was safely in his hands, then let himself fall to the Santarem turf. Another chance here up in the air. This one should be a bit more regulation for the wicket keeper, and it is taken by Deepak Kumar behind the stumps. And this is a really great over now from Mohammad Tabish and for the Werewolves. As the Coimbra Knights lose another wicket, that leaves them 36 for 5. Harry Singh, he comes and he goes. It's an easy take there for the keeper, and suddenly it swings again back in the direction of the Werewolves. Yeah,
didn't even get a chance to say hello to Harry Singh. He's just come in, swung, and he's gone again. A 2-ball duck, and his innings, his day's not done, because Coimbra Knights are back in action later today, but his innings here is done, and that is not good at all. I spoke earlier about the middle order of the Coimbra Knights, and I'm a little bit concerned that they do lack a little bit of firepower, bit of structure. And there's so much now, so much weight on the shoulder of Gurjinder Singh, the number 4, the short-statured batter, who's just going up to the strikers end now to take his mark. And 4 overs gone, 36 on the board, but 5 wickets down already in 4 overs. And we are well and truly into the soft underbelly of the Coimbra Knights middle order. They've got a lot to prove here, and they need to stand up because it's not a big target at all. Mohammad Tabish comes in, just bowls 2 for 2. Great over.
That was really a kind of momentum killer over there from Tabish, because the previous over from Gurjinder Singh went for 18 runs, a lot of wides and a couple of boundaries in that one. Then Mohammad Tabish comes in, 2 wickets and just the 2 singles off it. As it's now Gaganpreet Singh with ball in hand. He'll want to repeat the trick of Tabish in the previous over. And Amritpal Singh, he's now at the crease for the Coimbra Knights, who find themselves in a spot of bother here. 37 for 5. And I mean, they'll at least want to get that bonus point, won't they? 64 needed for the bonus point. But the wickets keep on tumbling. And as it's going, we might see all 20 wickets fall in these 20 overs, or not even 20 overs.
That would be astonishing if that happened.
Yeah.
Absolutely astonishing. I don't think I've seen that before. All 20 wickets in a T10, I don't think I've seen that.
Doesn't happen too often because there's usually not enough time for those wickets to fall, but the Werewolves, as we said, they left 3 balls of their innings unplayed, and at the moment the Coimbra Knights, they're not even halfway, and 54 needed off 34. It's a question for them how they go about it, and that's certainly not a way to go about it. That one dies a bit in the pitch from Gaganpreet Singh. Not much pace on it, but it beats Gurjinder Singh. Certainly not for pace, but maybe for lack of bounce. Yeah, it doesn't really do much there, but just plays all around it, and that's another wicket to fall for the Coimbra Knights. Now find themselves 38 for the loss of 6 wickets, and that was actually Gurjinder Singh, who's the only one to have made double digits. In fact, the only one to have made more than 6, but he has to depart for 13 off 10 deliveries. He's the only one of his side to have actually scored a boundary, 2 boundaries to his name. We were talking about how stylish he was looking, but there was not much style going on in that shot.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. I'll tell you what I found unique about that, the celebration from the bowler. He had no one around to give a high five to, so he got a high five from the striker batter. Amritpal Singh put his hand up and they gave him a high five. Spills the run-out chance. That was a red-hot chance for a run-out there. Caught in no man's land. Have a look at this again.
It was actually a lovely piece of fielding there from Gurjinder Singh. Picks it up, throws it back nicely, and Gaganpreet Singh kind of half ready for it, half not. Doesn't catch it cleanly. Wants to whip off the stumps, realises the ball's not in his hands. And that's up in the air. It could be another chance here. 2 fielders converging under it. And it's Rajveer Singh who actually in the end takes the catch very comfortably. It looked like for a moment that Singh and Haritwal might both end up on the deck or in hospital, but it was Singh that took the responsibility for that catch. It kind of held up in the wind a bit, but it was safely taken in the end. The Coimbra Knights are really falling away here. 38 for 7 at the end of 5.
Yeah, super impressed with the Werewolves here with the ball. Started in ordinary fashion by having 5 penalty runs put against them, but now it's as you say, Tina, it's completely falling away. And this is disastrous for the Coimbra Knights. They really do struggle in the middle order and the lower order. Get at the top 4 batters, and that's trouble. Falak Zeb goes to the big hit, tries to hit out of trouble. And as you say, a couple of players converging there. Ram Hartwell, he sees what's going on there and says, no, you take the catch. As we have a look at up-and-coming events over the next 4 or 5 weeks, obviously here in Portugal, after the ECS Challenger, the Premier, then ECI action for men and women, and T20I action for men and women, as we're going to see the team from Norway visiting, which is going to be fantastic. Spain, Madrid, Italy, Bologna, France, Malta, and then Czechia for a weekend there of T20I action as we start the 6th over.
Lots of action coming up, and it's all action out there. And we were saying that Gaganpreet Singh, on the back of the Mohammad Tabish over that went for 2 runs and 2 wickets, he'd want to repeat the trick, and that's exactly what he did. 2 runs, 2 wickets from Gaganpreet Singh's over as well. So the last 2 overs, and that shows you just how much trouble they're in, the Coimbra Knights. Last 2 overs, 4 wickets, 4 runs. And that's no way to chase down a total, even if you're only chasing down 90 runs. They're currently 38 for 7. It's Gurpreet Guri who's bowling the 6th, his first ball of the game. But they're real trouble here for the Coimbra Knights. Maybe they can think about trying to at least get that bonus point. That's still 26 runs away.
Ooh, close to an edge there. I heard shouts of catch it, how's that? Close, but no cigar. David Owen in the chat, he's got one word for us, Tina. Carnage. Just carnage. And you described it perfectly. 4 for 4 in 2 overs.
Yep.
That is proper carnage on the cricket ground. Oh boy. Coimbra Knights up against it.
The Werewolves, oh, they're going to maybe get another wicket here. An appeal, I think it's out. As long as the keeper has taken that cleanly. Complete miscommunication there from the 2 batters. It was Amritpal Singh who hit it to point. So it's kind of a bit of those grey areas whether it's his call or not. But it was Gama Singh at the non-striker's end who had absolutely no interest in going for that run.
I loved watching the fielder. He literally held the throw and just looped the ball back. He knew he had all the time in the world.
And you see here
Look at that.
Gama Singh, he just throws up a hand and says, sorry mate, I'm not interested. He doesn't even back up in the slightest. So I can see why Amritpal Singh is a bit upset with that one.
But in defence of the non-striker, Amritpal Singh he's running and not really looking to his counterpart who was saying no, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no. And that's disastrous though. That is properly disastrous. So not only is the 91 in jeopardy, also holding all their wickets together is in jeopardy, and that even the bonus point now is looking like well, the north face of Mount Everest now. There's trouble aplenty here.
It was quite comical actually from Amritpal Singh because he was jogging through as if it was the easiest single in the world, and then it was like this cartoon double take moment where he was like, whoa, where's my non-striker? He was just jogging through, easiest single, la la la, and then he realises that Gama Singh at the other end is just giving him the teapot saying, where are you going? The only place you're going is back to the dugout. So
because I'm going nowhere, mate. Nowhere. Oh no. 8 wickets down, 38 on the board. It's looking kind of academic now, and I can't see the Coimbra Knights digging them out of this hole that they've created. 2 new batters at the crease. Neither batter has faced the ball yet. They're both on their ducks. Memon's going to face. Let's see what he can do here. Wow. Gets a pressure relieving leg side wide, would you believe it?
they'll take that. They'll still think maybe that the bonus point is not completely out of sight, but they'll have to cut out some of this calamitous running. And actually, to be fair, Akash Sood, he was the one that threw it in to the keeper. He saw maybe what the batter didn't see, which was that this was just a run out waiting to happen, and just threw it in nice and calmly. So that one goes up in the air. It's going to be another chance for a catch, and it's taken. It's taken by Ram Haritwal, who immediately goes down in a lot of pain. Maybe it's a bit of split webbing there, but you could see the pain etched on his face. I think maybe he might have caught that on the top of the finger. He took the catch. You can see there on the replay, but then immediately hops as if he's just jumped onto some hot coals.
Yeah, just trying to get my eye on him, see if he's done himself a bit of a mischief there, hasn't he? Oh, I hope he hasn't. That doesn't look good. He's going across the umpire, maybe going to have a little word and say, can I go off and get some treatment? Let's have a look, see how that comes out.
In the meantime, the Coimbra Knights, that's 9 down, so it might be that Ram doesn't have to be off the pitch for too long, because this game, possibly in its dying embers, it's Ahsan Memon, faced first ball wide, second ball hits it straight up in the air, and Ram Haritwal, it's a good catch. You can see that he hurts his left hand there. Not sure if it just hits it right on the top. It's difficult when it's swirling. It's a bit windy out here, swirling around in the wind. The ball's actually not been hit much, so it's probably still quite hard, the Grizzly, but as it is, Coimbra Knights 39 for 9. Ram there. Looks like maybe he was just dislocated, so maybe they just popped it back in, told him to get on with it. Is he going back on? No, he's going back off. Bit of the hokey cokey going on there. Oh no, he is on the pitch. He's just feeling on the rope. Maybe they're just trying to get this game done and dusted, and then he can get off the pitch again in 2 short steps. They're just communicating whether Ram is allowed to be on the pitch or not. Maybe Gurpreet Curry can just get the wicket to put the Coimbra Knights out of their misery. 39 for 9, 1 ball left of the 6th. It's all going on. It definitely was a wicket. It was Memon who went for a golden duck.
The irony now is going to be a straight 6, flat 6 hidden straight to Ram Hardwell. No, not to be. It's a wide, leg side wide.
Well, we had a wide and then a wicket. Could repeat the trick here. Gurpreet, he's actually not conceded any runs off the bat. The runs at the moment seem academic. It's always a bit annoying if you're chasing that final wicket to bowl wides, any kind of unnecessary runs, just irritating, especially if you're a fielder and you've got half a finger dangling off and you just want to get off the pitch. He's tried to go for some kind of slower ball, and it's the Tejpreet Singh, the batter, who signals the no ball before the umpire does. So that was kind of him.
He's missed his calling.
All three of them at one point
Oh,
signaling
okay.
for the no
They're
ball.
all going for it, are they? Okay.
Is the lesser spotted triple no ball, as we have now the free hit, which is well bowled. I don't know why Gurpreet Guri didn't do that 2 balls ago, but the
players are walking in. Wasn't that a free hit?
yeah, I think it's probably the end of the over then.
Okay, I just saw the players walking in like they thought it was the end of the innings there, and I thought, free hit, guys, you can't go just yet.
I do have a theory about that. I've mentioned it to Vinny before. There's some kind of collective amnesia that goes on. As soon as a free hit is signalled and you're a fielder, especially if there's a chance or it's bowled, clean bowled, you just immediately forget that it's a free hit because you're so hardwired to if the bails fly, you're like, okay, great wicket, or if the ball goes up in the air, you want to catch it. There's some kind of immediate amnesia that goes on when a free hit is signalled.
I love the expression of a fielder when he catches the ball on a free hit, throws it in the air. As the ball's coming down, you can see his face expression changing as he realises. And it's literally this slow motion movement of, oh, and he has to get the ball back to the keeper because they're taking a run. Maybe they go for a second run. And these people are screaming at him, get the ball back in. I agree with you. I think there is a bit of a collective amnesia on the free hit. And now I think it's that caller, free hit, free hit.
I mean, I think I went to a big bash game in January and it wasn't a free hit, but it was the most obvious bump ball you've ever seen. And everyone saw it apart from the guy who took the catch in the covers. He threw it up in the air and everyone else thought, what are you doing?
What's that about?
That's a half-hearted appeal here from Gaganpreet Singh, who's bowling the 7th over. 41 for 9. It's Gurpreet Singh who's on strike.
Just looking to see if Ram is still out there. I think he is. I think he's gone off. Oi!
The ball is going in his direction. I think it's his left hand he hurt. He's a right-hander, so he's just going to bowl the ball back in.
Yeah, it's interesting. My back in Australia, my cricket coach, who actually was coached by Rodney Hogg, famous Australian fast bowler for a while, he used to say to me in the field, you know, you want that ball to come to you. I got to tell you, Ram is not thinking that.
The opposite.
Absolutely. He really is.
Pretend like I'm not here.
Not me, not me, not me, not me, not me.
Luckily for him, that one was just a bit of a P-roller because the Coimbra Knights, their innings has just petered out, but this one is up in the air and it is going to go to Ram. Is he going to take it? He is!
Oh, can you believe it?
He has risen from the dead. His fingers are all attached and he doesn't seem to have done himself too much lasting damage. He has an arm around him from Mohammed Tabish who says, oh, come on, stop being a baby. Your fingers were fine. And it's certainly fine for the Werewolves as they bowl the Coimbra Knights out for just 41. And what a turn up for the books that is. The Werewolves themselves bowled out for 90. We've seen 20 wickets, Phil, in what? Just about 15.3 overs.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk that would have happened? That is just nuts. I said earlier when you brought it up, Tina, I've never seen that before. I've never seen both teams getting bowled out in a T10. I know it's happened, but I've never seen it myself. That is astonishing. Have a look at the fans dashboard for the next game coming your way. Friendship CC take on the Brothers, who are back in action. And this is a big game for Friendship CC. They're all big games coming your way. And you can have a look there at the lineup. A couple of changes there. Mohammed Tohin comes in for Friendship CC on the Brothers 11. Looks like the same lineup that we saw earlier from that win today. And that is a big game coming up for those two teams after this one.
Yeah, and because we've had an early finish now, that's probably coming up in about half an hour's time. So you've got time to put the kettle on because, well, we had 20 wickets, but it didn't take long for them to fall. as the Coimbra Knights, well, despite the fact that they started without having played a ball, they had 5 runs on the board.
Yeah.
They only needed 91, but they just didn't ever get going. There was that early LBW that saw the end of Mohamed Dawood, captain and keeper, and you said, Phil, he was going to be a really important wicket, and he went without scoring a run, and that was kind of the story of the innings. Gaurav Singh, he was caught by Mohamed Tabish, then there was the catch behind the stumps as well, that ill-fated ramp shot, and it was good catching all round as well for the Werewolves. They took their chances even if some of their fingers were not really happy about it, and yeah, despite the fact that Gurjinder Singh was the only one that got out of double figures, he scored 13 off 10. In fact, he was the only one that scored any 4s. We had 2 4s in the innings and just the 1 6 off the bat of Ravinder Singh, and everyone else didn't even trouble the boundary rope.
Incredible. That is an incredible stat, and something that the Brains Trust and the whole team of Coimbra Knights need to get behind, have a look at. And they need to have a bit of they need to process that information, because they're going to come back later on today in the 4th match for today. They've got the Team Tigers to take on, and that is going to shape up as a, sorry to say this, as a bottom of the table thriller coming up in the 4th match today. That is a real problem though for the Coimbra Knights, that the way that these wickets were falling, the fact that boundaries weren't being hit. It was a score of 91, let alone even the bonus point of 64, and not even close, not even within touching distance, not at all.
No, so the second bagel we've seen today, so 2 lots of 4-0, and yeah, 4 ducks in that innings for the Coimbra Knights, and the wickets just kept on going. And to be honest, the Werewolves didn't even really have to do anything special. You see that one there was bowled by Gaganpreet Singh, but it just kind of was halfway up the middle stump, and it was just played all around. And this was the first catch taken at long on. There was a few taken in that region, and to be fair to the Werewolves, they took their chances when they came. There was a bit of a revolving door of Coimbra Knights batters going out of the pitch, and this one again just summed up the Coimbra Knights. It was Amritpal Singh who was going for a nice little easy single. Meanwhile, his non-striker was having none of it, and then it was the double catches there in the end from Ram, who went off the pitch. He took a catch, went off the pitch, came back on and took the final catch. And meanwhile, the batters just kept on going off the pitch. New batters didn't really do much, and Ram then, well, you could see there Hedgepreet Singh already knew that his fate was sealed. Non-striker's end, and Coimbra Knights all out for 41 runs, 4 overs still to go as well.
That's you know, that's almost unforgivable for the Coimbra Knights to collapse like that. Have a look at that card. As you said, Tina, Gurjinder Singh, one shining light, and if 13 runs off 10 deliveries is a shining light, you know you're in trouble. 17 extras is the top score of that particular batting card, even 10 wide. So they tried to open the door, 5 penalty runs as well, 41. How many ducks we've got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 ducks and a duck not out. So Coimbra Knights, I'm not sure what you got to do, but you're going to have to do something. This is the same team who scored 137 last night in their previous game. So don't know what got to do. Got to do something. Gaganpreet Singh, 3 for 2 for 1.4 overs. Gurpreet Guri, 1 for 3 off his 1 over. And wickets to Rajbir Singh at the top there and Akash Sood. Beautiful bowling effort there. Gurwinder Singh, the one to miss out, 18 off his over.
Yeah, it was well bowled by the Werewolves, and you can see that they're really backing themselves as a bowling team. They're not really impressing too much with the bat, only 90 runs themselves, but if you bowl the other side out for less than half of that, then you'll say that's a job well done. 4 points for them on the board. Coimbra Knights, they go home empty-handed, but both of these teams will be coming back later in the day. They don't have too much time to dwell on it. They'll both have a lot of learnings, I'm sure, from that game to take into their next games. But the next game we have here on the ECN is Friendship CC against Brothers 11 Portugal. Brothers 11, of course, had that big win this morning, winning against Team Tigers Portugal, I think 42 runs in the end, so they'll be wanting to take that momentum into this game against Friendship CC, who want to get their second win of the tournament as well, after they also had that first opening game abandoned. So a big game coming up for both sides, and we've got a bit of a longer break, so I'm sure me and Phil will make the most of that. Come back in just over 25 minutes time for that game. It's sure to be a cracker, so join me, Tina Goff and Phil G for that game. Match 13 of the ECS Portugal Challenger Series coming up in 25 minutes time. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the Santarém cricket ground here in Portugal for the ECS Challenger Series 2025. We're on match 13, which sees Friendship CC against the Brothers 11. Let's see what happened at the all-important coin toss.
Brothers 11 to call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is tails. All the best. Have a good game. Have a good game. Brothers 11 won the toss. They're having a bat.
So there you have it, Brothers 11 won the toss and they decided to bat, and they came off the back of a big win this morning against Team Tigers Portugal. They won by 42 runs. They'll be hoping to go 4-1 this afternoon. Meanwhile, Friendship 11, well, they've won one, they've lost two, they had their first game abandoned, so they'll hope to get their second win on the board this afternoon. Joining me in the commentary box and starting you off for this match 13 is Phil G. Take it away, Phil.
Thank you very much, Tina, for that introduction. Yes, welcome back. I'm going to add my welcome to Tina's to everybody wherever you're watching from around the world. This is Phil G in the commentary igloo here at the lovely Santarém cricket ground. A little bit of cloud cover coming over, but nothing to worry about there weather-wise. It's still looking a pretty picture out there as we have a look at the teams for this match 13 coming your way. As Tina says, Friendship CC take on the Brothers Portugal team. And it's a big game for both. Can the Brothers go to 4 wins, or can Friendship find something and push themselves back into the winner's circle? Let's have a look and see what happened here. Interesting news from the toss that the Brothers won the toss, went over bat first, get out there and put a big score on the board and get the pressure right on Friendship CC. A couple of ins and outs on the Friendship CC side there, but never mind, because it's a 30% to 70% swinging in the favour of the Brothers. So the Brothers have pretty much had a good tournament thus far, and I can understand why those percentages look like that. Friendship CC, they had a bit of a dismal game in the last match last night, absolutely caned by Lisbon Supergiants, who bounced back with a huge win over them, and runs chased down in about 5 overs and a couple of deliveries. So that was a bit of a problem for Friendship CC. They need to bounce back. They need to make sure they can find a win in the next game, this game or the next, because they don't want to lose touch with the top teams in this 6-team tournament. Brothers, on the other hand, well, they're sitting pretty happily on the table. They had that big win early today. Tina talked about that just before, and they and the Werewolves sitting top of the table in first and second place, and they've already created a bit of a leading pack now, and it's up for the other 4 teams, Coimbra Knights, Lisbon Supergiants, Friendship CC and the Team Tigers, to try to sort out which of those 2 teams can keep up with the two teams at the head of the pack. It's, well, we're heading into, this is day 3, middle of day 3, so we're heading into the middle part of the tournament. And by the end of today, we will be halfway through the group stages. So it's going to be interesting to see the standings at the end of today. And that'll give us a good indication as to how things are going to happen. Anyway, this match is starting, match 13, sorry, here it comes. And we start with a swing and a miss. And Nanglu it is, who's facing the first delivery, as he always does. Rana opening the bowling for Friendship CC. He's had a bit of success so far in this tournament. And he gets a dot ball, a very important dot ball past the swinging blade there of Parveen Nanglu, who has impressed us with his striking power thus far in the tournament. He'll be looking for a big score here as well. As watchful there, happy to just see the ball go past, watch it, a good bounce too through to the keeper. And here we are, middle of the day, it's warming up nicely out there. Good seeing conditions as well. And I can just give you a report from Ram Hartwell from the Werewolves, who had a bit of an injury to his finger in the last game. Swing and a miss, getting him swinging outside off stump there. Yeah, Ram Hardwell had the skipper of the Werewolves had a bit of an injury there to his finger. It looks like it's okay. He should be back for the last game today. They're just keeping an eye on him. Just a little bit of injury to his nail. No dislocation and no split webbing, but still a little bit of discomfort there. Although not enough discomfort because he took a catch a few balls later, so there you go. Anyway, back to this game. And that's struck Nanglu on the leg. Shouts of LB, but no, umpire says absolutely not. So it's a good solid start here. See Nanglu coming down the pitch there, hits him very high above the pad. And I think that's absolutely fair enough. Umpire cannot even think about giving that one out. Good over from Rana. Good start from Friendship CC. That's 4 dots. See if they can maintain this kind of momentum. Let's see how we go. First runs off the bat, guides that towards the point. Deep point comes in for the danger line. Keeps that just to 1. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Hello, welcome wherever you're watching around the world, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or you're watching us maybe from India via fan code. Hello there, welcome. Phil G here in the commentary position, soon to be joined by my co-commentator Tina Goff. And it's wonderful to have your company. Hope you're having a great Monday, great start to the week wherever you are in the world. Obviously, if you're in New Zealand like Rob Thompson, maybe you can have a good Tuesday. Catch it, it's a shout. And oh, just out of the stretching hands. Diving player there. He's still on the deck. Just gets away from him. So very close to possibly a wicket there. What a great first over that is for Friendship CC. That's going to put a spring in their step. Look at this. Edge, thick, healthy edge. Just bounces in front of the player there in that position. He's right there for the catch. That's the skipper as a dozenman, and it bounces probably about a foot in front of his fingertips. But he manages to knock it down. Doesn't get any further than that. And we have a look at the Tour of Portugal as I welcome back Tina Goff back from lunch. We had a good lunch as well, didn't we? That was awesome. And let's have a look at the Tour of Portugal. We're in the Challenger division. We've got Premier, we've got ECI action for the men and women, and we've got T20 action. Tina, a big few weeks here at Santarém.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here for the duration now as well, after you, Phil, guided us so well through the opening few days. I know you're having a day off tomorrow as well, so very well deserved after putting in a few solo stints as well. So.
Thank you. Yes, looking forward to that. Not sure what I'll do yet, but I might go terrorise the township of Santarém. See if they're used to seeing someone like me running around the place. We continue with the second over. It's played nicely off the pads there. Just out towards very square, sort of just in front of the square leg umpire. And 1 run there. Habibul with the duty in the second over. Slow start for the brothers. We saw the brothers early, didn't we, Tina? Put on a pretty good performance against Team Tigers. Snatched up a pretty comfortable win in the end. And now they need to set the pace here in this game.
Yeah, well, they finished really strong in their batting innings in that first game. It was a big 27 runs, something like that, in the 10th over. So as long as they stick around, but Nanglu is not going to be sticking around. He cannot believe that he's smoked that right off the middle of the bat, but it's gone straight into the grateful hands of the fielder at square leg. And what a catch that was. I think Nangli was most surprised out of anyone.
Tina, this will be the slowest walk-off you've ever seen, I guarantee it. He hasn't even gone halfway out of the circle yet. You're absolutely right. He cannot believe he's picked out the player. He hasn't got it above him. He's a strong hitter of the ball, and he is absolutely gutted. I think he hasn't even made it out of the circle still. There he is. I think he's just crossed the 30-yard circle line now, and he is absolutely torn to shreds with that ball. Wow, what a blow that is.
Can you be timed out on the way out?
Well, we time batters for not coming in quick enough. I think you might be onto something here. Come on then, off you go. He's still going. He's still going. And yeah, there may be too many players on the field if we resume in a hurry. I'm sure the umpire's going to be all over that. And I think he's just crossed the boundary now. Well, Friendship CC, that is an amazing start for them. A cracking first over and a wicket for the second ball of the second over. 3 for 1. Good start for them. Now, it's it's called dead.
There's still a lot of chatter going on as
There was a lot, wasn't there?
the bowler was coming in. Maybe they realised that there was 3 out the ring. Of course, we're still in the power play.
Yep.
The 2 fielders outside are kind of a very fine third and the covers, and there was a lot of yelling going on as Merzalin was going into bowl. Saved him a bit because it would have been a white ball.
Yeah, that was astonishing. There was so much noise coming through coming through our headsets.
Yeah.
It was that loud. And you're right, that's saved them from a certain little mishap there. Let's try again. Third ball of the over coming up. That's hit uppishly. It's just going to go to the left of us. 1 bounce across the boundary line, 4 runs. Nice strike down the ground. Brothers trying to get this chase, trying to get this score back into order and boost the run rate in these early overs. The power play all important. But right now, Friendship CC are all over this. 7 for 1, halfway through the second.
Now, I like these 2 opening bowlers. Imtiaz Rana, he's got a lot of a lot of wickets on the network. I know he played the night series as well. Were you impressed with him there?
Oh, big time. Yep. He's a good competitor, fierce competitor. He bowled well over the weekend. He took a good caught and bowled. He almost had a second caught and bowled. Desperate effort there. You can see on his face he was absolutely gutted in the replay when he missed a caught and bowled. Really good competitor. Got a lot of time for him. Swing and a miss there in the channel. There for the uppercut. One of the batter's favourite shots is that short outside off and just to uppercut it, as I like to describe it, and try to carry it over a backward point for a Maximo. Misses that one completely. So 7 for 1. Last ball of second coming up. Maybe not, as that's a wide. Fall for that trap once again. I do tend to fall for that. I get a little bit ahead of myself. And the voice of Charlie Hunt echoing in my head saying, be careful predicting that it's the last ball of the over because you never know if it's a wide. It's absolutely true. I did learn my lesson from I haven't learned my lesson from Charlie, and apologies for that if he's listening or lurking. Oh, misses the straight one. What a great delivery. Yorker length, bang, stumps akimbo. And that's the second wicket in the second over. 8 for 2. Brothers in trouble.
Yeah, and that was, I think, the final ball of the over, and it was also the final ball of Mandeep Singh's innings. He has to take himself off the pitch. 8 for 2. Just played all the way around that. Didn't get anywhere near it, but it was well bowled from Habibul. The old, if you miss, I hit, especially with that nice left arm, kind of gentle in swing. That was enough to see the end of Mandeep Singh. He goes for a runner ball for Brothers, as you said, in trouble. 8 for 2 off 2 overs. Yeah,
this is quite astonishing for the Brothers. They've had a pretty good tournament so far, and I haven't seen them start with this sort of trouble. That is just a great delivery. It's look, it did straighten, and it has gone into the stumps, but just a bad shot selection, and just not really aware where the ball was going. Have a look at the standings there. Brothers sitting in second place on 12 points. They're 1 point behind the Werewolves, who picked up their 4th win of the tournament in the previous game. And Friendship CC, they're down in 5th place. They need a win here to push themselves into outright 3rd, get ahead of the pack if they can. 3rd over starts. Funny old power play, this one. It's all going Friendship CC way. They just get through for one. Rana's going to bowl out here. It's a good start from him. expect him to get a wicket. He's that kind of bowler. He always makes me think of someone who comes on, you think, oh, we're going to get a wicket, because he's just Mr. Predictable. And I like the way he approaches the game. Got a lot of time from, as I said before. He's got 0 for 3. But he's bowled 7 balls. He's got hole over here. He's got Parminder Singh in his sights.
He's got a lot of experience on the network as well. It's his 5th year playing ECN. As we said, he played the night series, 36 wickets in 45 games, best of 3 for 13. So a lot of experience going on there, and
wow,
that's exactly why he's gonna bowl his 2 overs first up, because it really gets the side off to a strong start in the field. If you get 2 overs that go for just a handful of runs, it's already a 5th of the overs gone for the batting side.
Yeah, true, absolutely true. He then disgraces us with a ball down leg side. He says, hang on a minute, I'm not that good. Maybe there's a bit of modesty there, and he may have heard us just make that comment. And he said, just let a loose one go. See what he's trying to do in there, angle it straight in towards the legs, and just misses by just a short distance. And just have to try that one again. 11 for 2. Slow start here for the brothers. That's hit uppishly. And that's going to be 1 bounce over the boundary line, 4 runs over the covers. So good strike, that one. Doesn't try to belt the cover off the ball, just lifts it, holds the pose for the cameras, and that is a lovely strike.
Yeah, you don't see that shot too often, but it's a really low risk shot. There's no fielders out there. The 2 fielders out on the offside are far squarer. So big open field to aim for there, and it was a lovely shot from Kumar. Put a bit of a curse on Rana here, wide followed by 4. Can he respond?
Well, he pushes that one wide as well. So yeah, we've definitely put the mockers on him now, and we'll have to give him an apology a bit later on. He's bowled a terrific first over. He started his second over pretty well, but then he's turned things around. I'm telling you, I've got a conspiracy theory. We are mic'd up to the middle of the pitch. They can hear us for sure, and that's not good at all, because sometimes we say things that may upset a few people, but that's okay. We're here to call the game, and we love it. Try again. Crunch. Well, the player was almost in there at extra cover, but it's just gone to the side of him, and it was hit pretty sweetly. It was about catching height, but it's been placed better.
It's a nice shot, and I kind of question the field a bit now. I think they now do push someone back after the ball's hit there twice. 3rd time's a charm, as Friendship CC put a fielder out there, but I don't think Rana is quick enough to really get that ball kind of flashed through backward point. So having someone in front of square does seem to make sense. They have done that now, but almost the damage is done. The last 2 balls have actually gone for 10, with those 2 wides included as well. There we go, same again. Well fielded though on this occasion. That was Mustafizur Rahman. Yeah, good hands.
This time straight to mid-off, who gets around there to stop that. Yep, you're right though. Putting the man back now after all that, and bringing up that backward point into the circle. Bit of a head-scratching moment there for Friendship CC. But if it works for them, hey, I'll be the last person to make any critical comment. And this time, it's going to go out towards backward point. Well, who are we to judge?
We don't know anything, Phil.
We know nothing. And there you go. So that's just canny placement from the batter. That's what I'm going to put that down to. Sees the change in the field and obliges. And look at that, 16 off the over. As we're giving Rana a bit of a rev up, he goes for 16. 2 off his first and 16 off his second. 24 for 2 after 3. The power play is done and dusted. The run rate's at 8. So it is a slow start for the brothers, but this over, that's brought things back for them.
It's interesting that they of course have Murzalin Habib, who bowled that second over, got 2 wickets, just gave away the 6 runs. It looks like they'll hold him back for later on in the innings. That is the end of the power play as well. And it looks like it will be Raju Mia who will bowl the 4th over, first over of his spell.
Field adjusting now, so we're going to have on the boundary at the in the extra cover position, a long off. See, a long on, but he's a bit wide, not quite deep mid-wicket. Let's see where they want the protection. A lot of protection on the boundary on the offside. They're bringing a 1 in as I speak. Maybe they had 1 too many outside. So let's see if the brothers can capitalise now. Parminder Singh in the distinctive carrot-flavoured shoes. I don't know. I can't actually back that up whether they're flavoured like carrots or not. But anyway, hits it into the ground. Bit of a miss hit there, and goes into the lone fielder in the circle, close on the offside in the covers there. Couldn't have picked him out better if he tried. Seen that actually over the weekend. A couple of teams were putting in someone not in a regulation cover, but actually just a few steps in, and it was cutting off the single. And I thought that was a really clever, aggressive bit of captaincy to put a fielder in there. Really clever. Well, it gets a bit short. And it's luckily not gone to hand, just a couple of bobbles along the ground. But yeah, I think Perminderson was a bit surprised by that one. Got up a bit.
Yeah, he's a tall guy, and it still kind of troubled his chin, but he managed to just pivot on it. If he got hold of that one, that would have ended up in the next postcode, but he managed to just keep it down. It was well played shot, actually, because there is a fielder lurking out there, but they just jog through for the one.
Just played nicely, looking for the single there. Don't have to hurry. Obviously need to get through for the single. And well run nonetheless. Keep that scoreboard ticking over to the brothers. Goes to 26 for 2, halfway through the fourth.
I'd quite like to see Parminder Singh. I know he's only faced a few balls, but he had flashes in the first game, and I think he's due a big score. He's clearly got the power. But that one, we might have put the mockers on again, but it's just been dropped in the field there. It's Rana out there. He does the hard work, gets in the right position, but I think maybe gets a few too many paces forward and ends up just going over his head.
Yeah, have a look at this again. How does he miss this? Yeah, I think that's what it is. He's come forward. He is close to the boundary line. At least he stopped it going over. He hasn't tipped it over the edge. But yeah, just out of position there completely from that very sort of tennis racket shot, and follows up with a good ball. Does Meow, gets it through him. Good comeback that from a bowler who's probably a little bit frustrated that didn't go to hand. One more to come in the fourth, 27 on the board, and brothers not having it all their own way at the moment. But as you said before, Tina, you know, they put on 27 in the 10th over in the earlier game today, so we know they've got the firepower to just switch it on if they can and take advantage of bad bowling. Shouts to catch it. How is it? Umpire says, yes, you indeed get an edge on that one, and you're done. Third wicket falls at the end of the fourth, and reward for effort. So Mia doesn't have to wait too long after his catch was put down of his bowling, and he picks up a wicket right there. Very happy people in the Friendship CC camp.
Yeah, it looked like there was a nick on that one. Harsh Kumar stuck around. He was hoping he might have got away with it, but it was a big appeal, especially from the keeper. Islam behind the stumps. Raju at the end was almost pleading with the umpire, and he duly obliged. Harsh Kumar has to go. Not a bad little cameo from him, 16 off just 10 deliveries, but brothers, they're in trouble now. That's the end of the fourth over, 27 for 3.
Yeah, not a time they wanted to lose a wicket there, because they're just starting to build this partnership, starting to cause a few problems. And Parminder Singh, he's not hitting the ball as well as he could, but if he gets on here, we saw him belt a really good 40-odd in the first game. But with Harsh Kumar now leaving the arena and stepping aside for the next batter to come in, they've got to rebuild again, start again. 6 overs still to make a big score. Expected score at 93. Expecting to get a bit better than that. It isn't George. George used to be called George Barty. Now he's just George. Just George. And Parminder Singh need to rebuild here.
Well, Parminder Singh's already been given that one life on the boundary. Can he make the most of it?
Crunches that through and over the extra cover boundary for a big Maximo. Lovely strike, that one. He is a guy who swings the blade, and when he does and he connects, oh my goodness, batten down the hatches. That is a tremendous strike.
You can see him using his long levers there. He just clears his front foot and just leans into it. And you can see the power that especially someone who's a bit taller can generate just on the swing of the arms. And he'll be wanting a few more of those, brothers. 33 for 3.
See what he can do here. Well, that's gone up, and well, it's been saved. That is some good work on the boundary line there.
It's Raju Mia who's the one that actually gave Parminder Singh that second knife. This time he was nowhere near catching chance, but he did manage to just palm it back into the field of play to make sure didn't concede the boundary. So he saved 3 runs there as they just jogged through Oh, in fact, they got a 2 on that, so good running from the 2 batters to keep Parminder Singh on strike.
Yeah, there was every chance of the fielder taking control of that ball and going straight over the boundary line. So good work, good thinking there. Saved a couple of runs. 35 for 3 in the 5th. So just played it on the ground to that man in the regulation cover position. No run. So, brothers, what do you think? Expect to score 97. They won the toss and elected to bat first. It hasn't worked out the way they would have hoped thus far. Harsh Kumar and Naglu back in the hut already. They're the 2 big hitters, big strikers of the ball. Wow, speaking of big strikes, how about that? That's a lovely shot from Maximo. So Parminder Singh, he's the man of the moment right now, just as he was in the game number 11, the first match of the day against Team Tigers. The brothers looked to him to score some runs, and he did. He obliged, and he looks like he's getting on his bike here now too. Just
dragged a little short there from Ifti Islam, and someone like Parminder Singh with his height, that's just going to sit up nicely for him to swat away. That's exactly what he did. Hit it with such power that his shoelaces came undone as he's just adjusting his footwear, but that was a nice strike from him all the way to the boundary for a 6. But, you know, brothers, they won the toss in the first game. They also got off to a bit of a sluggish start, but then managed to really accelerate through the back end of that innings.
Just goes and pushes that one on the leg side all the way along the ground, straight to the fielder out there. Just a little slight fumble, but just the 1 run. Scoreboard ticking over nicely now. Perfect, thank you. So 42 for 3. 1 more to come in the 5th. And now it's going to be George with a chance to face his first delivery. He's been a spectator at the non-striker's end. He gets to face the last ball of the 5th. It's a slow one, hits the pad, and the umpire says, I hear your appeal, I just don't agree. And that is that. Have a look at this one again.
I think it's that classic right arm round angle is always going to be difficult to make. Even though that ball was quite full, probably still pitching outside leg stump.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. So it's time to welcome you into the commentary igloo. Phil G here along with Tina Goff, and it is match number 13. It's a lovely day here in Santarém at the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. Hope you're having a great time wherever you're in the world. Tina, how much fun has this been so far today? I know it's your first day here in Santarém, but you look like with that smile on your face, you've had a good day so far.
Having a great day. The sun's shining. It's the first time in the commentary box with you, Phil. We still have to get that team name sorted as well. We've had a lot of good suggestions, so keep them coming in. By the end of the week, we'll have a lot of games under our belt, and then maybe we'll decide. See what feels natural. But it's feeling great so far. Loving my time here in the box with you, and we've got a lot of games coming up, don't we?
We do have a lot of games coming up. This is going to be a great week. I've really enjoyed the Challenger Series so far, I've got to say. It's Vinny mentioned this yesterday when he did the he covered for me during one of the innings. He was saying the great thing about the Challenger Premier is we're going to see teams that are like for like, rather than a team like Marlow taking on a team that's brand new to the competition and absolutely caning them to all parts of the ground. So this is the great thing, and that's why I guess like on day number 1 we had a margin of 1 run, a margin of 4 runs. We had a game decided the last ball of the innings. We had a game that was washed out, and there was only one game that really was almost like a foregone conclusion, but it still took until about the 7th or 8th over, and it just shows the closeness and the competitiveness of this Challenger division. And I think this is going to be quite an exciting year because we've got a number of countries where we're doing the ECS like that.
Yeah, and it just means more teams involved in the games as well, and more cricket, more players, and that's what we love to see. And well, the brothers will love to see that because it's again a lusty stroke off the bat of Parminder Singh, goes all the way again, and he's really threatening to build a score here. He races to 24 off just 10 deliveries. Yeah,
I completely agree with that. He is looking the goods. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing so far. This morning I did mention we don't see enough big scores from Parminder Singh, and he obliged us with a 40 not out, a 42 not out I think it was, and he's going the right way here to build up another big score. That's a wide ball. It's missed everything. That's going to run away. No, it's going to be cut off and not get to the boundary line. And that will be a wide. Plus another one. Extras go up a little bit there. Score goes to 48 for 3. No, that's 50 for 3. I was just a little bit behind the scoreboard. The scoreboard was behind me. Anyway, 50 up in the 6th. First ball of the 6th. Ball up in the air. Catching opportunity. No. Fielder just sort of doesn't quite see the ball going over his shoulder. Maybe thought it was going a bit further than it did. Unfortunately, Friendship CC can't get around to that. That's Sabit Anik, who is fielding there in the covers. Didn't manage to double back far enough in time.
So I was just having a look at the game from this morning, match 11, because we were saying how it's been a similar inning so far for the brothers.
Yep.
And they were 52 for 2 off 5.2 overs, and now they're
right?
51 for 3, and they did in that game manage to get to 126 after that big flourish towards the end. So they do have it in them to kind of, they're not the quickest out of the blocks, but they can kick towards the end, and that's what they'll be hoping for again today. And that one's certainly going to help. Another 4 off the bat of Parminder Singh.
Yeah, he's turned that one around the corner quite well. Sort of, again, I think the height has sort of tricked him a bit. He looked a bit cramped for room there, but he's gotten that out of the meat of the bat and away for 4 runs. That's really interesting. I did think I was suffering a little bit of deja vu, because you said it a couple of times already. This is mirroring the brothers' first innings this morning, and well, the stats prove it. You're absolutely right. And they are building up towards a big total here. Parminder Singh can stay there, and I tell you what, just over the hands of the fielder there, who has got a little bit of height about him, and it didn't miss by much, but that has gone across the boundary line for 4 runs. Good shot, that 59 for 3 on the board. Oh boy, flirting with a bit of fire there. If you have a look at the replay on that one, how far does that go over the fingertips? Well, I can't quite see from that angle, but it was not that far away. We had a good sight of it from here, and I thought, and it was in with a chance there. And then just pushed out to that same player now, almost teasing him and saying, there you go, have the ball again, this time along the ground.
Yeah, it's quite sensible, to be fair, from Parminder Singh, because the amount of times you see it where batters, like, they have a chance, they lose their head a bit, and then they get out, whereas that time he said, okay, I'll just get myself off strike. But in fact, he does keep the strike, because that's the end of the over. That's 60 for 3. But Parminder Singh, he's on 33 off 14. He's the one you want on strike. He's got more than half of the total for the team so far. After the top 3, apart from Harsh Kumar, none of them really fired at all. Parminder Singh might be the key to the brothers' innings here.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with him in this innings, as I was this morning. We both were impressed with him this morning. And if Friendship CC, if they can manufacture a wicket here, they're going to want to have his wicket. If they can pick up, I know ifs and buts, if they can pick up his wicket, things can change very, very quickly. Sort of get into that proper middle order of the brothers, maybe push into the lower order. Really test out the batting depth of that club. But Friendship CC, they started really well. They were, they got them 2 for 8, I think, after a couple of overs, and we thought, oh, hello, could be a bit of a turn up here. Anyway, there we go. Parminder Singh, he is putting a stamp of authority in this game. Swivels around, pulls around the corner, a lovely shot. But he's looking comfortable, and that's important for him as well, as much as important for the brothers. He's looking really comfortable. He has only, I mean, you couldn't even call that the shot he played in the last over a chance. It went well over the head, went very fast. So he's playing smart, and, you know, he's getting reward for effort as well. Oh, there you go. There's a hook shot, if ever you've seen one, out of the ground. Lovely shot there. George gets amongst the revelry and picks himself up a Maximo. How fast is he getting position here? Nice, and right out of the meat of the bat too. Yeah,
he picks up the length very quickly, because it could have been quite a vicious delivery. It was coming up towards his chin, but he managed to just pivot on it, and that's exactly what you want from George, because Parminder Singh really needs someone to stick around with him at the other end and build a little innings, a little partnership, and that's exactly what these two brothers are doing out there at the moment.
They're doing very well indeed. Very impressed so far. Just a bit eager there to get to continue on his attack here. After being hit for 6, he wants to bounce back and show the batter it's not going to be all his own way. Well, he's gone for a similar kind of hook shot. It's gone for a Maximo, but the ball has gone to the other side, to the offside, so it's more of a Baximo. Have a look at this. This has gone flying off the edge and over the line, well over the line too. All the pace from the bowler, and it's just flicked off the edge and gone high and handsome. So back-to-back Maximos for George. He races up to 13. The score now to 73 for 3. Friendship CC, this is going to get away from him if they're not careful. So a dot ball there, and immediately Parminder Singh says, I would hit it over there. He actually gestured and he said, I would hit it over there.
Let's have a look at this.
Have a look at the replay. Watch this. There, I would hit it over there.
And then he makes George shadow bat, just so he knows exactly what he did wrong.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun stuff. And just a bunch of ball back. Good comeback from the bowler here with a couple of dots. Really good. After being taken for back-to-back sixes, it's good fighting spirit. Still got one more to come in this over. 73 for 3 in the 7th. It's nicely cut. That's going to beat the fielder. The race was on, but that goes for 4 runs. And Parminder points again and says, that's exactly the shot I wanted to see. Well batted, so it gives him a little pat on the back. That is a really good shot.
It's not often you see kind of backseat batting, and that's exactly what Parminder Singh is doing at the
moment. It really
moment.
was, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
He's guiding George through every ball at the moment. Well, he's back on strike now because that is the end of the 7th. 77 for 3 as we also take a look at the calendar for this year, and I can never get my head around just how many dates, how many different locations we're going to. I know there's some new locations on the list as well, some returning locations, and then some of the regulars as well. So I just can't wait to see how this year unfolds.
It's funny, isn't it? We've been on the go for 2 months now, and we've still got all of that to do. It just looks like such a busy year, and it's going to be so much cricket and so much fun. We're going to every corner of the continent, and it's going to be terrific. I can just tell. Spain, Italy, France, Malta, Jersey, Sweden, Estonia, Romania. Over the next 6 weeks, and then getting into proper European summer, we head to England, Hornchurch. My home ground of Czechia. I'm going to look forward to that. It's going to be 2.5 weeks in Prague. That's going to be fantastic. Looking forward to that one big time. Next over starts. Strike along the ground directly to the player. No chance for a run there. A few gesticulations in the air there. I'm not sure what that's about because it was a dot ball. Everyone should be happy about that. 77 for 3 is the score. 8th over kicking off here. Habib Bale's got 2 for 6. Looking to add to that.
What is the home ground like in Czechia? Is that a nice ground?
Very nice ground at Vinoj, which is about probably about 15 kilometres outside of the city centre as the crow flies. Very nice. It's sort of in the middle of like a bit of a farmland kind of area. Very similar sort of setting to this. Byes recorded there by the umpire. Yeah, really nice. So we've got 2 pitches there. The first pitch, the main pitch, is the Scott Page field. And we have a neighbouring pitch, the Banks field. And we're building a 3rd pitch sort of up behind. We've got a big space there, and there's a lot of work being done by Czech cricket to get that flattened out over the next 12 months. Shot, square drive, bang, look at that, all the way along the ground. Safe as houses, that shot, and a terrific strike right through the offside. Nice, down on one knee, poses for the cameras.
He knew the cameras were there. He made sure that he was down there long enough to get that nice side profile, and got it we did. Our friends at Two Circles did, and that was a lovely shot from George.
It really was. It was a great shot. So the score is really picking up now. That run rate, when we see the run rate graph next, you're going to see a real proper uptick in these last couple of overs. Well, we're also going to see a wicket as well, as he's completely missed that one. It's full, and the bowler sort of maybe just had a little whisper, maybe suggesting that that's where the dugout is as well as he walked over. So, George, we praise him for that lovely previous shot, but his innings is done. That's a good delivery, though. Good comeback from the bowler. Yorker length, bang. Hit the leg stump as well.
George did well to almost get his legs out the way of that one.
Yeah.
Maybe probably would have been a leg before anyway. Sometimes you just got to say that was a good delivery, and it certainly was from Mirzaddin Habibul, and that was actually his 3rd wicket. He's 3 for 10 off just 10 deliveries so far, and you see that one. It's that lovely left arm over action that just swings in to the right-hander, and George beaten all ends up, but still a nice little cameo from him. 21 off just 9.
Well, this is going straight up in the air. Who wants it? Somebody wants it. And a bit of a juggle, a bit of a sore thumb, but the catch is taken. 2 in 2 for Habibal. Players rush in to give a high five, and I can tell you now that fielder, who is that, needs to keep that left hand away from any high fives, because he's definitely done himself a little bit of a mischief there. Good catch. In the air for a while, looking up to the sun, and catch taken.
As Raju Mia underneath that one. 1-2 on the 3rd attempt, he takes it and has a sore finger for his troubles, but Mirzaddin, he's more than happy with that one, because I'll tell you what, Phil, he's on hat-trick and he's on a fifer. and he's got one ball left to do it.
Whoa, here we go. Get that Hall of Fame record open, but get the book open because this could be a fifer, could be a hat trick. We haven't had too many hat tricks this year. I think from memory we've had, what, maybe 6 or 7 hat tricks for the whole year so far. So if Habibul can edit this, there you go, right on the timing. Well done to our friends with the graphics there. Thank you for that. So we've had 6 so far. Here we go. Hat trick ball coming up. Habibul comes in. Here's the sound as it goes along the ground. And a bit of an anticlimax as they go through for just one, but well bowled nonetheless. 4 for 11 for Habibul from his 2, and that is a real good return on investment for him. Well bowled, sir.
Well bowled indeed, and actually well batted there from Verinder Singh, who's the new batter at the crease. I'm not entirely sure Parminder Singh will be too happy with the fact that Verinder took a single off that last ball, so he'll keep the strike. But there you were mentioning, Phil, well, those 2 wickets kind of stunted the run rate a bit, but it was certainly going in the right direction before that over from Habibul really kind of stopped it again. 6 runs coming off that one, but more importantly 2 wickets as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a real statement there to look at that run rate graph, to watch it just go ticking upwards very nicely, and then the little downturn. Habibul, yeah, terrific bowling performance from him. Unlucky not to maybe get a fifer here, but Mia's going to continue. Let's see if he can add to his wicket tally. Chop down on, it's going to run away. The chase is on for the fielder. Picks it up inside the boundary line rope. Well done. Can't keep it to less than 2 runs. Parminder Singh, he's stuck at the non-striker's end. He's probably wishing he could get up to the striker's end because he's the one they want to have on strike. Not that Verinder Singh is a slouch with a bat. He's a pretty good batter as well. Coming in a little bit lower down the order than he usually does. But there's a bit on these 2 shoulders. There's only 11 balls left in the innings. The score is 85. They want to get up to the 110s for sure. Crunch. Well, that's up, and that is Maximo. Player almost catches it, but he's a good 5 metres on the wrong side of the boundary line. Doesn't matter. That's a great strike from Verinder Singh. Look at that.
Pivots on it. Doesn't really go anywhere in the crease, but just enough to use the pace of Raju Miah. Goes all the way, and Habibul, who missed out on his 5 and then missed out on the catch there, he might have taken it if the field was slightly longer.
Well, goes for it again, and this time it's back-to-back Maximo. I was watching the fielder's body language as he was preparing himself for maybe some sort of miraculous Superman leap. Not to be. That's 2 Maximos in a row. So Verinder Singh, just as I give the mention, he's not a slouch of the bat. He proves me right. So finally, I've broken my commentator's curse. Well, for today. Well, no, for this match.
I was going to say, it won't
this
last
innings.
long. For this ball, probably.
True. Oh, Miah. Need to come back here. What's the response? That's coming down towards us. It's 1 bounce. And good work. It is good work indeed on the boundary line. Stops the ball from going over the boundary. Very good work indeed. I thought that might get away from the player there. That's Sabir Ahmed. Does very well. Big smile on his face as he turns around to his counterpart and says, yes, I did very well there. You did save a boundary, sir. Yeah,
well done to him, because it looked like it might have been a chance for a catch. As it was, though, he managed to stop what would have been a certain boundary, and that was not a bad response from Raju Miah. Still 2 balls left, though, in this 9th over.
Whoa, that sounded pretty good. Has it got the legs? It definitely has legs. Is that... That's one of our production crew out there. Have we started employing 2 Circles employees to be our ball boys? Oh, great work from 2 Circles, both with the camera and without.
Yeah,
look at this.
Nice job, Kristaps there. He knows where the cameras are as well. A big old point straight to the camera, because he knew that his friends up there would have caught that one.
100 up as well with that strike. Parminder Singh, he's into the 40s, eyeing off a half century here, I reckon. Goes crunching it over the cover boundary, and not quite the cover boundary, but a couple of bounces over the cover boundary for 4. Doesn't quite get everything out of the meat of the bat there, but enough to carry the infield. Good strike.
More than enough to send this over. Magical as well. That's the end of the 9th, and that Raju Miah over goes for 25 runs. His first over went 1 for 3. But again, how quickly these things change. You'd probably still take those figures, actually. 28 runs off his 2 and that wicket as well. But so far it's Murzalin Habibul who's done the damage with his 4 wickets. Where do you turn now? Final over. There's 3 bowlers that have just bowled the 1 over, and it looks like they're turning to Mohammed Asaduzaman.
Skipper going to take on the responsibility himself here by trying to close out the innings with a tight over. And we've seen what the brothers have done with the 10th over before today.
Yeah.
And, well, that was 27, wasn't it, off that previous game at the start of the day. Let's see what happens here. Crack. That's up in the air. Shouts to catch it. And that is well and truly caught. Well done. Or is it grass? No, it's been caught. Yep. I thought the body language of the player, he put his head down. I thought, what are you doing there? And it was Habibul. Watch this again in replay. Comes down, and the way he bowed his head, it was like, sorry guys, I missed it. But
pure relief, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, just that is what we saw. And I thought, oh, has he grasped it? No. So Verinder Singh goes for a nice little cameo. He's belted a couple of 6s, try to keep the momentum going for the brothers, but he is the 6th wicket to fall here in this game.
It's a bold call from the captain to bring himself on, having not bowled yet. But to be fair, the bowlers who still have an over left, Islam, Ahmed, Rahman, they all went for 15 or more. So maybe the captain just thought, well, if you need a job done right, you do it yourself. But it doesn't help his cause there with that wide.
Not at all. It's almost got stuck in the hand there. It just the arm came around on a strange angle, and the ball still hadn't come out of the grip. So it's almost like he was forgetting to let go, and he's flung it pretty wide. Try that again. Oh, that's up in the air. Shouts to catch it. I got a funny feeling that's going to go all the way for a Maximo. It does. It's a dead set Maximo, that one. That's the second one we've had in this innings. Flies away, and the fielder around there quite happily says, yes, indeed, that was a Maximo. Well, these are valuable runs here at the death of this innings.
It's a bit of a bonus run there as well, because it's Satnam Singh who didn't really, I think, know much about that. You've got Parminder Singh, 44 off 19 on the other end. He'd dearly love to get through. I'm surprised they don't go for a run on that one, to be honest. Worst case, Parminder Singh runs himself out, but he's not much use at the non-strikers anyway.
I just wonder if Parminder is saying, look, can you get us a single, get me up there. There's only 3 balls left. Let's watch him see if he backs up here. He doesn't really... Oh, there he goes. They're off and running. And the run-out's affected, but, well, Parminder Singh, he wanted to get up there at all costs, didn't he?
That was the right call, and I'm surprised they didn't do that the previous ball when it went through to the keeper, because it's hard as a keeper to take the ball, it kind of tailed down leg side, to then get back into a position to affect the run out. And if he does that, you say, well, okay, fair play, which is exactly what happened here with the bowler.
It's exactly what happened here. Yes, agreed. Yeah. So the batter at the strike stand said, you know what, I'm happy to sacrifice myself. Come on, come on, come on. So Parminder Singh, he's going to get to face the last 2 balls, but job done. A selfless sacrifice there to get the informed batter up to the top there to face 2 deliveries. Not so much for his 50, but I think just more to try to put some icing on the cake for this innings. It's 115, 2 balls to come, 7 wickets down. How far can they go? Oh, he's mishit that one just along the ground.
And Amarjeet Singh, who's the new batter, he wanted to get on strike at any cost. Parminder Singh, he kind of ummed and ahed. He was like,
he hesitated.
I want the last ball.
Yeah, he really did hesitate there. You're right. Non-striker's like, yes, that's an extra run for us. No.
He'll be vindicated if he hits this for 6.
Well, what's he done? He's, I think he's got a little tickle on that. And just the one. And just the one. Umpire is going to say that that was, maybe he's just checking to see if that came off something. But I think that's it. She's all done and dusted. Just 1 run off that last ball. Any way you look at it, whether it's a run or a bye. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is indeed. So, runs off the bat and 117 for 7 after 10. The brothers put on a bit of a spurt of runs in the second half of the innings here, and they get their score up to a very good target indeed. Parminder Singh take a bow, and Verinder Singh with a couple of good hits there in the middle as well, and a few other batters contributed. But all in all, I thought Friendship CC, they started well in this innings, and they took wickets with pretty much regular monotony. And it was a couple of good partnerships. That was a body blow. Nanglu going really cheap and early, and Friendship CC suddenly were on a bit of a rock star moment.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that brothers, they were 8 for 2 off the first 2 overs, and then you had the big wicket of Pardeep Nanglu back in the shed, and you thought maybe the brothers would be in trouble here, but just as they did in the game earlier this morning as well, they did fight back in the middle order, and it was mostly due to the batting of Parminder Singh. He finishes on 45, not out, and that partnership, especially with George, who put on 21, that really elevated the score. It was a 55-run partnership, taking them from 27 to 82, and that really set the pace for the innings.
Oh, 100%. That was a big partnership. I didn't realise it went 50, so there you go. That's the reason why they're looking at a target, the Friendship CC of 118 rather than something in the 80s or 90s. And George put together a really good cameo as well with Parminder Singh, like you say. And fantastic work from the brothers. I thought at the start, the first 3 overs, a bit of trouble here. Mind you, the third over became quite expensive. I think 18 offer in total. And that was a bit of resurrection coming back from being 2 down for only 8 runs. So good work there from the brothers to get the scorecard up. Persistent bowling. Habibul, our pick of the bowlers, without a doubt, getting 4 for 10, I think it was. And he was absolutely terrific.
Yeah, he was, and some decent catching all round as well from Friendship CC, but they just let the runs get away from them a bit too much sloppy fielding. But sometimes you have to say, if a batter's in form, then there's not too much you can do about it. And Parminder Singh, he was hitting at a strike rate of 225, 4 Maximos and 3 4s in his 45 as well, so well batted to him. And there was a few little cameos towards the end as well. Virender Singh, he came in, he scored 16 off just 6 deliveries, including 2 sixes as well. And there was a selfless run out there. It was Satnam Singh who decided to fall on his sword to make sure that the informed Parminder got the strike towards the end. But I think the brothers will be more than happy with that 117 for 7 off their 10 overs, something I think they will hope to defend.
Yeah, I get the feeling that is very defendable against the Friendship CC batting lineup. I'm not sure if Friendship CC have got the firepower to get that. They're going to hopefully prove us wrong. Well, in their eyes, they'll hopefully prove us wrong. We'll see about that. And, well, who knows? We're going to look at the batting card in just a moment, and we'll get to see exactly what happened, how things transpired. And yep, that's going to be good to see. And obviously the bowling card there, I'm going to interest see those stats of Habibul one more time.
Yeah, so the brothers 11 halfway stage, 117 for 7, as we do see the scorecard now. Pardeep Nanglu, he went for just 1 at the top of the order, and we thought, uh-oh, this is trouble for the brothers 11 with their big hitter out of the way. But it was Parminder Singh who really guided the innings for brothers 11. 45 unbeaten off 20 deliveries, ably supported by George in the middle overs. They put on a half-century partnership. And then Virender Singh at the end also cameo of 16 runs. As for the bowlers, well, there's only one really that stands out, and that's Murzalin Habibul. He got 4 wickets for just 11 runs. A really great performance from him. Imtiaz Rana, that doesn't really tell you the story. 18 runs off his 2 overs, but the vast majority of those came in his second. As it was, there was bowling shared all round, and actually a decent over at the end, over number 10 from Mohammed Abdurrazman, the captain. He went for just 9 runs and 2 wickets at the end to make sure that the brothers didn't get to a total that was maybe completely unassailable. But as it is, at the halfway stage, brothers 11 Portugal, they've put on 117 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. Parminder Singh there, top scoring with 45 off 20, and Murzalin Habibul, he was certainly the pick of bowlers. He was the only one to get more than 1 wicket. In fact, he got 4 wickets for the loss of just 11 runs in his 2 overs. So the halfway stage, brothers 11 will be defending 117 runs to win this match 13. But I'm sure Friendship CC will have a thing or two to say about that. So join us in just a few minutes' time for this match 13 ECS Portugal Challenger 2025 run chase, where the Friendship CC will need 118 runs to win. Join me, Tina Goff and Phil G in just a few moments' time for the innings run chase.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back, cricket fans from around the world. Phil G here in the Commentary Igloo at the Santarem Cricket Ground here for the continuation of this game. This is match 13 of the ECS Portugal Challenger Division here. And it's an interesting moment because 117 runs have been put on the board. It's a tantalising target. So for the bonus point equation, the batting team need to come out and get this target in 7 overs or less to get a bonus point. And it's up to the fielding team, the brothers, to try to restrict that score to 81 or less, and they'll get themselves a bonus point. The bonus point up for grabs. Can Friendship CC pick up a point or maybe all 4 points, or will the brothers prevail? You're going to find out in the next 40 minutes as this run chase is about to start. Umpires are out in the ground. The players are coming out to the ground. I can see the batters. No, I can't see the batters yet. There they go. They're striding to the ground right now. So it's all for Friendship Cricket Club to try to get a win here. They're going to be desperate to get a win. Make sure they're not in the bottom 2 on the table as we head into the halfway point of this tournament. So a lot to play for here. The brothers sitting pretty in second place. I think they're in second place still on the standings, so they'll be pretty happy with their performance thus far in this tournament. They're looking pretty solid, I have to say. Friendship CC, unfortunately, they're alongside the Coimbra Knights and Lisbon Super Giants, just struggling to find their form in this tournament. But if they can get a win here, or even just pick up a bonus point here, it could separate them a little bit. As means a lot to the team here. You can see there one of the brothers there just in front of us. Who was that? That was Satnam Singh, just saying a few quiet words to himself and hoping he can fire himself up and put in a good game in the field for his team. And we're going to see that in just a moment. It's going to be Rahul Bhardwaj, as always, with the ball. Did himself a bit of mischief in this morning's game. He was complaining of, well, not complaining, he took a ball directly on the ankle bone and he was hobbling for a little while. Had to get some treatment and came back on and bowled the second over. So, as it does, the man's facing the skipper of Friendship CC. Let's see how we go with the start. It's down leg side. And straight away, Bhardwaj is hobbling. And I don't get that. If you're not fit, what are you doing out there? That's the question I have to ask. Tries to tickle it down leg side. It's a wide anyway, and Bhardwaj is already in strife. And you'd have to say, well, if you didn't take the magic spray during the break, then I'm not sure what we can do for you. And the umpire's just getting a bit of instruction as well. They're saying, well, what do you want to do? You've got to keep playing on, my friend. You can't keep going off the ground and coming back on again, unless it's within the regulations, of course. So that's an interesting moment. A few players coming in and giving their opinions as well. He's given that calf muscle a bit of a stretch. He either took the ball on the calf or on the ankle bone in the field after his first over in the game this morning, and he is indeed going to put himself out of the attack, switch over the bowlers, and he's going to go off and field. Well, for him, he's probably going to hope it's in a place that no one will find him, because I don't know where he's going to go. He's going to be a liability in the field. I'm not sure about that. So Mohammed Al-Amin is looks like he's going to get the ball. Rules have been explained here from umpire Buck, saying this is how it is. And I know the umpires are on top of this 100%. Bhardwaj, they're trying to suggest where he can go. And I tell you what, if you're Friendship CC batter, you will be searching for Bhardwaj in the field, trying to hit the ball to him every single time, because I would. And that would be sending a message. So he's going to put himself in the covers. Bowls one ball, it goes wide, and straight away he's hobbling. That's not good at all. Yep, facepalm moment. Anyway, we resume. Al-Amin's going to continue. And that's cut nicely. Just a gentle little push for a single, get off the mark. So as it does, a man gets runs off the bat immediately in this run chase. They're chasing 118 for the win, 82 for the bonus point to make sure they get beyond that. And there's a bit to do there for Friendship CC. And that brings Mia onto strike. The tall, imposing figure of Mia. Let's see what he can do here. He had a good first over, but oh, he had a terrible second over when he was bowling. Got absolutely torn to pieces. He tries to get things moving with a good shot square. Just bobbles out of the hands of the player there, just in the square leg umpire. And just the one run though, so not too much damage. So Friendship CC, 3 on the board early in the first. So in case you missed it, Bhardwaj came on to bowl the first over, and he's bowled one ball and immediately gone hobbling. And he's just parked himself in the covers. Not sure what he's going to do there. That's like having a gap in the covers now for me. But anyway, we'll see. Alamin gets a dot ball passed. Interesting stuff. Hello to everyone in the chat, wherever you're watching from around the world. I can see a whole bunch of names in there. Dave B still there. Johnny He, good to see you. Bob, hello Bob. Thomas Martinez. And everyone else in the chat, good to see you. Kev was in there earlier. John Gray, I think I saw you in there as well. Love to have your company. Dancing down the wicket and going for the big hoik. Don't know about that. Asaduzzaman, the skipper, needs to keep a level head here. He can't be trying to hit himself out of trouble or trying to hit himself in form. Needs to be approaching this run chase with a bit more style than that, I would say. Well, he's got a hold of that short one, and that has flown away. Not quite a backsimo, but it's gone for 4 behind the keeper. Have a look at this. Gets the edge on it. Ducks the head. Bit of self-preservation, can understand that. And that is flying away. A couple of bounces. He's not expressed his Alamin, so that's why I didn't fly for a 6. But a 4 nonetheless. Any way you can get him, that's what we say. Any way you can get those runs, it means the world. 111 from 55 required. The run rate required is 12 and a bit. A bit of work here for Friendship CC. As I said, this is a very important game for them. We're almost at the halfway turning point of the tournament, so the positions on the standings, we'll have a look tonight. They're going to be really important. And we finish the over with a dot. So, first over gone, 7 on the board. Friendship CC starting unusual fashion with Bardwaj, their key bowler, getting 1 delivery in, then having to march off and not finish the over. And, well, there you go, the brothers. Just watching him get around the field. They're 63 matches since the Golden Ball, and it's a great time to welcome back Tina Goff. Tina, you've seen the first over bowled. Bardwaj, he's gone skulked off into the covers, and Friendship CC, well, they started with 7. It's a cautious start. This game, important for both teams.
Extremely important, and a bit of a strange opener there to the first over. You'd imagine there's a lot of ways to test out your fitness before the game than pulling up short on your first delivery of the first over. Bit of a strange one. He'll now have to stand in the field, think about what he's done for the following 9 overs, but I don't think he'll be too much use to the brothers here. Luckily for them, 117 is a defendable total, and with only the 7 coming off the first over for the Friendship CC, that run rate is just going to go in one direction, and that's up. It's already north of 12 and a few more tight-ish overs from the brothers, and that's going to get into troubling territory for Friendship CC as Harsh Kumar takes the ball for the second over.
Swing and a miss. Harsh Kumar's bowled pretty well. He's been pretty successful as well. He's picked up wickets along the way. Usually is opening the batting for the brothers 11, and he gets the duty with the ball in the second over of the day. I'm not sure who. I look at the Friendship lineup, and I do find myself thinking, who's going to get amongst the runs here? It's they need to get a couple of these batters into the 20s and 30s to really challenge that total. And so far, from what I've seen from Rahul Mia, I'm not sure he's one of them. That was, yeah, just a hopeful swing. Wasn't really a lot of thought behind that one.
No, it was a nice line from Harsh Kumar, just outside off stump. Certainly not one that should have been hoiked towards the mid-wicket region. Raju Mia not really thinking about that shot much, as the keeper there for the brothers just gets a few readjustments to his gloves. Pardeep Nanglu will be disappointed to have holed out so early in his batting innings, but he's very tidy behind the stumps, isn't he?
He's very good behind the stumps, yeah. Really enjoy his work there. He's also very animated as well. Takes on the responsibility of marshalling the fielders and maybe giving commands to some of the fielders who haven't done a good job, and maybe handing out some penalties as well. But he's very active, very animated, but he's an accomplished keeper as well. He's done a really good job there. Doesn't like to give too many away. Well, bat finally meets the leather there, and that is a pummelingly good shot. I don't know if that's a word, I might have just made one up, but that is a terrific blow, and that carries the badge line for a big maximo. So Raju Mia does connect with one, and it goes high, hard and handsome for a big 6. Good shot that.
Just pivoted on that one. As you said, these bowlers aren't express pace. Harsh Kumar's probably one of the quickest that the brothers do have. That one he just dragged a little short, and it was enough for Rajumir, who, well, both he and the captain Mohammed haven't got off to the quickest of starts, but that 6 will certainly help their cause. That was on the back of 3 dots as well.
Character building that shot. That's a bit more about character there. There you go. Harsh Kumar is a little bit filthy on that. He gave a bit of a rough sort of moment, just a bit of a pirate moment. Thought he'd done enough there to maybe try and affect something. The ball bounces off the leg pad of keeper and into the stumps, but the foot was well and truly grounded, so no chance of any kind of dismissal there. Interesting over this one. But yeah, Raju Mia, he's a tall fella. He's a guy who will hit the ball, if he hits through the ball, it will go a long way. And he just needs to settle and know that he's got plenty of time to get these runs. Shouts of how's that? I don't think that's hitting anything apart from fresh air, as that just skews off to the leg side, and one leg by there is indicated by umpire Krut. Thank you for that. End of the second, and that is what's that? 14 on the board with no loss.
It's another game where even the bonus point is looking quite challenging. I know we're early on here. It's just the 2 overs gone, but 82 needed for that bonus point. The win predictor has Friendship CC down at 27%, and we've already had 2 4-0s this morning, so it could be 3 4-0s in a row. The Brothers 11 will certainly hope so. Of course, they picked up 4 points earlier in the day as well.
That's so true. They could very easily go that way. Have a look at the standings right there. Right on cue. Thank you to our friends who put the graphics up just as we're discussing it. So yeah, you can see there the Brothers 11 there in second place on 12 points. They pick up 4 here. They're going to leapfrog over the Werewolves into top spot. That's short, and that's seen, and that is a terrific outfield catch. How about that? That is a ripper. Out of position, had probably no right to take that one, and he's been lifted off the ground by his compatriots, and they're very happy about that. Brothers 11 celebrating a good catch in the outfield.
I think that was Dilbag Singh there, and he took quite a tumble in the process of catching it, but the main thing for the Brothers was that he took it cleanly. I think both his feet were up off the ground. There's a bit of a slope there, so I think he was expecting the ground to land underneath him, and suddenly it was a couple of centimetres lower than he thought, so he ended up sprawled on his back, but the ball was safely in his hands, and that sees the end of Raju Mia, who never really got going, and this catch certainly worth another look on the replay.
Oh wow, that was, yeah, you're absolutely, he was airborne. And you're right, I think as he came down he was thinking, where's the ground? It was there when I left it a moment ago. And he's finally made contact, and a good proper get around from his teammates as well. Dilbag, he's taken a few catches today. I think that's probably his 4th catch for the day. Well done to him. He picked up a few catches over the weekend, so I'm sure when we check the fielding stats somewhere, maybe tonight or tomorrow morning after halfway through the tournament, he'll feature in the outfield as the catches. Wicket down. Verinder Singh gets the breakthrough. That's a wide ball, unfortunately. Doesn't follow up with a tight ball. The next one to Habibal.
There's a bit of chat going on the YouTube chat about the statistics, because of course Bhardwaj bowled the first ball, but it was a wide, so he never actually bowled a legitimate ball, as that one has been legitimately hit to the boundary for a 4. Another one to the collection. That's Habibul, who, having got 4 wickets himself, then gets in on the act with 4 off the bat. So yeah, so Bhardwaj, he bowled a ball, but it was a wide, so it counts as a run, but it wasn't a ball bowled. So then the bowler that came on to bowl then Verinder Singh, usually you'd then have a 0.5, right? Because if you come on to replace an injured bowler, but because it was a wide, he then completed a whole over of himself. So we just have Rahul Bhardwaj, who just has bowled 0 balls in the whole game, but still went for a run.
That is an interesting conversation. Yes, I can see the confusion there, and I know I'm still confused just thinking about that. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
It was Harsh Kumar, who bowled. I think he came on to bowl the first over, having not expected to bowl the first over, and then bowled 6 balls, not the 0.5 that would usually happen if often a bowler gets injured and then has to come off.
Was it Muhammad Al Amin who came on to bowl, number 11? I think it might have been. Harsh Kumar, I think, bowled the second. I got confused with the previous match.
Maybe it was Verinder Singh, I think, who bowled the first over in the end.
Verinder Singh's bowling this one.
So he's bowling now the third, having also bowled the first, I think.
That's interesting. Sorry, I stand corrected. Yeah.
You can see why we're all confused, Phil. It was only a couple of overs ago. It feels like a lifetime ago.
This is properly confusing. And that is another catch in the outfield, and there's no doubt about that one. And that is a good take. Satnam Singh takes the catch, holds the ball aloft as though to say, Tina, Phil, I caught that one. Don't you worry about that. I've got that one. And I think we've all figured it out now. It was indeed Verinder Singh who can to finish that Bardwaj over, if you can even say it even started.
It's like Schrodinger's over. Has it ever started?
Oh no, I feel like I'm in a loop. 19 for 2. It is getting towards the end of the power play. Got one more ball to come for this power play, but the important thing is for the Brothers 11, they have picked up a second wicket, and Merceline Haberball is gone. Up in the air, up, and dunk. Good catch, that one. Satnam Singh holds the ball aloft and says, thank you very much, and he gets his name in the book. Well, as it does, the skipper is still out there, and he will be having to have words with the new batters saying, come on, we need to buckle down here. And if we can't get the win, we need the bonus point. We've got to do something here. We're not in this tournament for show. Absolutely not. So let's make sure something happens. Last ball, power play coming up. Shouts of how's that? Just a few. I'm not even sure there was anyone on the field appealing for that one. I heard shouts of how's it from somewhere. And that is 3 overs done, 19 for 2 on the board. And Tina, I'd have to say right now, those percentages of 88% chance of Brothers winning this, according to Supercomputer, are pretty much where they should be.
Yeah, I'd say so. Look at that. None of the overs for Friendship CC have gone for double figures yet. And yeah, again, Brothers 11, in the first game, they had that over that went magical in the 10th over. This time, it was in the 9th. And it's really the damage that they do in the back end of the innings that propels them from what seems to be a mediocre score. And suddenly they're in the teens, 20s of the hundreds. So it's interesting how quickly these innings can change. And I suppose that's what Friendship CC will be hoping for now, that something changes. They still need 99 runs, so that run rate up beyond 14. It's looking difficult for them now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think as we've talked about, we've got the Challenger division here, very evenly matched teams. One big over can be the difference between winning and losing very quickly. And I think we've seen that already in some of the matches in this Challenger division. It can happen so quickly, exactly as you say, Tina. So there's a bit here to think about for the other teams watching, and we're still a couple of games from the halfway mark. Still a couple more games to go today as well. And this one to finish, of course. Ooh, that one bounced up a little bit. I think Nangaloo might have taken that one on the shoulder. He's a tough customer. He's okay about that. Harsh Kumar's going to bowl out his second over. Have a look at this one again. Oh, he might have got gloves on that one. Just the keeper. Just make sure he didn't take it on the body. As it does, skipper needs to lead by example here, get amongst the runs. Took it upon himself to try to finish off the innings with the bowling, and now he's opening the innings with the bat. Wide ball there. So it's good that the skipper steps forward, but then he needs to deliver as well.
Yeah, it was a brave call of him to bring himself on for that final over, as you say, Phil, especially after the 9th went magical. And it kind of paid off. He got those 2 wickets and went for less than 10 runs, but at the moment he's scoring at less than 100 strike rate, and that's not what his team needs. As he does manage to get hold of that one, and it's dropped there in the outfield. And not only is it dropped by Dilbag Singh, but it's going to go to the rope as well. So double jeopardy there for the Brothers 11 as we take a look at this one again.
As soon as I saw that big number 7 on the back, I thought this would be caught.
Yeah.
And, well, Dilbag Singh, he's taken tougher catches than that one. And that's the first time he's spilled one over the boundary line. But he is an absolute ball magnet. Wherever he goes, the ball seems to follow him. And the Brothers 11 have got faith in him by putting him right in the hitting zone. Unfortunately, that wasn't for him. And he did indeed spill it across the line for a boundary. Very much need a boundary for Friendship CC. And Asaduzzaman, he's continuing to be planted on the crease and reaching for those balls that are staying inside the wide line. And I hate to be the man to say it, but maybe he needs to think about using the feet a little bit more, especially if the bowler is going to try to keep it out there.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Harsh Kumar. He knows that line is not moving anywhere, even if Mohammed, the batter, is moving. And despite his suspicious looks at the umpire, it was exactly the right call there.
Very watchful there. Just decides in the end that he's going to just bunt that one back down the pitch, just slightly onto the offside for a dot. Wasn't interested in that one. Harsh Kumar had a little bit of a grin on his face there, probably thinking, yeah, if you'd gone for the big swing, I might have had you there. In the end, Asaduzzaman probably picked the right ball to block away because he's not looking fluent at the moment, I have to say. Just really not quite looking, he's not looking threatening. Oh, well, he's missed another one. So it's looking tough. Now, umpire Crit says that's your bouncer for the over. So no more of those, please. As the Dusman acknowledges it, and he's going to expect something that's going to be on a good length now. Let's see what he can do here for the last ball. What should be the last ball of the 4th over. And is on a pretty good length, and it's whipped away. That's going to run, and the battle's on. Ooh, kicked back soccer style to off the boundary line. That was not a bad effort. Well, the bowler's gesticulating quite wildly here. I'm not sure why Harsh Kumar's upset. He's just had a boundary saved. Having a look at this. Was this saved okay? It went very close. Where's the foot? The foot, it's hit the rope.
Yeah.
That has hit the rope.
It's a little rebound. That's why he was able to kick it, because it hit the rope first, and then he kicked it up off the rope.
That's exactly right. They're checking the replay, and that will be indicated as 4. So it wasn't particularly great work. It was a little bit cheeky. That has definitely hit the rope first. And that will be overturned in a moment. Boy, has that not been overturned? That looked to me like it hit the rope. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it bobbles up. Maybe the bobble actually comes, if we look at this in super slow motion, that the bobble maybe comes from the grass rather than from the rope. Look, it's bobbling already here, Phil, and maybe that bobble, maybe hits it on the volley rather than the bobble coming off the rope.
Yeah, possibly.
That final bounce, look, it goes bounce.
Yeah, it looks like the ball is almost on
top of the rope.
On top of the rope almost. Okay, we'll go with the on-field call then. Okay. Maybe I saw that one wrong, but it looked like the ball was almost over the top of the rope, and maybe Verinda has indeed done a miraculous saving of 2 runs there.
Well, I suppose if the ball's, as long as the ball's not touching the rope, if it's on top of the rope, it could be a metre behind the rope, and as long as it doesn't touch the floor.
Yeah, as long as the ball hasn't touched the top of the rope and then been hit back. But it's from that angle, from the distance, it's probably hard to see exactly that. Boy, someone's almost had their head knocked off there. That's a good straight drive. A bit more of fancy footwork, but this time it has hit the rope, and that is 4 runs. Both fielders rush in. That is Parminder Singh and Verinda Singh, and they can't get behind it and stop that getting across the line. Have a look at this. Everyone dives for cover. Umpire, non-striker. The only person who didn't move was the bowler. He was probably thinking, it's going to rebound off someone. I'll just take that. Comes down and, well, unfortunately kicked into the rope there, and that was pretty clear cut.
Yeah, a bit more clear cut than the previous one. We don't need the forensic breakdown of that one.
No, we're good there. Okay, 26 for 2. And, well, this over is pretty important now because Friendship CC, they are struggling. The required run rate now is up to 16. And there needs to be some real push here as the batters are just going back to their rightful positions as the boundary was notified and confirmed. Islam with that strike down the ground. See what he can do here. 88 from 33 needed. Just mishits that one into the mid-wicket area. No one in regulation mid-wicket, so deep mid-wicket has to come into field. You're really struggling to see where Friendship are going to get the firepower from now.
Yep.
Just doesn't look like these two have got it. They can prove me wrong anytime they want to. That's absolutely fine. I'd love to see that. That's hit around the corner. That's some pretty good placement, and to a vacant area for another 4 runs. So this over's starting to get a little bit expensive. There's only 9 from it, but there's only 1 ball left as well. So it's probably just not quite enough. You need to be going at a lot more than that per over. I think the required weight is 16 and over. Minimum 16 needed per over. But if you want to get ahead of that and not chase 16 the last over, you really want to get ahead of the curve and try to be getting a couple of magical overs in here. 35 for 2. Probably the last ball of the 5th.
Okay, you're covering yourself there.
I totally am. There you go. Hit straight to the player. They're going to get through for 1. And that brings the score up to 36 for 2 after 5. We're halfway through this innings. And Friendship CC, as we're saying, struggling with firepower, struggling with someone who can hold down an end and really smack the ball around and put their foot down. Up-and-coming events. Well, let's look at the next 5 weeks on tour here with the European Cricket Network. We're here in Portugal for ECS, ECI and T20I action. Spain, Madrid for the first time for ECS action. Italy, Bologna, ECS for men and women. France, ECI, ECS action. Malta, the Spring Series, ECS, ECI. Then a weekend in Czechia for T20I. Hopefully I'll be there for that. I'll be at the ground. I know that. I'm not sure if I'm on comms. I might be. Danny Hudacek will be there. I'll be there. Hope you guys can join us too. That's been clumped nicely. Just one bounce, a couple of bounces to the fielder, straight to the fielder. Still not enough. They're going to need a real push here if they want to get a win. It's 81 from 29. The run rate is getting into the red zone now.
Yeah, and just to get to that golden ball is 45 runs. Sorry, not golden ball. Wishful thinking. Bonus point. I have golden ball on my mind because I know you're due one. But we don't want to talk too much about it as they do run through for 2 runs. Well run there, actually, by the 2 batters.
See,
but yeah.
You got my hopes up then. I heard
Sorry.
golden ball and I started jumping around. It's like, oh my God, golden ball, golden ball, golden ball. No. Behave, Phil. Behave. Sit down.
It'll come. It'll come. All good things come to those who wait.
That's right. That's right. And I'm known for my patience, believe it or not. Okay. George is bowling. The man they had to name once. It's been crunched down the ground, all the way along the ground. Parminder Singh cleans up on the boundary line. Can't be done by singles. Maybe they do have the bonus point in mind rather than the win now. At the halfway point, I wonder if there's a discussion between the batters to say, look, this is where we're at. Do we go for the win? Do we go for the bonus point? What do we do? Do we change our style? Because we're not firing. And, you know, I just wonder if that's a discussion that is ever had in the middle with 2 batters to say we need to change our approach and just go for the bonus point.
I think it should be if it isn't the case already, because as we've said earlier in the day, the bonus point can be so decisive, especially in this table format. Top 4 go through.
Yeah.
It could be the difference between getting to the finals day and not getting to the finals day. And is that one that scuttles away, and that was almost just escorting the ball to the boundary there.
It was an escort, wasn't it? It was like, come with me, for I shall lead you to the boundary line. Yep, and
we've done the kind of the long curse on Dilbag Singh after saying that he was catching everything in sight. He's now can't catch a cold, and he dropped one earlier, and that one he just seemed to forget what he was doing on the field. That one to run away for 4.
That was a strange moment, that one, wasn't it? Okay, so end of the 6th, and it's going to finish with dot ball, 44 for 2, and still the bonus point is quite away. So 4 overs to try to pick up 38 runs. That surely is what they're going to aim for. I think the 74 runs of 24 at a run rate of 18.5 required. Ooh, for me, that's a bridge too far for these 2. I just can't see the firepower there. However, they could prove me wrong, or else they need to readjust and go for the bonus point. Have a look at the batting card there. Only 2 wickets down, but unfortunately, Mohammad Azizazman, who's putting together a fair innings, but it's not enough for this run chase, unfortunately. 21 off 17, he's been going a bit harder than that, and his counterpart needs to be assisting and trying to get some more runs in these next couple of overs. Well, that's not how you do it. Makes a bit of room, a slight little dance down the pitch does Islam, and that was the easiest of stumpings you'll see in this tournament, maybe even all year as well. Nanglu onto that quick smart. Let's have a look at that again. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't infringe with on the side on. Let's double check this one. Easy as you like.
Nice hands there from Nanglu. And yeah, well, the batter, Ifti Islam, has to go 8 off just 7 deliveries. He was barely in the frame as the bails were whipped off by the keeper, and yeah, well, actually it's 8 balls he faced with that final one. Can't really say he faced it because he was already halfway back to the boundary, but I think by the time the ball passed the stumps.
I think so too. Have a look at this one again. Yeah, yep. And I don't think Bhavi Nanglu is going to get an easier stumping all year either. So the damage is done there on the board. It's a big wicket to go down there, 44 for 3 at the start of the 7th. As it doesn't mean he's still out there on 21 from 17. Alamin comes out. He's joined the skipper to see what he can do. He has had some mixed success in this tournament so far. Had a couple of good cameos on Saturday. I remember him getting a very quick fire. I think it was the 18 or 20 off about 4 deliveries. Just came in and carved up the attack. Shots like that is what he played on the weekend. And that is a great strike from Maximo right from the get-go. How about that? Nice.
That's exactly what Friendship CC have been missing, just a bit of intent. That one is actually signalled 6 by the fielder out there. And yeah, they've just lacked this intent. Even the captain, Mohammed, out there, 21 off 17. That's kind of the run rate that usually gets you hoiked in T10 formats. But of course, they're just struggling for a bit of depth in their batting lineup. But if Al-Amin keeps going like this, wondering why he hasn't come in to the crease a bit earlier.
That's a really good question. You'd have to ask that one. And considering some of these cameos he's played for Friendship CC, I think that's a really good question to put to the Brains Trust and say, well, if he's going to come in after third wicket falls and you're already in trouble and strife, then you're asking a fair bit of him to try to weave some magic, which is probably why he's only played cameo roles. He needs to get in there early and get his teeth into the batting. He's gone the leg side now. Hasn't quite got the same on that one. And that's our fielder well inside the boundary rope. And just the one. But still, he's come out and he's gone 6, he's gone 4, and he's got a single. So straight away, he's up to 11. And he's going to be catching up to his skipper in a moment. That's a dozen man. See if he can learn from that. It was a good ball, actually. But it was played even better. Very close to the body. And he's cut that away. Late cut that away really nicely, very close to the body.
And suddenly there's a bit of momentum back in the Friendship CC innings. Probably a step too far to chase down the total of 118 needed. But look at that bonus point, 82 needed for that. So that's another 23 needed off just over 3 overs. And as we were saying, Phil, they need to look at what is an achievable target. And I think that is what they should have in their sights. But with big hitting like that, maybe they want to go for the whole target. That's another glorious shot from Captain Mohammed. And where's this been in the first 6 overs?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, prior to this, you started to wonder what was happening. But suddenly, rush of blood. Maybe the skipper as a doesn't just needed someone come out and say, let me show you how this is done. And crack, crack, crack. What a big over that was for Friendship CC. 65 for 3. Match 14 coming your way after this. Coimbra Knights, who have had to go away and lick their wounds and come back after being absolutely demolished, decimated, destroyed in the previous game. And I can't hold back because they were absolutely put to the sword. And they're playing against Team Tigers, who had a loss today as well. So 2 teams coming off losses, and let's see who's going to take the honours by walking away with a win. One of those 2 teams will get a win, and they'll be 1-1 after today.
Another great game coming up, and that's just over half an hour's time, so the action doesn't stop, but there's still some points up for grabs here. 17 needed for Friendship CC to get that single point on the board. 53 needed off the final 3 to get the win. It's not completely outside the realms of possibility, but that's a nice ball there from Amarjeet Singh for his first ball of the innings. And actually that previous over number 7 from Satnam Singh went magical in the end. 21 runs off it and a wicket. It
felt like that was a very expensive over, didn't it? Not surprisingly at all. Good to see the skipper bringing himself on here in the 8th. Might even bowl the last one as well. Let's see how he goes. Oh, lucky bit of edge there. And that's going to run away for 4 runs. So no matter what they've got their eyes on in terms of the target, I like to think it'd be the bonus point because that's definitely the most accessible. That's going to really help the campaign. It was a dodgy little edge, but nonetheless, you take them anywhere you get them. Wouldn't be upset about that if I scored that either. I probably couldn't replicate that if I tried, but if I got that, I'd be happy. Al-Amin, he's up to 15 from 5, and like I said, he's played a couple of cameos. He doesn't like to stick around, and he'll be looking for the big hit here. And umpire Crit just saying, hang on a minute, your players are still walking around, and you're the skipper, Amarjeet, so you should be able to see that happening and stop coming into bowl. Here we go again. Oh, tees off the 3rd, but it doesn't have the forward momentum. It was just up and down. Parminder Singh comes off the boundary line to clean up and hand the ball back to his skipper. Try again.
Friendship CC Brothers 11, that's probably the 2 nicest, friendliest names. It's the friends and family derby,
isn't it? It's actually, yeah, thinking about that, yeah.
It's not as fun when you have the friendship against the werewolves. That doesn't seem like a fair fight. Speaking of which, this doesn't look like a fair fight either because Friendship CC, they're not going to get anywhere close, I don't think, unless some minor miracle happens as another wicket falls. And that is the end of the long watch of Captain Mohammed Asaduzzaman, going for 31 off 20 deliveries, and he stuck around for a long time, but yeah, if you're not scoring it over 200, you're going to get in trouble when you're facing quite a big total.
He really was there for the long watch. It's a really good way of describing it. Just not really getting on with it. Only in that last over did he really start to sort of pick things up a bit, and I think that was because he was joined by Al Amin, who came in and he was all business. So as a doesman, he was trying to be watchful, but they needed someone who was a little bit more than that. And yeah, you're right, that's another wicket down, 70 on the board, 4th wicket down. The Friendship CC and the Brothers. I'm trying to think of another team name that will be in that category.
Well, we have a lot of opposites, though. So we have a lot of violent ones. We have the werewolves, and we have tigers.
Yep.
So a lot of animals, a lot of vicious animals. We don't really have kind of like the pandas, or was there penguins? I feel like
penguins. That sounds familiar,
yeah.
actually. Yeah.
We must have almost all the animals in the animal kingdom.
Yeah. In Prague, we have my old team, the Barbarians. We were split into 2 different teams. We had an A team and a B team. Then we called ourselves the Prague Barbarian Vandals and the Prague Barbarian Visigoths. So you want to start talking about violent names. Oh, here come the Visigoths, here come the Vandals, that sort of thing. And yeah, I'm trying to think. Chat, help us out. What's the friendliest cricket team name you've heard of? Wow, how about that for a tee shot? That's off the 9th, and that is into the clubhouse. Well, I think it's just bounced inside the line, actually. It has. I thought that would have gone all the way. More high than across.
There's a pitching wedge used there rather than a 3-wood, and he kind of elevated it, didn't he?
Yep.
Al-Amin, and he's hit the rope enough times this innings. That one didn't quite get all of it, but Verinder Singh on the chase, he managed to go about 10 metres over the boundary, just in his forward momentum, but he wasn't able to stop the boundary. That is the end of the 8th as well, 75 for 4. So 43 needed off 12, which is probably a bridge too far. But that bonus point certainly within grasp for Friendship CC to make sure they don't leave this game empty-handed.
100% agree with that. So the bonus point was 82, was it?
Yep.
82. So 7 more runs in 2 overs. Absolutely gettable. As you say, I agree with 100% there that the win of the match is, definitely off the cards. I can't see them doing that. Then again, I mean, a bit of rush of blood. They would have to pull out a magical over here, 2 magical overs to do that. So unless they can put the next over into maybe like a supersonic over, I think Mandeep Singh's a bit of a better bowler than that, though. It's just 1 run played there, just behind square. Al Amin, he's back on strike. It's all up to him. If he can get onto a couple of big hits here, you never know, because he's 20 from 7, and he's probably the most threatening we've seen of all of the batters from Friendship CC today.
Yep.
Well, he stands and delivers and just pushes that one out into the extra cover position. Not much happening there, just the single. So didn't want to try to thrash that one too much. So maybe they are settling on that score of 82, and that will be for them the win, I say in inverted commas.
Oh, I suppose you can always have a slight eye on the run rate as well, and every wicket you lose will negatively impact that run rate. So there is a few considerations rather than just going hell for leather and losing wickets. We saw in the previous game all 20 wickets falling, so you definitely want to avoid that. And if Friendship CC can plunder a point here, I think they'll take that. That, in fact, might be the point sealed up. It will be, because that takes Friendship CC to 83. So that will be 1 point on the board for them. Pretty sure at this point the other 3 points will be going to Brothers 11, but we've avoided a bagel for the first time today.
That's right. That's something. So well done to Friendship CC to pick up that point. They do not leave us empty-handed here, and that will be that's a small victory for them. Dave B in the chat, he's given us the name of Farmers in suggesting a nice, happy, warm team name as opposed to something violent. Farmers, good shout, Dave.
Friendly family farmers,
Friendly family farmers.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's probably a cricket team out there called like the Hugs and Cuddles or something like that. I don't know. Help me out, chat. Is there someone out there called the Hugs and Cuddles? I'm sure they're probably not really a serious team. Well, that's been hooked pretty seriously though. and that is going to go all the way for a big Maximo. So Friendship CC, they've got the bonus point in their under their belt, and now they're saying, well, you know what, why don't we just have a bit of fun here? We might as well go for it, try to put the ball all over the place. The win is pretty much gone out of their hands. We have a look there at the bowling figures there. Rahul Bardwaj, just for those who keep stats up, he's got a fantastic economy there. Just the 1 run, no wickets, no maidens, no overs. And good bowling all around though. Obviously Satnam Singh got taken to the cleaners in his 2nd over, but pretty good bowling all around. 90 for 4, 1 more over to come. So 28 from this over, and Friendship CC would have deserved all 4 points if they can do that. I don't think so. Well, computer's giving him a 30% chance of getting a win here.
That's interesting. I mean, we've seen, I think we've seen the 27, have we, today?
27,
I'm
yep.
not- we haven't seen, have you seen a supersonic the last couple of days? Haven't been too many recently. It's not really a big high-scoring ground necessarily, at least not maybe in this Challenger League where you might not have the big hitters that come out in the Premier Division or in the internationals.
Yeah.
But stranger things have happened.
Let's see what Islam's got to say about that. He just chooses to push it out.
Ooh.
Oh, it goes through the field on the field, and that's 4 runs. So there's 4 of them. So there you go, 24 from 5 now. They couldn't, could they? They couldn't, could they? No, they couldn't. Verinder Singh doesn't get down for that one. Goes straight through. It was a long way down. He chose not to get it. Let's see, where does this one go? Oh, pressure on the batter as he pulls away.
It's all mind games here, Phil. Islam out there. He wants to be the hero. Left-handed as well, so
Yep.
you've got that to contend with as the bowler. Left-hand, right-hand combination. You know what? Back-to-back 6s here.
Ooh.
And come and talk to me.
Cat amongst the pigeons if that happens. Oh no, he hasn't got enough on that one, unfortunately. Probably not a bad shot selection. Sort of tried to pick it up on the half volley, but just didn't have the power to get it down the ground for anything more than just 1. And well, 23 from 4. Need 4 6s. Who was it who hit 4 6s off Ben Stokes in the West Indies several years ago now?
World Cup, was it? The Carlos
Was it
Brathwaite?
the
That was the
Braithwaite?
World Cup final.
Yeah, it was Braithwaite, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Don't remind me.
That's right. One of my favourite jokes was about playing a game of poker with Ben Stokes, and he put down full house, and I came out with 4 6s.
Yeah.
It's an oldie, but hey, and I don't mind giving that one to a couple of English cricket fans. I won't mention that one again during our stint here, by the
Okay,
way.
that's
How about
kind
that?
of you. I mean, there's a lot of Ben Stokes highlights we can talk about if you want.
Yeah, I think we could talk about the one that actually angers me, and of course, I think you know the one I'm talking about during that Test match, where he slid his bat and the ball hit the bat and went off for 4 overthrows, and they won the game moments later.
Yeah, World Cup final, no less.
World Cup final, yep. Can't knock Ben Stokes. He is class act through and through. 99 for 4. Maybe they get 100 here. The game's gone though. And that
Wow.
is a lusty strike. How about that?
Where's that been?
Whoa.
The previous 10 overs.
That's gone into the paddock. That is capital G-O-R-N-E gone. Look at this one. Crunch.
That was a full extension of the bat. He almost kind of accelerated through the ball and taking
Wow.
cover there, the horses.
I think it bounced out just sort of a bit over on that side, but that has gone a long, long way. That's going to come back with a passport stamp. That is a really big hit. Yeah, 13 for 1, huh? 13 runs from 1 ball. They've got a 37% chance of victory. Goes to the big smash, and that is going to be another Maximo. So a rush of blood here at the end of the innings, but it's unfortunately not enough to get the Friendship CC into the win. That bounces just over the line, I think. Can I look at that replay one more time?
On the rope,
Hits
maybe.
the rope, I
Yep.
think. It does indeed hit the rope. That's right, just bobbles up in the air. Well, the brothers get the win. They don't get all 4 points, but they get the win. And that man, Alamin, keep your eye on him for the rest of the tournament, because he's played a really flash little innings here and just reminded us that he does have the firepower. He has to come in higher up the order for Friendship CC.
Absolutely. And when you have, I mean, the captain, he took up 20 balls and just got 31 runs off them as we see the game coming up as well, which is another big game. But when you have Mohamed Al Amin, who doesn't come in till 5, He came in quite late in the piece as well.
Yeah.
It was the 6th or 7th over that he came in. By that point, they were already so far behind the run chase that even his 43 off just 13 deliveries, 330 strike rate, was not enough. And in fact, they only end up losing by 6 runs, but that maybe flatters Friendship CC a bit because they were always behind the curve.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that rush of blood and that innings from him does exactly as you describe it, Tina. It does flatter the result. But Brothers walk away with a win, which I got to say at some point, maybe early on the first few overs, I thought, yeah, Brothers just look a lot better here. They look a lot sharper. And the first couple of batters for the Friendship CC, they didn't inspire me with confidence. There's a great catch. That was a terrific catch from Dilbag Singh. That was the where is the ground? It was there when I left it moment for him. A few good shots here. Look, a couple of boundaries here and there, but you know these sort of little skied moments where catches were taken. There's Satnam Singh taking a good catch there, but just wickets falling, and unfortunately for Azaduzman, the skipper, not being able to really put on a big score. Dilbag Singh there with one of his little snafu moments, and Verinder Singh there with some fancy footwork that I was a bit concerned about, but the officials were not, and that's the important thing. Yeah, just a bit tough. That was the second foot fault there. Went for 4 that one. So a few good shots, a few good moments of Friendship CC. Unfortunately, not enough to put together a match-winning innings for the team.
Yeah, and it was just a bit too little too late in the end from Al. I mean, he scored 8 boundaries, 4 fours, 4 sixes. And the rest of his teammates combined only managed the 6. So that's exactly where it went wrong for Friendship CC. Just didn't build up enough partnerships, lost wickets at regular intervals, and then despite that little fight back at the end, the wicketkeeper Islam, he came in as well, scoring a strike rate of 200, 14 runs to his name, but it was the wickets, the early wickets that did it for Friendship CC, and they just never really recovered from that. And it was good hands as well in the field, some solid takes there from the Brothers 11.
Yeah, they were pretty impressive in the field. We talked about Dilbag Singh, but we should reserve some comments for some of the other fielders. Held catches, a few sort of funny moments with a couple of fielding efforts. This one, Verinder Singh had a bit of a shocker there, just let it get straight through him. But the damage was already done, and it didn't matter what happened with the bat after that. They were never going to be able to make up those runs that were required, unless there was a few maybe no balls or free hits, but it didn't eventuate like that. So in the end, it was a good win for the Brothers over Friendship CC. The Friendship CC, look, they will take away from this. They fought at the end, but unfortunately that's all they're going to take away from this, as well as obviously the bonus point. So they get something out of this game. So that is match number 13 done and dusted. Friendship CC go down to the Brothers 11, who opted to bat first, put a good score on the board, and were unable to chase it down with Friendship CC. We'll have a look at the batting card in just a moment, and it will prove our point that there was a little bit not done in the first few overs, which led to them not getting the runs on the board, sadly. But a good cameo up there from Alamin. He's a fun batter to watch. He, like I said, he played a couple of really good cameos, and he was an exciting batter to watch, getting amongst it really early there. Look at that, 43 from 13. Very impressive that. Mohammad Azaduzman, skipper at the top there, 31 off 20. Just needed a little bit more, and they needed more from batters 2, 3, and 4 as well, rather than just these single-digit figures. Mohammad Alamin, watch out for Friendship CC next time. We'll see if he comes in a little bit higher up the order.
Yeah, he definitely deserves it after that little cameo. His high score on the network is 45. He got very close, 43. I think had he had another over, he definitely would have got to that half century. Brothers, meanwhile, had that quirk in the first over. Rahul Badwaj not bowling a ball, but still going for a run. And otherwise, well, some tight bowling from Verinder Singh, Harsh Kumar first up, and that was really why the Friendship CC innings never really got going. It was only towards the end that they started fighting back, but it was a bit too little too late, wasn't it?
It really was. Just to note that Friendship CC, the next time they play it, they're playing first match tomorrow morning against the Coimbra Knights.
Right.
So that is going to be a cracker for sure. That's going to be an absolute terrific game. But let's look at the final wash-up here. The match summary tells the story. In the end, it was a 6-run victory, and Tina, as you mentioned just before, kind of flattered really the actual result, because you really felt that the Brothers were in control throughout the pretty much 90% of that innings. They were going to take the win no matter what. Anyway, the match coming up next is Team Tigers Portugal taking on the Coimbra Knights. Both teams bouncing back from losses. Both teams keen to get a W, well, a 1 in the W column for today, and join us back here in approximately maybe 12 or 30 minutes time, where Tina and I will be back to introduce you into that game, and the match starts in earnest in 17 minutes and 10 seconds time from now, and we look forward to your company then. Stay safe, no matter what you're doing. Hopefully don't go too far away. Phil G here with Tina Goff for the European Cricket Network here in the lovely Santarém Cricket Ground for the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. Hope to see you here shortly for that next match coming, match 14 coming your way shortly. 16 minutes time. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Recanto escalabitano, rico de história e espiritualidade. Azulejo que a tua história proclama, que enche de vida a mais bela cidade. tejo que te banha e que a lesíria fortalece, brindando-nos de sabor que tão bem oferece. Campino que te dá cor, movimento e união. Pelas mãos que sentem e sabem o melhor da região. Resiliência e união. Sendo a tua primazia, ruge de pulmões cheios a tua bela sinfonia. Santarém, de paixões, sabores e tradições. Santarém, de portas abertas ao futuro.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Santarém Cricket Ground here for the continuation of this European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. It's match 14. Team Tigers take on the Coimbra Knights here at the Cricket Ground, and this is going to be a cracking match coming up. A lot to play for here. Let's get across to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, with the captains for the all-important coin toss. Stefan, take it away.
Team Tigers to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
No best.
Good luck. Good game. All the best. Team Tigers have won the toss. They're having a bat.
So there you have it. Team Tigers win the toss and they're going to bat first. And I'll tell you why this game's so important. For these are two teams really struggling at the moment to try to find their strides here in this tournament. Coimbra Knights coming off a really big loss in game number 2 today. Match 12 did not go their way. Team Tigers coming off a loss this morning from their first game this morning in match 11. A big loss to them as well. So both teams really struggle to try to find their form, and this is going to be a real test for both of them. Team Tigers won the toss, want to put a score on the board and make the Coimbra Knights chase them. How's it going to go? I can't wait to find out. Going to throw back to Tina in the commentary eagerly. Tina, take it away. The Team Tigers won the toss, going to bat first.
Thank you very much, Phil, and a warm welcome back to ECS Portugal. It's the Challenger Division 2025. Would you believe it? We're already into match 14, almost halfway there. What a day we've had so far. But for these two teams, Coimbra Knights and Team Tigers Portugal, hasn't been the best of days for them. Both of those teams suffering a loss earlier in the day. One of them will take the points here as we take a look at the two fantasy scorecards. Familiar faces throughout. Mohamed Razel, he's the only change for either side coming in to the Team Tigers lineup. Coimbra Knights, they have Dawood Mohamed. He is the captain, he's the keeper. He also does a lot of the batting, so they'll be relying on him to score some runs, and score runs is exactly what the Coimbra Knights did not manage earlier in the day. Match 12, they managed to restrict the Werewolves to 90 runs. In fact, they bowled them out with 3 balls left of the Werewolves innings. But in response, Coimbra Knights, they managed just 41 runs before being bowled out after 6.4 overs. So that damaging loss by 49 runs will certainly be in the back of their minds. They'll want to get another win on the board. They did win game 8 yesterday against the Lisbon Supergiants, and look at that, exactly 50-50. It's the toss of a coin. We might as well not play, let's just toss a coin, because that's how tight these two teams are. Team Tigers Portugal, meanwhile, game 11 earlier today, so the previous game to the Coimbra Knights' loss was one that the Team Tigers also lost to the brothers CC by 42 runs. So both of these teams suffering really heavy losses earlier today. One of them will have a chance to put it right here. Neither of them have picked up any points so far as it is today, at least. In the wider scheme of things, the Coimbra Knights are 5th in the table. The Team Tigers Portugal are 6th. So it's the basement battle at the moment, but 3 points or even 4 points here would take either side up into 3rd position. So that's how close this table is, as it's the familiar sight of Falak Zeb with ball in hand, and first up it's ball into helmet, as it wasn't the quickest ball that Falak Zeb can bowl, but it was quick enough for Azam Monjo, He was too late on that one. That hit him square in the grill. He looks to be okay. He's getting a checkup here from the two umpires, as is required, as is sensible. He looks like he's just maybe just a little shaken up by having a grizzly immediately in his grill. Welcome to the game, Falak Zeb says to Monjor. After all that, it was just a dot ball. As we see it again on replay, Monjor was maybe slightly lucky due to the fact that it was Falak Zeb's first ball, so it wasn't Zeb at full steam quite yet. Nor was that one, to be honest, as that's going to be called a no ball on the field. Looked like maybe an attempted slower ball. Zeb shakes his fingers out, maybe didn't quite come out the hand as he would have wanted. So an eventful first, well, one official ball so far. One run from the no ball, so this will be a free hit. Chance for Monjor to get his innings up and running. It will remain a free hit, in fact, as that one has just drifted down the leg side of the left-handed batter. Monjor has been joined at the other end by Omar Farouk. In the left-hand, right-hand combination, that's maybe what's messing a little with Falak Zeb's head here, as he has to try and correct his line. Still on a free hit. Yeah, he does find the right line, doesn't find the bat of Monjor, so after all that, exciting first two balls, just the 2 runs off it. And as Phil was saying in the introduction, just how important this game is for both sides. The last thing you want to happen is to be cut adrift at the bottom of this table. Remember, it's the top 4 that will go through to finals day, which is this Friday. Third will play fourth, first will play second, and we go into the eliminators and then the final. But in order to earn the right to get to that finals day, you have to finish in the top 4, and as things stand, neither of these teams will be there, but of course there's a lot to be played for before then. A lot of points up for grabs. This one half up for grabs actually for mid-on, but it just escaped his grasp. It's Harry Singh there doing the fielding. And good running actually from the 2 batters, Monjor and Farouk, to scamper through for 2 runs. Both of these teams will need every single run that they can get. This was well fielded actually from Harry Singh in the end. Falak Zeb tried to go for the old double, realised he wasn't going to get the run out of his end, through to the other end, as it was both batters safely in. And that one just drifted down the leg side, and Omar Farouk just levers his bat onto it, using the pace of the delivery, and that's the first boundary of the innings. 4 runs to Omar Farouk, and Falak Zeb not quite finding his lines. Like I said, this left-hand, right-hand partnership, it's not easy then as a bowler to find your lines. And that's what Falak Zeb, who is usually so accurate and so consistent, is finding out here. I would say though, he's still very much the go-to bowler for the Coimbra Knights. 6 wickets in the night series earlier this year. Again, just struggling with his line here. Just look at the table so far. It's the brothers 11 who are top of the table, but they have played 5 games. They've won 4 and lost 1. And then Werewolves CC, they've played 4 and won every single one of their games so far, and we'll see them in match 15 after this one as well, the final game of the day, as there's a run out chance here, and a direct hit. It should be out. My instinct is it's out. I have no idea from this angle, but it felt like a direct hit would have made life very difficult for the batter. He's almost going off the pitch. It's been sent upstairs by the umpire. It's a direct hit thrown in here from Ravinder Singh, as we see here on the replay. Lovely slow motion replay, and in fact the batter not even in the frame. He tries to get his bat down, but I think he knew he was a goner. He carried on his full sprint past the stumps all the way through to the dugout. A few words, choice words there to his teammates, maybe saying, oh, it was my call, I'm not sure It definitely was his call. He went for it. But also it was a pinpoint accurate throw from mid-off there. That marks the first wicket for Team Tigers Portugal as we take a look at the Tour of Portugal as it is, and we're only into the first week. And what a lineup we have here. So the Challenger Division, as I mentioned, finishes on Friday with finals day. And then Saturday we go straight into the Premier Division with another 6 teams battling it out. Same format with a round robin and a finals day at the end of that. And then we go into the internationals and we have men's and women's internationals. Portugal against Norway with the men's and women's games doubled up every day. So you go from men's game to women's game and back, and that's going to promise to be a really exciting tournament as well, as we almost have an umpire clothesline here. Dead ball signalled. Quite an eventful first over. 10 runs coming off it, plus that 1 wicket, the run out, which saw the end of Omar Farouk. It was Ravinder Singh with the throw in from mid-off. Taranpreet Singh has the ball in hand for the start of the second over. A warm welcome as well to everyone joining in the chat. It's lovely to have you with us wherever you are in the world. Come and say hi. Let us know where you're joining from as well. This is a nice start from Taranpreet Singh. 2 dots at the start of the second over. You can see already that the Coimbra Knights and Team Tigers Portugal, both teams lacking a bit of confidence, maybe a bit of form. Team Tigers especially, they only got 84 runs on the board earlier, chasing a large total, in honesty, of 128. But they've got 4 more on the board here. It's Asif Ator who's come in, first drop, and he's leading from the front as captain, straight into the runs. He's just took 2 balls to get his eye in. A 3rd time lucky, that one races away to the boundary through the backward point region. Both of these teams actually are not really impressed with the bat, at least today. Coimbra Knights getting skittled for 41 against the Werewolves in match 12, and before that Team Tigers scoring just 84. So between them, add those 2 sets of scores together and you've got maybe a par score, but as it was, both of them ended up on the wrong side of those results. There's a long chase there to the square leg boundary. They run through, it might even have been 3 that they ran through 4 in the end, as Gurjinder Singh was the one who was slipping and sliding down there. He plants his foot and it's difficult to see from this angle. It's actually almost impossible from this angle. We'll have to go on the field decision. We can look at the replay here. You can see there his left foot kind of skids. It's difficult to tell. The rope doesn't move discernibly. It's one of those ones where you just have to trust in the good faith of... was that given a 4? I think it was in fact given a 4 in the end, so maybe there was well, it's all going on here, folks. That one, previous ball was possibly maybe a 4. That one was absolutely a 4 that shouldn't have been, as that goes straight through the legs. See you later. There wasn't much of a leg to go through there, but it was Gamma Singh who just had the smallest of openings between his legs, and still the ball managed to pop through. So a bit of a chaotic couple of balls here. It's actually 3 boundaries in the row. Team Tigers won't mind how they come, but somehow out of nowhere, 2 dots to start off this over from Taranpreet Singh, and suddenly 3 fours, and he finishes up again with a dot, which is a half-hearted wicket appeal, but nothing giving on that one. So quite a chaotic opening 2 overs, as is always the case on ECN. Let's take a breath, and 22 for 1 is the score. Perfect time to bring in Phil G. And I was saying earlier about how tight it is on the table, and look at that. Look what these points could mean.
Absolutely. Throw the blanket over 4 teams there. Friendship CC, Lisbon Supergiants, Coimbra Knights, Team Tigers. Only 2 points separate them. They're all in negative net run rates as well, so just 2 points separating all those teams. And that's why this game is going to be huge, because the winner here is going to go up into 3rd place. Undisputed 3rd position on the standings, up for grabs between these 2 teams. It's going to be a question of who wants it the more. It's going to be Coimbra Knights or Team Tigers Portugal. We'll see. We'll see indeed. I saw a message from Deborah Hall in the chat saying when she saw my introduction, she said, I've been lurking, but Phil G, not as colourful as Mr. Maximo. And Deborah, I would say to that, I agree, but who is as colourful as Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo? And to be fair, yes, I am wearing a black shirt with a dark blue blazer, so I don't have my colours on today. But I can tell you now, I've got a quality shirt ready for Peacock Friday. And I'm hoping to match or even beat Mr. Maximo himself when he joins me on Friday for the Challenger Division Finals. We'll see about that. I've thrown down the gauntlet.
I was about to say, that's those words are on video. I hope you know that, Phil.
I'm expecting to get a message from Vinny any moment now just saying challenge accepted. And he'll come out wearing something blinding.
Well, when I was packing my clothes, as that one goes for a boundary, it looked like it was maybe a bump ball. It was hard to tell from here as we see on the replay. Again, it's still hard to tell because Point was interested for a moment there. It goes flying over his head. In any case, it's academic because it does go all the way to the boundary. Yeah, I noticed my first rest day was in fact Friday, so I was like, okay, I'm safe for 1 week from Peacock Friday. So I think trying to work out 3 Peacock Friday outfits would have been a bit too much for my brain, too much for my suitcase, I think.
But you got 2, yes? You got 2 two
I'm not,
setups?
I do, but I'm not bleating about it like you, Phil, because I'm not backing myself into a corner. But I've got a few nice outfit plans. I haven't gone too colourful today either, but you know, it's only day 1 for me.
Well, the shirt that I bought for Peacock Friday this week, I put it on for Mrs. G back in Prague, and the first words out of her mouth after this delivery, I'll tell you what it was. First delivery out of her mouth was, "Are you serious?" And she was stone cold face expression, no smile to her. She said, "Are you serious?"
I'm so looking for the first thing I'll be doing on my rest day is tuning in.
Well, throwing the gauntlet down. I did have a lovely Peacock shirt for the night series. It's a different one to that, just so anyone who's been keeping me on Fashion Watch will know that I had a nice red and green and black one that day, but something different. Anyway, back to the cricket action here. Lovely shot for 4, that one. So, Team Tigers, how are they doing there? Not too bad at all.
Yeah, that was a nice flourish to end the 3rd over, the end of the power play, and that does take them into the 30s. They're 32 for 1. Just the 10 runs coming off that Falak Zeb over, but they'll be happy to see the back of him because he is probably the strongest bowler the Coimbra Knights have on offer, and he's bowled his 2 already for 19 runs, and you can see fairly consistent so far. But I mean, we always get a bit carried away, don't we, especially when we have things like the Western Shield where the run rates are in the 20s and 30s. Actually, if they keep going at 10s and 12s, they'll get, as that expected score says, 108. They'll hope to defend that. Of course, they'll have had an eye on the games earlier today, and they will have seen the Coimbra Knights get skittled for just 41. The Team Tigers know that any kind of semi-competitive total, and they'll be right in this game, but they need to get there first.
Well, we feel that par is, 105, 110, that kind of ballpark figure. So anything above that is nothing but bonus.
That's a bonus run there. It's Ravinder Singh who has the ball for the 4th over. Have to bowl that one again.
Johnny He saying, Phil is like Simon Cowell, any shade of black or grey. Thanks very much for that, Johnny He. Put me in the same category as Simon Cowell. I'm not sure how to take that. Deborah Hall, Peacock Friday fashion off. Can't wait. Nice shout there, Deborah. Thank you.
Well, I've had to put my sunglasses on this afternoon because it's quite, when you're sitting in the cube here and you look out, it's quite bright, but I think I might have to put them on for Friday morning breakfast. Just the sight of you and Vinny coming down. I'm not sure I can handle that so early in the morning.
I tell you what, it's going to be interesting. Very interesting indeed. Going to make a bit of a day of that one, I can tell. Need to turn it up though for a finals day.
Yeah, well, Peacock Friday plus finals day is kind of double jeopardy, isn't it? As this one again is a wide ball. So the left-hand, right-hand combination always wreaks havoc with the bowlers. Can you tease any kind of colour scheme? Are we talking loud?
No, we're not talking loud. We're not talking glittery. Nothing like that. I can't do that kind of stuff with a straight face, unfortunately. Like, I mean, I keep thinking about Vinny's shirt that he wore for finals day for ECL. It had that lovely gold reflective top. Yep, nothing like that.
Okay.
I can't go that loud. I can't. It's just, there's something in me that just screams, no, you can't do that, Phil. Act your age. But Vinny carries it off. This is what I love about Vinny too. He can carry it off, no problems at all. And he does it with a smile, and he looks sensational every time.
Oh, absolutely. I think maybe it's slight benefit being female in this situation as well, because no one bats an eye if you come in a bright pink suit. I'm not saying I have a bright pink suit.
Oh, is that
rumours possibly?
Don't take that out of context, people.
I might have spoiled one of my suits coming up, but you know, it's easier as a woman, I think, to wear bright colours.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
So maybe there'll be a few colours coming out later in the week. Phil,
Yeah.
don't want to reveal all my secrets, but
Okay. You know, we should probably pick a day when we're both on, and we should do a preview of a Peacock Friday, because I've got a second shirt that I can wear that's got a bit more colour as well.
Okay.
So maybe we should have a think about a day. We'll do that for the chat, and we'll do that just for our own little giggles.
well, somehow Vinny and I, we never coordinated it, but we always came in the right colours to really complement one another.
Really?
So maybe we should just not say anything and just, you know, it's the same with the golden ball.
Yeah,
You've just got to let nature take its course.
That's a great way of putting it. Let nature take its course in terms of our dress sense. Yes.
Whatever is thrown on at 7 a.m. in the morning happens to stay on for the rest of the day. And this one is going to go all the way. So we finish the fourth over, which was a quiet one until then. Not a boundary scored until the very final ball, as Asif Attar just takes a little hop, skip and a duck jump down the pitch. That's well fielded there by, I think that's his teammate there waiting to come in to bat, and that is the end of the fourth, 42 for 1. It's been a bit of a low-key start so far from Team Tigers Portugal, but you can see that if they stay around the run rate of 10, 11, they'll be happy with that, and hopefully they can accelerate towards the end of the innings. They've only lost that 1 wicket so far.
Yeah, I mean, 10 runs and over from here on in, it'll put them into the 105, 110 category. And as you say, an acceleration in over number 9 or 10, a couple of extra big hits, a couple of loose deliveries. And, you know, Coimbra Knights, some of their bowling, sometimes they have a few little chinks in the armour with the bowling. And if that happens towards the end, there's every chance for Team Tigers to push beyond 110 and push it beyond par as well.
Gurjinder Singh into the action with the ball. Just cut away for a single. Both of these batters now are quite set. Monjo, he's only going just over a run a ball, and Asif, the captain, he's 18 off 11. You'd hope for Team Tigers one of these two batters at least would maybe anchor the innings, but you can see how quickly the balls can run away from you as well. We saw that in the previous game, that if you stay in as a batter and eat away through those balls, then suddenly it's difficult to get up to that 100, 110 mark just because you run out of deliveries to face.
Yeah, that's so true.
It's just how quick this T10 format is as well. Even in a T20 now, you think, well, if I just get an over to see myself in, you've still got 19 to play with, whereas now the innings goes by so quickly. And that's why, probably not in the Challenger division, but in maybe the Premier Division internationals, you see retirements, because if a batter is not firing, you don't have time to waste. Get him out of there.
That's true.
And that's been fired to the boundary. Not quite where Monjo had in mind, but the lefty won't mind as that flies off the edge. There is kind of a 45 out there, as Gamma Singh now has to go on a long old chase down the hill. You can see he was nowhere near it in the end, but now he's gone up and over the hill to fetch that grizzly. He's gone on a bit of a wild hunt there.
That did go quite a fair way, didn't it? That just kept rolling. Amazing that trajectory just kept going. Just something on the back of what you were saying before about taking your time to get in. It's interesting. I always note that in T10, the number of batters who come in and they're 6 and out, or 6 dot and out. It's like the rush of blood for the first ball, crunch, 6. Yeah. And that probably says more about the bowler than the batter. But the batter at least had the intent. And then they go out 1 or 2 balls later. And you do see that a lot. And maybe that's something to do with the whole idea of trying to get yourself into some form, is you have a rush of blood, you hit the 6, but you still haven't got yourself in good touch. You know, 1-6 doesn't make a great batter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just that, how do they get the time then to really adjust themselves and to get themselves in form? Do you see that a lot though? 6 and out. 6
Yep.
and a dot and out.
Well, I suppose in some ways, as that one also goes to the boundary, so second boundary of this over, another 4 runs to Captain Asif. Sometimes 6 and out is actually better than, 12 off 11, just because you've burnt
Yep.
brightly, but you've kind of contributed to the score, but you've not taken up any balls. And if you compare that to Monjo here, he's 18 off 14. And you're halfway through the innings and you've only lost 1 wicket, so there's a handful of guys still sitting in the dugout wanting to go out and bat.
Yeah.
And if all of those scored 12 off 2 balls, you'd be well up there above average for your total. So it's a bit of a
true.
balancing act, isn't it? As that one just strays the wrong side of the wide line. But this is why we're commentating. It's easier to say from here what they should be doing.
Well, as the saying goes, it's better better to burn out than to fade away? So maybe that's what that is. I think there's a bit of truth to what you say. I really do. I agree with that. Yeah, go down for facing a couple of deliveries and belting 12. And like you say, if everyone on the team did that, you'd have a score of 120.
Yep.
Which in T10, that's not too bad. Most teams would probably take that. So, there's that. Something to think about.
Yeah, so the halfway stage, Team Tigers Portugal 55 for 1 as you join us in the igloo. And maybe you can't tell just how glorious the weather is outside, but I've just had to whip my sunglasses off James Bond style
You did. Like
to make
that.
sure that I'm looking good for the camera. But the sun is gloriously shining down, and welcome to everyone joining us. Tina here with Phil. We're loving what we're seeing so far, aren't we?
Oh, we really are. This has been a sensational day. Well, it's been a sensational day. The game is interestingly poised, but it's been a great day of cricket too. This Challenger Series here at Santarem has been absolute fun. The weekend was amazing, and today's been great as well. And the weather, we had some weather troubles on Saturday. That's all gone and dusted now. It's going to be weather like this all the way through, and it's going to be a fantastic Challenger division coming up. These games are really good.
Talking about really good, that was an excellent delivery there. It's Ravinder Singh who's come back in for his second over, and he's absolutely obliterated the stumps there of the captain Asif Attar. And I was about to say, at the end of that 5th over, that it was good for the captain to get, because he got a single off that final ball, that he got himself back on strike, but well, maybe it wasn't the right decision after all. Maybe he should have let Monjo take that absolute cedar for delivery, because that was beating him all ends up, and that is the end of the captain, 55 for 2.
Yeah, haven't seen a couple of stumps been smashed across the ground like that for quite a while, but that was a really good delivery, as you say. And well, 24 from 15, that's not bad from skipper. Held his head up there, held his end up as well, but now he needs to turn the attention to someone else to come out in the second half of this innings and power this score up well beyond 100. 55 on the board, that's pretty good. They're on target for 110. Only 2 wickets down, so they got plenty of talent left in the shed to come out here to push this ball up. Umpire still not ready, still not set. Almost clotheslined the bowler as he runs in. Ravinder's getting a little bit keen there. Wants to pick up another wicket.
Ravinder Singh, he's got that angle we were talking about earlier. You're never going to get an LBW from this right arm around angle, especially to the right-hander, but it does mean that you can really attack across the batter, and that's exactly what he did on that first delivery, really cleaning up Asif Attar, who he went 24 of 15 deliveries. Not a bad little knock from him, but I think if you're the Team Tigers, you probably would have quietly wished it was Monjo at the other end who got out. Big appeal here. I think that came off a bit of pad, if anything.
Yeah, not a lot of confidence in the appeal, and the immediate walk back to the mark speaks volumes about that as well. It's funny, in the last sort of couple of years that I was playing cricket, I became more of a bowler than a batter, and I favoured right arm around the wicket as well, funny enough, but I never got an LBW in my favour. Not that I appealed for many either, because I knew the angle was wrong. I used to always go for the bowled or caught at slip, first or second slip.
There's a run-out chance here, direct hit, and I think you would have been struggling. It was Gajinder Singh with the throw-in. As it was, it kind of popped up off the side of the pitch. Safely home for the batter. But yeah, you make a good point, Phil, that you've got to kind of use your strengths, and if you're going right arm around the wicket, you've just got to accept you're not going to get LBWs, but you bring in so much else into play, those nicks going through slip, going across the batter for the bowled as well. So there's a lot of things. It's kind of the same as being right arm round, really, or sorry, left arm over. You're going to struggle with the LBWs, but there's other things you can do with that, and that one is just fielded long off by Harry Singh. So you don't see it as much as I'd like, but I do like seeing this right arm round. You see it more with left-handers, really. You see left arm round a lot more.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. And obviously in the T10, you very rarely see a slip fielder. When you do, it is a bit of an eyebrow-raising moment of, oh, they're going to put a slip in? Really? They're going to give away the opportunity in the outfield to stop runs to put in a slip? But sometimes it works, and when it does, well, you know, credit where it's due. When I used to bowl around the wicket, because I used to play with Danny, our fellow commentator, my good mate Danny Hudacek, I would put him in slip because he was a good slip catcher. And he, you know, we would have a bit of success there, he and I, on that too. Yeah, a few times we would celebrating a few good nicks and catches. Anyway, it's 58 for 2 after 6, and still a fair bit of work for both teams here in this game. It's nicely poised though.
Yeah, both of these sides are lacking a bit of batting confidence. You can kind of see that in the fact that Monjur, the opener, he's still out there. 15 balls, he's used up just the 19 runs to his name. And Asif Attar, the captain, he was the one that was looking most promising. He fell for 24 off 15, so it's the wicketkeeper, Foyez Udin, who's joining the opener out there, but he's just managed the 2 so far for his 4 deliveries. So the expected score, just over 100. The run rate has actually dropped down below 10. But that's maybe thanks to some decent bowling from the Knights as well. As this is a chance, it's up in the air, it should be taken from Gaurav Singh, but he makes a meal of it, and a heavy landing as well. And I don't know if that's pain that's left him on the pitch or a bit of embarrassment, maybe a bit of both, because that was in the air for a long time. It was a heavy landing as well. If you see this on the replay, it was kind of tailing away from him because of the wind. And he gets his hands there, and oh, that's a heavy blow. He lands kind of face first.
I hope he's all right.
Yeah.
He's up now.
He is up. It certainly wouldn't have hurt as much if he'd taken the catch, but you can't blame him for going for that one. You can see the fluttering of the shirts, just how much the wind is kind of swirling out there. It looked for a while that it would actually be quite a regulation chance, just making sure Gaurav Singh that his nose is in the right place. All his teeth are there.
Good to see umpire Miguel just having a little word to him there. Maybe just doing I wouldn't call it a concussion test, but just asking him if he's all right, making sure that he remembers where he is, things like that. Because he did hit the ground really hard in trying to go for a grab there. He really fell quite badly. Hope he's all right. A little bit of a fist bump with the umpire. He says thank you for the umpire for looking after him as well. Great work there from Miguel. Well done, sir. Actually, great work from the Men in Black throughout this tournament thus far. And always in our tournaments. Give them a big salute, say thank you for them. Yeah, just calls him back and says, hang on a minute, before you go back to position, let's just have a quick talk. So well done there by the umpire.
Yeah, you've got to make sure, it doesn't matter if he's dropped a catch, if he's taken a wicket, make sure that the player is okay to continue. Especially they all, of course, know they're on camera. They don't want to show any kind of pain, and sometimes it needs the umpire to come in, bit of a neutral voice to make sure that protocol is being followed. As that one's just been levered away as well through the leg side from Monjur, who's realised that maybe he's not playing a 5-day test match here, and he probably should get a bit of a wiggle on. He does move to 23 off 16, and I mean, if he can accelerate, you can always look back and say, well, I built the platform for this innings, but I think the platform is big enough now for Monjur, and he does have to go now.
Yeah, I think so too. I think if he's trying to build a platform, he can probably stop right now and accelerate. I agree completely. It's a good size already. Yeah, 23 from 16. That is a good launch pad. He needs to really get into it now. And Udin, who's joined him in the previous over, well, he's 7 from 6. So Team Tigers, so they've still got 8 wickets in hand and 3 overs and a couple of deliveries to go. They wanted to bat first, and here they are. So it's all on them to really push the scoring. Oh!
That's another drop. It's Gaurav Singh again, who is on the wrong end of that drop. He was the one that was out there in the deep. He almost had his face rearranged, and that one was a bit more regulation. Maybe his hands were still kind of stinging. He Still rubbing his nose from that previous effort, and that one was much more regulation. You can see by his reaction, he knew he should have taken that one. That's a life there for the batter. And usually you have a drop catch that's followed by a boundary. This time it's just going to be a 1, as Falak Zeb, who's often seen patrolling the leg side boundary there, who does the fielding. So another maybe costly drop there for the Coimbra Knights. As it is, the Team Tigers finished the 7th over. 69 for 2 is the score as we take a look again at the 2025 calendar. And we've already had 2 of the flagship events already, Western Shield and the ECL. What an ECL that was, but still a lot of good events, but flagship events coming up. We've got the ECC in September and then the ECCW in December as well, and all those events in the meantime as well. It's hard to know where to look.
It is. I think the latest addition from Wright is the inclusion of the Switzerland ECS. I think that's the new one.
Yep.
That's just been given the thumbs up. I think Vinny was talking about that yesterday. So that's exciting stuff, something in Switzerland. A lot of great gigs on there, a lot of great European cricket series, so much cricket. It's going to be a fantastic European summer of cricket.
And that was a bit of traffic there on the outfield as Gaurav Singh, who's the new bowler, just races to the ball with Monjor, who's at the non-strikers end. Take a look at this one on replay. Monjor was actually quite interested in the single, realised he might be struggling a bit, so just maybe made sure he kind of shielded the ball away from Gaurav Singh there.
Yeah, just a little bit of a conversation with the players there. And that has forced a wicket. So there you go. So maybe Singh gets the last smile there. Just needs to, as the umpire said, call it fellas, nothing here to talk about, but pulls the rash shot and dollies up for a pretty simple caught and bowled.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a meek end to that innings as well. A bit of a argy-bargy on the previous delivery, and that one just tossed up for catching practice, really. And that is the end of Foyez Udin, the keeper. He goes for 8 runs off 9 deliveries. So Monjor Azim, he's still out there, 24 off 18. And I mean, if he's the anchor role, he kind of needs a boat to go with the anchor at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. I agree.
And maybe the boat will come in the form of the 5th batter to the crease, as Amzad Hussain has joined Monjor out there. And he does get himself straight off strike, just glancing that one off his hip.
Yeah, it's an interesting point of the game here, isn't it? It's not a big score on the board. And the springboard, we talk about the springboard into these final overs, has been there for, well, for me, it's been there for at least the last over. So I'd expect to see some, a bit of a rush of blood here from these two batters. Monjor especially, been there for 18 deliveries now. And that's quite a few out of 60.
Well, that's a nice strike from Monjor, and that's going to go all the way. He just pivots back on that one from Gaurav Singh. The line was not quite right to the left-handed Monjor, and he just rotates on that one. 6 runs, Maximo, lesser spotted Maximo in this innings, but it does take Monjor into the 30s. Takes Team Tigers to 76 for 3, 2 balls left of the 8th.
And it was Monjor and Gaurav had that little sort of conversation at the non-strikers end just a few moments ago, wasn't it? So maybe this is Monjor getting the last word in.
That was in fact the first Maximo of the innings. I was wondering,
was it
when the last time was that we had a 6, and it certainly wasn't in this game, because so far we've had 11 fours, but that was the first 6 off the bat of Monjor. Better late than never, I suppose, as Amzad Hussain, now the right-hander, back on strike. 1 ball left of the 8th. It's not often you wait until the 8th over to have your first 6 of the innings. Cursed it there, because it wasn't the last ball of the 8th. Fell into the trap, Phil.
You have. The trap was set for you, and you fall into it, hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, I'm astonished by that. That is the first Maximo of the game, and well, that's going to drag the Maximo rate down once again for the Challenger division. Let's see if they can get something here.
Well, that might be another Maximo. I think it is. There was a fielder out there, Falak Zeb, who's a gun fielder, but he could do nothing but just throw his hand up there, Superman style. It was more, I think, for the cameras than anything else. He did, yeah, nowhere near it in the end as it goes over his head. So you wait 8 overs for a Maximo to come along, 2 come along at once. That's the end of the 8th, 84 for 3.
You make it sound like the London Underground. You're waiting for your underground train to come along. There's nothing, and suddenly there's 2 in 2 seconds. Have a look at the run rate graph there. It's still at 10.5. It was 10.5 about 4 overs ago. It's still at 10.5, so they're trying to keep that momentum. 2 overs to go, and this is where they need to be powering and try to really demoralise the Coimbra Knights with a couple of big overs here and take that score, if they can, into the 110s and then some more. Just to sort of put the nail in the coffin. For the Coimbra Knights, they're thinking, let's keep it under 100. That's a psychological barrier for us. Keep it under 100.
Absolutely. As Taranpreet Singh comes in for his second over, and he sees the end of Monjur, and that's the second time, or the third time even, I think, we've had a wicket off the first delivery. We had it in Ravinder Singh's over in the 6th. And that one, again, it's that round the wicket angle. Of course, it's this time to the left-handed Monjur. It just beats him, all ends up slightly fuller delivery, basically Yorker. In fact, I'd say almost a textbook Yorker. There's not much you can do about that if you're trying to swing from the hip.
I totally agree with that one. Yeah, that is a good ball from Taranjeet because Taranpreet was on a bit of a hiding to nothing in the last game. I think he came into this game with negative fantasy points, so it's good for him to pick up a wicket here. Wide on the crease, angles in, the looping delivery, and that is the end of the watchman. I have to call him that probably because he was watching it all very closely. And there you go, almost gets a tickle through on that second delivery as well.
Yeah, Monjur's watch is over. He did accelerate a bit towards the end. He did get those. Well, he got the 1-6. It was Amzad Hussain who got the other, but he went 31 off 21 deliveries. Probably not the strike rate you're after, but it's not like the batters at the other end have been setting the world alight either. So maybe a not too bad a hand there from Monjur to get his team up to something like a respectable total. And it's, well, Mohammad Razel, who's come in, missed the first 2 balls, so maybe that's why Monjur was saying, well, I'm going to stick around for a while, I think. So that's now 3 swings and a misses.
In the words of Paul Kempin in the chat, bonjour, Monjur. Well done, Paul. Nice one. 84 for 4. And yeah, 3 dots in a row for Razel. So this springboard we're talking about seems to have collapsed.
That one's up in the air. Gajinder Singh, who was the closest to it, the return of the bucket hat, but the ball does drop safely in the mid-off region. So Mohammad Razel, 4th time lucky to make any kind of contact on the ball, but it is just enough for a 1, which, I mean, it gives Amzad Hussain just the 1 ball of the 9th left. Maybe he just wants to get a single to get himself back on the strike for the final 1. I think he was looking to the heavens to try and hit that to 6, but in the end, maybe not the worst result, actually. It's all going on here. I was going to say that's not a bad result to have Amzad Hussain on for the final over, but as it was, if we can keep this replay on, because it all happens here in the middle, the ball just goes more or less nowhere. They say, yeah, 1 happy, almost the end of the over was called. I was certainly thinking it was the end of the over. It goes to the keeper. The keeper tries to run out the non-striker. There's no one behind the stumps. And then after all that, they do run for a second. So Amzad Hussain is no longer on a strike for the final over.
I tell you what really does irk me a bit is in situations like that, why did no Coimbra Knight fielder take the stumps at the bowler's end? The stumps were left alone for an eternity, an absolute eternity. And Dawud Mohammed, he's 30 metres away. He's got to throw the stumps down from behind with a glove on. That really rattles my cage a bit when I see that. That's just slack.
Yeah, and well, they've been punished now because it is Mohammad Razel who has suddenly found that he is holding a bat that he can use, and that one goes all the way for 6. So the first ball of the final over goes for a Maximo, and Team Tigers Portugal more or less kind of from nowhere into the 90s. That 100 is still on, Phil.
Oh, definitely still on for sure. Yeah, Razel, well done. Gets it around the corner for a good Maximo. They get the 100 here, and that I reckon will psychologically break the Coimbra Knights. I think that they're going to find themselves a bit of trouble. I'm not sure they're going to have what it takes to chase down this score. And that's not just based on what we saw in the previous game. I'm just not sure. I'm really not sure about this team. They just seem to be a little bit brittle at the moment. But we'll see.
It's Gaurav Singh who is bowling the final over, and good response there. Slightly shorter pitch delivery, and Mohammad Razel tried to give it the same treatment, but the line wasn't quite there to hook that one, and look at that, it's gone back to almost exactly 50-50. So
incredible. Yeah,
the win predictor says that there's still some batting to come maybe from the Coimbra Knights. And, well, Mohamed Rassel, he briefly remembered how to hit a 6, but he's gone back to just swinging and missing, and I think that's the 6th time he's done that.
Yeah, a bit of amnesia creeping into his game there as he just forgets how to get the wither on the leather. And these dot balls are so vital for Coimbra Knights.
3 balls to come. I don't know what part of the bat that hit. It certainly wasn't the middle. Mohamed Rassel was trying to hit to his preferred kind of backward square region. He does a whole 360 rotation. At some point, the ball hits something.
Hit the pads, I think, didn't it?
Yeah,
it's come off the pad.
It hits the front of his pad, and
Oh,
whatever
my goodness.
happens, they go through for a leg bye. So it's Amzad Hussain back on strike, final 2 balls. And that's why I was wondering why he wasn't on strike earlier, because that one has been absolutely cracked over the head of deep point for a flat 6. And that is why, Phil, I wanted Amzad Hussain on strike for the 10th. In the end, he gets there eventually. 1 ball left, and they have got their 100 up now.
Well, I guess if they wanted the 100, yes, that's one way of getting it. But yeah, I think you'd have to look at Rassel, and Hossein will probably say something to him along those lines as well. He's 7 from 8, and that 7 was what? It was a 6 and a 1. So you've chewed up 6 dot balls. There were 3 in the previous over, 3 now in the last over. Oh boy.
Well, Amzad Hussain shows that he's not immune to the old dot ball as well. And in fact, that is the end of the innings. So Team Tigers Portugal, they finish on around 100. So not too much maths required here. And they've scored at exactly 10. It means that the Coimbra Knights need 10 and a tiny little bit to get themselves over the line. As we see the replay, they don't even try to run, because in fact the keeper, Dawood Mohammed, the captain, he made sure he was up towards the stumps very quickly. So that does mark the end of the Team Tigers Portugal innings. And, well, they only lost 4 wickets, and I wonder why they didn't go a bit harder earlier on. Clearly they had some talented batters. Amzad Hussain, he finished strike rate of 300, scoring 15. But it was a bit of a, well, it was a funky start with a ball straight into the grill. And Azam Monjo, I don't know if that rattled him. Well, it certainly meant that he forgot how to score quickly, because he was there for a long while. But Omar Farouk, his opening partner, he went fairly early on, and there was the run out that saw the end of him. A great direct hit actually from Ravinder Singh. That brought the captain Asif Attar to the crease, and actually he and Monjo put on a good partnership of 45 to get their team to almost halfway to their total of 100. But then the middle overs kind of petered out a bit, didn't they?
They really did. Things really got slowed up, and the Coimbra Knights, you felt, well, apart from that fielding effort, you felt that the Coimbra Knights were starting to get on top a little bit here. The bowling got a lot tighter, the boundaries are dried up, and as we called it, as you called it, Tina, the first Maximo in the 8th, and then the second one moments after that as well, it really does speak quite volumes about the fact that the Team Tigers just, they can't find that ability to hit the ball freely. They felt like that they were a cassette tape stuck on pause, and they just couldn't find their strides. Wickets falling, great delivery that one too, by the way. Ravinder Singh bowled his heart out. Gajinder Singh, he bowled pretty tightly as well. He did get taken. Was this the first 6, or was that the attempted? No, that was the tragic face plant. But he's all right. That's the important thing, and good work from umpire Mixie there to get over and have a word, just to make sure his vision isn't blurred. He's okay, remembers what day it is, so good work there from the umpires to look after the health of the player.
Yeah, and that's of paramount importance here, but then he did manage to drop another catch in the covers as well. Maybe he used the injury card there, but as it was, then there was just the 4 sixes in the end. There was a slight flourish at the end from Amzad Hussain. He contributed 15 runs, including that flat 6 there. And Monjo, who was still there for a long while until he was beaten all ends up by this fantastic Yorker actually from Taranpreet Singh. That's a good enough ball to get out most batsmen, and that brought Mohamed Rassel to the crease, and despite eating up 6 dot balls, so a whole over of dot balls, he did manage to get 1 to the rope, and he finished on 7 not out as well, and that did mean that they did get to that 3-digit mark, 100 runs, a clean 100 on the board, probably below par, but we've seen that Coimbra Knights, their lineup can be a bit brittle as well, so will they have enough firepower to get them over the line to score that 101 needed? Well, in their previous game against the Werewolves. They scored just 41. That was when they were chasing a similar total. It was 90 needed on that occasion.
That's right.
They fell well short, but can they go one better this time and actually get that win? And just the 3 points, I think they'd be more than happy with.
Oh, I think so as well. And yeah, based on what we saw in that previous game where they did only score 40-odd, it will be remain to be seen as to whether the Coimbra Knights can bounce back a lot better than what we saw earlier today. For Team Tigers, look, that's a pretty good effort from them to get 100 on the board against the Coimbra Knights. And, you know, they're looking for this win. Try to come away today with 1 win, 1 loss. They did go down to the Brothers 11 earlier this morning. And so there's a fair bit to play here. This match still in the balance. Have a look there at the card. So 31 to Monjur at the top there, 24 to Asif Atur, skipper there, putting in not a bad effort at all. And Hossein with a cameo of 15 at the end there. Mohamed Rasul, well, as Tina said, ate up a few dot balls, got himself a Maximo and a single, so struggled a little bit there. So in the bowling display, a couple of good efforts with the ball there. Felix Zeb, he got none for 19. Taranpreet Singh, 1 for 15. And then Ravinder Singh, probably my pick of the bowlers, 1 for 13 from his 2 overs. And Gaurav Singh, he picked up a wicket, 1 for 27 from his 2. A little bit expensive though. So the scene is set for a bit of a thriller coming your way here. Team Tigers, 100 after 10 overs, loss of 4 wickets. And the Coimbra Knights, they're in their huddle at the dugout over on the right-hand side of the ground, and they're having a conversation right now about how they're going to pick up 101 runs in 60 deliveries. It's all for them to do. Let's see what happens. Myself and Tina, we're going to be back here in probably about 7 or 8 minutes time. No, probably less than that, maybe about 6 minutes time. And we're going to bring you into the run chase. And this is going to be a cracker. I just feel it's going to be a really close game, this one. I hope you can join us. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. And this is the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division, Day 3, Match 14, the run chase. It's going to be big. Join us then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to this match 14 of the ECS Portugal Challenger Series 2025. And at the halfway stage, Team Tigers Portugal put on a round 100 for the loss of 4 wickets. So this is the equation as we see it for the bonus point. If the Coimbra Knights want to go away with all 4 points, they'll have to achieve that total in 7 overs or less. Meanwhile, if the Team Tigers restrict Coimbra to 70 or less, then it will be 4 points in the bag for them. And both of these teams actually went away with 0 points from their respective games earlier in the day. So they'll be both desperate to get some points on the board to not make this day a complete write-off from their perspective. And both of these teams really do need the points as well, as they are rooted to the bottom of the table, 5th and 6th as it stands, but we know how quickly these things can change. There's just 2 points separating Friendship CC in 3rd place and Team Tigers at the bottom in 6th place with 5 points. So a 4-point swing either way can really change the face of this table. There's a long way to go though, and it's Gaurav Singh and Amritpal Singh who will open up for the Coimbra Knights. It looks like it's Monjour with the ball in hand, who was actually one of the key protagonists of the Team Tigers batting innings. He was probably a bit too slow off the mark with his 31 runs. He took 21 balls to get there, but he did anchor the innings throughout. There wasn't too many other contributions apart from captain Asif, who scored 24. So maybe Monjour at the time, we were saying it was a bit too slow, but in the end he did manage to get his team up to a total of 100 runs. And he has the responsibility here of bowling the first over. It's Gaurav Singh who will face up. This is the 4th match of the day, with one more match to bring you this evening as well. So it's been an action-packed day so far. At least one of these teams will go home with a win in their back pocket. On the opposite side, one of these teams will lose both of their games today, which is not a great turnout for them. But as we were saying earlier, we're about halfway through the group stage. There's still a lot of cricket left to be played, a lot of points still up for grabs. That's a really nice pickup from Mohammad Razil there, who throws the ball in to Monjour, who I think does well to keep all his teeth in place, as that one does pop up off the surface. Good evasive action. In fact, it does just hit him in the arm, but he did well to duck his head out the way. He was all ready to initiate the run out. I think Gaurav Singh was probably safely in any case. It's just a watchful start by the 2 Singhs out there for the Knights. Let's not forget, they'll be pretty low on confidence when it comes to their batting. In match 12 earlier today, they were chasing just the 90 needed for a win against the Werewolves, but they were skittled for 41 off just 6.4 overs. So they really need to start firing here if they want to end their day on a win. Look at that, the win predictor as well has it more or less 50-50, the Goldilocks zone, as we have now christened it. Anything that's around that 50-50 mark is just right for us as viewers. That one is also guided through to the backward point region. So just a couple of singles off that first over, 2 coming off it, and that's the end of the first for the Knights. You can see that target of 71 to get them the single point, the bonus point, and well, being teased there, 64 matches since a golden ball. And I know someone who would dearly love for that counter to go back to 0, wouldn't you, Phil?
I'm averting my eyes from that number. I've sort of, I'm training myself now when that graphic comes up after the first over and the second innings, just to look away out towards the clouds and just think, oh, well, when it happens, it'll happen.
It's just nice to be here, you know.
I'm just enjoying the moment, and then the graphic pops up and you go, ah, yeah.
Just keep deluding yourself. It's fine.
Salt in my wound. So the power play is interesting. I was thinking at the start of this, I wonder how the Cormorants are going to approach the power play, because surely that's, you know, you look at a game in stages, and this is definitely a stage. That has been absolutely crunched. What a great shot. So first over a bit cautious, and we start the second over with a big Maximo. Look at that.
Mamadou Khan, who's come in to the action, the left on seamer, and he's been dispatched straight away by the man with the 1 on the back of his shirt. It's just the 1 ball needed to see Mamadou Khan off to the boundary, and it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it, when the first over might as well have been a test match, and then suddenly they think, oh, actually no, we should probably hit some boundaries.
Yeah.
The first ball of the second over goes flying over the rope.
Interesting to see the skipper, Asif Ator, immediately ran over to his bowler and very strongly gesticulating, this is what I want from you. And I thought, that's pretty good from a skipper. Tell him what you want.
Oh, he probably didn't want that. It was actually not a bad ball, in all honesty, but it was absolutely smacked right off the middle of the bat. I think it's Zahid Hassan who was trying to do the fielding out there, but it was hit so hard.
Yep.
He almost put his leg in the way, then realised he probably still wants 2 legs by the end of the day, and he retracted his offer of trying to field that. And that's back-to-back boundaries, 6 and 4 to start this second over.
That was a really good shot, and it was not a bad ball at all. Amritpal Singh Jr., he has got a bit of a mood about him when he gets going, and he's got a real way of swinging that blade. He's made a couple of good scores in this tournament already, and not today though, but over the weekend. So this is good, putting him up the top here.
And that one's gone all the way through. The keeper, Foyazuddin, on his haunches because he knows that one's kind of slipped through. Let's have a look at what happened there. Yeah, it just, I mean, it died on him a bit, but you could drive a bus through those legs. He's not exactly got them together as you'd hope when the ball's flying towards your keeper, but yeah, the pitch of the ball there didn't do him too many favours.
It didn't indeed, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's going to hurt. That really can hurt the fielding team when you see something like that, your keeper allowing that through the legs as well. But yeah, the bounce did not appreciate that. Sometimes this pitch has shown some very strange bouncing behaviour, some keeping very low, but very rare. But when it does, oh boy, wouldn't want that on the stumps.
That one's been hit hard as well, and that's going to be 4 boundaries in a row. And Coimbra Knights suddenly realise that they do need to get a bit of a wiggle on, especially after those 2 solitary runs from the first over, and they've replied pretty emphatically. This over has already gone magical. 4 runs, 4 balls so far. It's gone 6, 4, 4, 6. Just take a look at that replay, but it goes well over the rope, and Mamadou Khan here needs to come up with something. That is a good response, actually. Just zips through to the keeper. Nicer height there for Uddin to take behind the stumps, as that one does bounce nice and true, and he takes it probably just about in front of his nose.
He needed a dot ball there just to restore a little bit of confidence, really, didn't he? Just really would be feeling the pain of these runs coming off the over. 22 for no loss, getting towards the back end of the second now. Run rate in hand, and more importantly, Coimbra Knights have not lost a wicket.
Well, you can see how important those magical overs are. If you're only chasing 100, get 20 off one over and you're already 1/5 of the way there. That's even taking into account that very slow opening over, but that's a good 2 balls in response from Khan. 2 dot balls to finish the second. It still goes magical, 20 runs off it. I suppose if you're Mamadou Khan, you'll say, well, it wasn't magical for me because 4 of those were buys. But the Coimbra Knights won't mind how the runs are coming. They're 22 for no loss off 2 overs.
Yeah, and I agree. Those 2 dot balls very important for the confidence of the bowler. But nonetheless, you're still looking at 20 runs off the over. Have a look there at the standings, and it is bottom of the table tussle here. Coimbra Knights and Team Tigers both sitting there at 5th and 6th respectively. And one of these teams, as we've been talking about throughout the entire match, one of these teams is going to get a win at the end, and they're going to climb off the bottom of that table and feel very good about themselves as they turn the corner and go into the second half of the tournament from tomorrow onwards. Remember, it's 6 days of 5 games, 5 group games a day, and we're almost halfway through this challenger already.
That's Omar Farouk has come into the action with the ball. The Knights just scamper through for a single there. I'm not sure what that came off. It was a bit of bat, a bit of pad. Let's take a look on the replay. Oh yeah, straight off the middle of the bat. I'm not clearly seeing things from here.
We are a long way away, to be fair, though, Tina. That's okay.
I would have appealed. Slight chance of a run out there. I think it probably would have needed a direct hit there.
I felt for the bowler there. He put two hands up to protect himself as that ball was absolutely rocketed into him with no care for his safety. But Omar Farouk, he's a professional, just knocked it down and said, let's get on with this.
Chance here. Omar Farouk's not letting anyone near that one apart from his own two hands, because he knows he's probably got the safest hands in that side. And he proves it once again. A caught and bowled there to get the first wicket for Team Tigers Portugal. And that marks the end of the opening stand. And it's Gaurav Singh who, well, of the two, he didn't really get going. He knew as soon as he hit it as well. He was the perpetrator of that very slow first over, just the 2 runs, and 7 balls in fact that he's taken as well for those 2 runs. So probably not the worst wicket in the world for the Coimbra Knights to concede. You've still got Amritpal Singh out there who's going well, 18 off 8 deliveries, and he'll be joined now by Gurjinder Singh. That is the first wicket down for the Knights, 24 for 1.
Interesting, holding back Dawood Mohammed, or holding himself back, I should say, the skipper.
That one, there's a bit of a full toss. I think it might have a look at that for height. As it is, it's definitely gone for 4. Yeah, probably just about dropping. He's not the tallest man in the business, is Gurjinder Singh.
Yeah, dipping enough, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe it's tough because he got some bat on it, so it's always hard to tell where it would have gone had it not diverted, but they are still checking it, the umpires. They want to make the right call here. He's right on the middle of the crease, so there's no kind of extrapolating required.
Yep.
They will be checking it still. It's one of those judgment calls. This is why we're safely in the commentary box and not making the calls. And in fact, it has been called as a no ball, so it's a no ball for 5 up and a free hit. And this is where, you know, overs can get away from you very quickly. Omar Farouk, and on the back of that wicket, he's now looking down the barrel of a no ball free hit. And that one's high up in the air, and I think it's going to go all the way, and it does. So that's 11 up off just the 1 delivery, the 4 no ball, and that's followed by a big 6 off the bat of Gurjinder Singh, and he won't mind that. Comes in after a wicket has fallen. The first ball is a no ball that he can hit for 4, and then the second one is a free hit that he hits for 6, and that's what you want as a batter, a bit of zero stakes cricket.
That's right. So finally, a little bit of luck falls the way of the Coimbra Knights. But yeah, as you saw on the replay, that ball definitely was worth having a second look at. And it looks like a new bat is being taken out to Gurjinder Singh. He gets the, nope, lost the hat.
It's all going on.
It's everything's going everywhere. It's all happening out there.
He's dressed like a traffic cone, is that subfielder?
He was too.
I mean, it's clear that Team Tigers turned to Omar Farouk as their key man, actually with both bat and ball. So he got that 40 off 17. He's got, I think, 2 wickets in at least 2 of the games. So he is the main man. So maybe from a Coimbra Knights perspective as well, if they can just see him off, which, I mean, he has picked up that wicket, but he's also gone for 13 so far, then that puts them more or less in the driving seat, and they can maybe attack those other bowlers, knowing that, well, Omar Farouk can only bowl 2 of them.
That's right. I mean, at the end of the day, he gets 1 for 14, but one of those balls, or 11 of those runs, was an 11 up.
Yeah.
So if you take that one bad ball where he bowled it just a bit too high, that full toss, he's had a great over. But as it is, 1 for 14. And you're right, I think see off Omar Farouk, he's definitely a threat, and he'll come back and bowl, obviously not next though, but I reckon he'll be back to bowl the over after that, get some pressure on.
And look at that for a contrast. We've got a bungalow happening on the first over and then straight to the Empire State Building. So it's been a bit of a wild ride so far for the Coimbra Knights. But, I mean, they managed a magical over, which is something the Team Tigers didn't manage in all 10 of their overs. And, well, they're right on the money at the moment. They need to go basically 10s, and they're just above that, just having lost the 1 wicket so far. So it's been a good start for the Knights. They've almost managed their entire innings score from the previous game, as that one will probably be checked for height as Shuvra Biswas comes in to bowl. It did look like it was dipping. they do run through for 2. Just take a look at this one, Phil. Yes, that one I think is I mean, don't trust me on these things, but because he's maybe bent down a little bit, his back leg has collapsed. He probably just about gets away with that one.
Proper moon ball, that wasn't it?
Yeah, first ball grace.
First ball grace, yep, we'll give him that one.
They are still checking it. The umpire's still blocking entry for Bizwaz.
Just going to give a quick shout out to Trip Denny in the chat. He says good afternoon to you and me, Tina. So hello, Trip. Thanks for joining us today. And everyone out there in the chat, thanks for joining us. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday wherever you are in the world.
It was called a legitimate delivery, so just the 2 runs off it, I think, I would go along with that call. And yeah, indeed, welcome to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us, getting us through these long days, 5 game days. I mean, hats off to you, Phil, for having done it the last couple of days. You've got your well-earned day off coming up tomorrow. Yeah,
I'll get my reward tomorrow.
That one's just rolled away into the leg side. And what do you think you're going to do on your day off? I mean, we always have these grand plans for days off, don't we? And then you end up just sitting in the hotel room, not listening to the sound of your own voice for once.
Well, I have plans to explore the town of Santarem, to get out there and get my 12,000 steps in and just have a little look up and down the track. Our hotel is probably situated about 20 minutes walk from the centre of Santarem, the actual town. So I'm thinking, just hop out the front door, just go for a walk, see if I can get lost, and just take it nice and easy.
Sounds like a plan. I think the weather will be playing along, not just for your rest day, but hopefully for the rest of the week, or the rest of the 2.5 weeks we have here in Portugal. And I know we got off to a literally stormy start of the weekend, but it does look like it's cleared up now, and hopefully this sunny weather is here to stay. I mean, the wind is still, you can maybe hear it in the background, it's threatening our igloo a bit, but if that's the worst that Portugal's got to offer this week, I think we'll take that. And that is the end of the over as well. 43 for 1 off 4.
We'll indeed handle that, no problem at all. You mentioned the best plans that you make, and despite that, things always go astray. I reckon probably about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I'll send you a photo wherever I am. It may be just me staring at the room, the ceiling in my hotel room. I hope not. I hope not for my sake. I hope I get my backside off the seat, off the bed, and outside. I'm sure I will. It's going to be another beautiful day tomorrow here in Santarem in southern Portugal, as it is right now. It's nice and warm. The storms have passed us, and there's just a little bit of cloud around. And 43 for 1. And this game is in an interesting position here. It's poised nicely. The run rate is definitely in hand. So Coimbra Knights, the run chase for them, you could say for them, it's on track. So all good. Be interested to see if things can change next few overs. But so far, it seems okay.
It's Chibon Naidu, I think, who has the ball in hand now. He had a bit of a mixed innings in the previous game. I think he had a few drops, got a wicket, it's one of those phases where you're involved in everything. You know, if you drop a catch, the next catch is coming to you, then you get thrown the ball, you might throw a wide down, you probably get a wicket, and you start playing a bit of cricket bingo. I think so. That was what Naidu was doing in the previous game. He'll hope for a bit of less eventful cricket, but it will be eventful, that ball, because that's going to go all the way for 6. Not exactly what Naidu had in mind when he wanted to get his name in the scorebook, because there'll be a big old 6 in the bowling column, and that was off the bat of Amritpal Singh, who's actually flown into the 20s, 26 off just 11 deliveries.
He's a really good striker with the ball, Amritpal Singh Jr., and he's showing that again in this innings. That was a lovely strike over the covers, all the way for a big Maximo. 50 up with that shot as well.
Yeah, so almost exactly halfway there for the Knights, and now they're over halfway there with that leg bite, taking them to 51. So they're most certainly in the driving seat at the moment. 71% the win predictor. That can all change. We saw in the previous game just how fragile the Knights batting lineup is. A couple of wickets and you think this game might swing in the other direction again.
Oh yeah.
But as it is, the Knights are actually doing well. This is not bad bowling from Naidu. He's really threatening those stumps. Ooh, as we have a bit of acrobatic fielding out there in the deep, trying to get himself acquainted with the Portugal grass, and he does so. But yeah, if there's a few more wickets in here, then it could be a different story. But the two batters out there are doing well just to recognise this period of the game. Even if the fielders are doing funny things, we don't have to do anything funny out in the middle. We'll just tick along nicely. And if the ball's there to be hit, they'll hit it. And that's exactly what has happened there. Big 6 over the backward point region. And this is a great little cameo from Amritpal Singh. 32 off 13 deliveries. Gurjinder Singh at the other end, 18 off 10. The Coimbra Knights are ticking along nicely.
You couldn't have timed that comment any better for, about getting there to be hit, because he has picked that uppercut shot up and dispatched it in absolute emphatic style. That was a lovely strike. Yeah, 32 out of 58 runs. He's leading the way here, Amritpal Singh. If he's still there in the next 3 overs, Coimbra Knights should get this run total.
This one is up in the air and has gone way, way back. Grizzly almost saying hello to the scorers over there in their little container, and I think you're exactly right, Phil. Amritpal Singh looks like he's in the mood. That takes him to 42, which is 15 deliveries. And as you said, if he stays here, maybe they're even looking at the bonus point. If they get this score in 7 overs, which is not beyond the realms of possibility, 64 for 1 off 5, as we take a look at the upcoming events. We've got a bit of a Mediterranean flair going on. Portugal, Spain, Italy. France, I suppose you can almost put in that bracket as well. Ish. Czechia, probably not.
Probably not Czechia. Nah.
But hopefully a lot of good weather to accompany these ECS.
I would think so. Yeah, that's an exciting next 4 or 5 weeks of cricket coming your way. ECI, ECS action coming your way, and T20I action as well.
And there's more action going on here, and it's mostly in the form of 6s. That's 3 6s in a row now. This time it's Gurjinder Singh getting in on the act. It's the first ball of the 6th over, and that goes flying to the rope over the covers. Just a proper cricket shot, that. And the fielder who's doing the most fielding at the moment is actually one of our blue crew, who's running around stopping those balls from disturbing scorers who are doing a lot of hard work there in the box. And that one's just sat up nicely again, and that's going to be a 6 in the other direction. And this is suddenly an absolute 6 fest, and the Coimbra Knights have realised they can actually bat.
This is quite something. I mean, that being bowled out for 41 only a few hours ago,
Yeah.
for the Coimbra Knights, it must seem like that was such a long time ago. It's still pretty fresh in my mind, so I keep rubbing my eyes and saying, really? How are they doing this? This is good, aggressive T10 batting from the Coimbra Knights batters right now.
Oh, and that's going to be out, actually.
Well, there you go.
It's Biswas who is bowling, and it was Gurjinder Singh who hit the ball firmly back towards the non-striker's end, and Biswas, I don't think he meant this, he was trying to stop the ball, he gets a finger on it, and Amritpal Singh, it's like watching a car crash in slow motion. He can only look on helplessly as the ball just knocks aside a stump, doesn't even take off both bails, just takes off one. Apologies from Gurjinder Singh, he couldn't do much about it. Biswas didn't know much about it either, but it ends up being the 2nd wicket. Amritpal Singh has to go 38 off 14 deliveries.
Wow, what a way to get out. Maybe that's the door opening up for the Team Tigers now. A little bit of luck going their way. He gets a generous round of applause to Amritpal Singh as he goes back to the dugout. What a way to get out. Just a bit of a fluke moment there. And again, Biswas gets a fingertip on it, and it does take off the bail. Umpire pretty much in position to say, yes, you're indeed done. So there's a wicket. That's going to maybe stem the flow of runs.
Yeah, and it's Ravinder Singh who's come in, but of course he'll be at the non-striker's end as we see a big old swing from Gurjinder Singh. Amritpal was probably hoping the previous ball would have been a big swing and a miss because he'd still be there. As it was, Gurjinder is hitting the ball quite well, but hit that one straight back to the non-striker, and that one in fact is going to go all the way, so it was just a brief reprieve with that wicket. Gurjinder Singh carries on exactly where he left off, and while Amritpal is back in the sheds, Gurjinder now has also moved into the 30s. That takes the Coimbra Knights to 82 for 2, 1 ball left of the 6th. And, well, bonus point could still be on here. Bonus point win. If you're looking at a magical over, if this one goes to the boundary, which it doesn't, but that is the end of the 6th, 82 for 2. So if the Coimbra Knights want to go for the bonus point, they'd need, well, what would it be, 19 off this over, which is not beyond the realms of possibility. Of course, now it's the new batter Ravinder Singh on strike.
Yeah, if Amritpal Singh Jr. was still in there, I would give him a shout. But now that he's gone, I'm not too sure now. I'm not too sure. Have a look there. You can see Gurjinder Singh, he's still there. He's on 36 from 16, just now joined by Ravinder Singh, yet to face a ball. He's going to get his chance in just a moment. And I want to say, give a big shout out to Conrad Greenshields, who's joined everybody in the chat. Hello there, Conrad. Hope you're well. Looking forward to seeing you here next week. And a few others. Timothy Lucas joined us in the chat. Thomas Martinez out there as well. And of course, I saw SkyQuest. Good to see you all in the chat. Thank you for joining myself and Tina on this lovely sunny afternoon here in Santarem.
I hope it's sunny wherever you are joining in from as well. Feels like those storms were a long distant memory, despite the puddles just around where the scorers are. We've seen a few splashes of the Grizzly earlier today. So Omar Farouk comes in and he's been hit straight away. That's a big 6 over long on. Ravinder Singh, well, you didn't give him too much of a hope, Phil, but he's clearly been listening. He did miss the first one, but that's a big 6.
Yep, that is
Second
a
ball.
dead set tee shot, that one. That is a good shot. Well, bonus point up for grabs.
Still on the table.
Appeals for a wide and gets it from the umpire. I think the umpire was always going to give it. One thing, it does irk me when I see batters turn around to the umpire and they appeal for a wide. I don't think you need to do that. But it almost looked like he was obliged then.
Well, I agree, Phil. So, you know, in football, if a player simulates that another player should get a yellow card, that is a yellow card in itself. So I feel like, I don't know, if you signal a wide, it should be a wide given against your team. So you then, the other team has one run to their score.
I would love to see something like that just to stamp out this, because, you know, the batter, you're not the umpire. You let the umpires do their job, and they do a terrific job. They don't need that kind of, any kind of badgering or bullying or commentary from a batter. The batter's got a job to do, so has the umpires, and it occupies 2 different spaces in the same ground. So, you know, I like to see something that cuts that out.
And I know our umpires are absolute consummate professionals, but if I was umpiring, I would just not give a wide out of spite. I'm a spiteful person, Phil, and I would be like, well, no, now you've asked for it, you're not going to get it.
So the arms start to go up and you just drop them.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Yeah, well, you brought that on yourself, mister.
Yep. I know it missed the pitch, but I'm not going to give you anything for that.
Well, that one certainly didn't miss the pitch. That hit the middle of middle stump, and Omar Farouk, well, he knows that this game is maybe done and dusted, so he doesn't even really celebrate, but that will be his second wicket of his spell. It's the final ball of the over, in fact, so he finishes on 2 for 23 off his 2 overs, and that's the 3rd wicket to fall for the Knights. 91 for 3 at the end of the 7th, but the muted celebrations from the Team Tigers, they're not exactly roaring out there, because I think they know that this game is probably grasped out of their hands. But Ravinder Singh, he still has to go. He had that one massive 6 and otherwise just contributed one more single of his 5 deliveries, but it is now, because that is the end of the over, Gurjinder Singh back on strike, and he'll want to finish this off sooner rather than later.
I reckon you're absolutely right. I reckon he'll look to finish this over. See what he can do here.
And he tries to go big. He doesn't quite get hold of that. It should be fielded out there, and it is. Mohamed Rassel does the fielding out there. And it's Monjur, who only went for those 2 runs in that first over, which seems like a world away now.
It does seem like a long time ago, doesn't it?
But he has been brought back on. A bit of a thankless task here maybe, but you never know, it's the new batter. But then it is Mohamed Dawood who's gone out there, who we know can hit a long ball. He's the reason he's captain. And I mean, we've seen him nearer the top of the order as well. This time he's coming in at 5. Maybe he wants to finish off this game for his team. Well, there's a big appeal and it has been given, so maybe there's still a twist in this tale. It's Mohamed Dawood. He's not impressed, but he's going to have to go. He tries to sweep the ball off more or less middle stump, and I'm not quite sure what he's giving the umpire the stink eye for, because that looked plumb to me, unless he thinks he hit it, but it looked good from here. Then again, we are about 200 meters away.
Yeah, it's you know, I agree. I'm not sure what the pause was for there, and the look back at the umpire, because I think the umpire got that call absolutely correct. He has gone for a golden derrick, so he saved himself for the middle order. Didn't want to open the batting in this innings. He's been opening the batting in for the Coimbra Knights in the recent games, but he's come out and he's had to make the long trudge back as he is caught plumb in front.
Yeah, I don't think there was any bat on that. I think it was too full for him, unless he got the faintest of under edges on it, but I think maybe he was just trying to deceive the umpire a bit by, again, one of those maybe not Oscar-worthy performances. Being, who, me? My leg was not in front of middle stump. What are you talking about?
I wasn't even facing the ball. What are you talking about? I was over here.
Well, it's Taranpreet Singh who comes in. It's just the 9 runs needed in 16 balls, so you'd think it was a formality, but stranger things have happened here on the network. Monjour has been the name on our lips quite a lot in this game. And, well, that one's high up in the air. There is a fielder out there, but all he can do is watch the ball sail over his head. It's Mohamed Rassel out there who has to do the thankless task of fielding that ball from about 10 metres beyond the rope. Taranpreet Singh comes in and he wants to put his feet up, have a cup of coffee, because now only 3 runs needed, 15 balls left, and it could all be finished in this ball now.
Taranpreet Singh, he had minus points on his fantasy at the start of this game. So if he can find a way to get the winning runs, he'll feel pretty good about himself. Only a handful of runs needed with plenty of deliveries. You'd think that this is academic now, but still going to get those runs. And as you said, Tina, this is European Cricket Network where anything happens.
If there's chickens, we couldn't quite count them now, but I think we can start totting them up, because they have just about hatched as that 4 races away to the boundary, and that's the 4 needed for the Coimbra Knights to take the win in this match 14 of the Challenger Series. They beat Team Tigers Portugal by 6 wickets, and it was the negative man, Taranpreet Singh. He got a wicket earlier with that great Yorker as well, and he's chimed in here with 10 off 3, unbeaten, and Gurjinder Singh at the other end, 38 off 18, means that the Coimbra Knights don't quite take all 4 points. They'll take 3 points. Team Tigers Portugal, of the 8 points up for grabs for them today, they go home with just the 1.
Yeah, disappointing for the Team Tigers today. They haven't had a great day at all. Let's have a look at match 15, which is coming up at the top of the hour. Lisbon Supergiants, it's their only game for today. They've turned up and they've already had a bit of practice as well, taking on the Werewolves, who we've already seen them once today. Big important match this. We're going to see, this is going to test the Lisbon Supergiants, who came back with their first win in the last game yesterday, their first win of the tournament, and see if they can get another win under their belts against the Werewolves, who are 4-0. They are on a bit of a streak at the moment. So let's roll the videotape and have a look at the highlights from this Coimbra Knights run chase, which a few shakes here and there, a few little rattles and rolls, but at the end of the day, they did pretty well indeed and scored the runs pretty nicely. Few really good shots here. I'm glad to see they opened with Amritpal Singh Jr. I thought he played a terrific innings and he got really funky really early and was playing some really good shots there. When he was joined by Gurjinder Singh, you really felt that these two, they put the foot down, a couple of big overs. A few wickets falling along the way as well. But needless to say, it's all about that partnership between those two, and I think that was the most important part. And that's why Coimbra Knights have picked up 3 points in this game. There's a hat being lost and a new bat being brought out, a few little bits and pieces going on. And what happens here? Oh, that's right, the foot, the slide. But good recovery, though, you gotta say, really. If that had been me, I would have stayed down. I don't think I would have gotten up.
I think you'd just about be getting up now, but you are right. It's Amritpal Singh and Gurjinder Singh. They hit 9 sixes between them, so that's what, more than half of the total needed just in those maximos, and they were really the ones that put the Tigers to the sword. And when Amritpal Singh was run out, then Ravinder Singh came in and he contributed just that one lusty blow to the total, but that was really all that was needed, and more or less all the batters were dealing in boundaries, and that was that unfortunate run out.
Yeah, that's the one.
Luckily for Amritpal Singh, he already had 38 runs to his name before that unfortunate run out. You definitely don't want that happening when you're on a duck or haven't even faced a ball, but as it was, he dealt most of the damage already, and then it was up to Ravinder Singh and Gurjinder Singh, and then Taranpreet Singh at the end, after Ravinder Singh was cleaned up all ends. Well, that actually brought Mohamed Dawood to the crease, and despite absolute disgust from him, that was pretty much as plum can be. That was the end of him. He contributed nothing to the score, and then it was Taranpreet Singh who came in, one big blow, and they were almost over the line.
Now, I think if I'm right, Dawood Mohammed, unfortunately, he's had 2 golden ducks today, so he's had a king pair, hasn't he? That's convincing. I'm pretty sure he went first ball for LB, wasn't it, in the early match today? I don't want to be reminding him of that too much.
He definitely got a third ball duck earlier today,
third ball
but
duck,
you know, definitely a pair, and he'll definitely not want to go 3 in a row for that. But, you know, he's captain and he'll have to suck it up because, more importantly for the Coimbra Knights, they did get those 3 points on the board.
Yep.
And sometimes it doesn't go your way, but as long as your team is firing, then that's the main thing. And it was really Amritpal Singh and Gurjinder Singh who did the damage. 38 apiece for those two as well. And when you're chasing just a lowish score of 100, you just need 1 or 2 partnerships to really fire. And they were the ones, they actually got a partnership of 52 in the end. So more than half the score off those 2 players. And that's what got the Coimbra Knights over the line. As we will hopefully see the scorecard in a moment, and we can see that the damage was done early on, despite the fact that Gaurav Singh, he went early in the piece, just the 2 runs for him. And I mean, that was long ago now, that first over just went for those 2 singles.
I was just thinking of that first over, yes, exactly.
And the Team Tigers probably thought, oh, we're in here, but the 2 sings, or well, the 4 sings in the end had enough to say about that. And Mohammed Dawood, despite, as you say, Phil, getting his 2nd duck of the day, the damage was done, and Gurjinder Singh was rightfully there at the end to see his team home. As for the bowlers, well, Monjour, who kind of couldn't keep him out of the action today, he did get that 1 wicket, but he probably batting a bit too slowly for his side, and Jiban Naidu wasn't his day with the ball either. His 1 over went for 20 runs. But Omar Farouk, he continues to be Mr. Consistent for Team Tigers, getting those 2 wickets along with a few runs that he always chips in with here and there. Sadly not today for his team. And there you have it, the match summary. So Team Tigers Portugal, they put on around 100. We thought maybe that was a par or a par enough score, knowing that the Coimbra Knights don't always come out firing, but they had a thing or two to say about that. And they really showed that when they're on form, they can score those runs.
They really can. They've done pretty well to get that. And as you say, that partnership between Amritpal Singh and Gurjinder Singh, 38 apiece, that was the difference between the 2 teams at the end of the day. Pretty evenly matched competition apart from just that partnership. So yeah, good shout out there. Well done to the Coimbra Knights. They get the points. And we look ahead to match 15, the Lisbon Supergiants against the Werewolves, coming up in just under half an hour's time. So we're going to start our tea break a little bit early. So wherever you are in the world, maybe you'll grab yourself a cucumber sandwich as well and a cup of tea. So I think, Tina, that's what you and I are going to do.
Oh, absolutely. I can't believe we're already at the final game of the day as well. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
It actually has gone pretty quick today, I've got to say. It really has.
The sunny weather definitely helps, but I'm sure we'll take those 29 minutes and 30 seconds to get maybe a coffee and a cake. I think we've deserved it.
And Tina, having a co-commentator also helps as well.
Absolutely, it does. So I'm not going anywhere, Phil. We'll maybe make our way up to the coffee tent, get a little cake, and I'm sure you guys have some time to do that as well, because the next match starts in just under 30 minutes time. So join me, Tina Goff and Phil G, as we take you through match 15, Lisbon Supergiants against the Werewolves CC. It's a big game to finish off this day. It's day 3, ECS Portugal Challenger 2025. Join us in just about 25 minutes time. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Recanto escalabitano, rico de história e espiritualidade. Azulejo que a tua história proclama, que enche de vida a mais bela cidade. Tejo que te banha e que a lesíria fortalece, brindando-nos de sabor que tão bem oferece. Campino, que te dá cor, movimento e união. Pelas mãos que sentem e sabem o melhor da região. Resiliência e união. Sendo a tua primazia, ruge de pulmões cheios a tua bela sinfonia. Santarém, de paixões, sabores e tradições. Santarém, de portas abertas ao futuro.
Hello and a warm welcome back to the Santarém cricket ground to match 15 of this Challenger Series 2025, which sees the Lisbon Super Giants match up against Werewolf CC. Before we go into the game, let's see what happened at the all-important coin toss.
Werewolf's the call.
Yes.
Tails is the call. It is tails.
We're gonna bet first.
Oh, that's good luck. Werewolves have won the toss, they're having a bat.
So there you have it, Werewolf CC, they win the toss, they decide to bat first, and they've really bared their teeth so far in this tournament. They've gone 4 games, 4 wins. They'll be hoping to make it 5 from 5 this afternoon. As for the Lisbon Super Giants, this will be the first time we've seen them today. So far, they've just had the 1 win on the board and 3 losses, so they'll want to finish this day with a big win. But it's the final game of the day. Phil G is joining me in the commentary box. We can't wait to talk you through this one, so take it away, Phil.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Tina. Yes, you're absolutely right. Can't wait for this one. This is going to be a real test for both these teams, I think. And yeah, Lisbon Super Giants, they turn up today for just the 1 match. And this is it. So after they went zip and 3, they picked up a win last night. That was a really critical win for them to pick up. And the Werewolves, well, they've barely put a foot wrong because they are 4 and zip. And check out the teams. There they are for you. A couple of changes here. It looks like the wicketkeeper Akshay Thorbala, he comes in for the Lisbon Super Giants, and a couple of changes down the bottom there as well. Anup Kumar comes in, and Rajesh, the man so good they named him twice, he's in. It's going to be his first game in the Lisbon Super Giants colours. And for Werewolves Cricket Club, just checking through, looks like a pretty full-strength team, the same mob we saw earlier today, led by Ram Hartival, who had a bit of a finger injury. He took an outfield catch and had a bit of an issue with the nail. I think he might have either chipped or even possibly bent the nail back, but apparently it got put back in. He's come back from the physio and he's raring to go. Supercomputer takes a look at this and finds it very hard to split the odds here. Interesting to note that a team who's won 4 on the trot versus a team who's only won 1 game, and the odds are almost even there. Well, that proof will be in the pudding to see whether our computer needs to be switched off and back on again. Is going to be the next hour and a half, and we're going to see the Super Giants. They're going to be bowling because the Werewolves won the toss and they want to have a bat first, as Tina pointed out in her introduction. And it's going to be all on the Werewolves to get a good score on the board. Let's see what they can do. And as for the Lisbon Super Giants, they're going to open the bowling with ever-reliable Jaswant Singh. And he's the man with the best moustache in the country as far as I'm concerned. And he always, well, I wouldn't say always, but more often than not, you'll see him open the bowling for the Super Giants. And here he is with the pill, and he'll probably bowl the third over as well. Be interested to see how it goes. Here he comes, first ball of match 15. And very watchful there. Mohammad Tabish is at the non-striker's end, and his opening counterpart, just trying to see who that is at the striker's end. But that was a very watchful start. Thank you very much. Gurpreet Singh facing. Oh, hits the pad first, shouts of how is it? Very, very sure. And so is the umpire. He says you are indeed correct, Jaswant Singh. He's absolutely on target right from the get-go. And he just stands there and says, guys, get around me and give me some high fives. Have a look at this. It's on the front pad. But it was, you could almost argue that maybe drifting down leg. We'll have another little close look at this one again. Enough, though, for the umpire to say, you are indeed out. Jaswant Singh strikes, as he often does in his first over. And Super Giants having a bit of a get around, and they're enjoying that. One more time. Ooh. Might say that one more, just maybe slow that down just after it pitches, if we can have just a third or fourth look at that. I mean, the obviously the decision's been made, just out of curiosity. Just can make him feel G happy. Have a watch of this. Yeah, fair enough. Pitch is probably on off and going on to hit middle and leg. But this man is a very good bowler. He's a very good competitor. He'll come in, he'll bowl his 2 overs, then he'll disappear into the covers, and you may not see him again until the next match. But ever reliable to get the ball exactly where he wants it every single time. He's been around for a while. Used to bowl a bit faster and had a leg injury a couple of years ago, and he's turned to bowling spin. Can you believe he's only bowling spin for a couple of years, but he's picked up so many more wickets bowling this style now. So a great start for the Super Giants. That's a quicker one. Much quicker one. Gets his way past Mohammad Tabish, says, sorry about that, did not mean to bump into you like that. And Tabish quite rightly just gives him a pat on the back and says, I know you didn't mean it. That was a genuine sort of put the head down and run through the player going for the ball. Cracking over this one. He's on the cusp of bowling a wicket maiden. If the Werewolves aren't careful, that's exactly what's going to happen. Here we go, last ball of the over. And that is a wicket maiden. Not something you see very often, but Jaswant Singh, I'm not surprised he's the man who puts his name to a wicket maiden. The first over done in this match, and that is an absolute crackingly good delivery. I really enjoyed that. Fantastic bowling. And he'll come back on to Pro Bowl the third, I would dare say. And yeah, he's someone who batters can really have to take seriously, because wow, when he pulls these balls out of the bag, oh my goodness. Just a real threatening bowler. So the Tour of Portugal, here it is. We've looked at it a few times today. Just to remind our Challenger division, it's back-to-back or double round robins, I have to say, for the Challenge and the Premier division. Takes us through to Friday the 4th of April when the Premier finals are on. And then we get to some ECI action for the men and the women, and then we get T20I action for the men and the women as Norway come to Portugal, and they'll be hosted by the team here. So men's and women's T20I and ECI action. A lot happening over the next couple of weeks here. Stay tuned, and this is all happening at the lovely Santarem Cricket Ground as we start the second over. Surya Wanshi with the ball, and first runs off the bat as he pushes that one out to deep point. And it's a good time to welcome Tina Goff back into the conversation, my co-commentator. Tina, you've joined me at an interesting time. Did you get a chance to have a look at that wicket maiden earlier from Jaswant Singh?
I did, and I don't want to miss a wicket maiden. We don't have too many of them. It's like the golden ball. They come around once in a blue moon, and I mean, you've got a wicket maiden then at least. That's like a mini little tick off the list. But
oh, it was good. It was good to watch. He's a class act. He really is. Surya Wanshi now. See what he can do. Try to keep the pressure on the Werewolves batters. Good ball. Digs it out. Good work out there at square leg. Stops again. If it got past him, would have been 4 runs. Great work. Goes to ground and stops it going any further. Desperate, the Lisbon Super Giants. They would love to pick up another win here to go with their first win of the tournament from last night. If they can do it here again, well, they're going to really throw the gauntlet down and say, all right, we're back. We lost the first 3 games, but we're coming back hard now. Watch out for us. And the score is 2 for 1 early in this innings. Shouts to catch it, catch it, catch it. The only person catching that might be the boundary rider as that carries the boundary line for 6. Big Maximo that breaks the shackles. And that is a bit of a pressure relieving shot just as things were starting to get a little stifled there out in the centre.
I'll tell you what, I've just looked up a few stats for Jaswant Singh because I thought on the back of that wicket made, and I'm sure he's got impressive stats. He's already got 15 wickets just this year. And I mean, of course, he must have been in the night series as well.
He was, yes.
He got 3 for 10 against Marlow. He got actually a 3 for 5 in 2024, so last year. And he's up to 52 wickets on the network, so great going for him. Talking about wickets.
Oh, has he taken that? He has. I hope he's... Oh, no, he's put it down. Oh, no, no. I hope he's all right.
So I think he took it, but then... And they're celebrating as if he took it, but we're going to have to look at that
Let's
again.
make sure he's okay. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Because if we look at this replay, he catches it, and I think he goes down and grounds the ball on the way down. He's fine here, bang.
Has he held? He's still got the ball in his hand. It's still in his left hand.
I think he then turns around, if we carry on through, if we cycle through.
Let's roll that forward.
And then I think does he ground the ball there? I mean, it's about 3 minutes after the ball was taken.
I think you'd argue he still had full control. He's got control.
But does he not ground the ball there? He grounds the ball, doesn't he? Isn't that planted on the grass? I mean, this is a complete toss-up.
Yeah, it's a
It's like that Mitchell Stark one in the Ashes, where in the process of stabilising his body, he then grounds the ball. I mean, they're definitely hoping that it's, well, firstly that he's not done himself a mischief. I mean, he hit his head hard. They're celebrating as if it was a wicket. It's just a question whether that ball was grounded in the rotation of his head and arms and legs going in all kind of directions.
There's still a lot of smiles with the Lisbon Supergiants. Unless the message hasn't come across, I believe the wicket's been given. That is a catch that's going to go on the book. So that is an absolute outstanding outfield catch. Absolutely astonishing. I hope he hasn't done himself a mischief. As you say, just before the ball was bowled, he had a good chat with the bowler. And wouldn't you know it, you cannot keep this man out of the game. He takes an absolute ripper. Had no right to stretch and take that one. He has landed awkwardly. And all his team are giving that head a bit of a rub, maybe for good luck as well. Jaswant Singh, how can you keep him out of the game? It is indeed a wicket, 8 for 2. Well, Nilesh Suryawanshi gets the wicket, and Jaswant Singh went over and had a chat to him just before that ball was bowled. So between the two of them, they've manufactured another wicket here.
Well, I'm so glad that was kind of given, because just on effort alone, it deserved the wicket. And I mean, you can always analyse these into micro details of whether the ball touched a blade of grass, but just on the athleticism of someone who's not the youngest, I think, anymore.
I agree. I agree.
He's well into his 30s, I think, and still, I mean, speaking as someone well into my 30s, I think I would have broken several bones trying that, and I think my head would have rolled off. So to keep the ball anywhere near the middle of his hands is an absolutely tremendous effort.
Well, if that had been me, they would have had to dig me out of a crater out of the ground, that's for sure. I would have definitely fallen into the earth there. It's going to be a wide ball, so a bit of a pressure relieving delivery that one. Still trying to search for the end of the second over. Score is 8 for 2. Suryawanshi with the wicket, thanks to the miraculous catching abilities of Jaswant Singh. Be interested to see if he comes back to bowl his second over next. Jaswant Singh having just taken that bit of a knock on the noggin as he went to ground. Where has he put himself in the field? Is he still there?
Yeah, I think he's in the covers.
He's still in the covers.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
He looks. I mean, if he wanted an over off, I would give him that one. But maybe he also just wants to get the over out the way, because he might have a bit of a sore neck in the morning. And I mean, I know, looking at the chat as that comes to the end of the over as well, 9 for 2. Come back to the chat in a minute. Let's have a look at the standings and just how tight things are. I mean, Werewolves and Brothers kind of pulling away. But if Werewolves, for example, lose 4 points in this game, then suddenly Lisbon Supergiants back in contention as well.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see the standings at the end of tonight, just to see that particular point that you raise for the Supergiants. If they can pick up a win here, wow, cat amongst the pigeons time, that's for sure. And, well, if the Werewolves get a win here, then they will continue their tussle at the top of the table try saying that quickly, with the Brothers 11. And it will still leave those 4 teams vying for 3rd and 4th position as well. So it's an interesting time here. It looks like Jaswant Singh is not going to bowl the 3rd as he normally would. So, yep, I think that's probably the right thing to do. Just give him a break. Give him a chance to make sure he doesn't have any sort of delayed little concussion moment where, you know, maybe gets a bit of blurred vision. So that's a good idea.
Yeah, and just as Gurjant Singh is in fact coming in for the 3rd over, mentioning the chat, whether that's out or not, I mean, it's been given out and it's completely divided the chat. We've got a not out, that is out, not out. He had it long enough. You have to have your whole body movement under control, which Bob doesn't think he had. So it's one of those ones I think splits down the middle. But I think we can all agree that it was a tremendous effort from Jaswant Singh.
Yeah, you got to give thumbs up for effort.
Yeah,
totally agree.
Just on athleticism alone, I think, and putting his body and head on the line, I think he deserves that wicket in his column.
Yep, there you go. So, chat, we'll let you guys fight that one out, and we'll continue calling the game here. Score is 10 for 2. A couple of deliveries into the 3rd. The power play is not going in the favour of the Werewolves at the moment, you'd have to say, but still 4 deliveries to come in this over. And that's been crunched quite heavily. So a little bit to say about that, says Guri. The big hitting Guri comes in and just goes crunch through the covers. Lovely strike, that one. We'll see what happens then. So, score races now. Well, I wouldn't say races, but it's elevated ever so slightly. And Gurpreet Guri is, he is indeed a big hitter. He can muscle the ball when he needs to, and I think the Werewolves need him right now to show a little bit of something. So between him and Akash Sood, a bit to do with the openers now back in the pavilion. A bit for the top order to get on with here for the Werewolves. Shouts a no, no, no. Just keeping my eye on Jaswant Singh. He's fielding just in front of us here in the long off position. Just keep an eye on here. He's still you know, every now and then he's sort of touching the back of his head where he hit the ground. I hope he doesn't to suffer any sort of delayed, you know, injury or something like that. Need to keep an eye on him. Make sure he's all good. Just been mishit into the ground there. Good delivery, that one.
I'll tell you what, even if he's okay today, he's going to struggle to get out of bed, I reckon, in the morning. He might need to be hoisted out because, I mean, hopefully he'll have a spring in his step, because when he sees that on social media, he'll see just how much of a good catch that was, but won't help the aching body in the morning, I imagine.
It will not. And Lisbon Super Giants have got 2 games tomorrow as well. They're playing the 2nd and the 4th game tomorrow. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether maybe he might take a game or even the day off, because he did land really hard. So keep an eye on that one. So, potentially the last ball the over coming up. Let's have a look. That's been struck quite heavily indeed. That is a big shot, a flat 6. Really good shot. That one brings up 20 for 2 after the power play. So Werewolves struggling, but getting the run chase back on with a couple of big hits there from the bat of Guri.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Werewolves needed to at least finish off the power play with a bit of a flourish. That's just their 3rd boundary of the innings so far. They've had 2 sixes and a 4, but also those 2 wickets as well, with Jaswant Singh heavily involved in both of them. So it's a bit of a rebuilding job here for Akash Sood, who put in a nice little cameo in previous games. Obviously he's got a bit of time now here to really put together a big innings. Gurpreet Guri, he also scored a handful of runs in the previous game for the Werewolves.
Did you see Bob's comment in the chat? Stark is an Aussie, so his catch was definitely not out. So so now Bob's made his bed. He can lie in it. So everything Bob says is pretty much false. Thank you, Bob. Hope you're having a good day. Werewolves 20 for 2. Power play done. Now the field spreads a little bit, and G1 Giri, he gets a chance to get amongst it. That's just a mishit, bottom edged. Arrow's going to roll away to 3rd man. Just the 1 run there. So we start with a wicket maiden. We then have a miraculous outfield catch that the chat is still debating whether it should or shouldn't have been given. And then the 3rd over, get a couple of big hits to get the run rate up and running again, back on board. Still at 6.6, so it's still a lot of work to be done. And G1 Giri starts the 4th, just with the bottom edge. So this match already living up to expectations. Oh, lovely shot. Just whips that away. Couple of bounces through the covers, and that is 4 runs. Nice strike, that one.
Yeah, that was all class there from Gurpreet Guri, and we know he's got power in him. It was, I think, back in game 5, he scored 35 off just 9 deliveries, which is quite some cameo. But here, again, same as Akash Sood, they're high up the order, so they've got time to build an innings. And that one was not a bad ball, in all honesty, from Jivan Giri. And that's probably an even better ball, to be fair. Not much Guri could do about that one, but the previous ball was just dug out for 4.
Yeah.
It's a tremendous shot.
It was good power too, real good power to dig that one out and send it so quickly to the boundary line, and a good follow-up there. I think we might have opened a can of worms here, Tina, though. Have you seen Sim's comment?
I have.
Making the comment about Johnny Bairstow, and suddenly I think I may have to turn off the chat.
Let's pack it up, lads.
Thanks, Sim. Oh, I run out on. No, it's not. No one at the stumps to take the throw either. So that was always going to be just a rash shy at the stumps from the point position. Well, hand on the head, but I can tell you now, the batter was definitely home easily. Watch this again. And, oh, maybe he wasn't. Maybe didn't quite get the bat down. They would have loved to have seen the back of Guri, because he's a very dangerous competitor. Nicely played. That's good work, keeping the strike rotating over. It's a direct hit. They're asking the question here as they go for a second on the overthrow.
Well, you got to let the ball carry on rolling, but they will go back. So it's either going to be a wicket or a 2.
Let's have a look. Umpire has called for video replay, some side on. Oh, he looks home there. Is that...
Yeah, he plants his foot and his bat. I mean, if it were any closer, actually, he didn't really slide the bat in at all. He just canted over the line.
Just put it down and just kept going. So nothing toward there. All good. A few pats on the back for Jiwan Giri, who's bowling pretty good over here. He's gone for 8 runs off it so far. But still, he hasn't been taken to town by any of these batters. There was a good dugout shot for 4 with just immense power to do that. But apart from that, it's been a pretty good over, I've got to say. So 1 more to come in this, the 4th over, 28 on the board. Just remember that the Werewolves, they won the toss and they wanted to have a bat first and try and make Elizabeth Super Giants chase a potentially big score. Just played on the offside just for a single. Not picked up cleanly there, but that's okay because it was just the one. And so the score will go to 29 for 2 after 4. And that's where we're going to sit as Chowdhury came in to try to factor a run out, but didn't quite pick it up cleanly. So 4 overs gone. Let's have a look at the run rate situation. And, well, it flatlined right from the get-go because that was a wicket made, an astonishingly good over from Jaswant Singh. And then things started picking up ever so slowly. And 7.25, well, obviously something to build on there for the Werewolves.
Yeah, I mean, they've shown that they can compete all the way through. I mean, they're not 4 wins from 4 games for nothing, but some of those have been low-scoring thrillers. As we mentioned, the big one earlier today with the Werewolves only putting on 90 runs, but then skittling the Coimbra Knights for 41. So maybe they won't be too fussed about where they are. I'm sure they'd want to be a bit higher than 29 for 2 after 4. But even if they get to that expected score of 91, we've seen them defend almost that exact score just today. That's
so true. Yep. I see Bob's just put another comment there, just saying, "Only joking, Phil." I know you were joking, Bob. It's all good, mate. I know. All good in love and war. So no problem there as we continue. And that is a good ball from Chowdhury. Dot ball there. Trying to make it a little bit difficult for the batters here. Akash Sood, he'd be looking for a single, I reckon, to get Guri on strike. Guri, the big hitting man out there in the middle. So just needs to just push this away just for a single and turn it over to the pitch hitter. We're in the 5th.
Nice bowling, though.
Very good bowling. In at the body, that one.
Yeah, that right arm round angle, it keeps on coming back to us, and there's a reason for it. It's clearly being used as a tactic by quite a few of these teams. Just gives you a completely different angle, and LSG are using it here in the form of Rutul Chowdhury, who's already started this over 2 dot balls in a row. Yeah, it's a very good start to this over. Really, really good. Werewolves are probably thinking where the run's going to come from. This continues. Wow, that was a really good short ball. Had the batter reaching for it, and have a look at this. Oh, it's just goes past about the height of the helmet, although he was slightly jumping at the time. just might have taken his eyebrows off if he didn't have his helmet on.
Tell you what, yeah, or skinned the top of the head, but I reckon, yeah, you're right, the eyebrows would have been alarm bells ringing. If you can picture alarm bells ringing in your eyebrows, that would have been it. Chowdhury's bowling a ripper over here. Good fire, good pace, and good bounce too. That's a bit slower, but that's been picked up. Look at that. So, yeah, good point. Akash Sood, 6 from 14. Ooh, if you're in the dugout, would you be having that conversation?
I'd certainly be having itchy feet if I was the next batter off the rank.
Yeah, I think so too. You'd be turning to your captain and saying, come on, Skip. I think it's my turn.
And then he gets himself off strike, but it's the 5th ball of the over, so he gives poor Gurpreet Guri just the single ball of the 5th over, which is almost worse than just eating up a dot.
Yeah, that's not the result. If you're Gurpreet Guri, surely you'd almost want to turn down that run, really. Just knowing the situation of the play, surely you'd even want to say, look, I want to face the first ball in the 6th. Thank you, but you've got this one. Anyway, final ball of the 5th coming up. Let's see what Guri can do with this one. Oh, what a good over. Chowdhury with an absolute ripper there for the Lisbon Supergiants. Just one run from it. Over of fire and brimstone, that one. Fantastic stuff. Really enjoyed that. And here we go. We're at the halfway point now. 5 overs bowled. Hello to everybody in the chat. Great to have your company. Phil G here alongside me with Tina Goff. And this has been a great day. It's the last game of the day. And we're just commenting before about how fast today has gone. I can't believe we're already at the last game. I feel like we've got at least one more left in us after this. Having said that, though, at the end of this, ask me again. I might say something completely different.
You're definitely talking like someone who's got a rest day around the corner. But
that's
it's
also
well
true.
deserved. It's well deserved. But the sun's been shining down. You've had some good company.
Yeah,
so, you
true.
know, it could be worse.
Well put indeed. And you know what, that probably is just me talking about what I've got lined up tomorrow, which it could be up in the air. I don't know what I'm going to do. It doesn't matter. There's going to be day 4 tomorrow. Tina's going to be here by herself. Make sure you tune in for that. And I think Vinny might jump in maybe to help
cameo.
you out as well. Maybe a cameo role from Mr. Maximo himself. Keeps our eyes open for that. I hope you've all had a great day in the chat, and thanks for keeping us company today as well. You guys have been brilliant. Shouts to catch it. And it's caught. That took forever to come down.
I thought your battery just had fallen out there.
You thought it was me pausing. Like, oh no, we've lost Phil. We've lost Phil. And Jaswant Singh has got another wicket. Can you believe it? He's come back to bowl. And honestly, the Lisbon Supergiant team, they can't get enough of getting around him and giving him a hug. That is, well, that was in the air forever. You loved his body language there, did you? They could have run 3 before that came down.
If he didn't have neck ache before, he certainly does now. From looking how high that ball went up in the air, you can see on the replay, he shouts catch and then almost leans back over himself to see where that ball has ended up. As it was taken cleanly, and those are never easy catches to take. But it does mark the end of Akash Sood. Just watch the bowler here as he shouts for the catch. He's always leaning back over himself, doing the limbo. Such was the height on that ball.
That was incredible.
It was a great take, though, in the end by Jiwan Giri out there. That was quite the steepler, and that is the end of Akash Sood. It was a bit of a limping innings from him. 7 runs scored off 16 deliveries, eating up a lot of balls there, and it does bring Gurpreet Giri to the crease. Oh no, sorry, it's Gurpreet Giri is out there, and he'll be joined by Rajbir Singh. He'll be hoping to go at a slightly more speedy strike rate than the departing Sood.
Yeah, that ball took so long to come down. I had time to check messages before I even had to see what happened. And there you go. First runs off the bowling of Jaswant Singh, and it's a push out towards the extra cover boundary. So unfortunately, his score sheet is blemished with that single run. He's got 2 for 1. Still got 4 balls left in this over. He's bowling the 6th. 31 for 3 is the score. Oh, how is that missed? Oh my goodness, how is that missed? Everybody hands on heads. Jaswant Singh cannot believe he's missed the pegs here. That was astonishing. Watch this one.
Did everything right, didn't he?
Everything.
I think he got a feather on that, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got a feather edge on that one, and it's deflected away from the stumps. Wicket keeper can't believe it. Jaswant Singh, that's when he's got in his hair. He's always putting his hands up to his head. He cannot believe that's missed. Oh boy, 35 for 3, halfway through the 6th. What an over this is.
How cruel that is for Jaswant Singh as well. He should have been 3 for 1. He ends up being 2 for 5, and then in anger throws down a wide ball. It's 2 for 6, which you'd still take those as figures.
I'd be happy with that. That's a slow one, and the batter just waits on that, and happy to crunch that towards the boundary, and boundary rider fields that one. So just the single. So Guri can't get behind that one and make anything more of it apart from a single. Just one seeing 2 for 7, 2 more to come in this over, and the screws really put on the Werewolves here. And there's another dot ball. He's just a bit too good for the Werewolves batters at the moment.
Yeah, he's already putting his hand firmly up into the mix metaphor there, for the MVP of this game at least, because he's put his Super Giant side into a really commanding position, as that does mark the end of the 6th as well. Werewolves 37 for 3. Look at that. Jaswant Singh 2 for 7 off his 2 overs, and 4 of those were just a streaky inside edge. So if all's fair in cricket, you'd probably call it 2 for 3.
Absolutely. So he's been involved in every wicket there that's fallen thus far. Gurpreet Guri, they'll be looking for him, the Werewolves, to kick on. He's got 20 from 12 and recently joined there by Rajbhar Singh, who needs to get on with it as well. 6 overs gone, 37 for 3 on the board. Expected score 75. Well, the Werewolves, we know what they're like. They've got 4 wins under their belt on the trot. They're coming up against a team who only tasted their first bit of victory in this tournament last night. So this is a bit of a topsy-turvy match here at the current state. Still 4 overs to go. Anything can happen. Clipped nicely. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Really good shot there, where Guri showing his class. Doesn't have to be all bash. He just really placed that really nicely. You can see how he's angled the bat, trying to use the pace of the bowler to get the boundary, and he gets exactly that.
Yeah, nicely positioned. It's Nilesh who's coming back in for his 2nd over. Of course, he was the bowler who was on the receiving end of that unbelievable Jaswant Singh catch. But his 2nd over doesn't quite get off to the start he'd hoped for.
And there's Guri throwing the kitchen sink at that one for a Maximo. And that's what he can do. He swings hard, and when he does that and connects, you can be pretty sure that is going to go out of the ground. It does exactly that. Just too short in the channel there, and he swings with everything in his body and puts it over the boundary line. Lovely strike indeed. So this is where the momentum shift has to happen, and this is where the Werewolves really need to capitalise on. Anything short, anything a little bit wide, they've got to go after it. Well, that one has been hit straight down the throat of the fielder, who makes no mistake, right in front of us in the commentary position here. A really good catch there, and that was Gurjant Singh, who steadied himself, and so the rash shot has been brought upon. It was right in middle stump. I thought he had enough on that. In the end, it didn't, and that is a big, big wicket for the Lisbon Super Giants.
And just as the Werewolves were building up ahead of steam, it's been cut short there in the hands of Gurjant Singh. Safe pair of hands there, and it is Gurpreet Guri who does have to go for a well-executed 30 off 15 balls, so strike rate of 200. It's never too bad, but he'll have hoped to have kicked on a bit more, because we now are right firmly into the middle of the Werewolves batting lineup. So it'll need someone to kick on here to get them near to that 100 score, which we saw was very competitive in the previous game.
Yeah, I totally agree with that one. Yeah, it's an interesting part of the game now. So strike down the ground. That was Deepak Kumar got off the mark with the first ball. Like a little straight shot, just the single. Nola Suryawanshi, he's got 2 for 20. Couple more to come in the 7th. 48 on the board. Who would have thought the Werewolves struggling to get to 50 inside of 7? See what they can do here. It's been struck just along the ground to the player who's coming off the boundary there at deep mid wicket. It's G1 Giri with the big number 7 on his back. So keeps it to 1. 49 for 4. Last ball, the 7th coming up. Maybe they will get to the 50 inside of 7. Deepak Kumar, it's his job. He needs to try to get this ball somewhere away and not allow a dot ball. I think a dot ball here, I'd call this like a minor victory if they can keep get a dot ball here. Suryawanshi, the last ball of his bowling spell. Well, they're going to take it. Oh, are they? Now, they're asking the question, and they're going to go to the video replay. My first thought was he was safe. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think it was a nice piece of footwork. It was well, not even a low full toss, just a full toss. And Nilesh has to come through, do his own footwork. And maybe closer than we think, because that bat isn't Is that grounded? It's hard to tell. Maybe it is grounded. It was maybe a little optical illusion there.
Maybe is the bat grounded?
Let's have a look. There's great camera work here. I think there it's probably grounded. You can see when it's up in the air.
Yes.
That's up, that's down, I'd imagine. I think it's difficult to tell because of the camera angle, but I imagine here benefit of the doubt is given to the batter.
I think so too.
This, boys and girls, is why you slide your bat rather than place it delicately the other side of the line. But fantastic camera work there by Two Circles.
Yep. Thank you very much, folks, from Two Circles. You can see very clearly there the foot was definitely down. The calendar for 2025, well, we're, about 6 weeks in? No, we're 2 months into the cricket season now. We've had a whole month of February. We're getting towards the back end of March, and we've got a whole lot more cricket coming your way. Trying to think what tournaments I'm picking as my favourite. We talked about it earlier. I was picking the ones at the start for the first half of the year. The second half of the year, I'm looking forward to Croatia, Switzerland, definitely, and, of course, the ECC Women's in December. I think it's going to be cracking tournaments.
Yeah, December promises to be just an absolute women's cricket festival because, of course, we now have the 3 divisions, hopefully, as well. So we have the Premier, we have, like here, we have the 2 divisions, the Challenger, or as we call it, the Emerging, and then in the 3rd division as well. So we'll have Emerging, Challenger and Premier, so even more cricket to sink your teeth into just ahead of the Christmas break. It feels like a long way off, but I'm sure it will be around before we know it. So looking forward to 3 weeks of absolute cricket festival in December.
It's funny, I didn't want to mention the word Christmas only because we haven't even got to Easter yet, but
don't.
Yeah, the ECCW, it is an early Christmas present for everybody, and yeah, if it's going to be half as good as what we saw last year, then it's going to be a cracking tournament for sure. Scores 51 for 4, and we're a couple of deliveries into the 8th over. G1 Giri with the job to try to keep it nice and tight for his team. Up in the air. And that is going to fall in no man's land, except for it's going to go over for a Baximo. Another big hit over the back for big runs there. Have a look at this one again. Off the edge, and G1 Giri's pace carries that all the way for a big 6. Not much you can do about that. Shouts of catch it. Not sure who was there. There was absolutely nobody within shouting distance of where that ball landed at all.
She had 10 keepers lined up behind the keeper. I still don't think they would have been back far enough to take that one.
Yeah, that went a real long way. So 57 for 4, halfway through the 8th. That's been clipped nicely square. It's going to run away, and that is going to beat the fielder for 4 runs. Nice shot, that one, all the way along the deck. So a little bit of finesse there after that big Maximo from the big swing. And this one, have a look at this one again. Just chips it along very nicely. Maybe it wasn't fully intent, doesn't matter. It still looked good, and it ran away for 4. Valuable runs here in these late stages of the innings for the Werewolves.
I'll tell you what, it shows just how good this outfield is as well. Late in the day, I mean, of course it's dried up, but that just raced away to the boundary. As that one goes straight through to the keeper, and obviously in the morning we sometimes have a bit of dew out there.
Yep.
But we're hoping by the end of this week it's going to be bone dry here. None of those puddles that I know, well, there was rumours were around at the weekend. I wasn't here.
Yeah.
But I think we're in for a lovely week of weather here in Portugal, and even more exciting cricket to come.
When he can't get a hold of that one, looks towards the square leg umpire and says, how about that? And square leg umpire says, yep, that's over. I've heard it on good authority that we're going to try and give the ground a bit of a haircut this evening.
Okay.
So tomorrow, going to be nice and cut, and I reckon the ground is going to be like absolute glass. So you're going to be in for a run fest tomorrow, Tina. I tell you that for nothing. That is going to be a great day of cricket tomorrow.
I'll be on mandatory silence tonight then, just to get myself through it. But yeah, if the lawnmower fairies are out tonight, then that'll be a spectacle tomorrow. Even more runs on the board, I'm sure.
Yeah, I spoke to the ground crew during the break we had just before, the tea break, where we had some lovely sandwiches and a few special cakes for us and some iced tea as well. And they said, yep, we're going to get the lawnmowers out and we're going to do a bit of a run around, give it a little bit of a haircut. So it's going to be lightning quick tomorrow and the following days as well. So 9th over starts. That's been cut away just nice and square just for a single. Doing a singles at the moment, a couple of boundaries here and there. We had a 6 and a 4 on the last over. But they're going to need to keep doing that with a regular monotony if they're going to try and get this score up. It's currently 62 for 4. Only 11 deliveries left in the innings. Just a reminder, the Werewolves won the toss and they wanted to have a bat first. And this is the result. That's been crunched really well. That's gone aerial for a big Maximo. So that's what the doctor ordered, and that's what the Werewolves get. Lisbon Supergiants have done really well to keep the score down, but a little bit of a late rush of blood, and suddenly they might be chasing, well, and could be chasing 90 or even 100 if this sort of thing continues. Need to be careful here, Lisbon Giants. Don't want to undo all the good work that was done earlier in this innings.
Absolutely, and as we said before, the Werewolves, they've got previous of chasing those low totals, so the Lisbon Supergiants will definitely want to keep it as low and low as possible, just to make sure they're chasing something around 80 rather than up towards that 100, which is exactly what we saw earlier in the day. Game 1, I think it was this morning, so game 11, where suddenly that 27 in the final over elevated a score from late 90s up until the 120s, and that
Absolutely.
might not be quite as much as the Werewolves get here, but that's certainly what they're going to have their eye on in this 9th over now.
Completely agree. And Lisbon Supergiants have struggled in run chases. They had a run chase last night, but they were only chasing 84, and they chased that down in really quick time. But other run chases of about 100, that's where they've tripped over in this tournament so far. That's been launched. That is pretty much 6 off the bat. Tina, you actually indicated it's then next to me here. You immediately just went 6. As soon as you saw that, it sounded good as well.
It was the wind-up. Suddenly, we've seen this quite a lot. If the batters go with full intent and they wind up, I mean, a lot of the times they probably do that and miss the ball, but once they do make contact with it, it's 6 before it's even more or less left the bat.
Yeah. And Deepak Kumar hit straight through the line, didn't try to hit it over deep mid-wicket agriculture style. Unlike that. Case in point, right there.
Exhibit A.
Thank you, Your Honour. I rest my case. And, well, Deepak Kumar has only got himself to blame there because he's done exactly what I was trying to say that he shouldn't be doing. He's chopped it on, and a bit of a muted celebration. He gave us a bit of a Punjab salute. Watch this from the bowler as it cannons on. He turns around and he goes, yep, oh, that was the fist in the air. That was a little slap of the inside of the thigh as well. A little bit of celebration, but still, damage was done in this over. There was a few big hits there, but needless to say, there's still one more over to come. So still plenty for the Werewolves to do to get a competitive score. 1 over plus 1 ball to go. 75 for 5 on the board. 1 more to come in this, the 9th.
There's Gaganpreet Singh, who's quite a tall figure as well, so he's got these big levers. He'll want to use them. Final ball.
Just pushes it down the ground. Happy to get a single. All the way down to the long on position. Jiwangiri fielding in front of the commentary position here, keeps it to just 1, and that's how the 9th over will finish. 76 of 5 after 9. 1 more over to come. Last wicket, of course, you saw Deepak Kumar, who chopped on from Gurjant Singh, and Gurjant Singh goes for a few runs off his couple of overs though. There it is there. He got 1 for 26 from his 2. 2 for 7, Jaswant Singh at the top there. 2 for 22, Nilesh Suryawanshi. And unfortunately, Jiwangiri and Ratul Chowdhury have gone wicketless, although Ratul Chowdhury had bowled a terrific over. Only went for 1 run there. So I wonder if we're going to see him bowling the last. We should. Yep, there he is. Big 99 stamped on his back. He's got the pill. And it's going to be his job to try to keep this score as low as possible. Nice tight over wanted by Lisbon Supergiants. Werewolves, they want to cut loose here.
Absolutely, but I'm sure Rutul will have a word or two to say about that with his booming, I was going to say, balls that chop across the batter, and that's exactly a case in point. That one didn't exactly chop across him, it kind of just followed Gaganpreet Singh, and he just tried to almost turtle himself into his shell to not get hit by that, but caught that one on, right on the thigh pad. Let's hope he has a thigh pad on.
He didn't know too much about that, did he?
No.
Just happy to wear it on the thigh pad, as you say. Hope he's got one there, and just amble through for a single. Strange old bit of work there. Anyway, turns the strike over, and it's going to be Rajbir Singh. It's going to be his chance to get the next 5 deliveries out of the ground if he can. Big job here for him though. Well, it's a leg side wide, so Chowdhury has strayed leg side. Not good, not what the doctor ordered, that's for sure. And Lisbon Supergiants are looking at their bowl and saying, come on, score is 78, this is gettable. Let's not let too many more of these extras or loose balls go, please.
Deborah Hall in the chat saying that She was enjoying looking at the white clovers and daisies on the pitch, which of course are bee friendly as well, but there is a lot of grass around the surrounding area, which I'm sure will be kept bee friendly. And I mean, it's a beautiful setting here as well, isn't it, with greenery all around, so lovely environment, I'm sure, for all the insects and critters. But I mean, the critters out there are the ones playing cricket, and if we have a nice clean outfield for them, I'm sure especially the batters will be happy.
Oh, for sure, they'll be rapt about that. Yep, totally. So yeah, so that is the news from the ground staff. They will be going for a bit of a haircut tonight, but there is a lot of nice foliage and shrubbery around the ground. It's a beautiful looking ground too, by the way. Catch it, catch it, catch it. Does exactly that. That's a really good catch. That's hurt the fingertips as well. So that's Amandeep Singh out there at third man. I'm not going to check a replay. He definitely took that catch. You could tell by the way he wrung his fingers out that that did smart just a little bit. And noticing a few of the fielders taking the catch in this tournament so far, they're really giving their fingers a bit of a ring as the ball slaps in. Maybe a little bit of lacking a bit of match practice possibly with the ball coming into the hand really fast. But anyway, as summer kicks on, I'm sure they'll be fine taking the catches right in the middle of the hands as well. That's a big wicket, important wicket there. And Chowdhury gets finally a reward for effort with a wicket in the column.
Nice catch down there. And I suppose we can not forget that we're still in the middle of March, so maybe not the peak of summer that these guys are used to, the warm weather here in Portugal. So maybe a few cold fingers about. It's 20 to 6 local time, so sun is dropping. It's maybe dropping a few degrees in temperature, so we'll give them a bit of grace on that one. Maybe they just have to improve their catching technique. Who knows?
Maybe that's it too. Yeah, but yeah, we'll give them a pass, of course. Well, that's gotten away from everybody there. And maybe just double checking to make sure there's going to be 4-5 wides there. That's exactly the call from the umpire. Yep, too high. Keeper can't get enough on that. Hits him right in the fingertips, two of the gloves, and I think he's a little bit unimpressed with his effort there. Yeah, that ball goes way above the helmet and correctly called by the square leg umpire. And that hits the tips of the wicket-keeping gloves. Oh, really felt that one. Still 3 to go. It's been hit out square. It goes through the fielder who had that all covered until he didn't. And Jaswant Singh, no, it's not Jaswant Singh out there. It's Nikhil Dhingra. And they're still trying to take an extra run here. Someone needs to get the ball and get it to the stumps. And finally, Jaswant Singh takes the ball at the non-striker's end and says, give it to me and let's just stop these overthrows, please. That was a little bit of extra comedy there. Look at this. Keeper underarms it back to the bowler. Bowler had his back to the action. He was just walking back to his mark. And luckily, Jaswant Singh is the one who came back to take the stumps.
You need Jaswant Singh to bring a bit of normality to the proceedings. Despite that knock on the head he took earlier, he's still switched on enough to realise, let's just calm down here, lads.
You know what? The moment that cloning is permissible for humans, Lisbon Supergiants are going to be the first in that queue, I guarantee you. They're going to say, see this guy? We'll have 10 of them, please. Just click, print, there we go.
Tell you what, a commentator's nightmare though. Jaswant Singh Mark III takes the catch.
Oh dear. 2 to come in the innings. It's a slow ball. He's seen that one, but he hasn't hit it well, and it's been taken beautifully
by guess who?
Jaswant Singh. Cannot keep him out of the game. Takes another good outfield catch. It was in the air for a little while. Didn't have to stare too much into the sun, and he takes a good catch, throws the ball back and says, come on, fellas, let's get on with it. He has done more than his fair share of work in this innings, and I reckon that'll be the conversation he'll have with the team when they head over to the dugout in a few moments' time to talk about this run chase. The score is now 87 for 6, and there's just one more delivery to come. Chowdhury, he's got 1 for 11. Last ball of his bowling spell, last ball of the over, and last ball of the innings coming up. That's a good delivery. And can't affect the run out. Chowdhury is too busy remonstrating with the keeper to even go and get the ball, and he's allowed an extra run to be taken, and now there's an extra run to be taken. You know what? He might have gotten home.
Wow.
That is, I think, an attempted 3. We need to go to the video on this one. He may have gotten home. That is really slack from Chowdhury. Really slack. Look at this. With his back turned to the play, and then takes a rotten bounce. Oh, you know what?
Here we go on the side angle.
Let's have a look side on.
Fumbled there. Carries on. And here we go. Oh, I think he might just be
I think he's just
short.
out. Yep, that's the line where the foot is,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yep.
That would have been probably the world's shortest 3. Didn't go anywhere near the boundary. And somehow they almost came back for 3 as it was just the 2. Probably should have been a dot, but there you go.
Oh, that is a lesson of the fight's not over till the fight's done. You've got to keep your focus. Big smile on the face of the Werewolf batters just in the background there, just in that moment, because the Lisbon Supergiants are talking about what on earth was that, and the Werewolf batters having a good laugh. Let's have a look at Jaswant Singh. That was the wicket he got in his first over, which was a wicket maiden, and he had a good proper get around. Look at that. They all come in and give him a proper crush there. That was great to see. And he's bowled a really terrific over. Hats off to him. Well done, sir. A wicket maiden, a rarity in the T10, but he got it nonetheless. The second over, though, a couple more runs coming off the bat there. Mohammad Tabish was getting amongst it. Fist bumps and everything. Jaswant Singh went over and he said, "This is how I want you to bowl it, and I will catch it." And he does catch it. He smacks his head hard, but he holds it, and it was given out. Has a bit of a get around, gets a bit of water on the skull as well, and that was absolutely an amazing catch. Had us both out of our seats then. And then, well, normal service resumed as we saw the Werewolves trying to push that run rate up with the flow of runs. Guri there, well, Guri, he was really trying to get things motoring too. The big hitting Guri. And yeah, it was all happening in the centre there. But you've got to give credit to the Lisbon Supergiants. I feel that they did a terrific job of putting the brakes on. Chowdhury bowled a great first over. Jaswant Singh came on for his second. Up in the air, catch it, he says. That ball took forever to come down. That's just the magic of Hollywood there. That looks like it came down quickly. Tina, that ball was in the air for an eternity.
Yeah, Jaswant Singh almost had a head injury there, just looking where
Just
the ball
looking
was
up.
going up. But you couldn't keep him out of the game. But there was a little fight back in the middle as well from the Werewolves, led by Gurpreet Guri. He scored 30 off just 15 deliveries, and Rajbir Singh, Deepak Kumar, they both chipped in. In fact, those 3 were the only 3 batters to get out of single figures. Between them, they scored 59 runs out of the 89, so that middle order put on a little bit of resistance, but otherwise it was really the Lisbon Supergiants that, you know, probably came into this, despite what the win predictor said, probably not favourites or underdogs, because the Werewolves have been so strong so far, but they've shown that they want to finish their day with a win. It's their only game today as well, so how dearly they'd love to take home 3 or maybe 4 points.
Oh yeah, if they can come in and take home the 4 points, as you say, that would be almost like a theft. That really will be like they've just snuck in and just gone bang and let's get out of here with those points under our belt. And it could very well turn out like that, as you say. It could really come that quickly. So Chowdhury bowled the last over here. He got clipped away, and that was a good catch by Amandeep Singh there. Gave the hand a bit of a ring and said, "Ouch." And there he is. There's the batter going off there saying, "This is what I was trying to do." And here was a little bit of comedy towards the end here. And lucky they broke the stumps in time. Not too much in it for that run out there. Probably about 20 centimetres in it. Almost came undone with a miraculous 3 at the end there. A little bit cheeky running by the Werewolves. But well done to them to try to force the issue. And that is the innings done. So we're got a run chase on our hands coming for you pretty soon. In the meantime, let's have a look at the Werewolves batting card. It's going to be interesting. A total to have a look at 89 for 7 was the final amount that was scored in those 10 overs. And thanks to some good hitting from Guri to get them up to that score, because otherwise things were looking a little bit of a worry there. And the tale will be told. So Mohammad Tabish didn't manage to bother us too much, which was unusual for him because he's usually big scoring. The first wicket, however, that fell, that was Gurpreet Singh. He was the victim of Jaswant Singh's wicket maiden at the top there. And for me, that really sort of set the tale for that innings. And the Werewolves, I feel they really struggled just to find momentum after that over. Really struggled.
Yeah, it's difficult when you start up. I mean, it's one thing like that 2 runs we saw at the start of the previous game, but starting with a wicket maiden, losing one of your big hitters early up, it's really hard to recover from that psychologically.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, Jaswant Singh, he was the one that benefited from that. He got that wicket maiden and then took that amazing catch as well.
That catch was really something else, wasn't it? We hope his head's okay. Might even try and get over there and ask the question, make sure he is okay. Because he did land pretty hard. He had a bit of attention from the umpires and also from his teammates got around him. But at the end of the day, he's done pretty well. Have a look at the bowling card there. Look at that. So just went single at the top there. 2 wickets for 7 runs. Sensational return of effort for him. And wickets shared around with almost all the bowlers. Unfortunately for G1 Giri, he was unable to get himself a wicket, but all the others did. And they kept the scores really quite low. So 88 for the win. That's entirely very chaseable for Lisbon Supergiants. The Werewolves, look, we know they've got a good bowling lineup. Mohammad Tabish bowled pretty well in the game last night. Let's see, and also the game today as well. But they've got a little bit of firepower in their bowling department. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when the run chase happens. It's going to be back here at about 6 or 7 minutes time. So please join myself and Tina for that run chase. The Lisbon Supergiants need 88 for a win and to get the points to sneak them away from the Werewolves. Werewolves looking to go 5-0 at the turning point of this competition. I can't wait. It's going to be an exciting run chase.
Yeah, I can't wait either, and it's the last innings of the day as well, so you know what that means. Random questions in the chat as well.
Random questions.
You can have a bit of food chat. There's been a bit of food chat sprinkled around, but I didn't want to mention it because as soon as you get me on the subject, you won't get me off it, but you know, now it is the time. It's innings number 10 of the day.
Yeah, that's it.
I think we've earned a bit of food chat.
Yeah, why don't we do that? So get them ready, chat. This is all on you now. Throw us what your random questions for myself and Tina and get that food chat ready to rock and roll, and we'll be back with you really shortly. So don't go too far away. Run chase on in about 5 minutes time. We'll see you back here soon. Phil G and Tina Goff saying don't go too far. We'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back. That was a short break, but that's okay because it's the last innings coming up and it's going to be a big run chase here. It's not a big target they're going after, don't get me wrong. So the first innings total is there on the board. And so the bonus point equation there, 98 runs scored. Funny enough, I thought it was actually 89 on the that was scored. Sorry about that. So batting team, as you know, with the bonus point equation, how it works, 7 overs or less for the batting team to get a bonus point. Fielding team need to restrict the batting team to 68 or less to pick up a bonus point. So there's a bit there to happen. Werewolves looking for their 5th win on the trot. And that will be massive if they can get 5 wins. That will put them top of the table and in a really big position to take them through to finals Friday at the end of this week. For the Lisbon Supergiants, they need to chase this down if they want to feature in the finals as well. Can't afford to get left at the bottom of the table at this point of the competition, because tonight, when we all go home and tuck ourselves into bed, we'll be dreaming of the fact that we are halfway through the Challenger division in this European Cricket Series Portugal. Phil G here in the commentary position alongside Tina Goff to take you through the final innings of day number 3, match 15. Hangs in the balance. This is going to be a cracking run chase. You just feel it. We saw Lisbon Supergiants last night. They had to chase, I think it was 84 for a win, and they came out and they just crunched everything and they got the runs, and they did really well to get their first win on the board. That was last night. This is the next day. Let's see what can happen here. Players are ready. Umpire almost ready to go here. Have a look around the ground. Everybody's good to go. Rajbir Singh, he's got the ball. Giwangiri's at the non-striker's end. Here we go. Here's the run chase. Just plays that away defensively, just off the top of the bat. Almost off the handle, actually. And no chance of a run there. So Amandeep Singh, he gets the job to open the batting with Giwangiri. Took a good catch in the outfield, did Amandeep Singh. Hurt his fingers just a little bit. He was down there at third man. Took a very good catch. Let's see if he can back it up here with providing his team with a good start with the bat. And quite rightly lets that one go. Happy to open the account with a wide. Not a great delivery to start with, but a wide in the book. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this run chase. Quite intently looking forward to this one. I think this is going to be a cracking game. I think it's going to go down to the final over as the wicket falls. That's massive. That is really massive. Werewolves strike first. Big hoots and hollers around the ground. That's such an important wicket for them, and what a grand start for the Werewolves. Defending not a huge total, and they are up and about. Wow, look at that. Middle stump, crunch. Got to ask the question, how'd you miss that one? Amandeep Singh just looking to hit it down the ground. Giwangiri slumps his shoulders and has to turn his back on his counterpart. Couldn't bear to watch the carnage that was happening at the striker's end. Says it all, really. Super Giants, they need this win. They need to stay in touch with the top 4 positions on the standings. They can't afford to go down to trying to chase a total of this size. They just can't afford to have that. And I don't want to risk repeating myself, but you know, Jaswant Singh, he can't come out and win all the runs himself. And I know they don't rely on him at all with the batting. He's there to bowl, but his involvement in the game is undeniable. And I make light of the fact that he is an absolutely outstanding cricket player. I don't make light of that, but I make light of the fact that Super Giants look to him all the time. So it's up to the rest of the team now to do well here. Partap's out there. He joins Giwangiri, and Singh is on a heater. Oh, that's a bit better now. Or is it? Oh, a bit of a soft throw to the stumps there. Rajbir Singh can't really get any power to the throw. Have a look at this one again. Just pushes it, and he tries quickly to get across, but can't affect any kind of run out. May have put the batter on a bit more pressure. So, interesting stuff here. We're only halfway through the first. It's 2 for 1, and that was a big body blow for Lisbon Super Giants to lose. Amandeep Singh, so early in the piece, that second delivery. Stumps rearranged, bails everywhere. And even the non-striking batter had to turn his back on that. Couldn't bear to watch it. Giwangiri, he faces now. He's hit that rather sweetly square. That's a good shot. That's going to run away for 4. Smacks into the property fence. And that's much better bit of work there from Giwangiri. Good shot. So the run chase is on in earnest now. There's not a lot of runs to play with. The target is 90. It's been revised target. Thank you for that, scorers. Revised target of 90. 63 for the bonus point. Lisbon Super Giants need a further 84 runs on 56 deliveries. So it's a run rate needed of 9. So the run rate is not a concern. It's wickets and just keeping the scoreboard ticking at the moment. Oh, oohs and ahs, hands on head. Oh, there's a bit of emotion out there, a bit of passion out there. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. It was full, it was a little bit slower. And I think Rajbir Singh's thinking, if only I'd bowled that straighter. Completely deceived by the pace on that one. Oh, I think we're in for an absolute cracker of a run chase here. One more to come in this first over, 6 for 1. Here we go. Last ball of the over. Skied, shouts a catch it. And, well, Gaganpreet Singh does not attack the ball for the catch, and there's a little bit of grr out there in the field. I feel that. Oh boy, and a good time to welcome Tina Goff back into the commentary booth. Just give me your opinion of that. That was, look at the bowler, absolutely filthy.
How long have you got? I mean, he definitely thought that there was a catch on there, and it was in the air for quite a long time, not quite as long as that one we saw earlier. Oh, yeah. But, well, there you have it, 65 matches since the golden ball, and, you know, we don't want to jinx it, so we're not going to say another word about that. But, yeah, that was an eventful first over. A boundary in there, a wide in there, a wicket, so a bit of a a full house on the cricket bingo. That over from Rajbir Singh. But as it was, the Super Giants, as you said, Phil, really run rate shouldn't come into it. They need just over 9. But scoreboard pressure does strange things to a cricketer. And you never know. I mean, Lisbon Super Giants also haven't had enormous amounts of success so far in this tournament. Last innings of the day, can they snatch a win here? As you said, it'd be almost like a smash and grab, coming in late, rocking up at 5 o'clock, going home with 3 points at 6 o'clock would be exactly what they'd want to do.
Yeah, that first over, it was real Cadbury's all sorts, wasn't it? Bit of this, bit of that. That's been hit on the full, goes, just gets away from the fielder there, thought he had it completely covered. And only allows just 1 run in the end, just an easy single there. Score goes up to 8.
We've had our first random question in from Kroom, and it's a food one as well, so it's a double hitter of food chat and random question
Thank
chat.
you, Kev. What's he asking us?
What is the food you've always wanted to try but haven't yet?
Oh, that is a good question. Ooh, let me have a think after this delivery. I'm sure there's something out there I haven't tried yet. Good question. Oh, that's interesting. Our producer's saying in our ear, gold leaf.
Yeah, they always put these things on.
Yeah. That's
in posh restaurants. What does it taste of? A colour? It just tastes of gold.
I was going to say, don't tell me it tastes like gold.
Tastes of.
My next question is, and that tastes like what? Kev, good question. Good question. I'm going to come out with something a little bit interesting here. I'm going to say snails.
Okay.
I've never had snails, but people rave about how good they are.
Well, we're not quite in the right part of the world, but we've got the France series coming up in not too distant future, so you might have to get yourself over there, Phil.
Okay. Yeah, when I was living in Reading for a few years. I never got a chance to get down to Heston Blumenthal's restaurant, and that was famous for the snail porridge.
Ooh.
But apparently, it is absolute magic. The reviews were through the roof of that particular dish as well. So, good question, Kev. Has anyone tasted snails? Tell me about that. Snake is another one I'm seeing in there. Alligator. I tell you what, I love crocodile meat. Crocodile meat is absolutely astonishing. It's almost like it's like cross between fish and chicken. That's how I see it, and it's got a lot of flavour. I used to make sausage rolls made with crocodile meat. Absolutely delicious.
Did you catch the crocodile yourself?
I used to turn to Steve Irwin for that. That's a good shot. That's a good shot for 4. So it gets things back on track here. Sort of felt like things are drying up a little bit out there, but that's a cracking shot. It's hit uppishly, 1 bounce and 4 runs. Yeah, no, funny enough, my supermarket, actually, where I was living in Reading, they sell crocodile meat. Of all the places in Caversham, just outside of Reading, they sell crocodile meat, zebra meat, bison. They had a few other meats as well, which was like, what on earth? How did you get that?
Definitely not locally sourced in Reading, that's for sure.
For sure not, no. Identical shot, another bounce there, so back-to-back 4s here. So Partap getting amongst the runs, good to see there. Yeah, Reading's probably not really known for that part of the world where you get the exotic meats, but it was just our local Budgeons. It was just a regular
Really?
supermarket. Yeah, seriously, it's a local Budgeons.
It's that's quite a low budget supermarket.
I know,
so
right?
That's questionable crocodile meat. I'm sorry, Phil.
Well, I got to say, I have had crocodile meat before. I've had it in Australia several times, and I absolutely love it. But I got a pack of zebra once as well, and I kind of didn't know what to expect. So even now, this time, I wonder if that really was zebra. I wonder if it was maybe just, beef, something veal or something like that.
Who's doing the due diligence on that?
That's a big shot for 6. So that part of the ground is getting a little bit of attention right now, and that is a couple of 4s and a 6 in the same place. That is really good striking.
Yeah, Surya Partap, he is the one that is hitting these lusty blows. That's in fact 3 boundaries in a row. He's gone 4-4-6. It's been late to the party here, the Super Giants, having waited until the final match of the day. But they are kind of crashing the Werewolves party at the moment. And you can see what that means to the leaderboard as well, because the Werewolves, they are in fact the only unbeaten team going into this game, whereas the Super Giants, they've tasted, not snails, but defeat on 3 occasions. So they'd dearly love to get the win here to at least get them up to 2 wins, 3 losses.
Yeah, on the other hand, Super Giants win here, they go straight into 3rd place. They've got a better run rate than the Coimbra Knights, and 3 points here secures them 3rd position. Shot down the ground. It's not going to get through the fielder, who shies at the stumps, And there was no run on there. Chris Ward in the chat, he says that snails are just like meaty mushrooms.
Now you're talking. If you sold me meaty mushrooms, I'd be more inclined to eat them than snails.
Okay.
It's the texture, I think, that would put me off more than anything.
For me, it's more just the knowledge they're snails.
That too.
Yeah. If you said, Phil, have some meaty mushrooms.
Exactly.
I'd be saying nom nom. Hashtag yum yum. That's straight up in the air. Caught and bowl chance here and taken. That is a big, big wicket. Jiwangiri goes for 6 from 6 deliveries. So Mohammad Tabish, he jumps into the attack and gets a wicket immediately. It's something that he just seems to have a habit of doing. Well bowled.
Yeah, Mohammad Tabish, he didn't quite get in on the runs. He just went for 7 in the first innings, but he's got straight into the wickets. Just needed 2 balls to get his name into the scorebook. And as you said, Phil, although Surya Partap has been hitting the big boundaries at the other end, Jiwangiri, he's an opener for the reason, and he goes for a runner ball 6, and that's one of the danger men back in the shed for the Super Giants. And the Werewolves, well, they're baring their teeth here. There's a reason they're 4-0, and they're fighting their way back into this one.
They really are. They have to as well, because you're absolutely right. They're not defending a big total here. So these wickets are absolute gold for them. If they can tie down the Lisbon Super Giants, get a wicket here and there, and maybe stifle some of these runs, take this game to the 10th, anything can happen. You still got to get those runs. As long as you get this game into the 10th as the bowling team, you've really got a red-hot chance of getting a win. It's good bowling from Tabish, really good.
Nilesh, who's come in the number 4 position.
Yeah, the middle order have been exposed here. They need to be careful. Don't want to lose too many more wickets here, or it could get into a bit of a situation here for Lisbon Super Giants. These two, and Partap's hitting the ball really nicely as well. So Suryawanshi, he needs to stay on top of it as well. Someone mentioned in the chat, mentioned venison. I love venison. Venison and veal, probably 2 of my favourite meats. Place near me in Prague, they have minced venison, they have venison medallions, and my wife and I, we love making venison burgers. And also a ragu out of venison with pasta. Absolutely delish. Really good. And speaking of places near me in Prague, obviously I can give a shout out to the Down Under, where they serve pulled kangaroo burgers.
Wow.
So not just pulled pork, but pulled kangaroo.
I suppose you can pull anything if you put your mind to it.
Yeah, you can. I mean, that's just another word for shredded.
Yeah.
You know, that's all that is. You know, it doesn't belong just to the pork. I used to think it was. Oh, pulled pork. What's that? It's shredded pork. Phil.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough then. Yeah, so they do the kangaroo burger. They do kangaroo sandwiches with a fillet, but also a pulled kangaroo burger, which is quite popular. That's a bit gamey, but really tasty. They cook it perfectly too.
Well, I saw kangaroos in the wild for the first time when I went to Australia in January, so I don't think I can quite bring myself to having them in a pulled variety quite yet. But I can imagine it tastes good. I mean, this is not a chat for vegans, so apologies to any vegans in the chat. But I mean, we had the meaty mushrooms. But
meaty mushrooms, yes, yes. There
the
you
meaty
go.
part kind of ruins the mushroom part, I imagine.
Bit of a mishap in the field there. Luckily the backup was onto that and didn't get too distracted from, well, not just the food conversation, but also distracted by the ball going the wrong way. You see there that he went through one fielder and it got deflected off in a different direction. Well, in that case, for the vegans and vegetarians out there, tell us your favourite vegetarian offering rather than the meat offering. How about that? I mean, obviously it's limited to a few things, but you know, tell us what you think. Maybe even give us the fish, maybe something like that. Doesn't always have to be meat. Have a look at the tail block situation there, and that's a pretty solid display from the Werewolves in those last 4 overs. 13-11, 15-13 really helped them along. Just when they were getting tied down, those last 4 overs, probably about 50 runs in the last 4 overs, so that turned things around for them. And we thought at one point the target might be sort of around about high 60s, maybe even mid 70s. So really good work from them to get the scoring up. And now it's up to the Super Giants. The power play's done. 26 on the board for loss of 2 wickets, 3 overs gone. And now the team can spread out the the bowling team. Spread the fielders out. See how we go. Wow, that's been hit pretty hard. It's gone pretty high. And that is just going to be saved from the boundary line. Desperate work there. And that is really good work there too. I reckon he saved a couple of runs there.
Yeah, I think that was Gurpreet Guri putting on the chase there. No, in fact, it was Parvinder Singh knew it was someone in the 80s, and he puts on the dive, manages to get himself back up in no time at all to stop what was bound to be a boundary, and every run will count here for the Werewolves.
Yeah, great work that. Not sure anyone's going to get to that one though. Oh, that's not a good ball, and that has been dealt with appropriately.
Yeah, and that's kind of, if I were Parvinder Singh there, I'd be silently cursing my bowler, saying, I've just done all the hard work and now you've bowled an even worse ball and it's been smashed straight over my head.
You would, wouldn't you? You'd say, after that, and you go and give him that?
You chase it. Go on, you go get it.
Yeah,
I'm not getting it.
I'd be a little bit filthy about that as well, and fair enough too. 32 for 2 is the score in the 4th. 58 needed from 40 deliveries. The run rate required is 8.7. Oh, tense moments out here in the middle now. Slower ball, has to wait on that one, ends up crunching it, but straight to a player. Can't stop the single being run though. 33 for 2.
Deborah Hall says in the chat she had moose stew and black bear burgers in Canada. I guess that's a regional delicacy, having both moose and bears in that neck of the woods.
I think that sounds really delicious. Moose stew. I wouldn't know what that would taste like.
Well, moose are famously very, very large animals. So I imagine you get a whole lot of meat off of those beasts.
Keep you going for hours.
She does also say favourite vegetarian ice cream. So Deborah's my kind of gal.
Good on you, Deborah. I love that. Rob Thompson, peacock drumsticks with mushrooms off his farm.
Only on a Friday though. Peacock Friday.
Peacock Friday. Yep, that should be the dish for Peacock Friday. Oh, that's a wide ball. Not much use of the feet there to get out to that one. So Rob Thompson, when we bring the European Cricket Network to New Zealand, we're going to come to your farm. We expect peacock drumsticks off your farm, please. How about that one? Lock that one in.
With the mushrooms. I assume normal mushrooms rather than the meaty mushrooms.
Yeah. Wayne says, I had pineapple on pizza once. Oh, that's going to start a bit of division in the chat, I reckon.
Well, I'll be in Italy in a few weeks' time for the ECS in Bologna, and if I start saying the P word in Italy, then I won't get out alive.
You will not be able to get out at all. No, they will have you for dinner, that's for sure. I tell you what, the thing is, though, I do love a Hawaiian pizza. I really do. I love the pineapple and the ham, but I tell you what I love when I order a Hawaiian pizza, I like to have hot salami on there as well as the ham and the pineapple. That's delish.
We made it to the 5th game before we fell out, and there we go.
Pineapple's okay on pizza, it's fine. But only on a Hawaiian pizza. A Hawaiian pizza, you know where Hawaiian pizzas come from? Where it was originally made up?
Tell me.
Canada.
Okay.
So blame the Canadians.
Well, that's what.
Blame Canada.
That's what's happening a lot at the moment, but let's not get into politics.
Oh, let's not go down that rabbit hole. We'll never come back.
Rabbit hole. That'd be another nice dinner as well.
Yeah, a bit of rabbit. Rabbit's not bad. Actually, Malta. Did you have rabbit when you were in Malta?
I didn't, not this time around, but I heard very good things.
Yeah. That's the big one in Malta. Apparently, it's the national dish is like a rabbit stew.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a big one. I never got a chance to have it either when I was there last year. I know Danny's heading out there for Malta, I think in a couple of weeks' time. I might ask him if he can maybe sort that out and let us know what it's like, because I haven't had rabbit for a long time. So 4 overs gone, 37 for 2 on the board. 53 from 36 needed for the win. Just remember there is still a game of cricket on here, and this one chase is in the balance.
That's the thing about food chat. Food chat always distracts us, but nothing distracting about that shot. That was hit right off the middle. Nice little pivot there from Surya, who has watched a bit of the destruction at the other end. But he's quietly chipping away at this total. 23 off 12 deliveries for Surya.
That's a really good innings from him. If he can keep that going. If he's going to be there for the next 3 overs, this score will be reeled in, I reckon. Just that gut feeling I've got. He was almost close to a good flat 6 there. Ball bounced about 2 metres inside the rope. Well, he's put it there again. This time he's got a bit more square. They're going to look for 2. He wants 2, but no, his counterpart doesn't. Surya, once he sends it back, he says, nah, just the one there. That was a bit too hot. So 42 for 2. And we are not quite halfway through the 5th. 48 needed from 34 for the win for the Lisbon Super Giants. Getting pretty tight. That's a wide ball. And that's going to get away. It is going to be fielded down there, though, and that's going to be a wide +1. So a couple of extras to the score. That's going to help everybody, especially the Lisbon Super Giants. Probably not so much the Werewolves, though.
I feel like I'm still on food chat, sorry.
Okay.
I've completely switched off from the game.
What have you seen? What have you seen?
Well, Christopher Ward says tuna, pineapple and prawn pizza. So I'm immediately blocking you Christopher. Sorry, we can't be friends. Sarah D, I agree. Pineapple on pizza, completely normal. What is not normal is this run out, as clearly some of the batters in the middle had one eye and one maybe ear and taste bud on their dinner, because one of them's going for an early bath. There's a complete miscommunication there between the two.
It was. Oh dear.
It was a wide ball to begin with, was dragged away, and it was Nilesh who was absolutely charging at his partner Surya at the other end. It was actually probably Nilesh's call because it did go behind the bat, but Surya didn't really know what was going on there, and it's Nilesh who has to make the long walk home. He's not too happy with what happened out there. Let's have a look at this.
And Tina, he's made it all the way down right next to him.
He pushes
off him to get back to the other end. Well, that is quite astonishing. He actually pushed off him to try to get back. Oh dear, that was an unnecessary run out. And Partap will want to be the one to try to hit the winning runs in the next couple of overs, just to redeem himself in the eyes of Nilesh, because there's going to be a few words if he gets out here, I'm pretty sure. 44 for 3 is the score. Oh, that was a very unnecessary run out, that one.
Yeah, Surya better hope that he stays there until the end, because he might want to let Nilesh cool off just a little bit before he joins him back in the dugout. And, well, if he carries on going like this, he might still be out there for a while. And that was hit really nicely through the covers. Another 4 to Surya's name. That gets the Super Giants up to 48 for 3.
I think if Partap is given out in the next couple of deliveries, he's going to ask the umpires if he can stay out there anyway. Just
watch. Can I just watch?
From a safety viewpoint, can I stand with you maybe? I'll stand at square leg. I won't even talk. You won't even know I'm there. Just don't let me go back to the dugout. Singh continuing. Last ball of the 5th. That's been collected and hit into the hands of the, well, who is it? That's Rajbal Singh out there taking a really good catch in the shadows as the sun heads over to the west and ducks down behind the hills, as it always does every day. 48 for 3 was the score. It's now another wicket down, so hits it straight down his throat. Couldn't have picked him out any better. So the Partap is going to have to go and face the music now. He's walking off very slowly. He knows what he's going into. But Lisbon Super Giants, there's still a job to do here. They still need 42 runs. And, oh boy, it's that's going to make things a little bit tougher for them now.
Yeah, and he actually picked that ball up pretty early and got in the right position and just kind of stroked it straight into the hands of Ranveer Singh. He would have been annoyed with that one. What we're not annoyed about is what's coming up. And, well, the pizza chat can rage on, but I tell you, I'm not going to Bologna and saying, can I have pineapple on my pizza? Because if I'm not laughed out of town, I will be run out of town with pitchforks. So all of you in the chat, I'm not listening, sorry. I see that Vinny's just joined the chat, so maybe, well, it's hard to go to Vinny for some sanity, but maybe some kind of pizza sanity can prevail, because pineapple should be nowhere near it.
I tell you what's funny is that anytime you want to scare Vinny out from lurker mode or scare him out from the undergrowth, start a food chat. And he'll pop his head up and he'll like, oh, hi guys, I've just dropped in. Yep, food chat. He smells the food chat and he comes up and says hello. And so hello to you, Vinny. Hope you're well. Hope you've had an enjoyable couple of days off as well. Coming back off the grid, how's Tina's first day been? Did she get tea? You got some tea, didn't you?
I got some tea. I had a bit of the iced tea. I'm not, despite being half English, quarter English, I can't remember the last time I checked. Some part English. I don't drink tea, I will admit.
Yeah, I'm not a tea drinker either. I don't mind iced tea though.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't mind that.
I'm the same. So maybe it's just the absolute mountains of sugar that makes it palatable for me, but whatever it was delightful, and I'm having a blast, Vinny. Thank you for having me, Phil. It's been a great day with you first up as well.
Thank you. Yes, it's been awesome.
The G team, we haven't settled on the name. Phil G, Tina G, so we'll go for the G team for now, maybe.
The G team for now. All right, I'm happy with that. Yeah, we haven't figured that one out, have we? So, it has been a good day, and, well, there's a player who's wringing his hand out there. Akash Sood has taken one on the hand, and he's not happy. There's a little bit of a shoe tying exercise going on behind him, making sure that those laces aren't going to be tied together. Always tempted to say something like that, you know, yeah, I'll tie your shoelaces for you. It goes through the legs of the fielder there. It's all happening out there. The umpire's juggling the ball. The Lisbon Super Giants, he's saying, my shoelace, tie this up for me. It's all happening.
I'm not sure he even asked. He just kind of presented his foot to the bowler.
Wow. I wonder if at dinner time he holds a plate up and just points at the plate and goes, fill the plate with whatever it is you put on plates.
I mean,
please."
that's what I did at lunch, to be fair. So it's
Yeah,
only day
fair
one
enough,
here
yeah.
in Portugal, and they knew the way to my heart.
Oh, lunch was good today, wasn't it?
It was.
Really good. Shouts to catch it. It is put down. Of all the people Mohamed Tabish puts down a catch, he is one person out there I would expect to hold that. But he's put it down, and he's trying to have a discussion about how that could happen. No one knows how that could happen. Straight up, straight down, and straight out of the hands. And that is a life. And oh, they're calling for another one, calling for another one. Come on, come on. But no chance. No, no, no. Running to the danger end. I'm not falling for that, says Dinga. And Dinga gets to face the next ball. And that is indeed wide. It goes past the leg side. Only just. Akash Sood has a smile on his face. He says, yeah, no, he just went past him. Still went past him.
Yeah, he was hoping it maybe sneaked over the top of leg stump.
Yeah.
He thought, maybe I'll have a go at the umpire, then realised, well, he's on the camera. The umpire's lovely, maybe not.
Oh, that's a great shot. Really good shot. Dingra gets in position really quickly, swivels, and absolutely canes that one over the boundary line for a Maximo. What a good shot that was. Hooked around the corner. Pretty safe shot, that one. A good strike indeed. So, Lisbon Supergiants, they are marching closer to this win. And you've got to say, the Werewolves, they're also marching pretty close to what could be a miraculous get-out-of-jail moment for them. Because they're taking wickets. Good running here. Yeah, really good running there. Saw that the ball was going very slowly out to a fielder who wasn't charging in. And so, a single picked up there.
There's a bit of love for the G team in the chat, including from the big boss, Vinny. So maybe that will have to stick unless someone comes up with a flash of inspiration. There's plenty of time still to put in your submissions, as long as they don't involve pineapple, as Supergiants 58 for 4 off 6. And, well, 32 needed in 24 balls. I think they can more or less kiss goodbye to that bonus point. So whatever happens, the Werewolves will be going home with, I imagine, 1 point, but the Supergiants would dearly love to get this win. The final game of what has been a long but enjoyable sunny day here in Santarém.
Barbary Corsair throws one into the mix. G-Force.
G-Force.
That's
okay.
a reference to a cartoon from the 70s, Battle of the Planets, which was originally a Japanese cartoon. So that's been collected on the full and dispatched with absolute ferocity for a big Maximo. That's going to help the cause as well for the Lisbon Supergiants. What a great crunch that was. Not a good ball. Got the treatment and put out of the ground.
Yeah, that went about as high as it did go long. I'm not sure if it was off the middle of the bat, but it was off enough of the bat to go all the way. And in fact, Nikhil was so confident it was going to go, he took about 3 steps down the pitch before resuming his position at the striker's end.
Yeah, Mohamed Tabish with the duty here in this over. Gets the charge, could have well and truly easily got a little nick behind there. Needs to be careful there, Dingra. Doesn't need to get carried away. They only need 26 runs from 22 deliveries. This is getting pretty tight now. 4 wickets down. Another wicket would make it incredibly interesting. The computer thinks it's all in favour of Lisbon Supergiants, but Mohamed Tabish, he's a dangerous customer with the ball. It's short. It's crunched out towards the offside. I think that's gone for 4. Just inside the line, though, Tina. Just inside the line, yeah.
Well, we're relying on the fielder there to signal 4, and I think he probably had a good view of it. And yeah, maybe.
Not a lot in it, though, was there?
That was maybe 10 centimetres within the line, but don't see that rope skip up.
No.
And it was Sanamdeep Singh out there.
He gave the signal for 4.
Yeah, fair enough, I think.
Yeah. So Mohamed Tabish, he needs to find something here because he's a quality performer. He's got the ball in his hands. He's got 3 deliveries left. What can he do here in the 7th? That's been hit up in the air. It's gone very high. And it's been taken. Catch is taken. Another twist in the tail. Well, who would have thunk it? It's another good outfield catch just at the right time. And that is... sorry, who's that? That's Rajbar Singh with another catch. So, oh boy, Lisbon Supergiants here. They're not going to choke, surely. And then the Werewolves, they're not going to choke. This pendulum's swinging all over the place now. It's getting hard to follow.
Well, there's not many runs needed out there. It's, what, 21, 22 needed for the win, but if the wickets keep on falling, then suddenly we've got a tingling finish on our hands. And the Werewolves are doing well to take hold of these catches, and they're kind of sniffing out their prey here, are the Werewolves.
Yep, five wickets down, so we start to get into, well, the middle and even the lower middle order. We're only a few wickets away from the tail, so Super Giants need to be really careful here. And Tabish, he's got to pick himself up a wicket. 2 balls left in his over. Here there comes the first one of those 2. Good straight, right at middle stump. Mid wicket comes in. Oh, Gaganpreet can't charge in fast enough and pick up the ball. And allows 1 run there. 69 for 5. Oh boy, 21 needed from the next 3 overs and 1 delivery. 21 from 19. It's coming down to a very fine line now. Wind predictor still has it well and truly in favour of Lisbon Super Giants. But with 5 wickets down, oh boy, not sure I'd agree with that. Ooh. Oh, so close to chopping on there. They go through for a single. That was absolute luck. So close there. So Gurjant Singh almost loses his stumps with a chop on. It misses by probably about 5 centimetres. And Guri cleans up down there. Oh, it's getting exciting now. 3 overs left and 20 runs needed for a win for Lisbon Super Giants. Day 4 tomorrow. Tina, this is what you got in front of you tomorrow. Take us through it.
Yeah, and the action doesn't stop here, and it's Friendship CC, Coimbra Knights. Well, Coimbra, they had a mixed day today, having been skittled for a mere 41 runs. They then came back fighting and realised they can actually bat, and they'll want to prove that again in the morning match. And then we've got 4 other games. Team Tigers, they'll be in game 2, as well as bringing up the rear in the 5th game as well. The Lisbon Super Giants, who we see out here at the moment, they'll be in match 19 against Brothers 11 as well. Brothers 11, they have got a bit of a shorter schedule tomorrow, just the 1 game for them, so they'll be able to put their feet up a bit, or go to work, or look after their kids, or whatever it is. I mean, none of these guys are professionals, got to remember, so
that's right.
Life goes on beyond cricket, but we're looking forward to those 5 games tomorrow. I am. You will be looking forward to your very well-earned day off.
I reckon I'll tune in during the day to see how it's all going. I'm very interested to see how, when we start the second half of this tournament, how it's going to pan out. So still got this game to go, only a couple of overs to go. Good delivery, that one, and no chance to run there. 71 for 5, 7.2 overs gone. 19 from 16 needed now. Just back on that schedule for tomorrow, I feel for the Coimbra Knights, because they got the first game tomorrow morning, and they're the guys who have to drive 3.5 hours down the highway to play that 1 game and then go back home again. So that's pretty tough going for them.
Yeah, it's tough going. Maybe those somehow suits them as well, because then they still get home at midday or just after midday and have got a bit of the day left, rather than spending the whole day travelling. As well, you can see it's been a long day, because there's a few bowlers out there in the wars, and it's Rajbir Singh, who's done a lot of good work out on the deep boundary, who's maybe cramping up a little bit here. It's been a long day here for all teams involved.
Have you noticed who's batting?
Don't say it.
Oh, I tell you what, if he wins the game from here, he will be the greatest cricketer of all time. There, I've said it. He will be absolute. He should come to the ground with a big S on his chest, just that says, "I am Superman." That's it. End of story. If he can get this win, he's absolutely astonished us with the ball, catching in the outfield. If he can do something with the bat here, then wow, Super Giants, they'll have to create a statue of him in the centre of Lisbon.
Rename the airport, Jaswant Singh Airport. There we go. Well, there's a big appeal here. Nothing doing from either umpire.
They're appealing for caught behind, I think. They're trying to appeal for maybe a feather edge. I think that's a bit of a lacklustre appeal. Not sure anything was going on there. Umpire Miguel agrees. He says, play on. Try to make some room. Try to manufacture something there. Oh, so it's now 19 from 13. So it's starting to slide away from the Lisbon Super Giants now. The Werewolves are starting to feel that they're really on a red-hot chance here. Yep, you miss, I hit, and that's how it works. And I honestly felt that wicket was coming. Just felt Rajbhai Singh was going to get a wicket, and he was going to get that one of Jaswant Singh, who's not here for his batting, but Lisbon Super Giants lose a pretty vital wicket nonetheless.
Yeah, we can send that marble back. The statue doesn't quite need to be erected quite yet, but it's still a pretty good showing from Jaswant Singh. As you said, Phil, he's more in as a bowler and a fielder, and he did both of those things tremendously well in the first half of the innings. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to repeat his magic with the ball, going for just 1 off 6 deliveries, and that's kind of the problem that the Super Giants have faced, is that they have been eating up balls, and suddenly a small total to chase down is now looking at, well, 19 runs needed off 12 balls. That run rate is just going up and up, with really what you'd call the tail now in trying to do the business for the Super Giants.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a problem with Super Giants. They could fall short here, as they've fallen short on a couple of times chasing scores, low scores as well. So this could be a bit of a hassle. It's getting quite dark out there in the centre. The sun has disappeared probably about 15 minutes ago, and on the camera there, it looks a lot darker on camera than it actually is here at the ground. Oh, well, that's going to help the cause. That is a no-ie. That is a proper no-ie. So Guri there with a proper loosener at the start of the 9th. Have a look at this one again. Just completely goes all wrong. Maybe attempting some sort of slower ball out of the back of the hand that just flicks out off the pitch. Well, gets an edge on that. Goes around the corner. Just the 1. No chance of 2 there. They need someone to find the boundary, and they need to find it probably a couple of times in this over to see how many they're going to leave themselves in the final. But you get the feeling this game's going to go to the 10th. 17 from 11. And I see a few people in the chat are always saying that magical word, tingle. SkyQuest, I'm looking at you.
Well, the win predictor certainly seems to agree. 51-49.
Wow, how fast did that change? It's just been pushed backward a point for another single. Not going to be able to do it by singles. Probably just waiting for a loose delivery, but they maybe going to have to manufacture something here, because they've got to find the boundary, one of these two. 74 for 6. Still, 10 deliveries to go. It's going to be tight. It's a real tight finish here at the ground. Swings again. That's just going to be another single straight to the player there.
They really need a boundary here, don't they? The Super Giants. There's been 13 deliveries without one. Got to go back to the middle of the 7th when they last scored a boundary, and one of those could really change the face of this game, but where's it coming from?
Yeah, interesting. Literally 2 overs since a boundary, and there's a dot. Oh boy, so dots and singles are not going to do it. If you're a Werewolves fan, dots and singles are what you want. So the Werewolves are starting to get back on top here. A couple of moments ago, the score predictor was the percentage predictor was 75% chance for LSG, and now it's gone. Well, started to go completely the other way. Werewolves in the box seat now. Well, that's been hit nicely, and that's going to be the boundary. So there you go. There's 4. And that's going to help the cause for Lisbon Super Giants. A tight finish coming up here, folks. Do not adjust your TV sets or your computers, your laptops, your tablets, or even your phone. Keep on here. This is going to be a tight finish. And there's a bit of a splash as the Grizzly goes for a bit of a wash through the big puddle.
They really, really want this one to go for a boundary. If they can go into that final over needing less than 10, suddenly tables have turned once again. So this is a very important ball here from Gurpreet Guri. Can he get out of this over more or less unscathed? It's only gone for 8 runs so far. Here we go.
Last ball of the 9th. Here it comes.
Oy.
Oh, that was unusual.
I'm not sure what the appeal is for, because we saw all 3 stumps. We probably would have seen all 6 if there were 6 of them there.
It's appealing for LBW, surely, right? Oh, he's saying, well, how about that? That was hitting nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, astonishing. It's a leg bye to finish over with. The score is 80 for 6. 10 needed off the last. Gurpreet Guri finishes with none for 20 from his 2 overs. So are they going to turn to Gowinder Singh to bowl the last? Have a look at the Werewolves brain trust about how they're going to do this.
Yeah, there's just a little conflab here. I think the Werewolves maybe wanted to say that no shot was offered there, and it kind of just...
I think that's exactly what they were talking about, yeah.
But it was a leg by signalled, I think. I mean, it was a good ball, and I don't think it was a case of Chowdhury trying to deliberately get anything off his pad. I think it was just a good delivery, and I mean,
so too.
That's kind of part of the game.
So we get set for the 10th here. Umpire Miguel Stoneman, he's got the pressure job of umpiring the final one. He's got a level head. Umpire Krut retires to the square leg boundary. He's going to have to keep his eyes open for the possible run-out chance. The sun is already set. There's a bit of a gloom over the ground, but it's nothing to do with clouds. It's simply the sun's already gone. It's still bright seeing conditions to the naked eye here at the ground. On the camera, it looks a little bit darker. Don't worry about that. Here we go. 10 from 6. Super Giants to really put a bit of momentum into their tournament run here. Let's have a go at this. That's hit uppishly. It's going to be 1, 2 bounces along the ground. They're going to go for 2. They're on for 2. Oh, that is a run out. The suicidal 2 was not on. That was not on. And that is, well, Singh is gone. Chowdhury's back on strike, but nonetheless, it's only going to be 1 run.
Yeah, I suppose it was almost a free hit from the batting side's perspective. And it was Singh who just said, well, I'm going to go whatever happens. And I think that was a fair enough effort. I think he ends up being a fair few centimetres short, but I suppose he had to go for it. Any kind of fumble and he would have actually been in. So
that's true.
He'd kind of resigned himself to either being back at the non-striker's end or out. Kind of immaterial at this point when you have Chowdhury still on strike at the striker's end. So he does have to depart, but it's all about what's happening at the striker's end at the moment.
Yeah, I think he was chancing himself on, as you say, a fumble, a potential fumble. And it didn't eventuate, so Rajesh comes out. Chowdhury at the striker's end. He's got 6 from 5. It's up to him. 9 needed from 5. Strikes it hard. That is Maximo. Wow, Super Giants out of their seats. That is a massive strike down the ground. 3 from 4 needed. Oh boy. Are they going to cause the upset here and knock the Werewolves off their perch from having 4 wins on the trot? This could be their first loss.
That was a Super Giant 6 for the Super Giants, and it kind of came out of nowhere. Russell Chowdhury was just plodding along at a runner ball and suddenly pulled out that one from his locker. 3 needed.
It's a slower ball. It hits it down the ground. It's going to be probably just the 1. They're going to go for the 2, the suicidal 2. This time it was probably the right thing to do to get Chowdhury back on. Did he take it?
I think he fumbled that one by the look of the bowler.
Oh,
he knows
boy.
And I think if we take a look at the replay here, Phil, I think this might have even hit the stumps had the bowler not got involved. And that's exactly seemingly what the discussion is about here. Let's take a look at this.
Let's have a look at this replay as the ball comes in. Watch the bowler.
Oh, it's going to hit this.
What's he done?
Oh, I think he still has it.
I think he I think he still has
he's okay, actually. I mean, his reaction suggests he thinks he's fumbled it. He does definitely fumble it. It's whether he has control of that ball as we have this rock and roll angle here.
He hasn't broken the stumps with his hand first, has he, before he had control? Is that possibly what he was thinking?
Yeah.
Well, the ball's sort of juggling in his hands as he turns and breaks the stumps,
It's his right hand, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at,
between the stumps and the ball. It's whether that ball is in control. Ooh. I'm glad I'm not making the decision on this one. How would you call it, Phil? I mean, he's definitely out, isn't he, from not making his crease.
I'd definitely be ordering another beer about now, for sure. And out is given. The cheer comes from the Werewolves as out is the decision made. It does get Chowdhury back on strike, though, so there's the positive for the team. Yep, have a look at this. The big cheer as the finger is raised. They are cheering, but yeah, it gets Chowdhury back on strike.
Again, it was kind of a free hit, wasn't it? Whether they went for a 2 or it ends up being a wicket, in either case, you get Chowdhury on strike, as you said.
Oh boy.
And you get the 1 run.
Yes, you still get the 1 run. So, everyone catches their collective breath now. It's scores are now level, are they, or are they 1 shy?
2 needed.
2 needed, thank you. Here we go.
Still 2 needed. Oh. Don't throw the ball. Don't throw the ball. Deepak Kumar, a bit of a rush of blood to the head there.
Can you imagine if he tried to throw the stumps down, there's no one there and he misses? Oh, goodness me. Level heads needed. The odds are even, 53% to 47%. That's pretty much how things started. Odds are even, 2 from 2. 1 run is a golden ball, 2 is the win. Oh, where's he going?
Where's he going?
Oh, no, it's a run out. Where were you going? Did he think it was the final ball or something?
It definitely wasn't, Phil.
Possibly he thought it was the last ball of the over, and he's just wandered out of the crease going nowhere.
I think he's just scrambled because he went for the biggest of heaves, did Ruttle. Got nowhere near it, but he still would have had one bite of the cherry.
Oh,
but,
dear.
I mean, if he's swinging like that, maybe it's for the best that he has to walk off the pitch. But, I mean, the tingle is intensifying. There's still 2 needed. 1 to take us.
1's for a golden ball.
You know where it takes us, Phil.
Oh, I tell you what. If you're the fielding team, what do? Do you bring everyone in to save the 1? Don't leave anybody out? What do you do here?
Yeah, you get another beer, Phil.
But you order another beer. But just remember, we're now properly in the tail because that is the 9th wicket.
Yeah, number 11 coming out.
Number 11. Can the number 11 elevate? Would you maybe bring all this field in to make sure you save 1? Because 1 gets you to a golden ball.
Well, that's, I think, the conversation that's happening right now. We've still got 5 fielders outside the ring. And Anup Kumar, can he make himself a hero?
Here we go. What could be the last ball of the game? He hits it. They're going to take 1. And it's a golden ball. It's finally a golden ball. Can you believe it? High fives in the commentary hut as it is a golden ball. You little ripper. And the players are all looking at each other and saying, is that what we think it is? Umpires are going to have a chat. We're going to have to go to the golden ball graphic, I think. Players are asking the question. Oh, hang on a minute. What's going on here?
There's things happening and I'm scared, Phil. I don't know what's happening. We've got... I mean, there was definitely just the... Are we talking 1 short? No, I think...
No.
There was 1 run there.
1 run there, yep. I'm not sure what that's all about. Caught us doing the high five. That's crazy. That's awesome.
But we might be celebrating... Wow, we've got... Is that Steph out there?
Yeah,
Let's assume that it is going to a golden ball, just so we can go through the rules.
Yeah,
I mean, you take it away, Phil, because this is your moment.
Thank you, Tina. In the event of a tie, the match is going to be decided by a golden ball, and that's what we've got here. The batting team needs 2 to win. Otherwise, the fielding team wins. You have a look there. The last time we had a golden ball was back in February. 16th of February was the EDX Knights, and they defeated the Red Stars. That was during the Malta ECS. So, in the all-time says the batting team has had 29 wins from a golden ball. The bowling team's had 41. But for this year, the evens are split. One time the batting side has won a golden ball, and only once has the bowling team won a golden ball. So this is a bit of a decider to see what happens here. They're having a discussion. Stefan Gooch, he is explaining the golden ball situation. He's saying this is how it's going to happen. And umpire Crute walks in and says, all right, let's all chill. They're picking the batters. They're picking the bowlers possibly as well, but we do indeed have a golden ball. The chat has lit up with the golden ball talk. So, guys, here you go. And we can finally put this to bed. Phil gets to commentate with Tina Goff, the golden ball. Here we go. So they're just all sorting themselves out right now. I'm looking to see who's going to get the ball. And I think the story is with the batter.
Well, they're 9 down, right?
They're 9 down, so it has to be these 2.
Yeah.
They have got no one else to bring in. Oh, you'd favour the werewolves, wouldn't you, at this point?
And that's exactly what I think they were trying to clarify, because it's not actually often you have a golden ball with 9 down as well, because, I mean, getting 9 wickets in a T10 game at any point is quite challenging. So it's good that we have the calm head of Steph Gooch, who went out there, explained it to everyone, make sure everyone knows exactly what's going on. Phil, do you know what's going on? Because this is your first time.
I know. I'm pretty sure I know what's going on.
That makes one of us.
Okay. So we now got the 2 batters are the current batters are out there. We know that there's no one left in the shed. You can't use a batter who's already been dismissed. In terms of the bowlers, they're allowed to pick whoever is the bowler, aren't they? I'm pretty sure. Vinny might want to correct me on that particular point. But I'm looking to see who's got the ball. The field placing is going to be really important as well. Gurpreet Gurry's got the ball. And it's 2 runs gets the batting team across the line. Less than 2 runs, and there's trouble.
Yep.
All right. So a single won't do it. Let's see how this plans out. Golden ball time. Here it comes. Match 15 in the balance. It's a wide. Oh,
Gosh.
oh dear, oh dear.
Oh. And I think Steph needs to come back out because I'm not sure he
Stefan
explained.
Gooch, get back out
He's
here
getting
again,
his
please.
steps in.
So, what happens if there's a wide? How does that work?
Well, it's one.
Just going to be re-bowled, or
Yeah,
they get the one?
They get the one.
Well, they can't get the one because that'll give them the win. Won't it? Or is that
They need two.
one to the 2 runs they need?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So they get a 1 for free.
That's mind blown.
Criminal as well if you're the bowler, no offence.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Here we go. Let's try again. Gurry in. Flicks around the corner. That is going to run away 4 runs. Oh, that Super Giants win on the golden ball. What a terrific game. And they are going to be mobbed. It's an invasion of Lisbon Super Giants into the middle of the pitch. That is scenes, astonishing scenes. They have knocked the Werewolves off their perch. Werewolves came into this game 4-0. This is a massive, massive win for the Lisbon Super Giants. What a game.
Wow. Well, I'm glad I was here for your first ever golden ball. I mean, we were testing every single bit of our ECN cricket knowledge there to make sure we had the rules right. But, I mean, in the end, they made sure there was absolutely no doubt about that because the wide came and then the batter thought, well, if I hit a 4, we've definitely won one way or another. And that's exactly what he did. And his teammates come out, absolutely mob him in the end. It was a nice shot, actually. It was not a bad delivery.
In the end, it was actually a really good shot. Yeah. Just picked off the toes, went to a vacant part of the ground. The batters embrace with a gentle hug, and then they get absolutely mobbed. There are people out there who are wearing civilian clothing as well. How do they get on the ground? They are being mobbed. Lisbon Super Giants with a miraculous, absolute team-building win here. That's incredible scenes. 0 matches since the golden ball. Ah, that hits me where I live. I'm so happy to see that. That is brilliant. Tina, I have to thank you for that. Surely you've brought the luck. You've brought the golden ball to the game. Oh, wow. Awesome stuff. And hey, everyone in the chat, all the people who the last couple of months have put up hashtags and said, was it gold GB for Phil G, all this sort of stuff. Thank you so much for believing in me. Thank you very much. What a terrific game. Match day 4 tomorrow. That's all Tina's tomorrow. So Friendship CC, Cornborough Knights. All the teams in action tomorrow. You can see there on the screen. Lisbon Giants, they're going to be on cloud 9 tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll want to double down tomorrow. They've got the 2 games to come tomorrow after only coming, as we said, final game today. They rocked up last minute and burgled that win from absolutely nowhere. And the Werewolves, they'll be licking their wounds thinking, oh, we lost that game and then we won it and then somehow lost it again. And I needed the calm head of match referee Stefan Gooch to come out and make sure everyone knew exactly what was going on. As it was, the Lisbon Super Giants snatched the win, and it was a low-scoring thriller, wasn't it, Phil? It was only 89 needed, and of course, the Super Giants didn't manage to hit the target. They managed to match it, and that's what found ourselves in the first golden ball of the Phil G era.
That feels so good as well. Yeah, I need to give a shout out to Stefan Gooch too for coming out, immediately running out there and making sure that the players knew exactly what was happening, explaining it to everybody, umpires involved as well, and we all got to see a golden ball on my watch. So now we can now put that to bed. I don't have to talk about it anymore. I can retire pretty much now, but you know I'm not going to because I love ECN and I love European cricket, so I'm not going anywhere. So the chat is alight, and thank you very much, guys, for believing in Tina and myself for getting us over the line with that golden ball. What a game it was. In the dying sunlight there was Partap's innings absolutely put us in the position of thinking they're going to win this, they're going to get the runs. When he was dismissed, Rajveer Singh taking a couple of catches in the outfield there, and that's when we thought, oh dear, what's going to happen now? A couple of extra sixes, some good shots to the offside as well. The score slowly materialised. It got there eventually. And yeah, there's another big hit for 6 there. The hook shot around the corner, that was another big wicket. Again, the pendulum swinging. That was Rajveer Singh's second catch, and that's when I thought, oh my God, Lisbon Super Giants are in a world of trouble.
Yeah, and it kind of just, kept on limping along. They lost a lot of wickets, and that's why they also found themselves on the golden ball with absolutely zero choice of who to bat with. So it wasn't just getting to those runs, it was also making sure they didn't lose all their wickets. And it was only that last wicket pairing of Akshay Torbal and Anup Kumar Srivastav who managed to stay in and then managed to squeeze through to get to the golden ball in the first place, and then,
Yep.
well, the golden ball itself is probably a whole other highlights package.
Yeah, totally. Rutul Chowdhury should take a bow as well, because a couple of big hits from him towards the end there really got the Lisbon Supergiants up. Just at the point in the last 2 overs, I thought, oh, they've left themselves too many to get, with only the last batting pair as well. So you're right, the last batting pair have to take a massive bow for just keeping their heads there and just maintaining the momentum. It was a real team effort as they went through the lot. This one here, this was an interesting moment. We thought, oh, what's that going to be? Did he break the stumps? No, it was given out, and there was a mammoth cheer when that was given.
And I'll tell you what, there's a real team effort there as well, because both Rutul Chowdhury, Rajesh, both of them kind of ran themselves out just to get the right batter on strike. So
True.
That's probably why they all mobbed one another at the end, because they know somehow there was cricketing equipment flying all over the place. No one knew what was going on. We hopefully knew what was going on. It was a golden ball. Well, it's been a long wait for you, Phil, but I'm sure it was worth the wait.
Look, Tina, that shot says it all. You shared my excitement as well, and that was really exciting stuff. It has been a long wait, but I'm so glad we got there, and I'm so glad to share that one with you as well. That is a really fantastic finish to what was a really good, even game. It had its ebbs and flows, and it had the pendulum swinging, but at the end of the day, that was such an even contest and a fitting result, I'd have to say.
Yeah, and we know when the civilians are on the pitch, they don't even know what cricket is. They just want to have part of the action. It's all of Santarem's coming to celebrate that win and to celebrate your golden ball as well.
The locals from the village have invaded the pitch. That's how happy they are. That's what European cricket does. That's what a golden ball does. That's exactly right. Well, as we can see that the lawnmower's out and the light is disappearing and fading pretty quick, so I think we've got a few more minutes to wrap up, and then we need to say goodnight. So, well, I need to catch my breath now and go and have a nice beer to say thank you to everybody here at the ground for a wonderful day's cricket. A big shout out to the scorers, to the Blue Crew, to the volunteers here at the ground, and of course the man there riding that lawnmower, giving the grass a bit of a cut, and to the umpires, of course, too, who had to keep their cool in that last match as well, where all the excitement and the noise is going on around them. It's been a top day of cricket.
Yeah, and it's always great to have a golden ball and to have it final innings of the day. Before your day off, I mean, you have now thoroughly enjoyed and deserved your day off, and yeah, I mean, well done to everyone involved in that final game. It's easy to let your concentration kind of lapse when you're, about 8-9 hours into your day. And
Totally.
I mean, we just celebrate, we just do stupid things into the camera and talk about the golden ball, but everyone else who made sure that went off without a hitch, hats off to them, and I'm sure they'll put their feet up tonight in the hotel.
I feel completely awake now. I could do another game if I had to. I'm completely buzzing, absolutely buzzing.
Maybe a celebratory pineapple pizza?
If you'll join me.
Oh, no. You've ruined it.
Nice, very nice indeed. Okay, well, you know what? I think from you and I, we'll sign off for now and we'll say goodnight to everybody. Thank you to everyone in the chat for joining us, and thank you for coming with us on that journey during the Golden Ball. I saw the place light up as you all got behind us on that one, so thank you so much. It's been an absolute blast. It's been a great day. But I think now for myself and Tina, we're going to say goodnight and just remind you all that the fun continues tomorrow with the Challenger division continuing, and there's the schedule for day 4 tomorrow. Tina, you're going to be taking care of that tomorrow. That's your day to run solo, maybe with a bit of an appearance from Mr. Maxwell himself as well, but a lot of action there tomorrow, so please tune in tomorrow and Tina will take you through all of that fun. 5 matches, and we get halfway through the tournament. Can you believe halfway through the tournament? I'm talking about that, and that is going to be the start of the second half of this tournament. 5 matches coming on tomorrow. Big day tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to that, and we're exactly halfway, as you said, so we've had so much action already. We've had our golden ball, we've had final ball finishes, and I'm sure the second half of the group stage promises a lot more drama, a lot more action. Even if you have your feet up tomorrow, I'm sure you'll enjoy from afar. And yeah, I'll be taking you through tomorrow and looking forward to those 5 big games as well.
Good stuff. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm not going to hold the chat any longer and hold the people any longer. I'm going to say good night from Phil G and from everyone here at the ground here in Santarem. And Tina, thanks once again for a fantastic day of cricket. And you have a great day tomorrow. And I will see you on Wednesday and we resume the fun.
Yeah, looking forward to it, and to everyone else, see you bright and early in the morning while I'll take you through matches 16 to 20. Stay safe, have a lovely rest of your day wherever you are, and see you back here for tomorrow's action.
Cheers all, have a good day tomorrow.
my body.